Chapter 401 Son's opinions don't matter. But it had to be said that Du Yunrong was envious in her heart. Who doesn't want to live as wantonly and unrestrained as Du Wan? Who wants to curse whoever they want? And dislike whoever they want? No interest in staying. Du Yunrong warmly stood up. It's almost time. We should go out of the palace. And we have to rush back home for dinner. Several girls stood up with her, politely bidding farewell to Qin Yuyu. Qin Yuyu looked at Du Yunrong leaving with the girls from her home, the bottom of her eyes hiding a sinister look. Right now, she and Du Yunrong were just maintaining a face-to-face relationship, and she knew that Du Yunrong had always looked down on her just because she had grown up outside. Qin Yuyu sat in her original position for a long time as if she was wooden, long enough for the Empress to receive a report from the palace staff and uneasily come over to see. Fishy. What's wrong? Is there anyone who bullied you? Mother. No one bullied me. It's just that. Qin Yuyu hung her head emotionally downcast. Her bright big eyes overflowed with watery mist. Her teardrops were going to fall out of her eyes. Does cousin Yunrong not like me? It's all because I'm not good. Not good enough. Who said that? This palace's daughter is the best girl in the world. The Empress can be heartbroken to see her like this. And in her heart, she can't help but be upset with Du Yunrong. Therefore, Qin Yuyu once again succeeded in giving Du Yunrong eye candy in front of the Empress. The Empress used to be very fond of Du Yunrong, but even deeper feelings couldn't compare to her daughter. Since Qin Yuyu came back and stirred up trouble from time to time, it would be strange for the aunt and nephew's relationship to still be like before, compared to the situation in the palace. Pei Hao's family home in the countryside. Pei Hao is much more calm after listening to the situation, with a look that it is a matter of course that it should be like this. Looking at the same sitting in the house Mu Si in a burst of sour teeth. Little county princess, this day is more and more beautiful. Mu Xian sat aside, crossed his legs and was holding a fruit to chew on. All dared to point at that group of old masters to scold. Scolding is quite painful. Pei Hao smiled and said, how many more days for the army to arrive in the capital? Just these 2 or 3 days. Then you'd better hide and not be seen. Got it. I've decided to stay here with you and not go anywhere. Mu Xian was set on him. Coming back a few days early was nothing, as long as he wasn't spotted. To tell you the truth, I passed by the disaster area this time, and I've seen Xie Qi from afar. That kid is quite desperate. He really went down personally to pacify the victims. Has it stabilized? Pei Hao asked about the disaster area. Mu Xian nodded. Can't deny that Xie Qi is a capable one. He talked about what he had seen and heard while passing by. Xie Zhang had handled the disaster relief matters in an orderly manner, and his reputation among the victims was extremely good. And even the reputation of Marquis Dingbei's house had become a bit louder. Mu Xian added, he is about to return to the capital. Oh! Pei Hao did not know what he was thinking. Mu Xian stopped talking about Xie Qi and asked instead, I heard that my eldest uncle is coming to the capital to take up the post of Minister of Rights? Well, it was my father who helped set up the line. Why is it going to the Ministry of Rights? It's known as a Clearwater government office. Not that there are quite a few vacancies. It was my great-uncle himself who asked for it by name. And he wanted it for the sake of leisure. What reason? Mu Xian didn't understand. Pei Hao laughed softly. The emperor's style has suddenly changed and toughened up quite a bit. Eldest uncle is a smart man. Knowing the complexity of the situation in the capital, he first looked for an opportunity to transfer back to the capital, and found a free government office to wait and see what happens. The emperor has been killing officials since this year. However, it cannot be denied that due to the emperor's flurry of killings, the court is a little clearer than before. Almost at the same time, in the princess's mansion, Du Wan was facing 2 big elders, unrelated to the matters of the court. They were discussing with Du Wan about her and Pei Hao. The eldest princess smiled and said, it's not unacceptable to get married and not live with Mrs. Pei. By the way, what about my family Wanwan's county residence? Do extra horse harness by the side of a team muted. The emperor has not given it yet. Du Wan was surprised. I still have the county master's mansion. How could there not be? Your elder brother will still have a county lord's mansion. The eldest princess has a complicated heart. Du Wan was speechless. What's going on there? My county lord benefits still have to be given in installments? It's still true. The eldest princess did not know what to say this time. Instead, Du extra horse harness by the side of a team laughed and picked up the conversation. You have to take the time to remind your emperor uncle. In the past, There was no silver in the treasury. When it comes to money, it's inevitable that there will be oversights. Successfully dumping the pot on the emperor, the couple was complete. Duan finally understood. The subtext was that the emperor had no money in the past, and had no intention to give it even if he wanted to. In fact, today's conversation between the three was mainly centered around the marriage. During the time that Duan and Pei Hao were away from the capital, the Duke of Jin went to grind Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team every day. Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team originally bit the bullet and refused to let go. But as a result, the Duke of Jin was very sincere and put forward a condition. The Duke of Jin promised that the two juniors could move to the county lord's residence after they got married, as long as they went back to the Duke's residence during the New Year's festivals. Hearing this condition, Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side was moved. When he first broke off the marriage contract, it was because of Mrs. Pei's reasons that he was worried that his daughter would suffer from boredom if she married into the family. If they didn't live together, the problem would be solved. However, Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team did not agree on the spot. Back to the house to discuss with the princess, and happened to run into Duan present. Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and the princess thought that the marriage was okay. However, both husband and wife ignored their only son at this time, as they knew that his opinion was not important. Duan did not say anything more this time, and directly agreed. So Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side had someone deliver a message to the Duke of Jin, asking him to meet with him tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the Duke of Jin came to look for Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team that night, fearing that he would renege on his promise once he woke up. However, Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side was also a cruel one, and asked the Duke of Jin to make a note of the promised conditions, and then sign his name and stamp his personal seal. When the handwriting dried, Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team carefully folded the paper and put it away. The Duke of Jingguo laughed. No need to be so cautious. What do you know? My daughter said. Verbal promises are unreliable. Not as practical as black and white. It's fine. It's fine. If it's damaged, you can find me to write another one. Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team collected things with a movement. Can it still operate like this? Then wouldn't his careful appearance just now be a joke to this guy? Do Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team didn't want to see this scoundrel, the Duke of Jin, who looked like a dignified gentleman, in order to get him to agree to the marriage during this period of time, was using all kinds of ways to block him, so that he couldn't avoid even if he wanted to. Finally, I know who Pei Hao's boy looks like. It is this guy. Finally getting things done. The Duke of Jingui got up to take his leave. In-laws, I won't disturb your rest. Go, go, go. Do Extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side did not even want to maintain the courtesy. However, when the Duke of Jin left, he still called for the big housekeeper to see him off. Duke Jin stepped onto the carriage. He turned back to the coachman and instructed, don't return to the residence. Go out of the city. Yes, Duke of State. The coachman drove out of the city. The city gates were already closed at night. But with Duke Jin's identity, he made the gatekeeper successfully open the gates. After this carriage left the city, it went straight to the manor where Pei Hao was recuperating. Chapter 402. Nothing is wrong. I just want to see you. The next day. Early morning. Today's weather is very good. The breeze is intoxicating. Princess House have official media door. Is the Jingguo Gongfu invited? Along with the official media, there is also a respected old lady. The princess smiled and personally entertained. After the official matchmaker came, according to normal etiquette, the Duke of Jin will pick a day to propose marriage, and then betrothal, commonly known as the civilization. The two sides also need to discuss the auspicious date of marriage. Usually go 3 books and 6 gifts. The so-called 3 books are the Book of Engagement, the Book of Rights, the Book of Welcome. 6 rights are the color, the name, the auspiciousness, the levy, the invitation, the welcome. Do 1. The party in the house to listen to everyone chatting. Found that such a set of marriage process down. The more sophisticated people have to spend at least a year and a half. So, she was relieved. On the contrary, Pei Hao was depressed. Thought he could marry the little girl home this year. But what happened? Thinking of those 3 short-guarded ones in the princess's residence. It's true that next year won't even be able to give him his heart's content. The onlooker Muxian laughed out a pig's voice. What's the hurry? It's good to start walking the rights now at least. If you hadn't withdrawn from the marriage earlier, you could have saved some time. Pei Hao. This was solid. Originally, the matter of the two families did not make a big fuss. But there were quite a few people staring at the two families. And it didn't take long for the whole of Kyoto to spread the word that the two families, who had withdrawn from the marriage in the first month, were now suddenly starting to discuss the marriage again. This is a big gossip. Spreading. Pei Hao not too much want to become after dinner talk. Secretly let people spread the army is about to return in triumph. The news did not take long to cover the gossip of the two families. On the contrary, the palace. Qin Yu heard the news, angry to drop tea bowl. Frightened palace maids around them all bowed their heads, trembling with fear and trembling, just hoping not to be noticed by Qin Yu. At first they thought that the returned princess had a good temper, but only after a long time did they realize that the rumors were not to be trusted. Without the golden finger of the bottom, Qin Yu and the book is not the same as the self-confidence and independence. Came to the capital for a long time. Developed a temperament on the surface of the bright and generous. But in fact, inferiority complex and sensitive. No outsiders, but also prone to lose their temper. The palace maid usually becomes a way for her to vent her anger. Qin Yu angrily sat on the chair. A palace maid lowered her head and hurried over to report. Princess, the Empress asks you to come over. Got it. Qin Yu didn't have the courage to say no. And when she went over, she saw her cousins talking and laughing. Yunrong is in a good mood today, taking the initiative to greet Qin Yu. Cousin, you can come. Auntie is waiting impatiently. Qin Yu smiles in a gentle and skillful manner. Cousin, as soon as I heard the Empress mother say she was looking for me, I immediately came. Coming from afar, I also heard everyone laughing. I wonder what they were chatting about. What else can be said? Yunrong covered her mouth and laughed, talking about the engagement of County Princess and Pei Shitzi. A moment later withdrawing from the marriage, and a moment later re-engaging. Making the major events of life as if they were a game. It's really headache-inducing. Yes. Yes, oh. Qin Yu's smile almost collapsed as she listened. She didn't want to take care of Yunrong and hurriedly walked to the Empress to pamper her. Yunrong smiled meaningfully, looking at the mother's kindness and daughter's filial piety above. She would no longer feel uncomfortable in her heart. Perhaps that little devil was right. Talk about aunt and nephew's feelings. Ah. Interests are more important. She is not small in age. Is pondering the capital has that family son to marry. The mother and daughter were in the first place to get bored. Qin Yu asked. Empress mother, why did you call me over? This palace almost forgot about the main event. The Empress then remembered the purpose of asking her daughter to come over. 2 days later when the army returns in triumph, the Emperor will lead all the officials to the city gates to greet them. And you and I will both have to be there at that time. Will cousin Yunrong also go? Qin Yu asked with another smile. The Empress said. Will? Then cousin Wanwan will also be there? This is unclear. The Empress could not decide anything for Duwan. You can ask when you see your father. Qin Yu smiles reluctantly. Cousin Wanwan loves to join in the fun. She will definitely go. Right? Cousin, don't worry about the county princess. She won't be able to steal your limelight even if she goes. You'll definitely stand beside Auntie. Auntie's position is the most conspicuous. Yunrong said half-jokingly. Qin Yu was furious. She was worried about being robbed of the limelight. But could this be said openly? The last year-end palace banquet? Qin Yu still has a shadow in her heart. That Duwan and she was born with a conflict. As long as the two people together, the person who is unlucky is definitely her. And the Princess House of Duwan received the news of the return of the army. Du Qian is talking to her about going to meet the thing. This thing you have to show a face. To dress grandly. Understood. Duwan thought of the eldest princess. Where is mother? Mother won't go. There will be a lot of people on that day. Father is worried about accidents. It's good not to go. Duwan was excited. The rumored spectacle. She would love to see it. Usually this kind of situation is only seen in books or on TV. Who wouldn't be excited to experience it for real? Du Qian didn't sit for long before being called away. Ning Qin secretly slipped Duwan a letter. Duwan wondered, flipping open the letter. Yo, Pei Shitzi's? Yes, oh. It's a guard from Pei's family stuffed it to the slave girl, saying that it's from Shitzi to send to you. Previously sent letters cannot be so hidden. I'm not sure, but the person who sent the letter asked the slave girl about you. And the slave girl said that you were with the county king. This made sense now. Pei Hao probably knew that her letters, which would often be seen by Du Qian, had specially instructed the person who sent them. Du Wan was quite curious about what she could write. A large piece of letter paper had just a few words written on it, the Gathering Margin House. So, she stood up in a flash. Come on, people. This county wants to sleep. No one should disturb. Returning to her bedroom and closing the door behind her, she changed into her teenager's costume again. Du Wan went out through the window, avoided the underlings, climbed over the wall and went out, with a clear goal to go to the Jiu Yuan building. Went up to the 3rd floor and really saw Pei Hao sitting inside and flipping through a book. Reading books again? What kind of book? Du Wan asked. Pei Hao looked slightly stiff, then put the book down. Miscellaneous books that I casually picked up on the shelf. Oh, then did you ask me to come here for anything? No. Just want to meet you. Cough, cough, cough. Du Wan was choked by her own saliva. Pei Hao stretched his big hand along her back. One by one, it really made her comfortable a little bit, seeing her choking slightly red little face. A little bit regret to tease her. Come on. Have a mouthful of tea first. Picking up the tea bowl in front of him, he sent it to the little girl's hand. The little girl probably didn't think much about it, and drank all the tea he sent in one gulp, and also exhaled greatly. When she was about to put the tea bowl down, she finally noticed the problem. She had only just come over, and there was not yet any of her tea on top of the table. The only thing there was his. When Pei Hao saw the little girl glaring over, he sheepishly said, "It wasn't a momentary rush? Didn't think too much." Chapter 403. Doing something bad and being hit by a bump. Humph. Du Wan put the tea bowl down heavily. Think I don't know you did it on purpose. Really. Always loved to play this kind of little trick. Let me how to say you good. And not a child. Childish not childish ah. Ma duh. Actually drank his tea. That tea was only half a bowl. He must have drunk it. Du Wan felt uncomfortable all over for a moment. Always feeling weird. Okay. It's my fault. Pei Hao brought a clean tea bowl, poured a cup and handed it to her. Here. You drink half. What for? Du Wan really did as he said and drank half of the tea. Before she could say anything, he took half of the bowl of tea from her hand and drank it in one gulp. Alright. This is even. Du Wan. God damn getting even. Have the guts to suppress the corners of your mouth first, ah? Pei Hao still doesn't know that the curves of his mouth betrayed himself. Du Wan does not really want to compete with him. Only feel this move is quite childish. But the heart is sweet. The next two people chatted about other things. Pei Hao is an interesting person. Talking suddenly came to a sentence. 1-1. 6 gifts can go faster? Du Wan's eyes rolled. Pursed her lips and smiled. This is not under my control. So sad. I want to get married quickly, and marry 1-1 home quickly. Pei Hao feigned sadness as he leaned towards her. An arm was even on her shoulder, almost gathering people into his own arms. I've been looking forward to this for so long, and I can finally achieve what I want. But someone suddenly told me, go rituals. Less to say a year and a half. That heart cool. Do not say on more than a year. A month he felt long. How to live this period of waiting? Du Wan laughed so much that she fell into his arms, and deliberately rubbed his chin. Pei Hao's eyes suddenly deepened. His arm around the little girl was slightly harder. How can you miss the benefits that are sent to your door? So he found the right opportunity, and lowered his head for a kiss. A raw. Too familiar. The little girl did not resist, but also very cooperative. Just afterwards, big eyes watery. Such as a clear spring. Rare to show shyness. This is Pei Hao rare. Hugging the tighter. At the same time, he hard straight called finished. Still have to wait for a long time to marry home. Later is not to count the days? No. We need to think of another way to make the marriage process go faster. Du Wan remembers the matter of welcoming the army. So she mentions it and asks again. Will you go then? I won't go. Pei Hao rubbed her hair. It is not appropriate for him to show his face yet. Du Wan thought about it. Oh. It's okay if you don't go. Now you are still a weak body in the eyes of outsiders. Go will be exposed. There were quite a number of doctors present that day, and some of them were very powerful, and they could see through you in a few eyes. Hee hee. Wan is right. Pei Hao rubbed his cheek against her small face again. He loved this little gesture. She always smelled good and had a scent that he was attached to. It was just that the little girl looked as if she was indulging him. As if she couldn't do anything about him. He rare did her this look. His eyes fell to her red cherry lips again. About an hour. Do-won escaped from the 3rd floor. While walking, she also used her long sleeves to half cover her face. Or rather to cover her slightly swollen lips. That guy doesn't know how to control himself. He's going to scare her to death. If she goes back in this state, what will she do if her family sees her? Do-won was about to die of worry. Avoiding some people, she climbed over the wall again and went back to Ling Yuan. Wan, where did you go? Du Qian suddenly spoke out. Upon hearing this, Do-won was shocked and immediately turned the door and ran. Du Qian was reaching out to shout at someone when her sister fled without a trace. What's going on? Sister? Spitting around, he narrowed his eyes. It couldn't be that he had done something bad and was having a weak heart? Do-won fled to the corner, following the cat like hiding from Du Qian, until he gave up and left Ling Yuan. Only then did she quietly go back again, gathering to the mirror in front of the dressing table to take a look. Seeing her mouth that has not yet reduced the swelling. Duh. How can I see people with this appearance? Luckily, she dodged her cheap big brother. Duck. Outside the door, someone knocked on the door. Do-won's heart is tightened again. Who? Sheriff Master. It's the slave girl. Ning Qin's voice came. Do-won breathes a sigh of relief. What is it? Her Highness the eldest princess has asked you to go over. It's the House of Internal Affairs that has sent something for you to pick. Just let mother help me pick. I won't go over. Do-won doesn't want to go out right now. Beat to death. Also, send dinner to my room today. Okay, Sheriff Master. Ning Qin respectfully answered, her footsteps gradually walking away. Do-won touched her small heart. Is this hurdle considered to be passed? Not long after. Duh. Someone knocked on the door again. And knocked more urgently than Ning Qin just now. Do-won, who was lying on her bed on all fours, rolled over in a flash and came to the door like a thief. Listening to the situation outside. Duck. Wan. Du Qian made a sound. Do-won's neck shrank in fear. Is it really cheap big brother looking again? She immediately tiptoed inside. To pretend to sleep. To pretend not to hear. No. To pretend to cultivate? No. Not long ago, she also bumped into cheap big brother. The excuse of cultivation can't be found. Du Qian tapped the door several times in a row again. Sister opened the door quickly. I know you're in there. And I also know that you heard me calling out to you. Do-won motioned. Only to hear Du Qian say again. Wan. Do-won darted and slipped to the side of the bed. Then turned back and pretended to rush in that direction of the doorway and asked. Big brother? What are you calling me for? Something's up. What is it? Open the door. Ahem. I'm a little inconvenient here. Heh. Just now was still outside it. See big brother to escape. Quickly come to deliver a clear account. Du Qian, this posture is not to see people will not stop. Finished. Do-won slipped to the dressing table again and wiped her mouth. The traces are still obvious. It's all because of that bastard Pei Hao. It's endless. Alas. Tiptoeing to the door again, she took a look through the doorway. The person standing outside was none other than Du Qian. Du Qian narrowed his eyes. Through a door. Wan. What are you spying on? Oh. Big brother yo. It's no use shouting pro brother. If you don't open the door I'll bang on it. Come on. Just open it. Do-won slowly opened the door. Du Qian finally saw her wilting sister. Looked up and down. Then circled around her. Did not see any problems. But her sister kept her head down. This look is the appearance of a weak heart. Wan. How to see big brother to hide. Do-won's eyes rolled. I'm not going out to play alone. Was bumped right into? Just like that? Du Qian looked at her dress as a rich young master. And couldn't help but believe it 3 times. Why didn't you go out with an escort? It's not fun to have someone following. Is that so? He would believe it. Just escaping to go out for a bit of fun. Is your heart weak like this? Chapter 404. Shitzi is pleased to see the Jade Man coming. Du Qian sized up his sister for a long time before suddenly adding. Raise your head up. Do-won's heart is startled again. Wouldn't raising her head reveal her identity? But if she didn't raise her head at this time, she would look even more vain. So she lowered her head and pretended to cough for a while. Then coughed with her small hand blocking her mouth. Then pretended to cough and then raised her head again. Her small hand did not let go of her mouth. And then she came to a light cough. Du Qian's eyes were full of suspicion. He always felt that his sister was up to something. But he didn't pick out the problem. Eventually his eyes fall to her hand covering her mouth. Coughing so hard. Sick? Could you have contracted a wind chill? Not sick. Just a little tickle in my throat. Du-won follows his words. Du Qian's eyes just didn't leave his sister. That's not good. Should we call the government doctor to take a look? A tickling throat is more like getting wind chill. No. It really isn't. Du-won quickly shook her head. Du Qian is still uneasy. It's not costly to ask the doctor to come and take a look. No. No. Yes. It's good to check your pulse. It's really not necessary. I'll be fine after a night's rest. Is that so? Du-won nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Du Qian seemed to believe what she said. But when she was off guard, he pulled away her small hand covering her mouth. What's going on? Why is your mouth swollen? Du-won had thought it was over. Exposed. But she didn't expect Du Qian's reaction wasn't quite right. This reaction wasn't quite like knowing about her and Pei Hao. Du-won blinked in confusion. Does it mean that cheap big brother didn't read it? Right. He's not married yet, and he doesn't have. After figuring it out, Du-won grinned. Big brother. Hey. I just went out to eat, and it was too spicy. Swollen my mouth. Du Qian's expression was now all over the place. He dares to say that his sister is lying right now. But he didn't understand what his sister is covering up. This question could be asked to father? Du Qian asked. Really don't want to see the doctor? No need. Du-won refused. Big brother. You go ahead and get busy. I'm going to change out of this men's clothing. Okay. Du Qian had to go first. Then wait for me to come and see you tomorrow. If you are still not well, you need to hire a doctor. Okay duh. Successfully mixing it up. Du-won was greatly relieved. Rush to close the door. Go back to change the robe. Fall to the bed and do not want to get up. Really too tired, heart tired. For one night, Du-won was cultivating. Until the end of the next day, seeing Du Qian waiting in the living room. Du Qian's gaze swept over her lips. A night really recovered. But he did not have to be happy, that is. When he went to his father yesterday, he told his sister's situation, and found that his father looked at him strangely, but did not tell him the real reason. Just said that he should marry. He went back and pondered that the situation was not right. So he made up a haphazard excuse to go and ask his entourage. Only to learn the real reason. And it almost didn't make him angry. He must have gone to see Pei Hao yesterday. That Pei Hao boy is unruly, and not yet married. Du-won didn't notice Du Qian's abnormality for a moment, and curtly came up to him. Big brother. Have you had breakfast? No. Du Qian's words were simple and concise. Du-won smiles generously. Just in time. Let's eat together. Then she ordered down and began to set out the breakfast. Only when she sat down at the dining table did Du-won realize that something was wrong. Big brother is so quiet this morning. Did something happen? Do you want me to help? Du Qian saw his sister's small mind. Opened his mouth and pulled. It's nothing. It's just that the cultivation has fallen behind recently. It's not as fast as cultivating with my sister. It's really it's me who's too busy. Du-won said with chagrin. This matter was really her problem. The next thing was that Du-won was followed by a cheap big brother from time to time. Until the day the army returned. The emperor led the 100 officials to the South City Gate. Due to Du Qian and Du-won's special status, they managed to blend in very close to the emperor. Naturally, they met Qin Yuyu, who was beside the empress. When Qin Yuyu saw Du-won, she hated for her to disappear. The more Du-won saw Qin Yuyu's unkind gaze, the more she revealed a bright smile towards her. Frightened, Qin Yuyu stayed frightened and in a trance. Du Qian pressed Du-won's head. Be good. Now is not the time to make trouble. I know. Du-won straightened her back. Only a fool would make trouble on this occasion. Du-won didn't dare to play small tricks. Qin Yuyu didn't dare to do the same. Today's South City Gate. The guards are extremely strict. And the people have been banned from passing since last night. Du-won thought that the emperor will come to have fun with the people. The result of looking around and not see a people. With the emperor as the center. Surrounded by heavy guards. But the civil and military officials almost all came. Said almost because Du-won did not see Pei Hao. But saw Zhen Wugong and Mrs. Pei. The emperor departed from the palace. All counting the time. When he appeared, it meant that the army would arrive. Sure enough, as soon as the emperor stood on the high platform, the army appeared on the official road that connected with the sky. Duan began to watch with great interest, until Musi and Majestic near the front, leading a group of Southwest returned to the size of the generals. Kneeling and salute to the emperor. The emperor said a bunch of nonsense. A long ago scripted message. And she also have to stand upright to the side to pretend to be very attentive to listen to the speech. Pretending to pretend to be numb. Next is the reward army. The eunuch holding the imperial decree and reading, was singing like very rhythmic. Duan finally survived to the end. And so the emperor left, followed by Skipped. This is not what she expected. No one dares to make a demon. There is no gossip to look at. But also a bit boring. Du Qian went over to say a few words to the emperor, turned around and disappeared without his sister. When he inquired about his own guards, the guards told him that his sister said she had to slip away beforehand and told him not to go looking for her. Du Qian didn't need to use much brain to guess that his sister must have gone to look for Pei Hao. Duan did go to the manor to look for Pei Hao. Once Pei Hao saw the little girl climbed over the wall like a thief to look for himself. He was instantly happy. The little girl who climbed over the wall, embroidered in gorgeous clothes, beads and emeralds on top of her head. Just this line of clothes is so expensive that it's scary. Just an atmospheric and dignified sheriff's clothing. Even let her wear out a different style. The dignified temperament is not there, but it is very energetic and vibrant. Pei Hao tried hard to suppress the smile at the corner of his eyes, but it still leaked a few points. Wan, did you miss me? Everyone went to the South City Gate. I didn't see you. Guess you're still really here. Oh. Duan raised her head and chest, slightly raised her chin, her eyes with a little bit of triumph. Pei Hao sat under the tree and looked at the girl walking slowly with a smile. The fragrance of flowers fills the garden, and he is happy to see a jade person coming. He smiled and stretched out a hand to her, and she naturally put her small hand into his palm. Chapter 405. Don't want him to be in the limelight. The army from the southwest returned victorious, making the capital city lively for some days. Along with some major and minor events in the southwest have been transmitted back. The focus is on the heroic deeds of the Shitsi master, spreading all over the place. But there is one thing that makes Pei Hao speechless. Is that some of the things Du Wan did in Taichu County inexplicably pressed into Pei Hao's head. Of course not explicitly. Plausible. No one suspected that it would be false. The reason is still that apart from Shitsi, who else could it be? On the contrary, there is a small gossip. Said at that time there is a rich boy bold. Heard that the southwest to fight specially over to sea. Everyone just as an anecdote. A laugh. The capital of the storyteller extraordinarily busy. Especially talking about 200,000 troops to the southwest. And 200,000 troops back when the way back to the unlucky and sick of those soldiers. Almost negligible. The deeds of the Shitsi master are very appealing. However, those who truly understood the art of war would only smile and shake their heads. For example, Marquis Dingbei. After this incident, he was not as scornful of Pei Hao as he was before. When he talked to his staff, his comment on Pei Hao was not high. Mercy is not in charge of soldiers. Righteousness is not in charge of money. Pei Hao's military campaign this time is risky, to put it nicely. But those who really know how to lead an army think it's nonsense. The most avoidable thing in leading an army to war is to use one's own emotions. Pei Hao sneaked into Taichu County alone this time. And a good commander-in-chief acted as an assassin. Not dead. Just injured. Is life. On the contrary, the emperor didn't feel anything. He valued the result, not the process. But many people know that this time Pei Hao is not seriously injured back to the capital. Shengui Gongfu will not be so calm. Just treat the battlefield as a child's play. A beating is inevitable. These gossips, piece by piece to the Princess House Jade Spirit Garden. Duan from this also really learnt. Big brother, I really don't know things will turn out like this. Hee hee. What does it have to do with you? It was his own capriciousness. But at that time, withdrawing from the marriage, how can you say it has nothing to do with her? Du Qian didn't have a good temper. Come on. What's the point of mentioning the past? It's that Pei Hao's reputation started out quite good. And gradually it changed. Mixed good and bad. Some people don't want him to be in the limelight. Du Qian saw through this. Does Big Brother know who it is? Didn't bother to find out. There's nothing to find out. This kind of thing will be plentiful in the future. So really, if you come across it and go to investigate, where is the energy to do so? Okay. Do one actually prefer to go out and listen to the gossip herself? It's just that recently the cheap big brother is keeping a very tight eye on her. Even she doesn't have a chance to sneak out to see Pei Hao. Sometimes, the letter Pei Hao secretly sends will still fall into the big brother's hands. And then the unlucky one will be Pei Hao. It is said that Pei Hao thought that she would go to see herself. Always waiting and waiting. And then learnt that the letter sent to Yuling Yuan was intercepted, then learnt to be good. And set a secret code with Du Wanju or something. Du Qian wanted to intercept Pei Hao's letters. But not all of them were intercepted. There are always 1 or 2 letters that are missed and sent to Yuling Yuan. In the past, Pei Hao used to send letters openly and honestly. But now he has changed from openly to secretly. More and more covertly. For example, sometimes he doesn't send letters. He sends books instead. Even if Du Qian knew what the book might have. She didn't know the meaning. Du Wan only found it interesting. This little life should not be too beautiful. But what can't be denied is that she is a well-behaved girl who is becoming more and more homely. As for the sheriff's wedding dress has customization. There is no need for her to embroider. The princess handed it over to the Ministry of the Interior. As long as she picks an agreeable pattern. Just that she had not yet noticed. The 3 books and 6 rites went faster than expected. Especially on the male side. There was almost no hesitation. However, when the princess's side was stuck at any part of the process, there would be people coming over every day to urge them. This problem even the eldest princess is afraid. Can avoid it. The Rapunzel wanted to keep her daughter for some more time. But the male side kept pushing. Then, the one who became a punching bag was Du's son-in-law. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had to touch his old waist when he went to court. He must have been pinched by his wife. This thing somehow spread again. Someone made fun of it in public. There are quite a few people who are in a hurry to marry their wives. But I've never seen one as monkeyish as Pei Shizi. Then the rumor spread and reached Pei Hao's ears. Pei Hao did not think. A group of unrelated people. He did not care. It's still important to rush. At least to rush the princess' house to set the date of the wedding. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mu Xian went to Pei Hao's front every day and turned round. Then laughed 3 times. Like a psychopath. Pei Hao narrowed his peach blossom eyes and coolly said, "Have you been idle lately? You don't want to arrange things for me. The emperor has told me to rest." Mu Xian looked at Pei Hao warily. Pei Hao snorted. "Goon! So what if I'm a goon? This eunuch's goon isn't in anyone's way. Mu Xian recently is a spring breeze. The official position is going to be promoted again. Thought of what his complexion. Today the emperor summoned me. Suddenly asked about whether I have ever been married. You say the emperor this is what intention? Can still have what intention? Concerned about your marriage. I guess. It can't be that you want to recruit me to be the emperor's son-in-law." Mu Xian was not happy. With a different princess. He would be happy. But if that princess was Qin Yuyu. He resisted inwardly. Who let him know what Qin Yuyu was a long time ago. And had even witnessed those stories she and Xia Qi had to tell. Pei Hao glanced at him. "Don't worry. It's not your turn to be the emperor's son-in-law." "That's good." While Mu Xian was relieved. It suddenly dawned on him. "What did you mean by that just now? Am I that bad?" "You're not bad. You're just not as good as Du Qian and Xie Zhang." Unable to retort. No matter in which direction. He was inferior to these 2. One thing Pei Hao didn't say was that if the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team really fell on Mu Xian's head, then he would be in danger. The Xia family wouldn't let the fat meat in their mouth slip away. And the Xia family will not take action against the princess. They will only take the soft persimmon. Several more days passed. Du Wan had originally asked Du Qian to return to the clan together. She was about to go out when she heard Du Qian tell a big gossip. Du Qian smiled and said, "Sister, Du Yunrong was given in marriage by the emperor." Hearing this, Du Wan was surprised. There was no plot in the original story of a vicious female match giving a marriage. Thinking of Du Yunrong's altered trajectory, Du Wan's interest was instantly lifted. "Big brother, quickly tell us who she bestowed marriage to." "You know, Mu Xian, who just made a great achievement." Du Wan is glad she didn't drink any water. Otherwise she would have sprayed. How could it be Mu Xian? How could it be him? Does the state uncle's house have no opinion? With Du Yurong's status as the niece of the empress, and as the firstborn first miss of the state uncle's house, Marrying into a high-class family is no problem at all. Mu Xian was good, but he would be extraordinarily inconspicuous in front of the noble sons of the entire capital's families. Du Wan did not think that Du Yunrong would look at Mu Xian. What else is going on here? Chapter 406, She Wouldn't Dare to Deal with Me. Du Wan asked Du Qian about the inside story. Du Qian shook his head and said he didn't know. Du Wan let people go out to inquire. Also did not find out. Is that the emperor suddenly gave the wedding decree. The more she thinks about it, the more she feels that there is something going on here. Mu Xian is very good. Is also the son of the official family. In Ping'an City is also one of the best family. But in the eyes of the capital's family, the gap is still very big. Out of curiosity, Du Wan harbored a packet of sunflower melon seeds and slipped into the vicinity of the state uncle's residence, paying special attention to Du Yunrong's affairs. Du Yunrong hadn't even left the mansion after she was given in marriage. Now she is lying in bed sick, not at all joyful. Instead of hearing Du Yunrong's voice, she hears the state uncle's wife wiping her tears with the state uncle's master. How could my daughter have such a bitter fate? To be given in marriage so casually. Hearing this, Du Wan's spirit shook. Here it comes. Only to hear the state uncle angrily said, It's all because you usually spoiled her. Don't know what to do. And even did something like that in the palace. Angered the empress. And in the future. What do you mean I spoiled her? How many days a year did Rong used to spend at home? That sister of yours has a black heart. When she lost her daughter, she robbed my Ronger. And now that she got her daughter back, she started treating Ronger badly. Besides, Ronger said she didn't do it. How can it be false? No one believes her. I do. She's the one who was there. Who else is there if not her? Are there not enough dirty things in the palace? Can't Ronger be framed? You, ignorant woman, can't be reasoned with. The next thing that happened was that the state uncle left in anger, leaving the state uncle's wife crying in a low voice. Du Wan has heard limited news, knowing what happened to Du Yunrong in the palace the other day, and that the empress was involved, associated with the original plot, the secret fight between Du Yunrong and Qin Yu. This is obviously another defeat for Du Yunrong. She wrapped the melon seeds and put them in her arms. In 3 tries, she scaled the wall and entered the state uncle's residence, easily avoiding the people in the residence and sneaking into Du Yunrong's courtyard. At this time, Du Wan noticed that outside the courtyard, there were actually grannies guarding it. In front of the door of Du Yunrong's room, there were also grannies guarding it. It was very similar to the legendary Grounding O. Du Wan slipped to the bedroom window. In broad daylight, the window was half open. Du Yunrong was lying on the bed in a plain lining, soft and powerless. There were 2 big maids guarding the house. The window creaked and was pushed wide open, instantly attracting the eyes of the people in the room, only to see a delicate girl standing outside the window, smilingly standing. As soon as they saw her, the 2 big maids were about to speak. Du Wan was the first to signal them to be silent, but a green-shirted maid lowers her head and approaches the bed, reporting to Du Yunrong in a low voice. Eldest miss, the sheriff master is here. Rolling over the window, Du Yunrong was surprised. Then she instantly came to her senses, rolled over and sat up to probe over towards the window, just in time to see Du Wan brightly rolling over the window. As soon as Du Wan saw Du Yunrong, her smile rose cheaply. Hi. How are you? Yunrong clan's sister. Good my arse. Seeing you won't be good. Du Yunrong bristled at her. In the past, she quite hated Du Wan. It was the first person she hated. Now she still hates Du Wan. But with Qin Yu's comparison, she actually inexplicably feels that she's not that annoying anymore. After all, this person's character is a bit bad, but she acts openly, and is not a person with an evil heart. Du Wan came to her and looked her up and down. I heard that you were sick. Who said that? Du Yunrong didn't admit it. Didn't you? No. Du Wan slightly curled the corner of her mouth. Then the sun is on your arse outside. Why are you still lying on the bed? Your hair not even combed. And your clothes not even dressed. I'm happy to. I'm taking a nap. Du Yunrong just doesn't want to be seen as a joke by her. Du Wan laughed cheekily. But I saw the granny outside. Oh. You're being grounded, aren't you? Du Yunrong is not in a good mood. What are you doing here? Came to say congratulations to you, Law. Scoff. Du Yunrong snorted. So quick to come and see a joke? No. Really came to congratulate you. Du Wan's words are serious. Mu Xian, that man is good. better than many of the worldly gentlemen in the capital. A son of a Ping Chung Nan official family. His family is mediocre. His father is unfilial and his mother is unkind. From a young age, he was sent to the Zhenguogong house in the capital, given to people as playmates, but also often go in and out of greenhouses and chew halls. And he likes pretty actresses the most. Du Wan. Is this the Mu Xian she knows? Du Yunrong glances at the maid next to her. Go serve tea to the county princess. At least the visitor is a guest. Yes. Eldest Mississippi. That green-shirted maid went to the pantry and took the other maid with her. At this point there were only 2 people left in the room. Du Wan glanced towards the doorway before examining Du Yunrong up and down. Then she pulls her chair closer to Du Yunrong, her big eyes shining with curiosity. Pitted? How? Tell me. I promise I won't laugh at you. Du Yunrong was already in a bad mood. Seeing her made it even worse. What else can happen? Wasn't it just being schemed against? You can still be so calm after being schemed against? What do you want me to do? Cry? Make a scene? Shouldn't I? Making a scene would be even more humiliating. And even if it's proven that I didn't do it, people will say I'm being sophomoric. The reputation is just as bad. It's better to leave it like this. Du Yunrong is aware that the Empress has sealed her mouth, and it hasn't traveled outside the palace for so many days. Du Wan saw her ugly face, and became even more curious. As soon as Du Yunrong saw her look, she couldn't help but say in an evil voice, Do what? Am I familiar with you? Familiar? Ah. All sisters in the clan. He. When Du Wan saw her holding her tongue, she was a bit convinced that she was being punked rather than being caught red-handed doing something bad. What is it exactly? It can't be related to Qin Yuyu. It is related to her. Du Yunrong sort of saw through Qin Yuyu's face. Don't laugh at me either. Maybe it will be your turn that day. She wouldn't dare to deal with me. Why wouldn't you dare? Du Yunrong was very certain that Qin Yuyu would deal with her. I won't be wrong. She's probably the person in the entire capital who wants you to be bad the most. This I believe. But she still doesn't dare to touch me. Who made me have a handle on her in my hand? Handle? What handle? Du Yunrong instantly sat up straight, looking at Du Wan with eyes wide open. Like someone who has been starving for a few days seeing meat. Say it to me. Just now you said we are not familiar. He? Familiar? Very familiar, very familiar. Du Yunrong gritted her teeth. So Du Yunrong told what happened in the palace. And this matter still happened the day before the army returned. The Empress called the firstborn girl from the state uncle's house into the palace again. Then a palace maid said that the Empress wanted to see her alone and took her to a room. Just as she entered the room, a palace maid bumped into her and slipped another item into her hand. Chapter 407. Can Black History not be turned over? Before Du Yunrong could come back to her senses and question what had happened, Qin Yuyu appeared with someone and accused her of cutting up Qin Yuyu's clothes. The very clothes that the Empress had carefully prepared for Qin Yuyu to wear when she welcomed the return of the army. The clothes were cut to pieces, as if to vent her anger. And Du Yunrong's hand was still holding the scissors with a strand of silk thread wrapped around it. Just like the cut clothes. With all the human and physical evidence. Du Yunrong was unable to defend herself. Coldness flashed in Du Yunrong's eyes. The Empress came and directly convicted me, not even giving me a chance to defend myself. Didn't spread the word if Qin Yuyu begged for mercy? Du Wan immediately picks up the conversation. Must be saying that they are all sisters, and to give you a chance to reform? Du Yunrong looks at her oddly. You guess quite accurately. Sentence after sentence are words for my good. I know. It's a common trick you used to use in the past. Du Wan's little head nodded. Du Yunrong. It's okay to want to beat her up. This mouth is too cheap. Looking back and retorting quite powerless. She used to love to use this trick to trap people. Her turn was not nice at all. Du Wan looked at her sympathetically again. You are so miserable. The Empress must not have sent anyone to investigate. Yeah. Won't investigate. Du Yunrong's smile was slightly bitter. For more than 10 years, she had practically grown up in the palace. To say that she had no feelings with the Empress was impossible. Du Yunrong didn't believe that the Empress didn't see Qin Yuyu's brokenness. Only that in the Empress's eyes. This niece of hers was discarded. And she was directly convicted of the crime. Not to mention sending someone to investigate. In the past so many days, the Queen is afraid that early to Qin Yuyu clean tail it. The most let Du Yunrong feel disgusted. Is the Empress not to investigate the excuse? Or for her good, said that she will do the ugly things hidden. The less people know the better. This is the rightful reason for not going to investigate. suffocating her so much that she almost wanted to vomit blood. Since Du Yunrong had opened up about this matter, she did not hide it, and said it painfully. Saying this out, not having to hold it in my heart, can be considered comforting. I used to think you were quite capable, but against Qin Yu, you still have to return in defeat. Hee hee. What kind of bollocks is that? The biggest reason I'm like this is the Empress. Also right. With the Empress standing behind Qin Yu, you can't fight. Du Wan could understand the Empress's mind. In order to cover up for her daughter, she could only sacrifice her niece. But in order to reduce the impact of this matter, she spent a great deal of effort to keep her mouth shut. Du Yunrong asked. I've finished. It's your turn. This one of mine is going to be from. Du Wan's voice lurched and looked behind her. Two maids come in with graceful steps. One carries freshly brewed tea. The other carries fresh fruit snacks. When they put the things down, Du Yunrong sends them out and looks at Du Wan again. Now it's time to talk. You eat a piece first. Du Wan picks up the snack and hands it to Du Yunrong. Du Yunrong was unsure, but still picked up a piece and took a small bite. Du Wan waited for her to swallow before she picked up the dim sum and ate it, still eating with relish. The dim sum in your mansion is good. Du Yunrong sort of understood. This is to let her test the poison? Suddenly, she feels that the dim sum in her hand doesn't smell good anymore. In exchange for the gossip, Du Wan spoke of her grudge with Qin Yu. Du Yunrong looks at her slightly differently at this moment. After something like that happened, you actually let them off like that? What's wrong with that? I'm a kind little girl. Bah! Du Yunrong didn't think she was kind. There should be inside information among them. Only she wouldn't tell herself. Du Wan reminded. I advise you not to go against Qin Yu anymore. And even more so, don't threaten her with this. She is now looking at you unfavorably. At most a pit. If you take this to threaten her, maybe she will give you a. In the end, Du Wan made a neck-wiping motion. Du Yunrong didn't believe it. She wouldn't dare. Believe it or not. It's up to you. I reminded you anyway. After waiting for a while longer, Du Wan touched her full stomach, perfunctorily got up and left with a farewell, and rolled the window. Du Yunrong looked at the empty porcelain dishes on the tabletop, and was speechless. I can't imagine that she is still quite capable of eating. Could it be that the princess house doesn't have anything for her to eat? Du Wan left the state uncle's mansion, and walked down the street without hiding her figure. The princess is walking alone on the road. Those who know her will be surprised. Those who don't know her will just pass by as an ordinary person. Suddenly, a procession was met head-on. Du Wan was surprised to see that the person at the head, riding a horse, was actually Xie Zhang, whom she had not seen for a long time. Xie Zhang obviously saw Du Wan as well. After not seeing her for a while, her slightly baby-fat face was gone, and she had the characteristic delicate manner of a young girl. There was also the frankness and vigor rarely seen in noble women of the capital. Just like her title, Jiao Yang, with an extremely bright light all over her body, like the blazing sun in the sky, which was impossible to ignore. Is she the only one? Xie Zhang was hesitant to go down and salute. As a result, the little girl arrogantly tossed her head, and continued to walk forward as if she was oblivious. Xie Zhang did not mention how his heart felt. Anyway, it was not good. So he just pretended not to see and brushed past. After walking for a while, behind her, there was the sound of horses' hooves and wheels. Then the sound followed her. Not far but not close. She turned her head to look. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Who is it? Coming up? The curtains of the carriage lifted, revealing Pei Hao's stunning face on earth. Du Wan smiled brightly, and quickly jumped onto the carriage before drilling into it. How did you know I was here? What if I say I happened to stumble upon it? Believe it. It means we're meant to be. Yes. Very much so. Hee hee. She naturally jumped into his arms, itching to roll around in his arms. Pei Hao circled the person in his arms, looking at her with extremely gentle eyes. The two people were cozy for a while. Du Wan told Pei Hao what she heard from Du Yunrong. I used to quite hate Du Yunrong, but now I feel quite sorry for her. As long as she enters the palace less often, she will be fine. Pei Hao stroked her head and pressed her little head into his shoulder socket. Du Wan nodded. It's this reasoning. Wan is fine and less likely to enter the palace. Pei Hao similarly didn't want her to touch Qin Yu. That woman is very bizarre. So ordinary looking. And her abilities are so unusual. But she always makes a whole lot of trouble. And yet every time, She can turn her luck into good fortune. A lot of the time the ones who are unlucky are other people. This time it's Du Yunrong. What about the next time? Du Wan. Worthy of being a great villain. The insight is frighteningly sharp. Then thinking of something. Du Wan smiles triumphantly. She's never done well when she's run into me. Pei Hao reminisced. Heh. You forgot. She pitched you almost to starvation. Can you not rehash the black history? You will not have a girlfriend if you are like this. Do you know? Chapter 408. No love in his eyes. Pei Hao took Du Wan for a day's tour and didn't send her back to the house until the evening. Du Wan just left. Pei Hao's carriage was stopped by Du Qian. Then Du Qian entered the carriage. Pei Hao let the coachman and other people retreat a little farther. There is no one knows what kind of noise is coming from inside. Finally Du Qian satisfied to get off the car. Back to Pei Hao in addition to a face. Body bruises and purple. Obviously beaten not light. Going back to have to rub himself with medicinal wine. Pei Hao is not too keen to lose face. Today. Du Qian warned him again. Before the marriage. Cannot step beyond the minefield. Pei Hao would like to cross the line. But the little girl will not allow it. Therefore, Du Qian does not know that he is worried in vain. He is at most to take advantage of a small advantage. But now, he realized that the price of taking advantage of small advantages is not small. But also always face the iron fist of the great uncle. Du Wan knows nothing about this. Du Qian went back in a good mood. Seeing her was a big smile. Big brother. Met something happy? Du Wan was curious. Du Qian laughed. Right. Sister. Going back to the clan? The matriarch is urging Big Brother to go back. Big Brother wants to go back, but doesn't want to leave sister to cultivate. What's wrong with that? I'll go back with Big Brother. Then thank you, sister. Du Qian is happy that the purpose has been reached. Du Wan still didn't know that she had fallen into the calculations of her cheap big brother. Du Qian didn't believe that Pei Hao could hold back, and could only try to isolate the two from getting along privately before the wedding. Now that my mother is pregnant, I can't always keep an eye on my sister. The father is also busy with business. Rarely at home during the day. Only he is a brother to bother. It's not easy to be a brother. It's really a lot to worry about. Du Wan did not know that his brother was moving himself and invited him to the quiet room to cultivate together. Du Qian immediately agrees. And Xie Zhang, who had entered the palace to resume his duties, met the emperor. When he was about to leave the palace, he saw Qin Yu waiting not far away. This time, Xie Zhang's return was very low-key. Unlike the last time he came back and made a lot of noise. But the credit can't be covered up. And this time, he will definitely be promoted. My humble servant has met the princess. Xie Zhang was very polite. Qin Yu's phoenix eyes flickered, learning that Lord Xie has returned from disaster relief. This palace has come over to say congratulations, and has worked hard all the way, to be able to share the emperor's worries and contribute to the people. My humble servant doesn't find it hard at all. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your high-mindedness. The two people were in the way of the presence of the palace people, and spoke in a very official manner. Qin Yu asked the palace people to step back, saying that she wanted to talk to Xie Zhang alone. Xie Zhang did not refuse, and followed Qin Yu unhurriedly. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of Qin Yu's return to destroy the marriage between the princess house and the Jingguigong house. The situation in the capital had changed again after returning from this disaster relief. From seeing Du Wan's optimistic appearance, he knew that his calculations had failed, and that Qin Yu could no longer count on the county princess and Pei Hao. At most, it is to add a little blockage, and it cannot play a key role. The two people met in private. On the same day, the news reached Pei Hao. Pei Hao has always had people keeping an eye on Xie Zhang. The scouts did not hear what the two men said. After leaving the palace, Xie Zhang went straight back to his house. And on the following day, Xie Zhang also met Qin Miao. Pei Hao knew that Qin Miao, a person with human life in his hands, was obedient to Qin Yu. Pei Hao wanted to tell the little girl about these things. The little girl should know something. But unfortunately, her great-uncle's strict defense took her back to the clan. Pei Hao could only write the matter as gossip in a letter, adding a sentence at the end, suggesting that the emperor would thus speed up the engagement of Qin Yu to the bride. This letter passed through Du Qian's hands, and then turned to Du Wan. Will my sister care if Big Brother reads the letter? Du Wan cheerfully said do not care. And there is no big secret. Not afraid of Big Brother, no. But the gossip in the letter is quite interesting. What does that cousin in the palace want to do? She and Xiazhang have friendship. Right. Why didn't Big Brother say they were a pair? There is no love in Xiazhang's eyes. Duan almost believed it. Cheap Big Brother spoke with such certainty, as if he was a veteran of relationships. Du Qian notices his sister's strange line of sight, and his handsome face darkens. What's in your head? He. Didn't think of anything. Duan is stupid to poke her Big Brother. But thinking of today's situation in the dynasty, the emperor still lacks an heir. Big Brother. Uncle didn't let anyone teach Qinyu. There are female officials to teach. Just invited female officials? Yes. Du Qian narrowed his eyes as he replied. Duan smiled like a little fox. Uncle didn't train her as a crown prince? I don't see it for now. Du Qian can't read the emperor's mind. It's just that sister mustn't forget that our mother was able to get pregnant. And uncle's age is 1 or 2 years younger than mother's. Duan understood in a flash. The emperor could still give birth. The only strange thing is that he has never impregnated a concubine. The two siblings chatted about Qinyu again. This year, the empress's banquet had been held several times, usually inviting male and female nobles of the right age. What does the empress mean? As long as a little brain can guess. Qinyu's over 17 years old. Is the age of marriage. The empress is starting to pay attention to the young talents in the capital. Everyone knows that this is to select the emperor's son-in-law. Just pick and pick. Pick for nearly half a year. Has not yet decided. This matter is not settled for a day. Du Qian a day to be on tenterhooks. Du Qian half-jokingly said. Sister want to think about the idea. Does Big Brother really not want to marry Qinyu? Du Wan was seriously inquiring. Don't want to. Then this matter. I'll help you out. Good. Du Qian's heart inexplicably loosened. It wasn't that he was paranoid. It was that not long ago, the emperor had asked Du Xianzi about his marriage again. The emperor had set up Pei Hao and Du Wan as a pair, and had just given Du Yunrong a marriage. So he was eyeing Du Qian again. Qinyu's marriage will definitely be on many people's minds. The emperor's only child, who married her, is equivalent to marrying back half of the country for the family. Anyone with a bit of ambition won't want to let it go. Only the princess's house avoided it. After separating from Du Qian, Du Wan went back to the house and started to write back to Pei Hao, briefly mentioning what she did these days. All of which was just small talk. But she wrote several sheets of paper, and the reply was a thick stack of letters. The next day, Du Wan climbed up at 3 o'clock in the morning, pulling Du Qian to practice together. It was not until the day dawned and the sun rose in the east that the siblings finished their cultivation. The two of them had breakfast together and started to go about their own business. Du Wan led his personal guards. First went to inspect the farm, roughly skipped round, saw that there were no problems, and then rode straight to the Protectorate Temple. It has been several months since I came to the Protectorate Temple. The monks guarding the bell tower are not the two familiar ones from before. When Du Wan stood in front of the bell tower, the two monks were inexplicably nervous. They had been repeatedly instructed by the host earlier to be wary of Du Wan going up to the bell tower. Du Wan unexpectedly did not ask to go up to the bell tower, and just left with a smiling look at the bell tower. When others came to a temple, it was usually for incense. Du Wan came over this time with a clear goal in mind. Looking for Master Yuan Tong. There was no need to look for anyone to ask. She walked along as if she knew where Master Yuan Tong was, and found the person straight away. Chapter 409. Du Wan wants to pit Qinyu. Du Wan, who had such tactics, made some of the masters of the Protectorate Temple scornful. Glad that she didn't make an enemy of them, Grandmaster Yuan Tong came out to greet. Sheriff Master. Farewell. Unhurt. Grandmaster must be the same. Red-faced. Du Wan smiled with concern. Grandmaster Yuan Tong smiled kindly, like seeing a naughty junior. This time, County Princess came over. What is the reason for? Seeking medicine, and a few more tranquilizing incense. Du Wan bluntly explains her intention before following Master Yuan Tong into the house. The little monk who was guarding outside also heard the dialogue between the two who stepped inside. Grandmaster Yuan Tong asked, "What kind of medicine does the county want?" Grandmaster, do you have the kind that is written in the talking book, which will be invulnerable to all poisons after eating it? County Master, that is a fabrication. Where? The talking book comes from life. It doesn't matter if there's a so-called 100 poisons pill or not. Anyway, Du Wan came out from Master Yuan Tong with a smile on her small face. After leaving the Protectorate Temple, Du Wan took her personal guards and did not go back to the clan, but back to the city. Duwan's movements seem to be very casual. Even the scouts cannot keep up with her footsteps, worried about the capital staring at her forces. And then those who are trying to understand. Duwan is a girl. Back and forth to go to just a few places. In the original location to leave eyes on it. It's the scouts who can't keep up with Duwan's pace. Duwan knew that she was usually watched. But she didn't even care. This time when she returned to the city, the scout thought that Duwan would return to her residence. However, the scouts outside the princess's residence did not see Duwan at all. Instead, someone saw Duwan enter the palace. The emperor was surprised to hear that Duwan had come. That girl finally remembered me? Invite her in. As you command. The eunuch in front of the palace who passed the message respectfully exited and led Duwan in again. The emperor smelled the aroma of roast chicken. Duwan scanned the front of the hall. There were actually a few ministers here. Among them, there was also Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Uncle, do you still have important matters to discuss? Almost. The emperor laughed. Wan is specially sending food to Uncle? No. I was passing by and smelled the aroma and bought it in passing. Haha. It's really honest. You can't even say pleasing words. So you want to hear my flattering words? Say it earlier. Ha, the emperor is obviously very happy. To the roasted chicken are satisfied with a few points. Picked a gap. But also deliberately look at Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team 2 eyes. Duwan shouted father. Followed by squeezing eyebrows. Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team saw this. A little heart tired. The daughter who doesn't come home all day long. Is suddenly seen in the palace. According to his understanding of his daughter, there must be something wrong. Generally speaking, there is nothing wrong with the daughter will not enter the palace. The emperor sent away a group of ministers. Even Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Duwan asked. Uncle, is the court what happened? Not a big deal. It's just that it hasn't rained for 2 or 3 months. Some places are starting to experience drought. And everyone is discussing what to do about it. Oh, there was nothing she could do about this. Duwan came to the emperor and put down the roasted chicken. Having someone bring a basin of fresh water. She washed her hands clean. Only then did she open the greaseproof paper wrapped around the roasted chicken and tore off a chicken leg in public, first handing it to the emperor. The emperor had similarly washed his hands and was holding a handkerchief to dry the water stains in his hands. The emperor took over, next to the big chief steward anxious to stop. Emperor, do you want to? The emperor's entrance to the things. I'll have to go through the following people to try to eat. Duwan knows. But she doesn't care. Right-o. Uncle let the Grand Chief Executive take a bite first. Saying this, she tore off another chicken leg and took a bite herself first. Asking cheerfully. No need. The emperor smiles and stops. Wan won't harm me. Duwan winks mischievously at him. I'm happy that Uncle believes in me. After we finish the roast chicken, I'll give you another big gift. Haha. Good. The emperor was equally happy. Someone who could make that old bald donkey Yuan Tong look at him differently must be something extraordinary. The emperor wasn't lying when he said he believed in Duwan. Every time Duwan came to the palace, she brought the emperor good things. Just like a little lucky star. Who wouldn't like such a person? A young man, and a big mood to finish eating a roast chicken. Then let the palace people clean up. Duwan sipped her tea, passed the grease in her mouth, and then swept the surrounding people. The emperor understands. Letting the palace people all retreat outside. Now you can say it. Hee. Duwan pulled down the chair. Came to the emperor's heel. Secretly stuffed a small jade bottle to the emperor. And then came to the emperor's ear, whispered 2 sentences. In addition to the emperor, who were not able to hear. And then sat squarely. The emperor held tightly to the small jade bottle, is very excited. The emperor's eyes slightly red and said. Wan. Uncle, thank you. We are all family. Saying thank you would be out of place. Duwan's smile is very clean. The emperor quietly put away the jade bottle. Duwan picks up the tea and takes another sip. Uncle, are you worried about cousin's marriage? Yes. The emperor nods his head. Duwan speaks bluntly again. You have asked about my elder brother's affinity. Is it because you want to marry cousin's sister to my brother? There is this thought. The emperor did not deny it. Uncle, consanguineous unions may give birth to deformed babies. The emperor looked at her suspiciously. Where did Wan hear that? I heard it from an old traveling doctor when I disappeared outside. Duwan tells the emperor that he can go and investigate. I heard that this situation has not spread. It is when a woman gives birth. The child is born and will be seen as unknown, usually muffled on the spot and disposed of as a stillborn baby. The emperor now believed 8 points. Then Duan said with a smile, "Uncle, you are the lord of the world. To pick your daughter's extra horse harness by the side of a team. You can't be sloppy about it. What good advice do you have? It is written in the textbook that the princess can put up a royal list to recruit a son-in-law. Let the good men of the world gather in the capital. Go through the 3 hurdles to get the top prize, and then hold the beauty." Duan describes the situation, tickling the emperor's heart. The emperor didn't agree on the spot, but he didn't reject it either. After staying for a while, Duan left, and directly shameless with the emperor to reward. "My mother is pregnant. The belly is big. Oh. Uncle has what good tonic. Reward point to me." In the face of a little rascal, the emperor cannot help. He ordered the chief steward to open the private storehouse and let Duan go in and take whatever she liked. Duan does not know what politeness is, and is excited to follow the big chief to the emperor's private library. All kinds of pick, just like a mouse fell into the rice bowl. This want, that also want. A bunch of tonic. Our tribute. Not tribute is also the bottom of the courtier's private tribute. All are good things. Duan checked one by one, smiled with a small fox. This, that. All want. And this? She pointed to this, pointed to that, followed by a few courtiers. She pointed out what to move what. Chapter 410. So poor that only the crown prince's mansion remains. Duan moved up the emperor's private treasury. Really no mercy. Without being polite, she took away 90% of the tonic and left 10% for the emperor to eat. When the emperor learned that he was almost emptied of his private treasury, he froze for a while, then lost his smile. What else did the little girl say? Sheriff said too many supplements. You cannot eat all. She is happy to share your worries. No need to thank her. The big chief steward hesitantly learnt to put Duan's words out. The emperor sniffed and burst into laughter. After waiting for the laughter, the emperor suddenly added, "Change my crown prince's mansion outside the palace into a county lord's mansion and give it to Wan. Your Majesty, what are you?" The Grand Master General was inwardly shocked. The emperor looked coldly at the Grand Master. "Do as I say. Obey the decree." The Grand Chief Steward did not dare to say anything else. The matter of Duan going ahead to the emperor's private vault quickly reached the ears of the empress and noble consort Xie, infuriating both of them to lose their temper. The emperor's cheapness they as pillows have not been able to occupy much. Why should Duan be special? The matter really wasn't a secret in the palace. Qin Yu heard the news. Originally wanted to go to the emperor. I did not expect. But instead from the mouth of an imperial eunuch. Know that the emperor also want to send a county residence to Duan. After learning this news, Qin Yu turned around to see the empress. Qin Yu timely on the eye medicine. Mother. One cousin how can? That is for the father emperor to supplement the body of things. Your father has spoilt her so much that she doesn't know her place. The empress is angry again in front of her daughter, or to maintain the image of a loving mother. Will it be bad for her to go on like this? Do you want me to go and talk to her? Say what? There's no need to say. Your good intentions might be misinterpreted as malice. It won't be. Cousin Wan looks quite good. It's just that people are sometimes a bit capricious. Her nature isn't bad. The more the empress listened, the more angry she became. What capriciousness? More than capricious? The empress felt that the princess house was becoming more and more negligent towards her this year. Since the eldest princess was pregnant, she was almost unable to leave the house. And the several banquets organized by the empress, the eldest princess did not attend. Generally this kind of situation, the elders have no time to attend, will arrange for the younger generation to show up. But the princess house made an exception. Even Duan's siblings did not show up. Excuse that people in the clan have business. Cannot find the time. The imperial city is not the princess house of the masters of the busiest? Once do not come can say busy. Time and again, do not come is not busy to say. But the empress could not say anything. And the emperor secretly mentioned. He either pretended not to understand or in turn knocked her, so that she did not think too much. Can make her angry yo. Empress will say this matter to Qin Yu, listen. And then with a tone of teaching, do not underestimate that girl. She is very good at the emperor in front of the good to please. Every time can make the emperor happy and laugh. More often, the emperor's heart will inevitably bias towards her. You need to learn more. And care more about your father during the week. I'll listen to everything, mother. Qin Yu looked like she was listening carefully. This made the empress feel much better. However, after a long time, Qin Yu suddenly said, I heard that my father is going to change the crown prince's residence into a county lord's residence. My father is so good to cousin Wan. It's really enviable. Mother, my son and daughter don't even have a princess residence yet. The empress face grimaced for a moment as she listened. Where did you hear this from? It was the little blessed son beside the Grand Master who said it. Nonsense. The emperor, when the crown prince, lived very openly and wantonly, but also especially outside the palace, to spend a huge amount of money to build himself a crown prince residence. Everywhere carefully carved, solemn and elegant, but also beautiful scenery. At the beginning of the year, when the empress proposed to want that residence for her daughter as a princess residence, the emperor refused. At that time, she thought that the emperor did not want to give it away because he liked it himself. Now the empress did not expect that the emperor would change the crown prince's residence into a county lord's residence. It was too deceitful. The empress was shocked by this newly acquired news. She stood up to go to the emperor to question him. Qin Yu hurriedly followed her, with feigned trepidation. The palace was about to erupt in a battle between the emperor and the empress. Duan herself was unaware of this, and was returning to Jade Spirit Garden, with a large amount of precious tonic in her hands beautifully. Sheriff, these are... Ning Qin looked surprised. Duan smiled smugly. This Sheriff Master is awesome. Right. Moved out from the palace. Sheriff Master is awesome. Ning Qin praises immediately. Next to her, Drop Chest follows. County Mistress is awesome. Haven't seen anyone who can take so many rewards. Hee. Duan wouldn't say that she moved it directly from the treasury. That is, she exploited the loophole in the emperor's words. The master and servant, several people, began to sort out these things. Ning Qin asked, Sheriff Master, are these going into the treasury? No need. Pick some to be given to mother and the others. Duan looks on from the side, and after pondering for a while, she knows how to divide them. Pick out the ones my mother can eat first. Lucci reminded. The eldest princess is pregnant. Only part of it can be eaten. Pick them all out. All of them. Duan decides directly. Pick out all of these, and pack them into a single portion, and send it to my mother. In addition, I picked out the ones that my mother can't eat, but my father can, and packed them into a single portion. Then picked out another portion for my older brother. What was left? She again had one portion for two, keeping one for herself, and sending one to Pei Hao. Duan thought it was normal to divide things like this. She just didn't notice that when Ning Qin and the others heard this, and then sneaked a look at her, there was a moment of unnaturalness in their expressions. From the order in which the tonic was packed, it could be seen that the Shitsi Master's position in the Sheriff Master's heart was ranked at the bottom of the list. A few of the big maids sympathized with the Shitsi Master in their hearts. Luckily, the World Prince doesn't know yet. It is estimated that getting something from the County Lord is still quite beautiful in his heart. Ning Qin and the others were conscious that they knew the big secret and harbored some kind of sympathy. So when they finally split it in two, after comparing them, they packed the biggest looking one and gave it to Pei Hao. And so on the things were sent out. It didn't take long for another person to come from the palace. It is a house deed sent by the palace's Grand Master. The Emperor's reward for the County Lord's residence. Duan was not surprised by this gift. But the eldest princess was surprised when she learned about it, and when she saw her happy daughter. In the end, she didn't say anything more. After politely sending off the Grand Master, the eldest princess asked, Wan, do you know what this residence represents? What isn't it just a mansion? I don't know what the Emperor thinks, but this County Lord's mansion is a bit hot to receive. And I still don't know what the one in the harem will make a scene if she learns about it. Mother, I didn't understand. Duan listens in a daze. The eldest princess lost her smile. This mansion used to be the Crown Prince's residence. Crap. Duan expresses her great shock. Uncle delayed in rewarding me with the County Lord's mansion because he was so poor that only the Crown Prince's mansion was left. Cough. The eldest princess suddenly coughed violently after hearing this, being choked by laughter. What does this think? Chapter 411. Do you know the Sheriff Lord well? The Emperor's decision. How the Empress made a fuss. People outside the palace didn't know. But when the Emperor rewarded Duan with what was once the Crown Prince's mansion, converted into the County Lord's mansion, it shocked many powerful people in the court. What did the Crown Prince's mansion represent? Even if that crown prince's mansion was built by the emperor himself at that time. Even if there was still an eastern palace in the palace. Some people's hearts are inevitably slightly subtle. The heart of the king is hard to gauge. How outside Pei Hao is not clear. Now he looks at the tonic sent by Du Wan extraordinarily happy. It is said to be the little girl from the emperor's coffers. Mu Xian held his arms over his chest, and looked at Pei Hao with an unapproachable face. Compared to him, the smile on Pei Hao's face was described as springy. Mu Xian snorted. See how happy you are. A little favor, and you are happy like this. This Shitzi is just happy. Is it in your way? I know you're jealous. After all, my fiancé will send things. Your fiancé didn't send you a single fart. Mu Xian ground her teeth. Pei Hao gives Mu Xian another sympathetic glance. Du Yunrong's looks are still 1 in 100. Just a little more pampered. A little more stupid. So much worse than my little girl. Alright. Alright. I'm already sad enough. Do you still want to stick needles into my heart? Not a bit of brotherhood. Mu Xian had a real headache about the emperor's sudden marriage bestowal. Since the imperial decree came down, several days had passed, and there was no movement from Mu Xian and the state uncle's house. Both sides have accepted the imperial decree, which is regarded as a tacit acceptance of the marriage. But they have not approached each other by tacit agreement. Mu Xian won the war this time. The emperor's reward among the general residents. The elders of Ping'an City have received news that he has been promoted in the capital, but also given by the emperor to marry. Is rushing to the capital on the way. Will arrive in the capital in a few days. Ah, how? What will it take to stop my father and the others from coming to the capital? It's difficult. Pei Hao shook his head. Once the holy decree of marriage bestowal is given, someone will definitely have to preside over your marriage. You can let Annie to organize it. When the emperor grants a marriage, your parents must be present as long as they are not physically ill. Otherwise, it will make people think that the Mu family is dissatisfied with the bestowal of the marriage. And the imperial historian will most likely take part in it. And also take part in it. Mu Xian had a headache. I'd rather not have the promotion, the general's residence, or the bestowal of marriage. I only pray that they don't come to the capital. If they are allowed to come and not leave, grandfather won't condone it. I hope so. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. This time is different from the past. They have to rely on you to maintain the superficial scenery, so they won't dare to take you. As long as you hold it well. Maybe they still have to look at your face to live. Now that I think about it, it's not bad for you to marry Du Yunrong. At least this daughter-in-law will be able to keep them in check. Mu Xian pondered. This daughter-in-law is not a good person. Maybe she can really subdue the house? The rejection in Mu Xian's heart inexplicably went most of the way. He was more disgusted with those parents than the fact that he was about to marry Du Yunrong. Mu Xian, who calmed down, didn't want to bestow the marriage. Instead he sat down. I heard that the emperor bestowed the crown prince's mansion to the county princess. You're talking about. Pei Hao seriously corrected the statement. It's changing the crown prince's mansion into the county lord's mansion. Doesn't it mean the same thing? Heh. Big difference. The former rewarding the crown prince's mansion had the hint of establishing a crown prince. The latter only rewarding a county lord's mansion. But on the other hand, it revealed so little meaning. Mu Xian pondered away. In the past, many people let their children at home curry favor with Qin Yu. This time the wind may change. Perhaps this is the emperor's purpose. Pei Hao didn't dare to underestimate the emperor. In the past, the emperor was very cold. Probably because the issue of the heir had disheartened him. I don't know when the emperor started to want to change. It seems that after the death of Prime Minister Su, and the killing of a large number of officials, the emperor's control over the 100 officials in the capital has been increasing day by day. Mu Xian asked softly. Ah, how? Is the emperor trying to borrow the county princess to give the princess a distraction? Pei Hao had this guess but was unsure whether this is the case or not. The fact is that it is already the case. Some people's attention has already been placed on the county princess. Just like us. Then His Majesty may be disappointed. Mu Xian smiled a little wistfully. Pei Hao glanced at him. You seem to know the county princess well? Of course. Mu Xian's words came to an abrupt end. Is no match for your understanding. Well, quite self-aware. Pei Hao smiled at him appreciatively. Xian, hearts are most easily changed. It's like Du Yunrong, who you rejected the bestowal of marriage a moment ago. What about now? There were no words to say. Mu Xian himself was a living example. Because a moment ago, He was really repulsed. It was the thought of extreme parents that made him feel quite good again. In fact, the two merely speculated about the emperor's thoughts. The same as what many people in the capital were doing right now. Who let the emperor throw this reward? Is like throwing a big stone on a calm lake, stirring up heavy ripples. In the princess's mansion, the study in the main courtyard, Du Xiongma and Du Qian had discussed privately, guessing the emperor's intentions. Du Qian questioned, "Father, uncle wouldn't want to pass that position to his sister, right? Do you think it's possible? The crown prince's residence is a hint. It's possible that the emperor simply wants to give one a beautiful county residence. It's us who habitually overthink things. Do you believe this yourself, father? Don't think too much. Take one step at a time. Anyway, whatever happens is good. Your sister can't suffer any losses." Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, thought of his own baby bump's ability. That layer of worry instantly dissipated. Du Qian nodded deeply. Let nature take its course. Exactly. Let's just watch her. For 3 days in a row in the capital, the object of discussion in the tea-houses and wine shops were all about the prideful Sun County mistress. Du Wan's popularity now far overshadowed Xie Zhang, who had returned from the disaster relief. Fortunately, Xie Zhang's return this time was intended to be low profile, so he didn't get so angry that he spat blood. However, the incident of the prince's residence being changed into the county lord's residence has not yet subsided. And the newly posted royal list is another heavy news. Many people were caught off guard. For example, the Marquis of Dingbei's residence was caught off guard by the sudden royal list. This was completely different from what they had calculated and envisaged. If Xie Zhang fails to marry Qin Yuyu, it will completely disrupt their future layout. Qin Yuyu is considered to be a very important piece in the chess game they have set up. The capital was boiling, and probably the entire Great Qin Kingdom was going to follow suit. Big news! Big news! The princess is going to recruit a son-in-law. Her Highness, the only unmarried princess in our Great Qin Kingdom, is going to openly select a son-in-law. Unmarried men over the age of 15 and under the age of 25 who meet the requirements will be able to participate. Great news! The princess is going to recruit a son-in-law. Many people on the streets of the capital were running around, buzzing like it was a New Year's festival. Chapter 412. What a heartfelt understanding. The princess house family of 4 gathered together for dinner. After the meal, made a pot of tea. Everyone gathered together to chat about the royal list. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side looked at Du Wan from time to time. Wan, this matter is related to you? There is a drop. Du Wan smiled and compared her little finger. When I was chatting with my uncle, I mentioned that there is such a thing as recruiting extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. And he quickly understood. What a good understanding. The other 3 understood and laughed at each other. Since Qin Yuyu's return some time ago, the emperor had not brought anyone around to teach her, and clearly had no intention of letting her participate in the imperial government. Now send the imperial list to select the side horse harnessed by the side of a team. This is the same as the civil son-in-law. The future Qin Yuyu-born child will follow the mother's surname. If the emperor does this, he will not worry about having no one to succeed him. Therefore, after being reminded by Du Wan, neither the emperor nor the empress objected. The only person who objected was Qin Yuyu. Qin Yuyu was about to cry in anger. Choosing the emperor's son-in-law in this manner was too uncertain. What if the one who wins the championship is not her favorite? Does she have to marry too? On the contrary, when Dianrong heard the royal list, she laughed 3 times and ate an extra bowl of rice that night. There are some things that Qin Yuyu may not have thought of. But Dianrong grew up in the palace, often going to and from all kinds of high-end banquets. Wouldn't she not be aware of the thoughts of some of the powerful sons and daughters? According to the emperor's request, this time, the selection of the emperor's son-in-law was similar to the selection of the talent show. The real outstanding powerful noble children, from childhood to receive careful training, since childhood is very proud, will not put down the stature to be selected, will not be happy to let the child with the mother's surname. Du Wan ignored the hustle and bustle outside and snuck off to see Pei Hao at the state duke's residence. Pei Hao smiled and thanked her for the tonic. As long as I think of the county princess thinking of me when she has something good, my heart is especially happy. Well. It's good that you're happy. Du Wan arched her eyebrows when she heard this. This one looked like it had been smoothed over and amused. Pei Hao took out a bracelet compiled with red rope, on top of which there were also 2 acacia bean-shaped jade stones strung on it. to be worn to the little girl's left wrist. This is what I compiled by myself. Do you like it? Like it? It's quite pretty. Du-Wan praised against her will. Compared to the professional masters do. Handmade far worse. Oh. In modern times the hand jewelry is all kinds of exquisite and beautiful. Du-Wan can still praise a sentence against her will. Is to see in his hands to do it for the sake of the extra sweet. She has almost touched herself. Pei Hao didn't know that the little girl's vision was particularly high. Especially in terms of jewelry. And thought that she really thought it looked good. Just into the little girl to wear bracelets when that eyes fell on her white jade wrist. Let him a little cannot move his eyes. Obviously his half-exposed long-sleeved wrists. He actually feel very beautiful. Du-Wan let him put the bracelet on. Wear it tighter. Don't drop it. Good. Put it on tighter. Pei Hao's mind was finally pulled back by her words. The bracelet is made by him, and can be adjusted in size. Pei Hao played a little bit of a trick, and tied a dead knot when he adjusted the size. In other words, the bracelet he made can't be taken off once he puts it on. When it gets old, I'll give you a new one. Du-Wan asked curiously. Why are you suddenly obsessed with braiding this? Just want to make one for you. I heard that this would be a way to lasso the girl you love for the rest of your life. When Pei Hao heard this folk saying, he didn't really believe in it but couldn't help but do it. Of course, he was even more embarrassed to say it openly. Why don't you? Wan. Knit one for me too. I can teach you if you don't know how. This is quite simple. I can braid it. Give me a few thin red ropes first. Du-Wan really knows how to weave this bracelet. And she can even weave it better than his. Pei Hao asked someone to fetch the red ropes. Du-Wan's slender jade-like hands quickly braided. Or a male bracelet. Slightly thicker than the one she wore in her hand. And at the end, she also braided a small heart-shaped pattern, making the bracelet extra fine. The bracelet in her hand. Pei Hao braided a night. The little girl finished it in just a quarter of an hour. Clang, clang, clang. How is it? Is it nice? Good looking. Pei Hao praised sincerely, and then stretched out his wrist towards her. Du-Wan immediately knew what he meant, and quickly put it on him. Just as she wanted to retract her hand, he took the small hand in his. The two could not help but look at each other, followed by a sweet smile. Du-Wan felt that it was quite good now. Perhaps this was the legendary flavor of being in love. There is no need to do anything. It is very comforting to be alone. Beautiful and sweet. Du-Wan saw that it was almost time to go. Pei Hao asked her to go to the countryside tomorrow to swim in the lake. Until she nodded her head and agreed. He let her sneak back to the princess house. Compared to Pei Hao going over the wall to see Du-Wan and risking being discovered, Du-Wan coming over the wall to see him was obviously much easier. Pei Hao dined with Mu Xian that day. Mu Xian always felt that he was not quite right. A moment this and a moment that. The most conspicuous thing was the red bracelet he wore on his wrist. It was braided with a thin rope. It was very cheap. The county princess gave it to you? Well, yes. Pei Hao answered, pretending not to care. Or did the county princess braid it herself? How did you see that? Heh. Who let me grow a pair of discerning eyes in this person? Mu Xian directly bragged about himself. He wouldn't tell Pei Hao that from the moment he stepped in. Pei Hao had followed the peacock, as if he was constantly showing off the bracelet in his hand. And his springy stance. So what if he hit it deeper? The summer is already in full swing. When it was 3 volts. It was so hot that people were sweating even when they were sitting. The eldest princess's stomach is already very big. Almost all daytime stay in the Qinchen pavilion to avoid the summer heat. Du-Wan do not worry about her. Also let the people house put 2 ice in, so that the temperature of the house dropped a lot. Stay inside a lot cooler. The eldest princess said. Wan. This is very ice consuming. It's fine. Use it first. There's more in the ice cellar. More than being distressed about the ice. Du-Wan was more worried about the eldest princess's body. This weather is too hot. Even if there are underlings fanning the air, the wind that fans over is hot. Pregnant people have more emotional ups and downs. And it's inevitable that they will be restless when it gets hot. Therefore, as early as half a month ago, Du-Wan and Du Qian did not use ice, and had to save it for the eldest princess. The eldest princess shook a feather fan while looking outside and said, This day, the heat is not too unusual. A little? I'm afraid there will be a drought. Mother doesn't need to worry. Uncle said earlier that there should be some prevention. I hope the people's harvest will not be affected this year. Du-Wan knew that being unaffected was impossible. The current impact in the capital was not visible. It was just that it was more ice-consuming to get comfortable. There is only one way to hide ice into Qin. That is, the rich and noble families will build ice grottos. Meaning that in winter, the ice will be sealed in the ice grottos, and make the next door layer and so on, in order to prepare for the heat of the summer when it is taken out to use. Chapter 413 Still don't like me? Du-Wan did not think of making ice with saltpeter. It's just that when she asked about saltpeter, Du Qian asked her what saltpeter was instead. The first time Du-Wan wanted to make ice, she couldn't find the material. If the princess was not pregnant, Du-Wan would have taken her to the royal summer resort on the outskirts of the city. The princess looked at her daughter eating fruit. Why don't you go outside and watch the fun? What's there to see? Wait for the final competition, and then go and join in the fun. Du-Wan knew that the hilarity she was talking about was the emperor's selection of the emperor's son-in-law. The portraits of young talents handed up from all over the world. After 3 picks and 4 choices, a steady stream of them are quickly sent to the capital. After the empress selection, the young men who are deemed eligible can go to the capital. The young people who come to the capital to participate in the election, as long as they take the post stamped by the government, they can stay in the Moonwatch Tower for free. Yes, it's the previously seized Moonwatch House. This is only the initial selection, but also after another screening. And then to the final competition. The eldest princess asked again, "Where is your elder brother? He has not been seen lately. He went to see the progress of the city wall, that fortification. Something happened? I didn't see him asking about it before. The weather is too hot, and there are too many people suffering from heatstroke." Du-Wan didn't need to ask to know that construction was hard. But even so, there are still a lot of people who go there to look for work. The world is difficult. Work more tired. At least can earn some money for food. The princess said, "Let your big brother boil some herbal tea to send." Early simmered, but also prepared a number of doctors. It is the lack of ice. The more Du-Wan thought about it, the more she felt it was important to find saltpeter. And when she returned to her own courtyard, she recruited the head butler. "I want to find something." "What is it that the county princess is looking for?" "A kind of stone." Du-Wan describes the saltpeter in detail. "You arrange for someone to go and look for it." "Yes." The big steward went down to make arrangements. Du-Wan did not hold much hope, but it was better than not letting people go and look for it. Recently, she had been paying a lot of attention to the situation over at Shuangsong. The farmhouse had a water stream going round it, with plenty of water resources. The things that Du-Wan envisioned in the beginning were going well. A few days ago, those 200 personal guards in the beginning went to the seaside to make salt again. This time Du-Wan didn't follow her there. "Sheriff, Miss Qinjiao came to visit," Ning Qin reminded. Du-Wan froze. "Invite her in. It's been a long time since she's seen her. She's almost forgotten about Qinjiao." Qinjiao came in a flurry of wind and only stopped in her tracks when she saw Du-Wan. The girl who was always smiling before now has red eyes. Du-Wan signaled Qinjiao to sit down, then asked Ning Qin and the others to prepare tea and snacks. After Ning Qin and the others served tea, Du-Wan dismissed the left and right. "What happened?" "Yes, it's my mother who wants to give me a blind date." Qinjiao stirred the silk handkerchief in her hand uneasily. Du-Wan staggered for a moment. "This? Didn't think oh. It's because of the need to face people." Du-Wan thought of Du Qian again. Which family to look at? "Don't you like it?" Qinjiao looked up sadly at her words and glanced at her. "Don't you remember what happened before?" Du-Wan was silent. There were 10 years of memories. Remembering that Qinjiao had been heartily pleased with Du Qian since she was a child. The original owner used to have trouble with Qinjiao because she was unhappy to learn that Qinjiao liked Du Qian and thought that Qinjiao was getting close to Du Qian to be good to her. Qinjiao sees her silence. "You still don't like me?" "No. I quite like you." Du-Wan spoke from her heart. Qinjiao was prepared to be disliked, but did not expect to suddenly hear such a sentence from her. The whole person froze. Then tears flowed. It made Du-Wan a bit caught off guard. "How do you think she is a scum?" Du-Wan knew that it was better to talk things out today. "Qinjiao, I know that you like my brother, and I don't exclude you from being my sister-in-law. But I won't help you. As long as you can sincerely try to impress my big brother and make my big brother like you, nothing else is a problem." Qinjiao looked at her with burning eyes. Du-Wan had a headache. "Getting things out of the way today. Whether or not you can marry my big brother depends on your skills." "Seriously? Do you like me?" Like. Du-Wan nodded her head very seriously. Qin-Jio sighed in relief. That's good then. The next thing Qin-Jio did was to flash a big smile at her, and suddenly stood up excitedly. Came to Du-Wan and gave her a big bear hug. The corner of Du-Wan's mouth twitched, looking at Qin-Jio's appearance. How is he very sure of being her sister-in-law? Qin-Jio remembered something and immediately said in a hurry, I have to hurry back and stop my mother from finding me someone else. Sheriff. I'll leave first. Thank you for today. Oh. Du-Wan nodded perfunctorily. Qin-Jio left in a hurry. Coming in a hurry. Going in a hurry. Not even taking a sip of tea. When Du-Wan encountered this kind of thing, she wanted to find someone to share it with. So she hurriedly had to go find Pei Hao. Thinking back, she hadn't seen him for 2 days. Now Pei Hao's body is recovering very well. The fracture injury is also good. That is, the public saying is not yet recovered. Only occasionally will show his face in front of people. Du-Wan climbed over the wall into the Jingguagong Fu, and came to listen to the rain. Unexpectedly found less than half of the secret guards than before. Hussein is also not in. She slipped through the window and entered the house. There is no one in the house. But there is someone on the bed. The curtains are down, so the person should be asleep. Du-Wan tiptoed close to the bed curtain and slowly lifted it, thinking that she would see Pei Hao, but suddenly ushered in a long sword, and for a moment did not expect an unexpected situation. This made Du-Wan's heart flinch. Almost by instinct, she leaned back and avoided a sword. In an instant, the distance was pulled away. Du-Wan stared at the bed. Who? Come out? County Lord? The person inside the bed couch cried out in shock. A young man rolled down from the bed, dressed in Pei Hao's robes, with a face similar to Pei Hao's, and holding a long sword in his hand, rolled to the ground and immediately knelt in front of Du-Wan. My subordinate deserved to die. The subordinate just thought it was an assassin. That's why he put out his sword. I'm sorry. You are Pei Shizi's secret guard? Yes. Saying that it was a secret guard was also a substitute. The masters of large families usually keep a few understudies. Today, this teenage understudy also didn't expect the titular princess to roll over the window, and was secretly screaming in his heart. Du-Wan did not mean to blame him, but just asked strangely, What are you doing? Where is your Shizi? The teenager lowered his head and didn't say anything. Even if the other party was a county princess and the fiancée of the world's son, there were some words that were not his to answer. For example, the master's whereabouts just couldn't be divulged. Du-Wan waited for a while, but didn't wait for his answer. So she understood. All right. If it's inconvenient to say it, don't say it. I just asked casually. It's not that I have to know. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. The teenager was obviously relieved. Du-Wan didn't see Pei Hao, so she didn't stay any longer. Then this county princess will leave first. When your family Shizi comes back to tell him, just tell him that I've come to look for him. Yes, my subordinate will definitely convey this to the world's son. Du-Wan turned around and came to the window again and rolled over. Today is a wasted trip. Chapter 414. Do you know who is trying to kill you? Summer night. The sky is full of stars. Moonlight sprinkled down the big, secluded mountain. In a small cave, Pei Hao sat by the fire, adding firewood. Next to him lay the unconscious Qiao Qingzhu. When he found the man, Qiao Qingzhu was already badly injured. Pei Hao didn't know who he had offended and must put him to death. He could only wait for him to wake up and ask again. Fortunately, this time he came out to look for someone. He brought Master Yuan Tong's injury medicine with him. Otherwise he can't go down the mountain now. And it's not easy for Qiao Qingzhu to survive. Qiao Qingzhu fell and hurt his leg. Relying on Pei Hao alone to get the person back to the city is very difficult. Pei Hao can only wait for Hussein and others to find him. Until dawn, Qiao Qingzhu woke up. Qiao Qingzhu woke up and found himself in the cave. Pei Hao handed over a wooden bowl. In the bowl was half a bowl of water. Wake up! Drink some water, and then take your medicine on the way. What are you doing here? Qiao Qingzhu was still a bit confused and didn't turn the corner. He took the wooden bowl that Pei Hao handed him, drank a few mouthfuls, and then saw Pei Hao handing him a pill, which he casually took and stuffed into his mouth, not even afraid of whether he would be poisoned. Pei Hao saw him eat it and said, Your boy found me and asked me to save you. He didn't die? No. Fell down the mountain and got hung up on a tree. Very lucky. That's also considered lucky for me. Xiao Qingju smiled optimistically. Pei Hao agreed with him on this. Indeed. If he had died, I wouldn't have known something happened to you. If he didn't know that something had happened to him, naturally, he wouldn't have gone into the mountains and found him unconscious and badly injured. With such heavy injuries, no one to help. A person with no door to seek help can be said to be only waiting for death. Pei Hao asked, Do you know who wants to kill you? I don't know. A killer that came out of nowhere. Xiao Qingju didn't know who was trying to kill him. I've been running a theater troupe for the past few years. Not many people even know my origins. Not many means that someone knows. But I've been fine for so many years. And now suddenly something's wrong. And I don't think the person who's after me this time is necessarily related to my identity. My body is clean. The person who wants to kill me. Xiao Qingju's mind suddenly thought of Xiao Qi. That person didn't come to the door, but had someone secretly send a letter over with Pei Hao's reminder. Xiao Qingju did not reply to Xiao Qi, and the letter was burnt. Xiao Qingju mentioned this matter to Pei Hao. Could it be him? He doesn't have a conflict of interest with you, right? Pei Hao was now confirming that Xiao Qi was really not dead. Xiao Qingju said. He said in his letter that he was very sick and wanted to see me one last time. Pei Hao was quite surprised. Seriously ill? Yes. When did you get the letter? Last month. I had doubts in my mind, so I didn't go. Pei Hao touched his brain. He might really be seriously ill. Didn't you say he has someone behind the scenes? There's no fear of no one to cure him even if he's sick. When he absconded with his injuries in the southwest, the doctor said that he had a great injury to his vitality and had to be well nourished. And the bad nourishment would affect his longevity. Just he is going to die. To see you do what? He and you are not blood brothers. Pei Hao suspected that there was fraud. Xiao Qingju shook his head. 12 years without contacting or seeing him. I am also quite strange. Precisely because he felt strange. And thinking that Pei Hao told him not to contact Xiao Qi, he did not follow the address in the letter to check it out. Xiao Qingju wasn't sure if what happened last month had anything to do with his own accident this month. He still needed to check again. Pei Hao asked. So what happened to you this time? Someone came to invite an opera troupe to sing at a manor in the countryside. And the price offered was quite high. So I took it. The weather was hot. And many of the wealthy families in the city had gone to the manor outside the city to escape the summer heat. Xiao Qingju pushed a lot of orders. This single really cannot be pushed. So he took people over. He didn't expect to finish the song. But on the way back to the city, he had an accident and was betrayed by his men. When Xiao Qingju was being chased, she could only escape towards the mountains. And she was lucky to escape and wait for Pei Hao's arrival. Pei Hao gave Xiao Qingju roasted meat and a few wild fruits. Xiao Qingju slowly ate it up, chewing and swallowing each bite. Your roasted meat skills are average. I see that your stomach isn't too hungry, and you're actually picky, Pei Hao said snidely. Xiao Qingju laughed silently. Bittersweet? Hungry? Very hungry. How could someone who hadn't eaten for 2 days not be hungry? Xiao Qingju hadn't suffered like this for a long time. Is this leg of mine broken? Will it become a cripple? It's not serious. Wait to go back and find Boss Bai to take a look. My last leg injury was much more serious than yours. And it's still not healed. Pei Hao said this to settle his best friend's heart. Xiao Qingju said gratefully. Chengming. Thank you. You saved my life. So feel free to say what you need in the future. What are you talking about? It's not too late to be grateful to me when you've recovered from your injuries. Pei Hao heard the movement outside and made a silent gesture to Xiao Qingju. He quietly got up and walked towards the outside of the cave. Not long after, Pei Hao returned, with Hussein and the others behind him. At that time, in order to find Xiao Qingju faster, Pei Hao was the first to enter the mountain to look for people, with Pei Hao's ability being the strongest among them. Bringing people with him rather slowed down his movements. That's why he searched separately with Hussein and the others, which also increased the chances of finding the person. Of course, Pei Hao would leave a secret signal where he went, even if they were separated. As long as Hussein and the others followed the code, they would be able to find him sooner or later. Among the guards brought by Hussein, there was someone who knew a little bit about medicine. He treated Xiao Qingju's foot injury and used 2 pieces of wood to bind the injured leg. He then made a temporary frame and carried Xiao Qingju down the mountain. This time, The manpower is enough. Not afraid of accidents in the middle of the journey. And successfully descended the mountain without any danger. Pei Hao brought people not to return to the capital, but secretly went to the manor where Pei Hao was recuperating before, sending Qiao Qingju to the room. Pei Hao instructed Hussein, "Go and ask Bao Bao to come here. Just say I am not feeling well. I don't know who is behind the scenes trying to kill Qingju, and whether he will do it again. For the sake of caution, don't divulge the news that he is recuperating from his injuries here at my place. Just pretend that he has died in the deep mountains." Hussein reminded, "World son, don't you want to ask Qiao Zhan? He's unconscious. I'll tell him when he wakes up." "Yes. My subordinate will go and follow the instructions." Hussein went out to do as Pei Hao ordered. Boss Bai was invited over and really thought that it was Pei Hao who was unwell. But it turned out that he was looking at another person's injuries. He didn't ask many questions and treated the patient seriously. When Pei Hao saw Elder Bai bandage Qiao Qingju properly, he asked with concern, "Elder Bai, how is my friend's injury? Will it fall sick? As long as he recuperates properly and doesn't get injured twice, recovery won't be a problem." "Then thank you, old man. There is also this matter that I hope you won't tell anyone." "I know. Shitsi, please don't worry," Old Master Bai assured. Pei Hao nodded his head in satisfaction and turned to Hussein. "Hussein, send Elder Bai out." "Yes. Shitsi. Elder Bai, please." Chapter 415 won't be confused by beauty. Pei Hao freshened up and had a good meal. Before he was about to rest, he got a report from the secret guards, saying that yesterday the county princess went to the state duke's mansion to look for him, and left without running into anyone. So Pei Hao wrote another letter before resting, ordered to send it to Du Wan. Before lying down on the bed to sleep, Pei Hao went into the mountain for 3 days without resting properly. Therefore, after having the letter delivered, it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. When Du Wan got the letter, it was already an hour later. The one who sent the letter to Du Wan was a secret guard of Pei family. Du Wan got Pei Hao's letter, looked out of the window, and was quite surprised. She asked the secret guard, "This letter came quite a bit later than I expected." He let his understudy pretend in the room. "Where did the person run off to?" "Sheriff mistress, my subordinate is just delivering the letter." "This sheriff didn't say you weren't delivering a letter." "Not just asking. You may be able to find the answer in the letter." "Oh, then you are still not leaving?" Du Wan was about to open the letter. Halfway through opening it, she looked up and asked him again. The dark guard dryly curtly said, "Sheriff, do you have a reply letter? My subordinate will bring it back to you by the way." Du Wan pinched the thickness of this letter. There is quite a lot of letter paper written. The content probably won't be less. It won't be finished for a while. Then she decided, "This is not necessary. Go back and tell him. Tomorrow I will go to the manor to look for him." "Okay." Subordinate will leave. The dark guard respectfully saluted towards Du Wan, turned around and left. Du Wan continued to open the letter and read it. What was written on it was really quite a lot, saying what he went to do this time, how long he stayed in the mountains, how hard he had been living, not eating well, not sleeping well, and so on. One couldn't help but feel heartbroken from reading it. The Shitsi master that Hussein and the others saw was a powerful superior. What Du Wan now sees in the letter is a poor little man who suffers on the mountain. I have to say that Pei Hao's trick was quite good. After Du Wan read it, she was sure that she was heartbroken for him, and didn't feel that he was pretending to be pitiful. Du Wan was someone who had been to the mountains before, and spending the night in the mountains without preparation was not a good experience. Not worrying about snakes, insects, rats and ants or wild beasts and so on. Just the mountain mosquitoes are particularly abundant, and can suck out human blood in general. Pei Hao, however, stayed up there for 3 days and 2 nights. How much better could a person be? Du Wan began to think about going to see him tomorrow. What to bring to comfort him? Only in the letter, Pei Hao mentioned that he was going to save someone. But he didn't write who he was saving. He only wrote that he was a good friend. Du Wan is a bit curious about this. If Pei Hao can save someone, he must have a close relationship with him. But this close friend of Pei Hao, the original actually did not write. In the original Pei's villain, the first turn in his life was the ambush in the primitive mountain range, where Mu Xian and Hussein died. Later, his whole person became more and more cold and evil. Du Wan recalled Pei Hao in the book. For the first time, she clearly felt that the person in the book was the person in the book, and reality was reality. The Pei Hao of today is very different from the villain in the original book, at least in terms of personality. The current Pei Hao gave her the feeling that he was a flesh and blood, very warm person, not as cold-blooded and heartless as the one depicted in the book. Could it be that the best friend he went to save this time was dead in the original book? Du-Wan took this seriously and decided to go and ask properly tomorrow. Therefore, Pei Hao woke up with a start, and before he heard the return from the secret guards, he saw Du-Wan sitting on the edge of the bed meditating and was pleasantly surprised. Wan, you've come to see me so early. Surprise! Of course it's time to pounce. Pei Hao rolled over and pounced towards the little girl. Du-Wan had understood this routine of his and dodged in advance before the others pounced. Pei Hao pounced. A regretful look flashed by, and rolled over to sit up again, smiling in a gentlemanly manner. Wan, when did you come? Why didn't you shout to wake me up? Seeing you sleeping quite well, Du-Wan said with a smile. She left the city early this morning without bringing anyone with her, so she was very fast. Pei Hao began to slowly and elegantly put on his robes in front of the little girl. The onlooker Du-Wan was very curious and couldn't stop watching, cause she didn't know how he did it. Every move was extraordinarily good-looking, and his temperament was all over the place. If it is said to use a video camera to film it, I am afraid it is a screenshot of every second. Can be used as a fine-tuned picture. At the end of Pei Hao, his ears were colored red. Wan thinks it looks good. Good-looking all. Du-Wan is very honest. Pei Hao's smile rippled, the soft light in the bottom of his eyes brimming. Du-Wan's heart is pounding. Are you trying to seduce me? That's how you see it. It's useless. Pei Hao pointed his finger a bit on her brain. A bit sluggish here. Do you want to be punished for letting me give you a kiss? When he said this, he thought that the little girl would definitely be shy, but would still agree openly. Unexpectedly, the little girl's reaction was greatly out of his expectation. When he was about to approach her, she fell 3 feet away. That small hand still covered the mouth and nose. That big eyes do not hide the dislike. Pei Hao was a little skeptical. Wan, getting up early in the morning. You haven't rinsed your mouth yet, Du-Wan reminded desperately. Pei Hao's smile froze. Looking at her slyly, Du-Wan firmly stated that she would not be confused by beauty, telling him to recognize reality earlier. Pei Hao could only walk to the washroom next to him, with a bit of heartburn under her tight gaze. When he turned out again, she had already sat down at the dining table, and was holding a bowl of mixed congee, drinking it with gusto. According to his understanding of her, the current her was afraid that she had long forgotten about the earlier matter. Pei Hao sat down, and took a sip of the bowl of congee on the table. Du-Wan picked up another pancake and took a bite. Who are you going to save this time? You know, Xiao Qingzhu. This is... Du-Wan blinked, half remembering who this person was. He's your close friend? Yes. Haven't I mentioned it to you before? No. Du-Wan shook her head. In the past, you mentioned to me about his origins and his hobby of singing. There was no mention of him being your close friend. And his acquaintance with you is not bad. The gap between the two is quite big. Du-Wan didn't expect them to be close friends. Pei Hao thought back. He really hadn't mentioned it himself. I'll go see him in a while. Will you go? Go. Du-Wan went to take a look at this unlucky guy. According to the original, as Pei Hao's best friend, but didn't show up. In all likelihood, when did he cool off? Not many people knew yet. Du-Wan didn't know if Xiao Qingzhu encountering a death-defying calamity was this time. How did he have an accident? Betrayed by his men and hunted down. Pei Hao did not hide Du-Wan. Du-Wan froze. Do you know who wants to kill him? Not sure. He said that for the time being. He didn't remember who he had a grudge against. Don't even know who the enemy is? Those who can hire a group of assassins will not have a low status. He just likes to sing, and has no conflict of interest with such people. Who's going to kill him then? Quite the mystery. Chapter 416. There's a secret to tell you. Pei Hao took Du-Wan with him to visit Xiao Qingzhu. Xiao Qingzhu was not surprised to see Pei Hao come over, but was surprised to see Du-Wan so early in the morning. Greetings, County Princess. It's quite surprising to see you here all of a sudden. No surprise. I came here for you. Du-Wan smiled, and sat on the chair next to her. Pei Hao's face darkened when he heard this. Wasn't it aimed at him? How did it become Qingzhu? Xiao Qingzhu was really surprised this time. What does County Princess mean by this? I was wondering who Pei Shizi's best friend is. Du-Wan had really come over specifically to see the cannon fodder. Xiao Qingzhu smiled. To put it bluntly, I'm still relying on Shizi's blessings. Pei Hao's mood flew up. Duan didn't think much about it, and looked at Xiao Qingzhu and asked, "Can't think of who the enemy is?" "Can't think of one. Those that conflict with your interests." "You can't think of any?" "There are several theater troupes in the capital, and this one of mine is considered a famous one. Occasionally they will argue, but not to the extent of a life and death feud." "Right. Then could it be that you hooked up with any noblewoman and then invited the other party's fiancé or family members?" Duan hemmed and hawed. "Don't tell her that there is no such possibility." According to what she saw last time, there was really this possibility. Xiao Qingzhu's heart thumped, and then embarrassment floated to the bottom of her eyes. This is really hard to say. This Pei Hao's handsome face was dark again. Duan looked like she was watching a good show. "You really hooked up?" "I sing well in the theater. And after so many years in the capital, there's always a group of people who follow me. Otherwise how can I become everyone? It's just that men's jealousy is quite scary. Let me think about who wants to put me to death. I still haven't come up with anything." Xiao Qingzhu thought back to whether he had offended anyone recently, and found that it was more or less the same as before. "No one has come to warn me." Pei Hao didn't quite believe him. This guy usually hooked up with quite a few noblewomen, although they all stopped at propriety. Xiao Qingzhu was helpless. "I opened my door to do business. I can't offend my guests, and then push the silver out. Come on. Will you lack silver?" Pei Hao didn't believe it. "I'm really lacking it." Xiao Qingzhu's answer was surprising. Duan strangely asked, "What did you take the money for?" "I used to pick up some orphans, and set up a goodwill hall for fear that they wouldn't have enough money to spend. Later they encountered orphans, and will pick back. People gradually more than 10 years past now do not know to grow into what kind of. I heard that they also do their own business. The development of quite good." Xiao Qingzhu words just said half. Duan abruptly stared at him with wide eyes, interrupting his words. "What is your mother's surname?" "Yan." As he answered, Xiao Qingzhu was puzzled. Why did the county princess suddenly ask about this? He? Duan only wants to he now. This good hall. There is another name called Yin sect? Right, Xiao Qingzhu said. Behind the scenes there is this name. It is usually called the good hall. Come on, Les. Pei Shizi when he was your close friend. But you lied about it. Duan's face was not looking too good at this time. This organization was coming to kill me last year. The one behind the Yin Gate is the second master of the Yin Gate. The world is big, but it is also small. A year has passed since the Yin Gate incident. Duan still remembers it, and Pei Hao remembers it as well. Xiao Qingzhu was shocked at his words. I'm sorry. I didn't know about this. Duan looked at him skeptically, and then at Pei Hao. Pei Hao's face was thoughtful, as if he was considering the matter. Big brother Xiao, tell us what happened back then. How you established the good hall, which is now known as Yin Gate. Xiao family and a dozen years ago in the war. The family to participate in the war, all the men died in battle. The first out of this one only left Xiao Qingzhu. Grandmother died of illness. Mother lingering in the hospital bed. Not a few months also died of illness. Xiao Qingzhu traveled and visited many places, and later saved a few orphans, and set up a goodwill center. Outside, Xiao Qingzhu is to use a pseudonym. The surname is also to use his mother's Yin surname. He didn't manage much of the goodwill hall's affairs, and took an old servant with him to go traveling. Just every year he would send someone to send a sum of silver back, enough for those children to spend. Later on, he was interested in singing opera, so he worshipped a master and learned, not expecting to learn as soon as he did. Xiao Qingzhu depressed. I have not left the capital for 7 or 8 years. Pei Hao thought back, and it was really true. Duan didn't know what to say about this. The master of Yin sect in the original story was a son of a downtrodden family who didn't care about the affairs of the sect for a long time. Later on, he was killed by Xie Zhang and his cousin, and his forces were gathered by the other side. Duan doesn't know the inside story, and the original story just schemes over it, not describing it carefully. If it's really like what Xiao Qingzhu said, he died in vain. Duan thought of the person behind the scenes who wanted to kill Xiao Qingzhu. In all likelihood it was Xie Zhang and the second master. Leaving behind the depressed Xiao Qingzhu, Pei Hao pulled the little girl away. When no one was around, Duan asked, Do you believe what he said? Believe. Pei Hao had never doubted Xiao Qingzhu. He wouldn't have survived this time if he didn't have me to save him. Not to mention my previous friendship with him. Let's just say that he didn't have to hide the gift of saving his life this time. Pei Hao would trust Qiao Qingzhu. It was that he knew what kind of person his best friend was. Indifferent to fame and fortune. And playful. Pei Hao added. I used to know that he would often do good deeds and help some poor people or orphans. When he built the Goodness Hall and adopted a group of orphans at that time. I'm afraid that he also wanted to do good deeds for his departed family members. Oh! Du Wan would be skeptical. Wan is still skeptical. Where did it lead you to doubt? I doubt him. You care a lot? If you doubt him, you are doubting my vision. Can I not care? This statement barely made sense. Du Wan stroked her small chin and looked at him obliquely. My bit of suspicion comes from not believing that there are people in the world as stupid as Qiao Qingzhu. Being the leader of an organization and not even knowing it. And foolishly sending the silver he earns every year. The Good Hall has turned into a killer organization. Is he still doing good deeds? Pei Hao. The little girl's angle of thinking was as tricky as ever. This made him a little short of breath even when he wanted to say something good for Qiao Qingzhu again. Du Wan mysteriously stretched out her little finger and ticked it towards Pei Hao, signaling him to come closer. Pei Hao's eyes rippled with light. What is it about Wan? I have a secret to tell you. Du Wan came to Pei Hao's ear and muttered in a low voice for a while, and told him that the mastermind behind the scene might be Xie Zhang and his cousin. I told you because I am afraid that you will investigate in the wrong direction. And as for the Yan Gates forces, Qiao Qingzhu or whatever you want to collect, don't let Xie Zhang pick the peaches. Pei Hao nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. That's for sure. I always speak with reason. Chapter 417 Inexplicably More Daughter-in-Law. Du Wan tilted her little head up. The energy of triumph was about to be hidden. Her tail was going up to the sky. What a little girl who is bright when given some sunshine. Pei Hao loves this little look of hers. The more he looks at her, the deeper his eyes become. Finally see no one around. He pulled the little girl turned to hide behind the rockery. And then wait out when. Already is 2/4 of an hour later. The little girl covered the slightly red swollen mouth, angrily glaring at him. A pair of almond eyes and big and bright, but also watery. Face pink and tender, tickling the heart more itchy. Pei Hao regretted. Into a marriage tedious etiquette. Why so much? In the case of his constant urging, the princess house only reluctantly agreed to set the wedding date on the 28th of February next year. Wan. Why don't we bring the wedding date forward? What's the point of bringing it forward? It's more reliable to postpone it. Du Wan said threateningly. Pei Hao held his forehead. You are trying to kill me. Humph. Du Wan threw her head back and huffed as she turned around and walked away. Pei Hao hurriedly followed, coaxing as he walked. Wan, don't be angry. It's all my fault. Of course it's your fault. I said no. You just don't listen. What should we do now? It's all swollen. What should I do if my family sees it when I go back? Yes. It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time. Next time? No. I will be more careful next time. Du Wan was so angry that she turned around and stomped on Pei Hao and continued to walk forward again. Hu San and the others hidden in the shadows just wanted to pretend they were blind. In the past, they were wise and powerful master of the world. At this time, the integrity fell all over the place. Cannot pick up. Du Wan did not spend the night in the manor. She returned to the princess's residence before dark. Then, after directly telling Ning Qin and the girls that she was tired and wanted to rest early, she hid in her bedchamber and stayed out, putting on an appearance of going to bed. These days, Du Qian was busy, allowing her to muddle through the night by a fluke. The next day, the swelling of her mouth went down, and Du Wan was overjoyed. Recently, Pei Hao would be very busy, and was rumored to be doing something with Qiao Qingzhu and Yanin. He did not allow Du Wan to participate in this matter, and Du Wan did not necessarily want to get involved, but inadvertently surrounded Cheap Big Brother and Qin Jio once. It was Du Qian who came back from outside and saw Qin Jio waiting outside the princess residence. As soon as Qin Jio saw Du Qian, she immediately went forward to stop the person. Big Brother Du. Miss Qin Jio? Du Qian threw the reins of his horse to the nearby personal guard. What are you stopping me for? Qin Jio said frankly but with hard to hide her nervousness. Big Brother Du. The county princess said she likes me. What? What's wrong? Didn't you say before? You're going to marry a girl that the sheriff lord likes in the future. Du Qian's heart jumped. He did say that before. So he carefully sized up the girl in front of him. A girl with a round face. Very pleasing. Very straightforward and cute. Du Qian did not know how to react for a moment. Du Wan, who was originally sitting on top of the roof high on melon seeds and watching the scenery, unintentionally surrounded the whole scene. Amidst the dumbfounded. Don't look at Du Qian at this time, still in the gentleman's posture. Inside a little panic. He has not encountered a girl will be so directed. Qingjiu asked again. When will you propose marriage to my family? Du Qian was stumped by the question. I know. You're the man I've admired the most since I was a child. You definitely won't go back on your word. Right? Qingjiu looked at him with sparkling eyes. Without waiting for him to nod. She turned and ran away first. Remember to go to the door early to propose marriage. The county princess has said herself that she likes me. Du Qian, inexplicably having an additional daughter-in-law, is a bit panicky. At that exact moment, he looked up and saw Du Wan on the roof. Grinding his teeth. He shouted, Du Wan, what have you done again? Big brother. This has nothing to do with me. Du Wan scurried towards the eldest princess's courtyard. She was in trouble. But she was unintentional. At that time, when Qingjiu asked her, she didn't think about this. Not long after, Du Wan ran to the eldest princess and wiped her non-existent cold sweat. The eldest princess was embroidering a child's dress. Leather monkey? What trouble did you get into again? Mother! You have to cover me this time. Du Wan sheepishly slipped behind the eldest princess and gave her a gentle squeeze on the shoulders. Big brother will be coming in a while. Huh? Offended your big brother? He. This. Du Wan's words were not finished. Outside, Du Qian had already barged in and was about to speak but ran into the gaze of the eldest princess. Instantly dumbfounded. Mother! Wan got into trouble. What did your sister do? She got me a daughter-in-law. Du Qian was out of breath now. The eldest princess was taken aback by what she said. And the needle even poked her finger a little. Du Wan tensed a hand. What's wrong? Nothing. The eldest princess Phoenix's eyes back and forth in the sibling's face looked. In the end, when it happened. Specifically say a word. When Du Wan heard this, she immediately sat down. Like a good baby. Under the gaze of the princess and Du Qian. Du Wan wilted and whispered. When Qingjiu came to me, her eyes were red. Like she had been crying. I asked her what had happened. She said that her family wanted to give her a face-to-face meeting. And she asked me if I remembered what had happened in the past. I said, I don't exclude her from being my sister-in-law. As long as she can win my big brother's favor. Du Wan raised her head quickly and looked at the two men separately again. Later, Qingjiu asked me if I liked her. I then said I liked it. Du Qian looked at her sister with a smirk. The more Du Wan spoke, the more she lost her breath. Who knew there was that big brother's words? What words? The eldest princess asked to Du Qian. The corner of Du Qian's mouth twitched, and told her side of the story. The eldest princess first froze, then covered her mouth and laughed. Mother! What to do now? Du Qian was inexperienced with this. The eldest princess laughed. What can be done? I can't give you advice. This is for you to decide. The daughter-in-law is yours, not ours. Mother is right. Du Wan agreed. This matter didn't end up with a negotiated solution until Du Qian, horse harnessed by the side of a team, went down to the court and returned to the house. Du Qian went to seek his father's help again. As a result, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team side's answer turned out to be the same as the eldest princess's. None of the three decided for him, leaving it up to him to work it out. Du Wan was so weak-minded that he went around Du Qian for the next period of time. Qingjiu, who talked to Du Qian, would send something to Du Qian from time to time. Of course, not missing Du Wan's share. Du Qian's mouth did not say anything. Actually, Qingjiu sent something. Silently accepted. Du Wan to keep this gossip in her heart. After a few days of holding it in, she didn't hold it in, and wrote the gossip in a letter to Pei Hao to share it with him. Pei Hao was busy day and night. Rare to receive a letter from the little girl. Sweetheart. Did not expect to eat a big brother-in-law a big melon. He pondered whether to give a push behind the scenes. As long as you get your great-uncle married early, you don't have to keep an eye on him all day long. Chapter 418. Don't you feel sorry for me? Time passed for most of the month. The drought in the north became more and more serious. Fortunately, it was the emperor who had earlier instructed and allocated a sum of silver to arrange for officials to prevent it. Fear of sending officials to go against the grain. The emperor explicitly arranged for a eunuch to accompany, while secretly sent spies to keep an eye on. It is so prevented. Have beheaded 2 batches of officials. The 3rd batch of this is peaceful. The reason is that the previous 2 batches of officials sent corruption. Death is not enough. The emperor did not cover up his approach. Frightened a group of officials in the court. Again trembling. With a knife hanging over their heads. The efficiency of the officials' work all increased a lot, thereby allowing the drought to be quickly controlled within a certain range, without causing a great deal of chaos than the original in the chaotic situation. Deaths and injuries. A lot better. Du Wan was surprised when she learned about it. This is probably attributed to the treasury having silver? The emperor previously relied on the plagiarism to enrich the treasury. Unlike the original treasury is empty. Encountered a disaster will have silver can be dispatched. It was Du Wan, the little butterfly, who fanned out the plot. She seemed to have done nothing. But the people of Great Qin benefited from it. All of the above happened on the surface. And an interesting thing happened behind the scenes. This is said to be a funny thing is also for Du Wan. Du Wan gossip looked to the Dingbei Marquis. Said to be the Dingbei Marquis' older brother missing son returned. So that the Dingbei Marquis ecstatic. Immediately to the emperor handed over the folders, please seal the son. The emperor temporarily suppressed the Zhang fold. Did not approve. Even if the emperor has not approved, still give Dingbei Ho1 a very good reputation. Du Wan for this also deliberately disguised to Dingbei Ho house near the gossip. Really heard the reason. That is, the Yen Dor second master, real name Xia Hong, was seriously injured back. Thought to kill Qiao Qingzhu, the collection of Yen Dor of the forces in no time. But the sky has unpredictable winds and clouds. The plan in the middle of an accident. Qiao Qingzhu not only did not die, Pei Hao also intervened in a foot. Xia Hong wanted to take Yen Sek's action failed. This failure is second to none, but also suffered a backlash. The reputation of ingratitude is doomed to carry. Xia Zhang's men went to meet Xia Hong and rescued him. After discussing the matter, Xia Hong changed his identity and claimed that Xia Hong had come back. Only behind the scenes of this matter, there are calculations. Pei Shitzi, do you know what the purpose of the Xia family to do so? Du Wan went to Pei Hao in a huff with the news she had learnt. She rubbed her small hands together while talking, her eyes still shining brightly, in a manner that made people hurry up and ask. Pei Hao coughed and smiled. What is the purpose? To ask to be crowned the son of the king and run for the side of the emperor's side. He. Du Wan threw down a big thunder. Pei Hao was surprised for a split second and then not surprised. So that's how it is? Du Wan strangely asks. You don't seem surprised? Xia Zhang is Marquis Dingbei's carefully trained successor. It's unlikely that he will run for the side of the emperor's side. Marquis Dingbei also couldn't spare his old face and let his only son participate. Pei Hao even gave Du Wan a magical glance when he said this. The little girl suddenly went to encourage the emperor to recruit a prince consort, catching the powerful nobles in the capital off guard. Thinking about it, it was quite interesting. Du Wan stroked her chin. Why can't Xia Zhang participate? For good reason. Who would be happy for the best child in the family to become a flunky? Even if he goes to be the emperor's door-to-door son-in-law, he wouldn't be willing to do so. Didn't some of the male children fight to curry favor in front of Qin Yu earlier? You see how many of those earlier dukes still came together once the imperial list came out? They were happy to marry the princess, not to be recruited as a son-in-law. Only the outstanding sons of the clan will arrange for one to go. Right? Pei Hao's meaning was clear. The most outstanding and powerful sons and daughters of the capital would not go to run for the extra horse harness by the side of a team. Du Wan hemmed and hawed. That's what the words say. Xie Zhang is Qin Yu's official match. It's not that easy to break up the CP. The male and female protagonists are together, and they usually have twists and turns, and go through trials and tribulations. Du Wan was a firm believer in this. Who let Qin Yu is a will make. She will be peaceful is strange. The two chatted and talked about Du Qian's head. Pei Hao was interested in his great-uncle's marriage. Have you prepared to go to the door to propose marriage? Not yet. Du Wan thought that Du Qian didn't throw away the things that Qin Zhou sent, and even said in a beautiful way that he would send some return gifts over. When they get familiar with it again, it should be almost ready. Then it's a show? My big brother doesn't seem to be exclusive. Well, big brother is a stable one. If he doesn't reject it, he should have an idea. Wan. Should we think of a way to push him a bit? So dilly-dallying. Pei Hao thought of several ways to try to make the two quickly come together as a pair. Drugging? Falling into the water? Being alone in a room? Every time before making a decision, Pei Hao held back again for fear of making a mistake. Du-Wan looked at him. Don't add to it. Feelings need a process of acceptance. Outsiders just watch from the sidelines and let nature take its course. I'm just anxious for Big Brother. Your little mind? When this county princess does not know all. It's good that you know. Don't you feel sorry for me? No. You deserve it. Pei Hao saw the little girl scolding. His mood was immediately happy. Holding her for a moment and refused to let go. But also take the head is constantly rubbing her face. Is that so? I deserve it? Curse again. Curse again. Giggle. The little girl was amused and giggled. Next. The two of them didn't know what they were harboring. But they were actually excitedly watching Du Qian and Qin Jiu from the shadows. Always keeping an eye on the progress of the two of them. With the presence of Du-Wan, an enlightened person, it really shouldn't be too simple to find out if the two meet. Of course, Du-Wan is still following the promise she made to Du Qian that she will not use her ability to eavesdrop on her family's privacy. But Qin Jiu is not yet married and engaged, so she is not considered a family member for the time being. Du-Wan justified herself by prying into her whereabouts behind her back. When she got the latest news, she hurriedly went to the State Duke's mansion to share it with Pei Hao. Extra! Extra! The latest gossip. Qin Jiu asked my big brother to go to the lake on the Mid-Yuan Festival and put on lanterns. Mid-Yuan Festival? It's not for a few days. It's not for a few days. Heh. I'll pick you up then and secretly follow them. Pei Hao pretended to be recuperating from his illness, lived in deep seclusion, and did not go to the yamen on duty. So, he accompanied the little girl the whole day. Contented, his smile increasing day by day. The Duke of Jin, who was trying to find his son, happened to hear what the two were discussing in private, and his face was all over the place. The son had been using recuperating from his injuries as an excuse to be unproductive. However, when he saw the relief and vigor between his son's brows, and thought of how Southwest had almost lost his son, Duke Jin suddenly thought better of it. Currently, the Duke of State's house had enough power, and was about to marry the princess's house. If his son was obsessed with power again, it was not a good thing. The Duke of State's house might be like a blazing fire cooking oil, which would make the higher-ups afraid of it. Moreover, now that Mu Xian is moving up the ladder, even if they don't take a stand, outsiders will attribute him to the power of the Jingui Gongfu. His son really don't need to work hard. Chapter 419 Going next door to see what's going on. The Duke of Jin lamented that he hadn't been as far-sighted as his son earlier. Pei Hao spotted the Duke of Jin. Father? Huh? Duke of State. Du-Wan immediately stood up nicely and greeted politely. Duke of State Jin laughed. There is no need to be polite. County Princess. We are all family members. Father is right. Wan doesn't need to be polite with him. Pei Hao quietly ticked her finger. Du-Wan brushed his hand away for fear of being discovered. Of course she thought she was doing it covertly, thinking that the onlookers wouldn't see it. Duke of Jingguo watched the two of them being so affectionate, and was very pleased. I heard that you guys are going to have a date to play together on the Mid-Yuan Festival? But Howard has to go back to his clan in the morning to pay homage to his ancestors. I will be free in the afternoon. Pei Hao added. Du-Wan was not surprised. This I know. My big brother is also going back to the clan to pay homage to his ancestors. The two youngsters looked at each other and smiled. A tacit understanding. Duke Jin would not do anything to beat up the lovebirds. It's good that you guys know. However, your sister is coming back from Ping'an City, as well as your maternal grandfather and grandmother will be traveling with her. How could the two old family members? Pei Hao felt that there was something strange about this. The Duke of Jin didn't have the intention of going into detail. After all, Du-Wan was here and there were some family matters that were not suitable to talk about. Du-Wan is a discerning. Sat for a while and proposed to leave. The Duke of Jin wanted her to stay for a meal. Du-Wan waved her little hand in refusal and slipped away even faster. Really, with the Jingua Gong has seen the big girl different. Is a very bright and vitality of the little girl. Do not play the false. Said to say goodbye is goodbye. Shin Guidong looked at the little girl who turned over the wall and left in the blink of an eye. Son, the county princess has turned over a lot of walls. Right. The posture should not be too skilled. Cough. Cough cough. Pei Hao almost choked on his tea and laughed so hard that he didn't dare to raise his head. The Duke of Jingguo laughed. You've also practiced light kung fu well. Of course. Much stronger than my son. Ha. You're still able to get on with it? The daughter-in-law you married back is better than you. You don't think it's shameful, but think it's honorable? Only narrow-minded men would be unhappy. Pei Hao was very frank when he said this. To be honest with father, having a powerful daughter-in-law to protect me, I still feel a special sense of security. Just like that period of time in the southwest. Duke of Jinghua was successfully choked, finally realizing that his own son was an anomaly. Are you telling the truth? Pei Hao nodded wordlessly. The Duke of Jinghua seriously sized up his son. What do you think? Does father think there is something wrong with me? Is it because I failed to teach in the past? The masculinity wasn't taught? Uh-huh. Pei Hao lost his smile. Where do you want to go? From a young age, he had been asked by his father to be independent and to learn all sorts of skills. He had never let his father down, which was why he had hardly ever tried to be completely protected. When Southwest fell into despair, the appearance of the little girl gave him a sense of security that he had never felt before. And rely on? Pei Hao looked straight at his father and slowly spoke the words that had been hidden inside for a long time. My father taught me from a young age that no matter what moment, even if I am sleeping in the Hearing Rain residence, I have to retain a point of vigilance, which you said is the way to survive. However, as long as I have one by my side, I don't have to be vigilant. I don't have to worry. I can sleep peacefully. Perhaps it is for this reason that he is extraordinarily covetous. The Duke of Jin listened with an extraordinarily bad taste in his heart. Coming from a family like theirs, how easy is it to want to live in peace? Duke of Jin raised his hand and patted Pei Hao's shoulder, his hand slightly trembling. My father is happy for you. Really? Very happy. Pei Hao clenched his fists and unclenched them. The Duke of Jin turned and walked away, his footsteps more relaxed than ever. It was the Midyuan festival of another year. The subordinates of the princess's residence were busy. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and Du Qian went back to the clan last night. Duan could have gone back. Only she didn't, and was responsible for staying in the mansion to take care of the eldest princess. When the masters of the mansion were happy, the subordinates were happy with them, and would add dishes for the festivals. Duan skipped around a bit, and saw that the subordinates were basically happy. When she returned to listening to the rain, she saw Loki holding a bunch of invitations, which looked like she was going to take them to be processed. Duan asked, who is sending invitations this year? There are quite a few. Dropchest stood still. Do you want to take a look? Duan scanned dozens of invitations. This is the recent one sent? It's from 3 days ago. Is there one for the first miss of the state uncle's house? Duan temporarily remembered Du Yunrong. Lucci shook her head. No. Then who is the one with the highest status? It was sent from the palace. Falling Chess accurately drew out a gold stamp post from it. It was rich and golden. The corner of Duan's mouth twitched. Has Qin Yu's aesthetics not been honed yet? Taking it over and turning it over for a glance. Yo! Inviting her to go on a trip on the Midyuan festival. She had no intention of attending. Qin Yu's face was not as good as Du Yunrong's. If Du Yunrong had invited her, rushing to see the fun, maybe she would have gone for a spin. Duan signaled for Drop Chest to go down and turned to Ning Qin. Ning Qin, do you know what Du Yunrong has been doing recently? Since the emperor bestowed the marriage, Miss Yunrong has rarely shown her face. And last month, it was rumored that she stayed home to embroider her wedding dress. Ning Qin tells what she knows. Duan scoffs. What the hell do you believe? Still embroidering wedding clothes. Either her confinement has not been lifted, or she is too ashamed to show her face. Duan looked at the sun outside. Currently the hour is still early. It's not even noon yet. The young girl turned her head in the direction of the next house, which was the Duke of Qin's house, also known as Qinzhou's house. As her cultivation increased, the range that Duan could perceive followed suit. According to her ability nowadays, as long as she is willing, even if she is standing in the princess residence, she can clearly know the movements of the Duke of Qin's residence. That's why it was so scary to say how scary this ability was. It was due to the frightening nature that she did not mention it to anyone anymore, including Du Qian. Duan was not interested in knowing the privacy of the other people in the Duke of Qin's mansion, but was somewhat concerned about Qinzhou, her future sister-in-law. Today, she had managed to get an appointment with Du Qian. When Du Qian came back, she would probably have to pick him up to go out and play. Originally, Duan thought that Qinzhou might be grooming herself right now, worrying about what clothes to wear or what headdress to put on. A woman for her own pleasure. No. However, she was wrong. The future sister-in-law was fighting. 1 against 5. And she hadn't lost. After Chinjio fucked over the 5 sisters, she managed to blow up the wives of the houses. Especially the mothers of a few girls. Yes, the ones fighting are all firstborn girls. Duan quickly grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and flew over towards the Duke of Qin's house. Is it still a fairy to have gossip and not look at it? Sheriff, you are going out. The guards outside shouted in alarm. Duan did not turn around and waved her hand. What to do, what to do. Do not have to follow this county princess. I'll just go next door to see the action. A group of personal guards. It always feels like they are becoming more and more redundant. Chapter 420. It's next door that's too impolite. Duan quietly went over and hid on the roof to watch the bustle below. At this moment, Chinjio looked like a good boy and hid behind his mother. Third Lady Qin. Third Lady Qin is a tough one. Accusing the other houses for the sake of her mother. Deceitful. The 4 of you have joined together to bully my daughter. Without the slightest regard for sisterhood. Don't think this matter will end well. I must report to the old madam, so that her old man can administer justice. I don't believe that you guys can turn black into white. First Lady Qin retorted. Third younger sibling. Can't you be more reasonable? Look at my Zhenrenbauer. This family is injured. And today is the Mid-Yuan festival. How can they go out? Self-inflicted abuse can't live. Who can blame? Chinjio suddenly added. The 5 of them suddenly sneak attack me. Don't they want to injure me, so that I can't go out today? My pair of 5 can be seriously injured. Just not my face. For the sake of today's date. Chinjio was dead set on protecting his face. Duan nodded. This was the right approach. The next thing was that the male said that the male was right, and the female said that the female was right. It all boiled down to the male face. The 5 girls of the Qin family learnt that today Du Qian had asked Chinjio to swim in the lake with her, and offered to follow along, which was ruthlessly rejected by Chinjio. Someone a moment of indignation sarcastic a few words. Chinjio is not a soft persimmon. Backstabbing back. So all of a sudden became a target. To put it another way. In the past, everyone was like that. There is nothing to fight for. Suddenly someone ran ahead. Who can still sit still? There is a person with a poisonous plan. As long as the Chinjio cannot get out of the door today. In the future. The princess house of this marriage to the last who still do not know it. Anyway. The princess house is to marry with the Duke of Qin house. Duan was stunned by the brain circuits of these people. Must be high on a melon to suppress the shock. Who said that the princess house is going to marry the Duke of Qin's house? All shut up. All have turned against the sky. An old woman came, hurriedly supported by her maid. The old dowager of the Duke of Qin's mansion stepped in. And the few people whose flames had been soaring just a moment ago were suddenly dumbfounded. Just like that, a family fight was suddenly gone. The penalty. What to do, what to do. The third wife of the Qin is tough. Pulling the Chinjio said to go to the medicine and left. The forest is big. All birds are there. A family living together. Want to live in peace is not easy. Chinjio didn't let her mother take the medicine. And persuaded her mother to leave in a nice voice. Before she called the eldest maid to get herself some medicinal wine to rub. She was grinning in pain and wanted to curse. When she suddenly saw a small head exposed in front of the window. Chinjio almost didn't scare her out of her soul. Sheriff master? He. It's fine. You continue. Continue. Duan rolled over the window and jumped in. Chinjio took a deep breath. Why are you here? Just strolling around. Duan sat aside and got high on melon seeds at ease. The corner of Chinjio's mouth twitched. Casually strolling? Strolling to her home? Duan knows in her heart that this is not proper. But she is thick-skinned enough. Looking at the injuries on Chinjio's body. There are just a few bruises. It's not a big problem. After a few days of maintenance, it will be able to fade away. Chinjio was a little embarrassed. You know everything? He. Don't know? Duan's eyes are smiling. Her mouth says she doesn't know. But her expression is not the same thing. I heard that you asked my big brother out. Chinjio's face heated up. It's a date. Then is this related to them? Why are they targeting you? They all thought that without me, they would have a chance to marry Big Brother Du. He. Dreaming in broad daylight. While others were not clear. Duan was very clear. Chinjio being involved with Du Qian did not have a single cent to do with the Duke of Qin's mansion. Du-Wan said bluntly. Without you, the Princess Mansion and the Duke of Qin Mansion are just ordinary neighbors. Qin-Jiu heard her defense of herself. Du-Wan sized her up again. Can you still go out on a date like this? Can. Qin-Jiu said slightly happily. I fought 1 against 5, and didn't let them hurt my face. On the contrary, their faces were all hurt by me. So they don't want to go out today. Luckily, I've learnt martial arts very seriously over the past year, so I didn't suffer any losses today. She was not the only girl in the family who practiced martial arts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem for her to fight 1 against 10. Du-Wan sat for a little while longer, and after finishing her melon seeds, she said she wanted to say goodbye. Qin-Jiu stayed. Won't you sit for a while? I'll let the kitchen get you something to eat. No. My father went back to the clan, but also specially instructed me to take good care of my mother. According to this hour, they are almost back. Encountered I am not in the house. I can't say that I want to be scolded. Du-Wan stood up and patted her arse and left. When she left, she didn't roll over the window, but it was over the wall. When she left, she was still strutting around, not even avoiding the guards in the mansion. So, the county princess in the state government most likely will also be the girls fighting things are watched to go. The old Taijun almost did not fainted in anger. That a few houses of the lady are snappy. Disgrace to the princess house. Du-Wan did it on purpose, just to make it difficult for them. Just back to the house not long. Next door to the first lady personally came over to send a gift of compensation. Did not stay long. Things down a few polite words and left. So that the princess was puzzled. Said people to inquire what happened. When I learnt the reason, the princess cried and laughed. Wan and nonsense. It's the next door that's too uncouth. Sister Wen put in a good word for Du-Wan. The eldest princess did not really blame her daughter. The girl next door was not taught well enough to fool around, thinking that Qianer is someone who can look at anyone. If that was the case, the marriage would have been finalized long ago. The eldest princess asked. Where is Wan? In Yuling Yuan? Sister Wen deliberately asked her subordinates. Do you know what is busy? The old slave didn't ask. Should I go and ask now? Forget it. Let her be. The eldest princess thought of what her daughter had done and couldn't help but laugh. It's good that she's about to get married. It's Chongming who's going to have a headache in the future. County princess is a person with a sense of propriety. She won't act recklessly when it really comes to things. Being able to marry county princess is Pei Shizi's good fortune. The eldest princess loved hearing this. Just then an underling came to report that Pei Shizi had come to visit. The eldest princess thought that today was the Mid-Yuan festival. He's here to pick up Wan. Right. This noon hasn't even arrived yet. Sister Wen laughed. Shizi is a person with a heart. I think he must have come to pick up county princess immediately after the ancestor sacrifice. Let him not have to come to my place. Just go directly to Wan. The eldest princess very thoughtfully instructed. And then have the kitchen prepare some of Chongming's favorite foods to send to Yuling Yuan. Still, your highness is thoughtful. Sister Wen immediately went to order. Pei Hao had indeed not eaten anything in his rush to come over, and had wanted to politely go and meet the elders first. Now that the eldest princess said it was not necessary, he did not say anything more and smiled as he turned to Jade Spirit Court to look for the little girl. Du-Wan was surprised to see Pei Hao and even ran outside the house to look at the sun. You came quite early. Didn't you make an appointment to go play in the afternoon? If you go to play, of course the earlier the better. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes contained love. Du-Wan shook her head. I still have to wait for father to come back. I'll wait with you. Pei Hao went forward and naturally took the little girl's hand. Chapter 421. I've wanted to do this since long ago. Du-Wan didn't break away, instead holding his hand back. Not long after entering the house, Ning Qin and the others brought in the ice con, and the house cooled down a bit. In addition, the kitchen side sent some food, said the eldest princess specially ordered to send. Du-Wan was surprised and looked at Pei Hao again. Pei Hao laughed. Mother-in-law is meticulous. Must have guessed that I am starving. Ha. Du-Wan laughed dryly. What's wrong with inexplicably having a little heartburn? Pei Hao naturally noticed the change on the little girl's face. Not too neglectful of him yet. At least she knows that her heart is weak. One want accompany me to eat some together. Eating alone has no flavor. Okay. Du-Wan did not refuse, but also let people carry a small altar of fruit wine. Pei Hao drank the wine personally poured by the little girl. His heart is happy. I found the master who brewed the wine in the Moonwatch house. And also bought the recipe. When I learnt to personally brew fruit wine for 1-1. Good all. Du-Wan heart sweet. Raised his eyes to see him, his fixed smile looking at himself. She suddenly felt a hot face. Picked up the fruit wine and drank half of it. And then smashed under the small mouth. Cover up as if to say, oops. Today's fruit wine is particularly good. Ha. Pei Hao couldn't help but laugh. Laughing and smiling. His eyes couldn't help but fall on her red mouth. Abruptly went up and quickly pecked a mouthful. And then sat down to take chopsticks to clip the food. As if nothing had happened just now. Du-Wan squinted at him. Saw him pretending. And glared at him again. When the two people put down their chopsticks. The underlings cleaned up the table. Du-Wan took Pei Hao out for a walk to kill some food. Perhaps it was fate that not long after walking out, he met a familiar face. Su Che's surprise flickered before he respectfully stood aside and bowed to the two people. This scene is actually quite saddening. The once stellar Su traveling in a row. Not worse than Pei Hao. Pei Hao and Du-Wan both didn't say anything and directly crossed over. Su Che was inexplicably relieved. At this time, not saying anything was better than saying it. Only when they walked away did Pei Hao say, "The Su family is quite impressive." It was rare for Du-Wan to agree. Not that there are no powerful people who instantly fall from the heights to the bottom. But very few people can adapt to it. And they usually give up or kill themselves. The Su family came to the princess's residence as servants. The princess's residence did not intentionally make things difficult for them. However, the fall from being served to serving people also requires a strong ability to withstand the heart. It was equivalent to having one's self-esteem and 3 views reshaped. People just adapted and still try to live their lives well. Pei Hao glanced back and whispered again. I heard that someone is secretly contacting Su Che. Oh, is it to pull Su Che in? Probably. Quite interesting. It wouldn't be the Xia family. It's not clear who it is. I would think that it's 80% the Xia family. I rather think it's not the Xia family. Du-Wan didn't say that Xia Zhang had this hint. It was just strangled by her on the spot. Even if it's the Xia family that wants to use Su Che, they wouldn't come in person. For the Su family to become like this, Marquis Dingbei was also involved. It could be said that the heaviest kick in stepping on the Su family came from the Xia family. Du-Wan knew that Pei Hao had just said that to remind himself. I will keep an eye on this matter. And when I find out who it is, I will tell you again. If the Xia family didn't send someone to contact Su Che, then it could be someone related to the Xia family. Or secretly in the same boat as the Xia family. And the exact power of that party will have to be investigated to know. The Du family's father and son returned to the residence. The two people went to meet and greeted. Pei Hao happily led the little girl to leave. Du Qian looked at Pei Hao's happy appearance. Not to mention how stifled. Pulling Pei Hao to the corner. He warned. Surname Pei. You have to abide by your duty. Remember? Big brother. I remember. Promise not to mess around. Pei Hao said sincerely. Du Qian couldn't find anything wrong with him. So he had to let him go with a black face. This trip was in Pei Hao's carriage. Du-Wan was the first to get into the carriage. Pei Hao immediately followed. And when Du Qian didn't come back to his senses, he hurriedly let the driver drive away. It was not until he was far away and could not see Du Qian that Pei Hao really let go of his heart. Du-Wan smiled thievishly. I thought Big Brother would stop you from getting on the carriage. This is the benefit of having a great uncle's sister-in-law. Du Qian had an appointment with Qinjiu today and couldn't be bothered to keep an eye on him. The two looked at each other and smiled. The carriage inexplicably had a sweet and cloying smell. This year's Moonwatch Tower, although not as lively as previous years, still had a lot of people coming. Du-Wan was surprised. Didn't you say it was closed? Changed the boss. Pei Hao came close to her ear and said, Want to know who the new boss behind the scenes is? Who is it? His Majesty. Not surprisingly. The Moonwatch Tower earns a lot of money day in and day out. As long as one isn't stupid, they won't let go of this opportunity to make money. But the money earned? Does it go to Uncle's private coffers? Or the National Treasury? Half to the National Treasury. Half into the Emperor's private coffers. Moonwatch Tower, this geographic location. The Emperor will not rest assured to outsiders. Still surrounded by heavy guards. Don't say. Change the Emperor as the boss behind the scenes. Every little while there will be officials patrol. more secure than before. Thieves and small touches are almost invisible. Pei Hao took Du Wan to swim in the lake. This lake, not the one inside the Moonwatch Tower, is a large lake nearby. The lake is connected to the river. The water is turquoise, and there is a place full of lotus flowers. Pei Hao didn't ask for a big boat, i.e. the kind of boat that can sit many people. He was very thoughtful to ask for a small boat. Only then can be considered truly alone. Fools will go with their beloved to go with a bunch of people in a boat that want to do something, but also tied hands. Du Wan didn't think as far as Pei Hao. Pei Shi, do you know how to row a boat? Yes. The day before yesterday. I even deliberately went to learn. But I can't say this. Pei Hao pretended to know what he was doing and let the little girl get on the boat first. Du Wan gently leapt, and the person went up. Pei Hao followed, sat down and started rowing. In a good manner. If you are not careful, the boat will sway and get farther and farther away from the shore. The guards who followed them, and the Pei family guards could only stand guard on the shore. Today's day, they want to follow up also temporarily can't find the boat. Waiting to row out some distance. Not seeing the people on the shore. Pei Hao didn't know what he had in mind, and deliberately rowed the boat into the lotus. The leaves of the lotus are dense. The boat rowed in. Immediately covered most of them. Du Wan is quite happy, and also excited to pick lotus. Pei Hao then signaled. Come over. I'll sit over there. How are you going to row the boat? Du Wan turned around and asked strangely. You'll know if you come over. Pei Hao looked inscrutable, waiting for Du Wan to get close. He put the oars down, and the first thing he did was to pull the person into his arms, cover the back of her head and kiss her. Fuck. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Finally he found the opportunity. Chapter 422. Two people making love to each other. Du Wan had thought to surround Du Qian and Qingjiu, but she was held back by Pei Hao. Pei Hao wouldn't let the opportunity to be alone slip away. So, all day long, Du Wan didn't even go to spectate successfully, and was locked up by Pei Hao. Until dusk, when the water was paved with a golden color. She touched her fiery lips, and looked at him with a sultry slant. Are you finished? Not finished. Not finished for life. Pei Hao made a double entendre. I'm hungry. Du Wan just wanted to go ashore, and didn't want to be alone with him. Pei Hao took the peeled lotus seeds, and stuffed them into her mouth. Eat it. Top be full. Du Wan knew in her heart that she just wanted to find an excuse to go ashore. You didn't even eat dinner. Aren't you hungry? Hungry? Pei Hao circled the person in his arms. It's more torturous to have to endure when your sweetheart is in your arms. Pei Hao peeled another lotus seed and stuffed it into her mouth. And when he left his fingertips also, seemingly unintentionally, gently crossed her lips. Du Wan lifted up her eyelids and looked at him obliquely. We said earlier that we were going to go round and watch the gossip. What's the point of looking at others? How about looking at me? How about it? What's so good looking about you? Really not good looking? Pei Hao's enlarged face came closer. Du Wan raised her white jade-like hand and pushed his face away. Stinky. Stinky? It doesn't stink. Smell it again. Pei Hao put his face in front of her, and intentionally sticking to her. When his hair hangs down, it touches her white and tender face, causing Du Wan to dodge left and right. But he can't help but be tickled, and giggles non-stop. The boat floating on the water suddenly swayed a few times. There is a boat approaching. The boat is very exquisite, beautiful, and also hangs beautiful red lanterns. Du Wan narrowed her phoenix eyes and looked towards the boat. A different person might not be able to see it, but Du Wan saw it clearly. It was Qingyu and the others. The number of people standing at the bow of the boat was not too many. About 7 or 8. Besides Qingyu, there were also Xie Zhang and Chen Lu. And there were also 2 gentlemen, with quite a good temperament, and their origins would not be low. In addition to a few noblewomen from the capital. Du Wan said. Are they doing this on purpose? Pay no attention. Pei Hao pressed her little head, not caring at all about being seen. They must be someone jealous of my family Wanwan's cuteness. Right. You're right. Du Wan's approval of Pei Hao skyrocketed. The people on the boat, seeing the two of them on the boat not far away from each other, were silent for a while. The two of them are unmarried couples. Even the wedding date is set. But can't they be a bit more restrained outside? Look at their teas sour. Shameless. A woman's voice rang out abruptly. But when those who heard it tried to look for the voice, they couldn't find who it was. Some people were surprised. who was so unafraid of death to provoke the county princess and Pei Shi. Qin Yuyu smiled gently. Wanwan and Pei Shi are a pair, so it's inevitable that they will be close. What you saw today, you must not spread it. What the princess said is very true. The person who responded was none other than Chen Lu. People are an open and honest pair. The wedding date has been negotiated. What is there to be ashamed of? I don't know how many men and women are dating today at the Mid-Yuan festival. I don't believe that people will do nothing when they meet with their sweethearts in private. At the end of his words, Chen Lu even gave a bad smile. It drew a burst of laughter. The two people, Du-Wan and Pei Hao, behaved in a manner that would be called bold in current times. Some people will feel that the woman is not reserved. But some people can't help but be envious and jealous. When the two get married, it might be a beautiful story again. Just as Chen Lu said, some of the people present, who had a private date with their sweethearts, might do it more boldly than Du-Wan and Pei Hao. The boat was getting closer and closer to the small boat. The boat is floating on the water. Pei Hao didn't row the boat. He just held the little girl and let her sleep half leaning on his arms. Just that the boat is a big boat after all. When it sails by, the lake's surface will inevitably ripple, making the boat all wobbly. Pei Hao looked at the painted boat unhappily. If he wasn't mistaken, this painted boat was deliberately approaching. Pei Shi, Princess Jiaoyang, my princess has an invitation. A palace maid shouted loudly. Pei Hao frowned and looked down at Du-Wan in his arms. Wan, do you want to go up to the painted boat? It just so happens that I'm hungry. There will be food on the painted boat. Du-Wan sat upright and stretched her waist again. That posture was like she just woke up from a nap. Du-Wan waved her small hand towards the boat. Come here. Come over and pick up this county princess. Seeing her small appearance as a matter of course, Pei Hao was a bit amused. If Pei Hao had to choose, he didn't want to go over. Doesn't it smell good to be with the little girl? But the little girl chose to go on the boat. What else can he do? He can do nothing but indulge her. The person in charge of the boat stretched out a long bamboo pole. Du-Wan saw Pei Hao catch one end of the bamboo pole, and then use the force to let the boat slowly approach the boat. When it was close, Pei Hao threw a thick rope tied to the bow of the boat to the boat. Someone caught it and tied the boat. Next, Pei Hao put his arm around the little girl's waist and took her to the bow of the boat with his lightness. Du-Wan was completely self-reliant. After coming into contact with the gaze of Qin Yuyu looking over, the obscure jealousy in the bottom of those eyes made Du-Wan give up coming on her own. Just to rely on Pei Hao. Just to let him take care of her. Just to let him saddle her. Humph. Angry with the surname Qin. When Du-Wan stepped on the bow with both feet, Qin Yuyu came over. Cousin. What a coincidence. Yes. What a coincidence. It's a coincidence to meet on the lake. The fate is also perfect. Du-Wan's small face smile is very clean. But she stood on the bow of the boat was as stable as Mount Taishan. At this time to pretend to be a frightened look, half leaning against Pei Hao to stand stable like this. Qin Yuyu looks concerned. Wan is not seasick. Do you want to go in and sit for a while? Ouch. Right-o. A little dizzy. Du-Wan said this, and almost leaned into Pei Hao's arms. Pei Hao also tacitly held the person up and protected her in a dripping manner. Qin Yuyu was so angry that her heart and liver hurt. Shameless. Pei Hao softly said. Wan, I'll help you in. Good. I know you're the best for me. Du-Wan spoke daintily, and even winked at him. Pei Hao was clearly delighted. The corner of his mouth curled up. It's good that you can know. So the two of them made love to each other, and went inside like no one was watching. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Chen Lu nimbly followed behind, and even carried stools for the two. County Lord. Pei Shi. Please sit down. Would you like something to drink? Have a cup of ginseng tea. Wan is a bit uncomfortable. Pei Hao made a request, and then added in a whirlwind. Are there any more pastries or anything to eat? You can bring some up. My family Wan is hungry. Then Pei Hao mentioned a bunch of things to pay attention to. It's all about how my Wan is. What she likes and dislikes and so on. Said in extreme detail. Listening to some noble women. Their faces twisted with jealousy. Chapter 423. Marrying your sweetheart is not easy. Qin Yuyu was so angry that she secretly tore a handkerchief. Who doesn't want to be treated sincerely? Pei Hao with this look is obviously attached to the county princess. Or very attached to the kind that is extraordinarily rare. A handsome gentleman laughed. Earlier, I heard that Pei Shi had sent people to the princess's residence every day to press for the wedding date in order to marry the county princess earlier. I thought it was a rumor. But now I believe it. What's wrong with that? Marrying a wife is easy. Marrying a sweetheart is not. Pei Hao spoke in a cloudy manner. A maid brought a basin of water and a clean handkerchief. This was a clear indication for Pei Hao and Du Wan to clean their hands. Du Wan was so happy in her heart that she put her small hands into the basin to clean them. Pei Hao actually followed her and washed his hands together. It was inevitable that they would touch each other. He didn't avoid it. He also took the opportunity to help her wash her hands. With a look of great concentration. As if he was doing something great. Some people didn't even want to look at it. It was too harsh. The acidic odor around her is too strong. What's going on? Qin Yu held back the discomfort in her heart and pretended to be generous. Pei Shi treats Wan really well? That's true. He treats this county princess very well. Du Wan raised her chin in triumph and smiled brightly. Come! Come! Pei Shi, hurry up and come and wipe this county mistress's hands. As she said this, she also raised her hands. And water droplets were still dripping between her fingers. Pei Hao picked up a handkerchief and wiped it for her. While wiping the water droplets, he said helplessly, so delicate. Really can't do anything about you. The spoiling that comes through in these words. Don't be too obvious. When her hands were wiped clean, she took to the side the newly served pastries. Du Wan thought Pei Hao had done a good job just now, and rewarded him by passing a piece of pastry to his mouth. Pei Hao had the good sense to only take a bite. The remaining half was still in Du Wan's hand. Du Wan wanted to continue stuffing it into his mouth. But she ran into his smiling gaze. Inexplicably, she understood what he meant. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Du Wan stuffed that half of the pastry into her own mouth. Well, this is even more intimate now. Or a locked pair in full view of the public. As long as the people present, they all felt that the two were behaving too intimately. Doing it in private was nothing. Doing these things on the spot was a bit out of the ordinary. On the contrary, everyone just couldn't help but take a look and look again. Qin Yu sat down opposite them. And some others sat down. Du Wan finished the plate of pastries. All of them. Or rather, she ate half of it and fed the other side into Pei Hao's mouth. Why is everyone looking at us? Since we came out to play. Let's have fun in time. Sheriff Lord, is this how you and Pei Shi usually get along? A girl couldn't help but ask. Du Wan looked towards that girl. A bit facetious. You are? I'm Wei 12. From General Wei's residence. So it's you. This time Du Wan was really remembering who she was. Wei Qiong. Wei 12. She also remembers that this girl has a handle in her hand. Just where did she put that apology letter? For a moment, it was actually impossible to remember. Du Wan was confused for a moment. At that time, her focus was to get Xie Ying's apology letter and turn to discuss Xie Zhang. Then Du Wan smiled and said, I remember you have another letter with me. Heh. Heh. County Princess has a good memory. Wei Qiong laughed awkwardly and dryly. Regretting it. If she had known, she would have kept quiet. She was worried for a while at the beginning about last year's matter. And then when she was late to see the County Princess take that letter, she slowly forgot about it. Du Wan did not want to pick a fight. Continued to eat and drink. Until her stomach was full. She stretched herself comfortably. It was dusk outside. And the lake at dusk, with the scenery on the shore, was very pleasant. Some people didn't want to watch Du Wan and Pei Hao show their love. So they ran outside to see the scenery. Qin Yu asked with concern. Pei Shi, I heard that you have been recuperating. Is your body better now? Thanks for your concern, Princess. Pei Hao didn't say yes or no. Du Wan laughed out loud. With me with him. He dares to have a bad body. Pei Hao smiled indulgently and touched the green silk hanging down behind her. Wan is right. It's all because of Wan that my body can get better so quickly. This is of course. Du Wan began to blow up again, sticking gold on her face. Qin Yu almost didn't lose her temper on the spot. It was hard to suppress it. But she was still so angry that she wanted to leave. Nay, the chances of seeing Pei Hao like today were too few. Or sitting so close. Qin Yu thought she had forgotten about him. But her heartbeat still couldn't help but beat violently the moment she saw him. It was moving for him. Qin Yu felt hopeless and her heart ached. Du Wan looked at Qin Yu with a leathery smile. This woman hid herself quite well. If one did not pay close attention, one could not really tell what she was thinking. However, as long as you pay attention, you can see the fervor and greed in the bottom of her eyes. Until now, she still likes Pei Hao? Du-Wan immediately saw Xie Zhang sitting in the corner. Today Xie Zhang was very quiet. It would be more appropriate to say low-key. Since Pei Hao and Du-Wan went to the boat, they almost didn't hear Xie Zhang speak, and they were willing to be a background board. If Du-Wan didn't notice, she might have overlooked him. The male lead in the original novel was like this. In general novels, the protagonist can't hide his light. It is this book. The male lead in the early stages with people obviously has outstanding looks and an excellent reputation, but is very modest and low-key when dealing with people. I didn't think it was unreasonable when I was reading the book, but now that I look back, is it really reasonable? Pei Hao was not happy and raised his hand to break the little girl's head over, letting her face him and only see him. Du-Wan blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Just look at me. The subtext was that one could not look at the man next to them. Someone understood it and stifled a laugh. But Du-Wan didn't get it for a moment and slapped his hand away. What do you want? What's there to look at when I look at you every day? This Shitsi is not good looking. Pei Hao's smiling peach blossom eyes inexplicably carried a bit of threat. Du-Wan skimmed her small mouth and said perfunctorily, Good looking. Good looking. You are the best looking in the world. Okay. Well, not blind. Pei Hao seemed as if he didn't hear her perfunctory words. Du-Wan looked like she couldn't do anything about him. Someone beside her laughed out loud. Pei Hao warmly asked, What is Mr. Ma laughing at? The person who laughed was the same handsome male who had just made a sound, awkwardly clearing his cough. I'm India's. Pei Shi and the county princess have such a good relationship. Upon hearing this, Pei Hao smiled amiably. This is all obvious to you. Duke Ma laughed aloud and didn't answer, because those whose eyes are not blind can see it. Du-Wan sizes up this man. Seems to be the eldest son of the Minister of Military Affairs, the elder brother of the vicious female match Ma Suqin. She also sized up the other male, who she did not recognize. But this person is sitting beside Xie Zhang. He should know Xie Zhang. Chapter 424, as the saying goes. No love. No jealousy. That male saw Du-Wan looking over. He politely smiled at her as a greeting. Du-Wan is about to ask, only to see Pei Hao voicing out. Wan. The ginseng tea is getting cold. Drink it quickly. Oh. Du-Wan picked up the ginseng tea and finished it in one gulp. Pei Hao picked up a blue handkerchief and wiped the corner of her mouth for her, then put the handkerchief away properly. That's when everyone noticed that the handkerchief was his own this time. It did not take long for Du-Wan to know who the male beside Xie Zhang was. It was none other than the once second master of Yan Gate, that newly returned Xie Hong. It was quite interesting to say that only a short while ago Pei Hao and the two Xie brothers had a round of secret fights, itching to get each other killed. Yet at this time, the three still had to be peaceful on the surface. None of them could be brought to the surface. Du-Wan looked at Qin Yu again. She didn't know what Qin Yu's intention was in letting them board the boat. But it wouldn't be a good thing. It would be strange not to have something going on in a place where a man and woman are present. Sure enough, they didn't wait long. Qin Yu proposed a boating competition, with the winner getting a prize. There were 3 small boats, and Qin Yu was to host them. Chun-Lu asked, Princess, will you be competing alone? Or in teams of 2? Team up in 2s. Qin Yu immediately chose this one. However, it's no fun to form a free team. How about drawing lots? Whoever catches it will form a team with whoever catches it. It's best to have a man and a woman as a group. Can! Someone beside him chimed in. Du-Wan looked on, with a faint smile, and did not comment. When Qin Yu made a sound, those who wanted to please her would only follow and concur. How to draw lots. It was for the men's side to draw lots first, then to the women's side, and those with the same serial number were a group. When preparing to draw lots, Qin Yu left for a while, and secretly instructed her inner circle, signaling that she was going to be in a group with Pei Hao, which was meant to allow people to do things in secret. Qin Yu's voice was very small, but it could not withstand Du-Wan's extraordinary ability. Du-Wan instantly guessed Qin Yu's small mind. If we say what is the most likely accident that will happen when playing this? Falling into the water. If Pei Hao drew a group with Qin Yu, the 2 of them would have the opportunity to sit in the same boat. When Qin Yu falls into the water, Pei Hao, who is the closest, will he save her or not? Only to hear, Qin Yu laughed. Whoever wins first. The lottery will go to whoever wins first. Cousin, this is too dangerous. What to do if you fall into the water? Duan was just like a bare child who is going to come and wreak havoc, directly raising the key question. It's nothing for the male to fall into the water. What about the female? The girl who is saved by the male to fall into the water is usually married. Oh, not everyone is a cousin. Halfway through, Duan didn't say anything. But that little I was looking back and forth at both Qin Yu and Xie Zhang. Those who heard this understood that when Qin Yu fell into the water, Xie Zhang saved her. And then she found a reason to reject it. And what a good name. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was awkward. Pei Hao held back his smile. The little girl just had this ability to stir the pot. Duan looks at Qin Yu with a simple, innocent face and starts teasing. Oops. Unintentionally bringing up old things. Cousin is so kind. She won't blame me. Right? No. Won't. Qin Yu was so blocked that she didn't want to speak. Only to hear. A girl said. County princess, don't be such a spoilsport. Just be careful, everyone. Duan looked towards this girl who spoke. It was Ma Sui from the Ministry of Military Affairs. One of the main players, who had wildly stomped on Ma Suqin in order to curry favor with Qin Yu. The backyard of this Minister of War house is quite chaotic. With more people in the family, some strife is unavoidable. But the elders usually teach the sons and daughters of the family to fight however they want at home. But when it comes to things, they have to be united. No wonder the Minister of War ended up in a bad place. If the backyard is on fire, can the front yard still be peaceful? Duan smiled and said, It's you. Seeing you, this county princess remembered that you once accidentally splashed tea on your big sister's head. Ma Suya's face twisted for a split second. Qin Yu came out to round off the situation. It's fine. It's fine. There are quite a few people on board who know water. Just have them pay attention. It's nothing to arrange properly. When Duke Ma agreed, he glanced at Qin Yu. This glance had a deep meaning. All of the people present were dragons and phoenixes, and they had seen a lot of tricks since they were young. Qin Yu was ultimately a bit more tender, but everyone was happy to play along with her. This game ultimately did not stop and continued until the link of drawing lots said that the male first. The result of the turn of Pei Hao. He did not reach out to draw lots, but instead grabbed Duan's small hand. A smile frankly said, If I want to team up, definitely want to with Wan's. Change a female cannot. Why not? Qin Yu questioned offhandedly. It was only when this came out that Qin Yu secretly screamed that it was bad. Everyone pretended not to see the problem. But it was Xie Zhang who looked at Qin Yu for a moment. He was the one who overestimated her brain. Originally he saw that she had made it impossible for each woman who had offended her to turn over. She was a courageous and calculating one. But what happened? Qin Yu's existence could not create any misunderstanding between Pei Hao and Duan at all. Xie Zhang suppressed his emotions and could not move anything. This year had really been a year where everything had gone wrong. It was not long ago that helping his cousin to gather the forces of the Yin sect was supposed to be a sure thing. At that time, he had pushed it over and over again, making sure that there would be no mistakes. It didn't occur to him that Xiao Qinju had a deep friendship with Pei Hao, and that Pei Hao would risk going into the deep mountains to save people for him. Duan smiled and held Pei Hao's big hand back. Cousin, aren't you being difficult? If he sits on the same boat with another woman, I will be jealous. Cousin Wan, don't be too petty. A woman should be more atmospheric. Being jealous is not good, Qin Yu said with a good temper. And that demeanor also gave people the feeling of joking. A different person might have compromised. Duan will not. Smiled and said, I just want to be petty. Just want to be jealous. Qin Yu joked. You don't like Pei Shizhi like this? Princess is wrong. Pei Hao said in a serious manner. This Shizhi likes Wan very much. And also Wan's pettiness and jealousy is also very cute. It shows that she has me in her heart. Duan laughed silently. Yes. No love and no jealousy. Hearing this, Pei Hao's heart is like 100 flowers blooming. Joyful to the extreme. No love. No jealousy. The other way round. She is like him. Pei Hao can't suppress the corner of his mouth has been rising. The corner of his eyes are full of smiles. Inexplicably with a bit of stupidity. Xie Zhang at this moment only feel Pei Hao's smile eyesore. Let his heart stuffy a little panic. Chen Lu and others looked a bit sour. Can't these two people cover up a bit? They were so affectionate. It was really enviable. However, when the words were said to this point, it would be unreasonable for Qin Yu to force the people to separate. But, the two of you are together. Wouldn't it be better to win? It's fine. It's fine. This county princess is not going to participate. Duwan threw down another thunder. Chapter 425. Calculating in the end is empty. Pei Hao immediately spoke indifferently. If county princess doesn't participate, I won't join in the fun either. Besides, it's just right for me and the county princess to quit. So you can make a pair. Chun Lu flirted. Is this considered a woman singing with her husband? Pei Hao gave Chen Lu a rare appreciative look. This guy finally said something human. Duwan's heart was just set on not letting Qin Yu's calculations go well. As the two people withdrew, the others continued. Without Pei Hao and Duwan involved, Qin Yu didn't let anyone do anything. Perhaps the male and female main characters are destined to be a pair. Naturally, after drawing lots, they can all be put together into a group. Duwan is happy about this. Pei Hao picks up a small dish of melon seeds from a coffee table. Come on. Get high. Still you understand me. Duwan smiled and grabbed a small handful. Stoned with gusto. The three small boats were not compared together in three groups. Rather, 2 by 2 compared. The other boat is sitting on the granny and maid who can float. It is Duwan's previous words that reminded them. In case of an accident, they are afraid that they will not be able to rescue them. Duwan sat in the boat, enjoying the game. The first to go down is Xie Zhang and Qin Yu. Against Xie Hong and Ma Sui. The rules of the race is very simple. Is to row to the other side and then return. Whoever is the fastest even if they win. Pei Hao sat beside her, handing her tea and food. He even peeled the grapes and stuffed them into her mouth. Chen Lu peeked at them both from time to time. Ah Hao, give me a bunch of grapes. Don't you have hands? Pei Hao replied coolly. Chen Lu hemmed and hawed. Isn't it just a craving? I also want to let Master Shitzi serve it. Get out of the way. Pei Hao continued to peel the grapes. Duwan looked at Chen Lu. You guys came out for a cruise in a painted boat. How come there are only so many of you? Didn't County Princess notice? All of them are not engaged to be married. And those who are engaged to be married have gone on private dates. Just like you and Ah Hao, who would be happy to come and join us. Chen Lu took out a bunch of grapes from the table and ate them with the skin on. He wasn't Pei Hao. He wasn't that particular about food. Duwan looked around the circle. It was really as he said. The other point was that all these people were obviously on good terms with Qin Yu. Soon, the result of the game came out. Xie Zhang and Qin Yu's group won. Xie Zhang and Qin Yu returned to the boat. The subordinates were waiting for them, handing out water, towels and food. Then, it was the turn of Chen Lu and Ma Gongzi's two groups to get off the boat. In the presiding eunuch's voice to start. The two small boats rowed up quickly. And the girls on the boat also giggled happily. Originally, it was Du Wan and a few others sitting at the bow of the boat. Xie Zhang said to go to the convenience. Xie Hong followed in. So Du Wan, Pei Hao and Qin Yu, and Wei Qiong, who is like a soy sauce. Wei Qiong is now very well behaved. Do not speak. She was ordered by the elders of the family to please Qin Yu. But the elders also repeatedly told not to offend the princess. Then it was Qin Yu who stood up. Cousin, I'll excuse myself for a moment. Go go go. Duwan replied politely. Not long after Qin Yu went in, a palace maid came over respectfully. Sheriff, my highness has an invitation. Can you say what's up? Duwan deliberately asked. The palace maid lowered her head and said, You will know when you go in. His highness did not say. All right. Duwan smiled, stood up and walked inside. Pei Hao was about to get up and follow. The courtesan hurriedly stopped. It's all about the girl's family. Pei Shitzi, please stay. The pavilion was large. With was a beautiful house on the water. There are several exquisite private rooms inside. Duwan follows the courtesan into a private room, but does not see Qin Yu. The courtesan tells her to wait for a while. Duwan pretended not to know in general, and sat down to wait for someone. She was aware that Qin Yu had a calculation in mind. Or perhaps, Qin Yu's abnormality could not be hidden from many people. It's just that everyone doesn't say anything. Doesn't point it out. Smart as Xie Zhang, two brothers. But also deliberately avoid. To create opportunities for Qin Yu. Duwan knew all this. But she just wanted to see if Qin Yu's calculations would work. Sure enough. Not a moment later. There was a commotion at the bow of the boat. It's bad. The princess fell into the water. Quickly save the princess. What to do? Those women who know water. They're all on the boat. Pei Shirzi. Please save the princess. Pei Shitzi. Please go down quickly. Nothing can happen to the princess. Pei Shitzi. The palace maid urged Pei Hao to go down to save her. Duan didn't see the situation at the front of the boat. Just by listening to the sound, she could imagine what was happening. It was just a group of people urging the only man on the scene, Pei Hao, to go into the water to save people. She was thinking whether Pei Hao would go into the water to save others. As a result, she finally heard Pei Hao's voice. Sorry. This son does not know how to float. In an instant, the sound of pleading for help was muted. Duan took a sip of tea and almost sprayed it out. Pei's great villain is so bullish. He can water? He can water? But this moment, he actually said he wouldn't? Duan thought about it. It was written in the original that Pei Hao knew water. But no one knew about it. Since she heard the commotion, it was quite excessive for her to sit down again. So she pretended to run out of the box in a hurry, and happened to bump into the two Xiezhong brothers, also pretending to be in a hurry, but with small steps. What a coincidence. You guys also heard the commotion. Duan was still in the mood to greet them. Xiezhong hooked the corner of his mouth. Yes, oh. What a coincidence. This time, he was able to confirm that Qin Yuyu had made a stupid mistake. The other county princess simply knew what she was up to. Yet she didn't stop it. Duan said as she walked towards the bow of the boat. Lord Xia, hurry up and go save the people. In the past you have saved princesses who fell into the water. Today you will save them again. No one will gossip. Go for it. Damn gossip. Xiezhong suddenly had the urge to curse. The three people reached the bow of the boat even more slowly. The bow of the boat was in chaos. Only Pei Hao was old and calm. Qin Yuyu's court ladies had wanted to follow the princess's instructions and let Pei Hao go into the water to save the people. But the problem was that Pei Hao's statement that he didn't know how to use the water disrupted their calculations. In the end, it was Xiezhong who went into the water and saved Qin Yuyu. Duan knew that Qin Yuyu could not die because she could float. However, life is like a play, all depends on acting. Qin Yuyu acted weak. But in her heart, she was so angry that she was going to vomit blood. She didn't know Pei Hao didn't know how to float. So her plan came to naught. Fortunately, the season is hot now, so it is not cold to fall into the water. Qin Yuyu was helped back to the compartment by the palace maid. And after a while of busyness, she also came back to her senses. On the other side of Chenlu they, naturally than not, followed back to the boat. Each of them looked at each other, and then looked at Xiezhong. Xiezhong, who came out from the water. His body was still dripping with water. His appearance was not in a mess. Actually, there was a different kind of beauty, really worthy of being the male lead. This aura is proper, Xiezhong bashfully said. I'm going to change clothes. Go quickly, Chen Lu urged. Xiahong accompanied him inside to change his clothes. Usually when they, the dukes and ladies, came out to play, the underlings would prepare a set of clean clothes. Chapter 426, affecting the mood of the date. Going back inside the box, Xiezhong changed his clothes. It was Xiahong who didn't maintain the elegance of a son of a family. Lazily sitting aside. Seventh brother. Do you really want me to run for the side of the emperor's son-in-law? This princess's brain isn't too bright. Cousin doesn't like it, just go and deal with a few scenes. Xiezhong did not force him. Xiahong smiled and said, Shuko said that he wants me to make sure I take it. Father's thoughts do not represent mine. On this matter, Xiezhong and Marquis Dingbei disagreed. Cousin, your wishes are the most important. You don't have to do what you don't like for us. Duan kinda admired the male lead when she heard this, regardless of what the true thoughts were. It was beautifully said. Then Duan stood up and walked towards Qin Yuyu's compartment. Pei Hao was about to follow. Duan turned back and winked at him. Sit here. I'm going to comfort my cousin. She was scared when she fell into the water today. My family one is really kind. Pei Hao praised sincerely, not seeing a hint of blush or weakness. The onlookers, Chen Lu and others, deeply doubt that this is still the Pei Shirzi they know? Duan came to the front of Qin Yuyu's compartment. There was a palace maid guarding it. As soon as she saw Duan, she greeted her. Slave girl has met the county princess. No need to be polite. This county lord wants to see cousin. Sheriff master, wait a moment. The palace maid went in to report. will obediently wait for people outside is not Du-won. The palace maid's front foot went in. She followed the back foot, but also happened to hear the palace maid report. Qin Yu angrily refused. Do not see. Yo! Cousin! Are you angry with me? Du-won's sudden loud voice startled Qin Yu. Qin Yu's face twisted for a split second before she calmed down. It's cousin Ah. What nonsense are you saying? Besides, me falling into the water has nothing to do with you. Yes, oh. It has nothing to do with me. I was sitting nicely in the bow of the boat. But you called me into the compartment to wait for a lonesome. Du-won said this with a smile. But it stuck to Qin Yu's heart like a needle. Qin Yu heard the mockery in it. However, she could not admit it. Qin Yu explained. It was my palace maid who got it wrong. Right. Whatever you say. Du-won's smile did not reach her eyes. Qin Yu added, cousin. I still have to freshen up. Du-won came over to her and whispered mockingly. You should wash properly. Especially your brain is dirty. You don't think that no one will notice the little tricks you play. Everyone knows about it. No. The Xie brothers are all playing match for you so that your plan can be implemented. The more Qin Yu listened, the more her face reddened. Those eyes full of jealousy. Du-won didn't see the general. Before falling into the water. Did you feel that God helped me? Surprisingly, Pei Hao was left alone at the bow of the boat. Which just suited you. Qin Yu. At that time, she really thought so. Du-won felt bored at once. Forget it. I didn't lose anything today. The unlucky one is still yourself. I will generously forgive you once. You? Qin Yu was almost so angry that she fainted. Du-won shrugged her shoulders, carrying her hands behind her back, shaking her head helplessly as she walked out the door. It was a look of I'm so helpless, I'm so pained. The more sympathetic she was, the more angry Qin Yu was. Fortunately, she is still young, can withstand this kind of stimulation. Otherwise a stroke is possible. After this matter, swimming lake is not play. The boat docked. The palace came to pick up the Qin Yu. Qin Yu is ashamed of herself. Even Xiezhang and others have not said goodbye. Left first. Du-won smiled extraordinarily happy. Along with Pei Hao together on the shore. And then to the small market in front of the Moon Watch Tower to buy river lanterns. And then hand in hand together to the river. After releasing the river lanterns, Pei Hao held her hand and forbade her to leave. Du-won hesitated and was adamant to go back to the Moon Watch Tower. There are too many mosquitoes. It affects the mood of the date. Pei Hao pinched her face. Don't even find a better excuse. Think he didn't see it? Mosquitoes don't even come close to her. And he had the same mosquito repellent incense packet on him. Mosquitoes and bugs wouldn't come close. Du-won looks towards the direction of Moon Watch Tower. I didn't even see my brother today. I don't know how his date went. He is a brother. Do you still need to worry about him? I don't worry about him. I just want to read the gossip. It must be fun for two people to date. What about us? Isn't that fun? She looked askance, a little disgusted. Is it not fun? Do you have no points in your heart? Pei Hao lowered his head and smothered a smile, wrapping his arm around the little girl's waist and resting his head on her fragrant shoulder. The little girl immediately revealed an expression that was really like this. As long as no one was around. This guy was only thinking about how to take advantage of her. His mind was not pure enough. In the past, she learned from the internet that young people are easy to be bloodthirsty. So it is true. Du-won knew that before she got married. She couldn't cross that indescribable bottom line. In addition to that bottom line, he seemed to want to try. Hee. Who is that person? It looks a bit familiar. Du-won looked at the two people on the riverbank not far away. Pei Hao followed her gaze, and his peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. It seems to be Xian. Wow! That woman. Is that Du Yunrong? Du-won takes a second look. It really does look like Du Yunrong. She is instantly happy and encourages in a small voice. Let's go and take a look. It's not good to disturb other people's date. Pei Hao doesn't really want to go. Du-won saw through him long ago. It's to sneak in and take a look. Okay. Pei Hao could only follow her, slowly approaching Mu Xian and Du Yunrong. Du-won's light power was performed silently. Pei Hao surprisingly followed just as closely, again without making a sound, which made Du-won very impressed, and even gave him a thumbs up. The two men hid behind a large tree by the riverbank, looking thievishly at the two people not far away. Du Yunrong resigned herself to being alone with Mu Xian, and in her reserve, she could not hide a little bit of the dainty manner of a daughter. Mu Xian today. The same human-like dog, but also carry a red lantern. Is for Du Yunrong walking with lighting. The problem is that there are lanterns hanging everywhere. Do not need him to do more than this. The problem is that there are lanterns hanging everywhere here. So he doesn't need to do anything more. But on the contrary, he thought he was very considerate. Then again, Du Yunrong also seemed to be very touched. I'm not going to be able to do that. Du Wan is embarrassed for both of them. Never seen the world. Never been in love. How is it? Pei Hao's particularly seductive male voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hearing Du Wan, a burst of goosebumps are out. The heart is more itchy and numb, making her annoyed to glare at him. But a turn of the head mouth was violently blocked by him. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. But I was so happy to see him. Bad? Gangster. I've been waiting here for a long time. Pei Hao saw her trying to retreat. Will he let her have her way? Will he let her have her way? He pressed her to the tree and started to deepen the kiss. Du Wan was kissed to the point that her brain was a little dizzy, and she accidentally made a little noise. Not far away. Mu Xian strangely looked around, looking for the source of the sound. Chapter 427, To spend the night in my room. Du Yunrong asked. What are you looking at? Just now. I seem to have heard a strange sound. Mu Xian said. Du Yunrong listened. No. I didn't hear it. Maybe I heard it wrong. The two people behind the big tree were staring wide-eyed. Du Wan was glaring at Pei Hao with a huff. Pei Hao smiled dotingly, that gaze still falling on her delicate lips from time to time, and opened his mouth to say wordlessly, Don't be nervous. They can't discover us. Du Wan abruptly bumped her forehead towards his nose. Ouch! Pei Hao was in pain, but he hardly held back his voice. So angry that he reached out and pinched her nose, warning wordlessly, If you make a bad move again, I'll kiss you again. Du Wan arrogantly raised her chin. Very provocative. Just as Pei Hao wanted to go along for the ride and take advantage again, he suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps. These footsteps. Damn familiar. Mu Xian wouldn't really think it was an illusion. When he looked round, the only suspicious thing was behind this big tree. Just as he was about to approach, a man was kicked out. Pei Hao was still a bit caught off guard when he was kicked out and looked a bit confused. When he saw Mu Xian a few feet away, Pei Hao stood straight again. A dignified gentleman. When Mu Xian saw this master, she was speechless. Ah, Hao? What are you doing hiding behind the tree? Hiding? Pei Hao raised his eyebrows. I'm just standing here looking at the night view. Yes. Whatever you say. Mu Xian would not argue with him. Are you alone? It's me. Pei Hao just wanted to say we. However, the last word had not been uttered. When he turned his head to look at the tree, where was Du Wan's shadow? She had flipped over from the other side and flew down the riverbank. Under the riverbank is a sandy beach. Near the riverbank may grow some weeds. Du Wan rolled over and fell still, did not make a sound. Du Wan looked towards the top and smiled a sneaky smile. She didn't want to lose face. Now the person who peeked became Pei Shizhi alone. He, Pei Hao, who was standing on top of the riverbank, quickly thought of the little girl's intentions. However, he didn't have the intention of betraying her. It's me waiting for someone here. I didn't think that I would run into you guys. Pei Hao looked at Du Yunrong behind Mu Xian. Du Yunrong came up stiffly to say hello. Pei Shizhi. How come I don't see the county princess? She's just playing by the river. She'll be here soon. Pei Hao stood in front of the railing and looked downwards, just in time to see the person on the beach below, like an elf under the bright moonlight. Extraordinarily mischievous. Pei Hao beckoned towards her. Wan Wan. Come up. Come up and see who I met. Who is it? Du Wan replied in a pretentious manner, her clear voice very loud. Mu Xian walked to the stone fence of the riverbank. Sheriff. Hello again. Yo. It's Prince Mu. Du Wan lifts her skirt and walks towards the steps of the riverbank. That appearance is no different from an ordinary girl. And in a short while, she joins them. What a coincidence. Clan sister Yunrong? Du Yunrong almost wanted to roll her eyes. It's a good coincidence. Only a fool would believe it's a coincidence. Du Wan's smile is purely friendly as she comes up. Come here. Come here. Tell you a freshly baked big gossip. Not interested. Du Yunrong had already seen through her. Not a good bird. Du Wan is thick-skinned enough. Still smiling. Really don't want to listen. It's related to the one in the palace. Yes. What is it? Du Yunrong was interested. I don't really want to hear it. But if you want to tell me, I will. Forget it. You're listening so reluctantly. I'd better not talk about it. Du-won immediately changed her words, looking like she didn't want to speak, blocking Du Yunrong's depression. Mu Xian stood out and laughed. Sheriff, please share the gossip. Du-won looks at him obliquely before looking at Du Yunrong. Mu Xian is standing out to protect his fiancée. He looks quite manly. Du-won today to give him this face. So the smile is very thief. Blah blah blah, today swim in the lake. Qin Yu fell into the water to lose face of things to say to them. Du-won said gossip. Never add oil and vinegar. Even so, the Qin Yu that came out of her mouth still became a big joke. It made Du Yunrong giggle. That smile was unrestrained. So she also has today. I'm really sorry, I didn't get to see it with my own eyes. Converse. Your fiancé is still here. Du-won elbow touched Du Yunrong, reminding her to pay attention to her image. Du Yunrong's expression stiffened, and she turned her head to look at Mu Xian. Mu Xian pretended not to see it in general, and was turning his head to talk to Pei Hao. Pei Hao helped him cover up. The two men were still quite gentlemanly, and stood aside obediently as guardians. Du Yunrong's favorable impression of Mu Xian went up another notch. The four of them didn't separate again, and went to have a meal in the Moonwatch house. Pei Hao had booked a small courtyard earlier, and was going to stay at the Moonwatch house for the night. Mu Xian was prepared to send Du Yunrong back to the city overnight. Then saw that the two of them didn't go back. And then moved a little. Asked the shopkeeper for a guest room. And found that even the cheapest guest room was gone. Mu Xian. How everything is not going well. He went to Pei Hao's place to get a room. Pei Hao looked at Mu Xian for a while. But his cheek was comparable to Du-won's. So naturally he didn't back down. And succeeded in destroying Pei Hao's desire to live alone in a small courtyard with Du-won. There was also Du Yunrong. Du Yunrong would have been able to find a familiar sister to make up for the night. But Mu Xian had made all the arrangements. So there was no reason for her not to stay. When Du-won saw Du Yunrong in the courtyard, she hemmed and hawed. Du Yunrong turned around and went into her room, closing the door very hard. Then Du Yunrong heard Du-won's joyful laughter outside, and her face darkened. This little bastard is as obnoxious as ever. Du-won, who happened to hear it outside the house, heard oh. She can hear oh. Du-won damn well wanted to remind her. But she stopped the impulse. Even people's broken thoughts are heard. Very scary oh. Du-won turned back to her own room. Just stepped into it. And noticed that there was someone in the room. Who? It's me. It was Pei Hao's familiar voice. Du-won relaxed. Stepped into the room. Turned behind the screen and saw Pei Hao sitting in front of the tea table. It's so late. You still don't go back to your room to rest. Run to me here to drink tea? Drinking tea at night is not good. Easy to sleep. I can't sleep. That's why I came here. Come on. What do you want to do? Will you agree to do anything? Depends. Du-won answered conservatively. Pei Hao raised his eyebrows lightly. That's what you said. So he elegantly stood up and walked towards the bed and couch while undoing his belt and outer robe before sitting on the edge of the bed and taking off his boots. Rolling over and lying on top of the bed and couch. Still leaving half of the place for her. Du-won instantly guessed what he wanted to do. You want to spend the night in my room? Chapter 428, she indulges his capriciousness. Pei Hao nodded rightfully. Yes. It's not the first time. When we were in southwest China, we also spent the night together. Du-won retorted. You were injured then. Can it be the same as now? Not the same? I think it's almost the same. I'm also hurt now. Your rejection hurt me in my heart. Pei Hao really doesn't want a face. Du-won cried and laughed when she heard this. It's really not what you want to do. Where did you want to go? Am I that kind of person? Of course. If you want to do something, I'm happy to cooperate. Du-won finally indulged his caprice. However, she did not go up to the bed and couch, merely meditating and cultivating beside it. Pei Hao looked at the little girl with a smile on his face, knowing it would be like this. Then he similarly sat with his knees crossed on the bed couch and cultivated the nurturing technique. Cultivating beside one can get twice the result with half the effort. You can't miss such a rare opportunity. Whatever. Just don't disturb my cultivation. Du-won kindly didn't bother to poke at him. His twice the effort was based on robbing the aura from her. But the little bit of aura he snatched away, she didn't care at all. With the passage of time, her cultivation level will become higher and higher. And the amount of heaven and earth aura condensed during her cultivation will only grow more and more. The night passed quickly. Pei Hao stepped out of his room the next day, refreshed, but let Mu Xian, who was used to waking up early to practice martial arts, bump into him. Mu Xian was surprised to see him coming out of the county princess's room. What else could he be doing out early in the morning? So, he was very successful in thinking the wrong way. Especially Pei Hao's glowing appearance, which was very much a bit of the flavor of a springtime horse's hooves. Ah, Hao, what are you? Mu Xian had a complicated mood. Pei Hao saw him and straightened his lapel and long sleeves. What's wrong with me? Aren't you afraid of being chopped by Du Qian like this? Don't think wrong. This Shitzi didn't do anything. Didn't do nothing. Just came out of the county princess's house early in the morning. Is it drinking tea and purely chatting? That's not true. It was just cultivation. No tea or chat. Mu Xian had a look that saw through him. You're about to get married. You can't help it even for this amount of time. If this matter spreads out, it will have too much of an impact on the county princess's reputation. If you're doing it for her good, you shouldn't. Shut up. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes coolly warned. Pour out the filth in your head. I'm clean and innocent with county princess. Then you, a man and a woman, alone for a night. Who believes when the person concerned says he didn't do anything? Mu Xian didn't know if others believed it or not. Anyway, he didn't quite believe it. Pei Hao spoke faintly. Same as in Southwest. Didn't do anything. When he said this, his faint regret didn't even have time to collect itself. Mu Xian looked at him in this manner, and suddenly believed it. Slowly, sympathy gradually surfaced in his eyes. Pei Hao was inexplicably blocked. All men would not understand why he sympathized. Mu Xian coughed. You'd better go back to your room to freshen up, and come out for breakfast in a while. Today's matter can't be said. Pei Hao narrowed his eyes. Mu Xian assured. Don't say it. Absolutely don't say it. Pei Hao walked towards the next room. His original guest room. With his hands behind his back. Arranging his residence next to Duwan's was also his first little thought. Duwan in the room woke up early, and was about to wash up. Outside the dialogue between Mu Xian and Pei Hao. Duwan wants to not listen to it is not easy. The distance is too close. She does not need to use her ability. Can hear it clearly. Duwan's face heated up. Being misunderstood. Oh. Pei Hao's explanation don't even know if Mu Xian believed it. However, she is a thick-skinned one. And after tidying up, she went out as if nothing had happened. Duan had already got up, dressed much more delicately and beautifully than Duwan. And by her side stood two big maids. Precisely Duan's. Generally when nobles traveled, they brought their subordinates with them. Last night Mu Xian and Duan decided not to return to the city. The underlings were the ones who went to find a place to stay on their own. The two who were the masters had the good sense to come and rub up against their courtyard to live. Duan looked at the tabletop with quite a bit of food on it, and sat down without being greeted. Where are Pei Shitzi and Mu Xian? Not out yet. Duan sits with a dignified posture. Duan swept her up and down. Up very early? And put on a nice makeup? Don't you not look down on Mu Xian? Why are you still dressed up so beautifully for him? Who said I dressed up beautifully to show him? Duan deliberately lowered her voice to retort. Duan picked up her tea and took a sip. Isn't that what the saying goes? A woman dresses for her own pleasure. It can't be that she's dressing up for this county princess. Just you have a big face. Duan said in a good-natured manner. Duan smiled cheekily. A dead duck's mouth. This is politeness. Do you understand? 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 The mouth is not the heart. I understand. Duan was so angry that she ground her teeth, not wanting to talk to her. Duan heard footsteps at this time. It was Pei Hao and Mu Xian coming over. Both of them have changed into a new set of robes. Not a single wrinkle in sight. Wearing a valuable jade pendant on their waists. Their hair is meticulously tended to, appearing atmospheric and refined in every way. When Duan saw outsiders coming in, she immediately resumed her dignity and elegance. Duan smiled and unconsciously followed Duan's lead, sitting upright. It was exactly what Duan said. This is politeness. Appearing to be educated. Wan. Pei Hao came in with only his little girl in his eyes. Mu Xian correctly points. County Lord. Miss Yunrong. Duan smiles. All sit down quickly. Breakfast is getting cold. It's my fault for making Wan wait. Pei Hao said as he personally served her a bowl of porridge, and then used his official chopsticks to clip a small meat bun and put it on the porcelain plate in front of her. Du-won happily ate it. Mu Xian and Du Yunrong looked at each other in disbelief. In the end, Mu Xian followed Pei Hao's example and took care of Du Yunrong. This caused Du Yunrong to have mixed feelings. Just sitting next to her and watching Du-won being taken care of by Pei Hao, and having someone next to her taking care of herself in the same way. It was a different feeling, and made her feel that she could live as happy as Du-won. Du Yunrong looked at Mu Xian for a moment with a complicated mood, hoping that this kind of persistence from him would last a little longer. Although she wouldn't be naive enough to think that he would treat himself as well as Pei Shitzi treats the county magistrate. Du-won ate seriously. From time to time, she would look at Mu Xian and Du Yunrong. She was keenly aware that the atmosphere between the two people was quite strange. However, she did not try to break it. People have their own way of living. Everyone finished breakfast in a peaceful manner. Pei Hao pulled Du-won onto the carriage. Mu Xian also wanted to send Du Yunrong back. Everyone was traveling on the same route, just in different carriages. Du-won lifted the curtain and took a look at Du Yunrong's carriage. The man riding the horse outside the carriage was Mu Xian. Mu Xian is different from Pei Hao. Pei Hao insisted on riding in the same carriage with Du-won regardless of the eyes of outsiders. Chapter 429, How was yesterday's date? Mu Xian couldn't do it. Too many scruples. Du Yunrong likewise couldn't do it. The reserve and reputation of a daughter's family was something she looked upon as important. After all, they were not Du-won and Pei Hao. They could live without scruples. They could not care about what the onlookers thought. However, this is the normal way of living for most of the people here. After a long time, Du-won finally said the question she had kept in the bottom of her heart. When we were having breakfast, did you notice that Mu Xian and Du Yunrong were strange? Pei Hao was amused in his heart, but did not show it on his face. I didn't find it. I have been thinking about you. Du-won's heart heard the sweetness, soon realized that it was not right, and corrected her attitude. I saw Mu Xian helping Du Yunrong to serve porridge, and also clip the food and serve tea. He. I did all of these for you. Pei Hao reminded at the right time. Du-won smiles like a flower. I know. Pei Hao peeled the melon seeds and stuffed the nuts into her mouth. Xian is learning from me, but only a little bit of skin, not the essence. So you will look strange. Du-won abruptly widens her eyes. It's really figuring this out. Du-won gave a thumbs up towards Pei Hao. Pei Hao duly put gold on his face. Du Yunrong is envious of me treating you well. Xian saw it and followed it. But my kindness to you is from the bottom of my heart. Xian is different. Their emotional foundation is not as deep as yours and mine. Du-won inexplicably felt that it made sense. Why does it sound weird? Did he say that his kindness to her was from the heart? Mu Xian wasn't? Du-won pokes her little head out again and looks towards Mu Xian, who is riding a horse behind her. He looks quite good. He has been riding his horse and guarding clan sister Yunrong's carriage. Going out, as a man guarding his fiancée, is his duty. Du-won looks back at Pei Hao. Suddenly, she was a little bit unintelligible again. Unable to understand. Perhaps this is the difference between men and women? Pei Hao pressed her little head, making her pull her head back. Don't look. Come and eat a fruit. Oranges sent from the south. It traveled so far. It didn't go bad. Right? Throw away the bad ones. These are the good ones. You eat it. Pei Hao took the peeled tangerine and broke a bit and stuffed it into her mouth. Du-won chewed a few times. The taste is average. Not as good as the fresh ones. Said like you've eaten fresh ones in general. Pei Hao smothered a laugh. Du-won skimmed her small mouth. Of course she had eaten it. But coming here to the world hasn't eaten it yet. She can't say much. At this time Du-won remembered the space that she had forgotten about. When she dripped blood from the jade token. What she got was the inheritance, not the space. If there is space and inheritance is good. Space can also be used to plant all kinds of delicious. Different regions and different seasons can be planted out. The current space did not even appear. Du-won knows there is no hope. Du-won asked while eating the tangerines. Have the two of them set a wedding date? Ping'an City has come, living in the general's residence, and is already arranging a going-away ceremony. Xian went out a few days ago and brought back 2 live geese. Then did you catch 2 for me on your marriage proposal? I personally caught them. Didn't you see them? Pei Hao questioned with a slight hint of danger. Du-won's body shrank towards the back wall of the car. I dare to say you didn't notice? Dare to say? What does Pei Hao not understand? The 3 books and 6 rituals are all his passion. The little girl has never cared about it. As soon as he lowered the curtain, "Wan, how do you say you want to make it up to me? How about retracing my steps again? With my daily attention?" Duan gave him a contemptuous look, thinking that she didn't know about his bit of philandering. "How? In terms of ruthlessness? It's still you who are ruthless." As soon as Pei Hao saw this, he knew he wouldn't be able to get a bargain. Duan shoved a tangerine into his hand. "Keep peeling. And be less flowery." "What did you say? Why can't the Shitsi understand?" Yes. You can't understand. You're not a big-tailed wolf. You're a pure and innocent little white flower." Pei Hao was silent. Next, he silently stuffed the food into the little girl's mouth, hoping that the mouth of the eater would be soft and she would say less exasperating words. A group of people walked in the official road. There were really a lot of pedestrians today, and they ran into quite a few acquaintances along the way, all of whom were visiting the Moonwatch Tower on the Mid-Yuan Festival. Mu Xian was outside and greeted them one by one. On the contrary, Pei Hao sat in the carriage. A lot of clean. The journey back to the city was uneventful. Pei Hao and Mu Xian separated. Pei Hao sent Duan back to the princess's residence, and Mu Xian sent Du Yunrong back to the state uncle's residence. If a woman stays out one night, as long as she has a proper name, she is not afraid of attracting gossip, because a lot of people did this. No one would get on the bandwagon over this point. In front of the main gate of the princess's residence, he happened to bump into Du Qian. Du Qian dismounted and approached the carriage with big strides. "Sister, why didn't you come back last night? Stayed at the Moonwatch house for the night. Where is big brother?" Duan is happy to see Du Qian and asks with gusto, "You didn't spend the night outside with Qin Jiu last night?" Du Qian's heart skipped a beat. "I came back last night. The two are not yet betrothed." Du Qian is concerned about Qin Jiu's reputation, and sends the person back to the house after releasing the river lanterns. Pei Hao hesitated to show his face in the carriage. He always felt that going out like this was looking for a scolding. Duan looked back at the carriage and was amused. "You guys go back. I'm at home." "Okay. See you again." Pei Hao lifted the curtain of the carriage, smiled gently, and said to Duan before looking at Du Qian politely, "Big brother Du. Farewell." Du Qian smiled without smiling and said, "Farewell." Pei Hao puts down the car curtain and lets the driver drive away. Duan walked towards the princess mansion's gate. Du Qian immediately followed. "Sister was with him all last night?" "Nope. There's also Du Yurong and Mu Xian, staying together in the small courtyard of the Moonwatch house." Duan was telling the truth, so there was no falsehood at all when she said it. Du Qian believed it, as long as they didn't get along alone. When she went to see the princess, Duan came close and asked in a small voice, "Big brother, how was the date yesterday?" "Not bad," Du Qian replied haughtily. Duan looks at his face obliquely. "What does okay mean?" "The literal meaning." Du Qian smiles, then lifts his hand and presses it to her head to rub it. Duan skinned her head to avoid it. "Messing up my hair. Unforgivable." "Uh-huh." Du Qian can't help but laugh. "Later, I will talk to mother and prepare to go next door to propose marriage." "To prepare 2 live geese. Do you have to be so particular?" "It's actually fine if you don't use geese. I heard that this represents the importance of the woman. This is not easy to find." Du Qian knows that this represents the importance. Just the marriage doesn't want to be so troublesome. "I'll arrange for someone to look for it. And when I find it, I'll take it to the marriage proposal." Duan stopped talking. With Du Qian's identity, wanting him to personally catch it is still difficult. And that's probably it. Chapter 430 County Lord secretly digging a pit. The two people do not spend much time together. Know the roots? If we say that Du Qian at this time on the Qinjiu have much deep feelings, really do not. Purely because I think I need a lady. She is just right for. Do not hate. And this era blind marriage is the norm. It might be possible to meet a few times first, and then spend some time in private, which is already considered rare. Duan went to the elder princess to slip around, and went back to the Jade Spirit Garden. But it was Du Qian who stayed behind and talked to the elder princess about proposing marriage. The eldest princess took it seriously and discussed it. In the end, the eldest princess reminded Qian, "Before proposing marriage, you also have to go into the palace and talk to the emperor." "What if the emperor does not agree?" Du Qian gently tapped the desktop. The eldest princess converged her eyelids. "Then we'll see if you can convince him." "Should my son bring my sister to the palace with him?" See what you can do. The eldest princess was suddenly amused. After laughing, she said thoughtfully, you can bring one with you. Maybe it can really help. Du Qian deeply shared the same feeling. So he left from the eldest princess and turned to Jade Spirit Court to look for someone. In the Jade Spirit Court, Du Wan hadn't finished her bowl of tea and was surprised to see Du Qian, who came over. Big brother? Came to talk to you about something. Du Qian sits in front of the tea table. After Ning Qin serves tea and holds back the left and right, he talks about what he is going to do in the palace. I am not completely sure that the emperor will agree. Du Wan almost choked on the tea she was holding and managed to swallow it. Don't worry about this. He won't let you marry Qin Yu again. Du Qian raises her eyebrows. Are you sure? Boldly go ahead and say it. Du Wan is very atmospheric as she pats Du Qian's shoulder. Qin Jiu is only the first daughter of the third house of the Duke of Qin's residence. Her father will not inherit the title of Duke of State in the future. There is no reason for the emperor to be scrupulous about anything. It's still sister who sees through. Du Qian praises. Du Wan snorted. The praise is not heartfelt, yo. This point of reasoning. This cheap elder brother of hers surely understands better than her. Du Wan rubbed her small hands together, then gossiped and told Du Qian about Qin Yu's fall into the water. Facing Du Qian, she didn't hide it, telling the process in great detail. More so than when she told Du Yunrong and the others. The secret of her being able to hear other people's speech was something she would ignore when talking to Du Yunrong about it. But there was no such scruple when talking to Du Qian. After listening, Du Qian was also speechless about Qin Yu, a person who used to look quite smart. After becoming a princess, she has instead become stupid. It's a bit. Du Wan also realized. Du Qian said, poor people suddenly get rich. Their minds are unstable. So pithy. Du Wan thought of Qin Yu's situation. It's really similar. Qin Yu in the original had space and a strong bottom line. She was already able to stand on her own when her life was revealed. And she had forces that belonged to her in the folklore, as well as a loyal male counterpart to protect her. The reality of the situation was an early return when she came to the capital, having encountered poisonous beatings from all sides and struggling to survive. It was different, making Qin Yu's mindset change. The truth is that not only Qin Yu, with this little butterfly of Du Wan, the trajectory of many people's lives have changed. And even the future of the entire Great Qin Kingdom has deviated from the original. The next day, Du Wan accompanied Du Qian to the palace. After entering the palace, the person who went to see the emperor, but only Du Qian. The emperor and Du Qian chatted for a while. And when Du Qian proposed to propose marriage to the third house of the Duke of Qin's house, the emperor agreed after just a moment of silence. As Du Wan said yesterday, the emperor would not refuse. Didn't you say that Wan went to the palace with you? Where is everyone? Said to go to the imperial cuisine for a stroll. Du Qian looked helpless. The emperor was surprised for a moment. The imperial kitchen? If there's anything in the palace that attracts her the most, it's not the imperial kitchen. Uh-huh. The emperor laughed. What a glutton. A glutton is always better than someone who is greedy for money and power. At least it is very reassuring. The two people did not know that Du Wan, who went to the imperial kitchen, could also make some trouble. In fact, it's not that she wants to make trouble. It's that she specially let the master chef make the crab buns, but actually was cut off. Du Wan was furious. How could it be served away? Sheriff. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The eunuch in charge was so scared that his face went white. It was the people from the Jinxiu Palace who came over in a hurry, saying that the princess wanted to eat the crab buns. The slave girl originally said to wait for it to be ready and send it over. But that person immediately wanted to serve it away when he saw that there was a freshly baked one. In fact, the people in the imperial kitchen were also angry. There were 3 cages of crab buns in total, and they took away 1 cage. But the people from Jinxiu Palace were so overbearing that they took away all of them, not leaving a single cage. This is a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for Du Wan. Du Wan knows that the other party is doing it on purpose. Give me a new one. Sheriff. There is no fresh crab. The master who made the crab buns next to her voiced out. Du Wan blushed badly. A person who was looking forward to eating a certain cuisine waited for a long time, and suddenly ran out of that kind of mood. Whoever encounters it will be bad. Du Wan turned her head and walked away, not saying a single word. Then she went directly to the imperial study. The emperor and Du Qian soon saw a downcast little girl, with little spirit like a frosted aubergine. This was not like the look of a person who was satisfied after going to the imperial kitchen to eat a gourmet meal. The emperor asked. Wan. What's wrong? Nothing. Du-Wan shook her head. Aggrieved. The emperor asked again. Is it someone bullying you? Tell uncle. It's really nothing. Du-Wan didn't say anything on her lips. And that look didn't look like nothing at all. But no matter how the emperor asks, she just won't say anything. Du-Wan secretly reached out and tugged on Du Qian's sleeve. Big brother, did you say anything about your matter? Said. Uncle promised. Du Qian touched her head as if in pain, and did not ask what happened as the emperor did. Du-Wan straightened her back, smiled reluctantly and said, Uncle, we're going back, so we won't bother you. Okay. Come to see me more often when you have time. Du-Wan nodded her head obediently. Du Qian got up to say goodbye. The siblings then stride out together. The emperor recruited the Grand Master. Go and ask what happened in the imperial catering room. As you command. The Grand Master General hurried out. What happened in the imperial catering room was not a secret, and going to ask around a little bit revealed the cause and effect. So it didn't take long for the emperor to know that the crab buns that the little girl had asked the imperial catering room to make had been intercepted by the people of the Jinxiu Palace. The Grand Master hesitated and said, The old slave heard the people in the imperial catering room say that the county princess still wanted to keep a cage for you. But it's a pity. Heh. Really out of the blue. The emperor did not know what this sound meant. But the Grand Master knew that this anger would not be directed at the county lord. The emperor commanded, Send all the crabs that were sent to the palace this month to the princess's residence. And also, have the imperial catering room purchase some more crabs from outside and make 3 cages of crab buns to send to the county princess. Yes, old slave will go and do it now. The Grand Master General led the order to go out again. Chapter 431 Who suffers, and who takes advantage of the situation. Compared to the one from Jinxiu Palace, it was obvious that the county princess was more liked by the emperor. At this point in the original story, the princess house had long since undergone a change of heart, and only Du Qian was left with a family of 4. And Qin Yu returned, and her abilities were good, so she was highly regarded by the emperor. Now due to Du-Wan crossover, Qian County things come to light. Qin Yu has not yet returned to the palace. Let the emperor's impression is not good. Sometimes, the first impression is very important. Until now, the emperor has not changed his mind about Qin Yu. What's more, with Du-Wan as a control chart, lively, lovely, well-behaved and understanding, lining up Qin Yu is more and more not good. Coupled with the joke of falling into the water at the Mid-Yuan festival. Those present were all human beings, and did not spread the matter. The emperor could only hold his fire, and pretend not to know. Who let that idiot was born to him? Is his only daughter. The emperor gave another decree. Passed down the decree. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, make sure to elect the extra horse harness by the side of a team. Yes. The eunuch who announced the decree answered and left. On the other hand, Du Qian. He saw his own sister go from a wilting head to a vigorous and energetic one. When she jumped onto the carriage, she even showed him a big smile, which made Du Qian, who wanted to ask what happened, fail to ask at the first time, waiting to return to the mansion, holding back the left and right. Du Qian asked, Sister, you can say it. Nothing. Really nothing. Du-Wan blinked at him. Du Qian pressed her head and rubbed it, messing up her hair after. Try playing mind games with Big Brother again? Excessive. Oh. Du-Wan jumped far away at once. Mess up my hair again and cut you off. Du Qian, old god. For this thread does not bring the slightest fear. Say it. In the palace what happened? In the palace can find me trouble. Back and forth is only that 1 or 2 people. Du-Wan is a bit annoyed with her claws picking at her hair, jerking Du Qian's messed up hair smooth. I went to the imperial cuisine and accidentally saw a few large crabs. So I let the master with good hand skills make crab buns for me. Didn't eat it? Du Qian looked at her appearance and knew it was uneaten. Du-Wan darkened her little face. I just left for a short while, and it was all taken away by the people from the Jinxiu Palace. On purpose? That goes without saying? I deliberately made 3 cages, wanting to eat them with you and uncle. Couldn't eat them. And then purposely pitched the one from the Fairview Palace? Hee. Du-Wan's eyes rolled. I didn't pit anyone. How can Du Qian not understand her small mind? That looked to go to the imperial study. The emperor will not ask? The more she doesn't say, the more she says it's nothing, the more the emperor will go to investigate. Little man fine. Well done. Generally speaking, Du-Wan can't stop the corner of her mouth from curling up when she sniffs. There is no limit to her complacency. Let's go. Go see mother. The two siblings both went to see the eldest princess. And by the way, they talked about the matter of entering the palace again. The eldest princess was not surprised that the emperor answered Du Qian's marriage. But the one who did it to the Jinqiu palace was a little hard on the eyes. Du-Wan looked at the eldest princess holding a big belly. Mother, this is about to give birth. Soon, the midwife are received in the residence. The eldest princess smiled gently. As early as half a month ago, all 4 grannies were invited to the princess residence. An ordinary person would invite one. But the Rapunzel was not an ordinary person. The eldest princess wasn't as worried as Du-Wan. She was already the mother of 2 children and wasn't inexperienced. Plus her baby daughter was worried about her. Not only did she send a bunch of top-quality medicinal herbs, but she also sent another qi-nourishing pill. With the qi-nourishing pill, even postpartum recovery is no longer a concern. Du-Wan was also worried. Have those grannies been investigated? Have they been sold? Also, has the imperial doctor been invited? Only one will not do. At least 2 should be invited. Okay. Okay. The eldest princess patted her daughter's hand with a smile. I'm giving birth. But you're more worried than me. Isn't that what should happen? Du-Wan touched the tip of her nose. Du-Jin watched with amusement from the side. Not to mention that his sister was worried. He was actually equally nervous. I heard that when a woman gives birth to a child, it's almost like a trip to the gates of hell. At this time, an underling hurriedly came in to report that someone from the palace had come to see the county princess. Du-Wan went out, a eunuch from the palace, and sent a food box, said to be crab buns. When she brought it out from the food box, the crab buns were still steaming. The emperor sent them specially for sister? Du Qian picked up one and took a bite. The flavor is very good. Uncle is compensating sister. Oh, crabs will be sent over next, so I can have a good time. After Du-Wan purifies her hands, she similarly picks up one and starts eating. It's really delicious. I don't know how that master chef in the imperial kitchen does it. You can let the people in the kitchen go and learn from him. Forget it. This is the craftsmanship of people eating. Du-Wan was not that uneducated. In the eyes of ancient powerful people, what they wanted was a matter of words. But Du-Wan was different. Her 3 views were showing signs of collapse, but not yet destroyed. Du-Wan ate one and lamented. It's a pity that such a delicious bun can't be eaten by my mother. Haha. Should we save a few for father? Du Qian reminded. Du-Wan nodded. Leave a cage. Let the kitchenette put it away. Then treat big brother to crabs tomorrow? Du Qian snickers again. Today, his sister lost 3 cages of crab buns, and he can eat crabs every day for the rest of the day. Who is losing and who is gaining? Du-Wan immediately agreed. The palace sent 3 cages of crab buns. Only 3 in a cage. Du-Wan and Du Qian each ate a cage. It's so delicious. Du-Wan contentedly rubbed her stomach. Tomorrow, let the kitchen make them as well. I just don't know if they're as good as the ones in the palace. Okay. Avoid mother. Hee. I know. The siblings slipped away, and the princess soon learned why. Crying and laughing. 2 extra horse harnessed by the side of a team came back. Also from the mouth of the eldest princess to know what happened today. But also let the small kitchen hot crab buns eat up. Jinqiu Palace that learn about it. I'm afraid to be so angry that I can't eat. Serves her right. The eldest princess pursed her lips and laughed lightly. As the couple said, Qin Yuyu in the Jinqiu Palace learned about the subsequent events, and was so angry that she couldn't sleep for a night. Originally, she thought that she had won over Du-Wan once, letting her know that in the palace, she was the rightful owner. As a result, she was slapped in the face by the emperor. So it's strange that she could be in a good mood. And the next day, she went in front of the empress to give Du-Wan an eyeful of medicine. The empress was unreliable, but still looked at Qin Yuyu for a while with a very strange gaze. And in the end, only reluctantly echoed a few words. The empress didn't even know how her daughter was thinking. She actually thought of robbing Du-Wan to eat the loss of tactics to come. Rob one and can get what? Just like the 2 children grabbed food. Playful general. This daughter is difficult to teach. Headache. Compared to the queen's unhappy, Du-Wan's side is happy. I know that the palace sent a new basket of crabs. But also each one is very big and fat. She did not let the kitchen to do crab cakes. Directly boiled half. Chapter 432. This one is the one who teases first is cheap. In ancient times, want to eat big crabs, especially at this time of the year, is not simple. The ordinary people don't even see one, not to mention buy it. Du-Wan was curious about where the palace staff in the imperial kitchen purchased the crabs from, and the crab yolks were not too much, but they were there. Du-Wan also called up Du Qian, and then, by the way, let Du Qian called up the next door of the Qinjiu. The three of them sat around and peeled the crabs together, then dipped them in the sauce and ate them. Du Qian is a man of good manners, and will help Qinjiu to remove the crab shells during the meeting, leaving the crab meat for her to eat. When he finished, he wanted to help Du-Wan again. Du-Wan firmly shook her head. I want to do it myself. Can you get it? Du Qian asked back. Just kidding. Of course I can get it. Du-Wan took a large crab leg. 2 fingers clamped together, and with a click, the shell of the crab leg cracked. See, I don't even need tools to eat crabs. Qinjiu, how do you do it? Is the strength so great? Du Qian, this is an afterthought of his sister's superior ability. Qinjiu asked in a low voice. Sheriff, aren't you calling on Pei Shi? No need. He that body a lot of things have to abstain from. Du-Wan thought of Pei Hao's body. It is the time to heal from a serious illness. Can he eat such creatures as crabs? Qinjiu thought about it and was right. Forget it then. Du-Wan also felt that she can't eat alone, or wait for him to know that he is afraid to have to grind, and immediately let Ning Qin go to the remaining half of the kitchen, and then divide it into half, in order to send to Jinggui Gongfu, but also specially declared that it is for Pei Hao. Du Qian did not stop Du-Wan. After Du-Wan finished ordering, she looked at Du Qian again. Then her eyes fell to Qinjiu. The remaining half? Later you go back and take it back to the house. It's not good. Eating and taking again. Qinjiu was not too kind. What's wrong with this? Take it back for your family to try. Du-Wan did things fairly. Gave half to Pei Hao, and then half to Qinjiu. Getting even. Du Qian looked at her sister with a smile, recognizing her thoughts. Qinjiu is still too embarrassed to agree. Or forget it. Save it for the county princess to eat tomorrow. It's fine. The palace will send it again next time, Du-Wan generously said. Once Qinjiu heard this, she stopped saying anything. Halfway through the meal, Du-Wan suddenly said, Ning Qin, bring over a maxi food box and add another plate. Ning Qin did as she said and brought a very large food box. Then, after picking and choosing, Du-Wan picked out the 3 smallest crab legs and arranged them into the porcelain saucer, and also arranged them neatly, as if they were on incense. All right, put them into the food box, and have someone send it to Jinxiu Palace by fast horse, and say that it's something that I'm especially saving for the princess to eat. Du Qian, is this to be angry? Qinjiu is unsure, waiting for Du Qian to explain. Sheriff, aren't you afraid of pissing people off? That can't be blamed on anyone but her narrow-mindedness. Du-Wan just wanted to discuss Qinjiu. Little bastard. Dare to fight with her. The real gas out of the disease to also have to suffer. The first ruffle the bitch. Ning Qin called people. Really fast horse to send a large food box into the palace. Qinjiu in the palace suddenly received what Du-Wan sent. At first still very surprised. Thought the other party did this to show her goodwill. Such a big food box. Said quite a lot of food. Right. The little eunuch who carried the food box and did not dare to answer, carrying it so lightly. It didn't seem like a lot of food. The little eunuch didn't answer, put the food box down and hurriedly retreated. Qinjiu asked the palace maid to open it. The palace maid was about to do it when Qinjiu suddenly said, Slow down. This palace will come personally. This is the first time cousin sent food. Is finally recognized me as a pro-cousin. The palace maid respectfully hung her head and retreated to the side. Qinjiu looked round the food box. Her eyes could not hide her triumph. Only, when she opened the food box, she only saw 3 crab legs. Qinjiu's smile suddenly stiffened, and in a fit of anger, she swept the food box off the ground. Bitch. Bully too much. The palace maids present didn't dare to breathe. What Du-Wan did wasn't covered up, and it didn't take long for certain well-informed people to learn about it. Pei Hao was considered one of the first few to know. Mu Xian was so happy that he patted the desktop. County princess is too funny. Giving away 3 crab legs? Haha. It's an unconscious one, Pei Hao said helplessly, but his eyes were full of laughter. Mu Xian was truly amazed by Du Wan's tawdry maneuvers. But why did the county princess suddenly want to do this? How did the one in the palace provoke her? This matter is still unclear. There's still something that Shitzi Master doesn't know. Yesterday morning the county princess made a trip to the palace. And that day the palace sent food to the princess's residence. Today, the little girl then sent 3 crab legs to the Jinqiu palace. Thus it can be seen that the two people's grudge may be related to the crabs. Pei Hao speculated from the sidelines. Very close to the truth. Mu Xian laughed. It's 80%. I heard that the princess residence sent fresh crabs over. There is such a thing. Pei Hao was all in a good mood today. The little girl is now a little tasty, and is thinking of him. At this exact moment, a boy came in with a food box. Opening it and taking out the food. It was 2 hot-boiled crabs with sauce. In this season, it is rare to get such fat crabs. Mu Xian's cravings were aroused. Sheriff Lord won't be so stingy as to send only 2. Right? More than that? There are 11. Pei Hao had looked at it, and purposely counted them. Mu Xian said, Then why did you only cook 2? The doctor said that I'm toning up my body, and can eat small amounts. The crabs sent by the little girl. Pei Hao regretted not being able to have a good meal. So he let the kitchenette cook 2 of them. And kept the rest in the kitchen. Mu Xian nonchalantly lifted one. The doctor is right. I'll help you with one. The ones in the kitchen will also help you out later. Pei Hao. The next few days, Du Wan stayed in the mansion, either accompanying the eldest princess, or following Du Xiongma to slip around with the yamen. No one in the residence knew how Du Wan would be interested in following Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Only Pei Hao learned about her actions, and vaguely guessed the reason. Du Wan is not heading towards Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Whenever Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side went to the court, the one who always followed him was Su Che. Last time Pei Hao reminded Du Wan. She said that she would keep an eye on it. And now she has yet to find out the problem. When Su Che returned to the mansion, he was all very peaceful. Not like he was in contact with anyone. Perhaps someone had tried to make contact. Su Che did not respond. However, this little life was quite nourishing. When the palace sent crabs once again, Du Wan didn't send it this time, but let the kitchen try to make various ways to eat it. The princess cannot eat. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team of the emperor's side. The light is cheap Du Qian and Du Wan 2 siblings. Occasionally Du Qian will pack on 2 personally sent to the next door of the Qingjiu. The 2 families have already passed the gas, and are about to ask the official media to choose a day to propose marriage. Pei Hao has been paying special attention to the progress of the 2 families. And that speed is so fast that he hates itching his teeth. Chapter 433, I Miss You. Can you see? Why is it his and Wan Wan's turn to get married? Walking like a snail. For this reason, he even wrote a letter, and secretly sent it to Du Wan to scream for comfort and compensation. Then the next day, Du Wan asked the kitchen to make some crab meat buns, and arranged for someone to send them over while they were hot. Pei Hao smiled very happily when he saw the buns. The entire Hearing Rain residents could feel his good mood. Also benefiting were Mu Xian and Xiao Qingzhu. Mu Xian had the general's mansion, but was not happy to live there. He still lived in the Jingguogong mansion. He just didn't want to spend time with his family. Xiao Qingzhu is a foot injury recovered well. Left the manor back to the city. Today is the door to visit. Xiao Qingzhu was eating crab meat buns. Having crab meat buns to eat at this time of the year. What a blessing. It's thanks to the county princess's good fortune. Mu Xian's bite was half of one. Xiao Qingzhu laughed. Wrong. You and I are relying on Shitzi's blessings. You're right. We have to thank Shitzi. Mu Xian snickered. Pei Hao elegantly ate one after another. Stupidity. Talking at this time would only affect the speed of eating the buns. The buns that were delivered looked large. But each bun was small. Yet he was enough for one person. It was just that there were 2 more people to grab the food. When finished eating the buns, all 3 people are not yet finished. Xiao Qingzhu talked about the main issue. The issue concerning Yin sect. I didn't think that in a few years' time, the good hall had developed to that extent. I can't manage it. Come on. You are too lazy to manage. Mu Xian poked him at once. Pei Hao thought deeply. Xian has spoken to my heart. Xiao Qingzhu said. Ah, how? You take it. Really don't want it. Don't. I don't need to send silver every year in the future. So I'm much lighter. Yes. Pei Hao is planning to disband the Yen Gate. The available personnel inside will be collected. If at first in the capital Yen Gate didn't have a number with the emperor, he might consider not disbanding. At present it is still the most suitable for disbanding. I'll arrange for someone to do this. Is it really going to be disbanded? If you don't disband it, you'll have to change the name. Then you might as well disband and do what you want. The three talked about things for a while longer. Mu Xian had official business and left first, leaving behind Pei Hao, the fake sick person, and Xiao Qingzhu, the real sick person. Seeing that no one was in the room, Xiao Qingzhu asked in a low voice, "How about the Xie family's side? Do you want to take revenge?" Pei Hao asked rhetorically. Xiao Qingzhu played with the tea bowl in her hand. "What do you think? I suggest you don't. When you don't know, you can still have a chance to live. Is the Xie family so powerful?" Xiao Qingzhu thought of the situation of the Dingbei Marquis. On the surface it really can't be seen. It's similar to many of the powerful nobles in the capital. Hiding their strength? Well, don't act rashly if you can't do a killing blow. I understand. As long as the news of Yen Sect's disbandment gets out, your safety will not be a problem. Pei Hao did not say it outright. Xiao Qingzhu felt underestimated. Xiao Qingzhu resigned herself to the fact that the situation was stronger than the people. Pei Hao sent Xiao Qingzhu away and started dealing with affairs. After finishing his work, he started to think about the little girl. He hadn't seen her for a few days. He missed her. The only bad thing is that he is now under the banner of recuperating from his injuries. He can't go over the wall of the princess's residence as he did before. So, Pei Hao wrote a note, "I miss you. Will you see me?" Let the escort send it to Du Wan's hand as soon as possible. When the guard came back, there was another note in his hand. When Pei Hao saw that there were only 2 words, he almost got angry and happy. It is just 2 words that inexplicably let him see the joyfulness. Probably the person who wrote it is having a good time. And even the words that are written out can be seen. Pei Hao wrote another note. "Tonight. You come." Arranged for the guards to send it again. This time did not get a reply. Pei Hao asked, "Did County Princess say anything?" Back to Shitsi. County Princess only said she knows. The guard reported truthfully. Pei Hao waved his hand and signaled him to stand down. At this time, the little girl, who was being thought of by Pei Hao, was sitting in front of a desk writing and drawing. And in front of her, respectfully standing in front of her, was a man who was as elegant as an immortal. It was Su Che, who was called over by Du Wan. It was just that Du Wan had asked him to come over and had been standing at the same spot. And it had already been a quarter of an hour. And she was still writing and drawing, and had paid no attention to him. Su Che stood quietly and did not interrupt her writing. Du Wan was in no real hurry to write, purely because she wanted to give him a downward spiral. After checking for so many days, he did not see Su Che contacting anyone. Nor did he see anyone contacting him. Du Wan did not have that much patience, and simply called someone in. Su Che raised his eyes to sneak a glance at the person in front of the case. Outside, he only thought of her as a naive girl. But he was fortunate enough to know that she was extraordinary. Today, she didn't know what she was calling him for. But judging from the current situation, it couldn't be good. Su Che did not dare to be careless. The life of the entire Su family was tied up in the hands of the person in front of him. Du Wan's writing movement lurched, sketching out the last stroke before slowly putting the brush down. Su Che, this county princess received news that someone contacted you. There is someone. But I didn't go to the appointment. Su Che couldn't change his self-reference until today. According to his current status, he had to refer to himself as a lackey when facing his master. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side did not correct him. No one else cared. And Du Wan likewise would not make things difficult for him on top of a self-proclaimed title. Therefore, until now, Su Che hadn't changed it. Perhaps this was his last bit of dignity. Du Wan asked again. "Do you know who it is?" "I don't know. Just passed a paper asking me to meet." Su Che mentioned this matter to Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team didn't say anything more. So he lifted the matter, not expecting that today the county princess would suddenly ask about it. Du Wan was strange. "You told my father about this matter?" "Yes." "In that case, there is really nothing to investigate." Du Wan signaled that he could leave. Su Che hesitated, but did not move. Du Wan looked up and asked, "What else do you have to do?" It's to ask about Su Yu's situation. Sheriff. Su Che thought of his mother, always thinking about his sister. His heart was slightly nervous. To live, one must see a person. And to die, one must see a corpse. Even if Su Yu had committed a great mistake, the Su family still wanted to collect her body for her. Du-won froze. Su Yu? What happened to her? After someone took her away last time. She never came back. Su Che reminded Du-won. She had forgotten about the person during this period of time, and was probably still kneeling in front of the original owner's grave. Du-won was about to say that she would have someone bring Su Yu back to the mansion. But then she changed her mind in a whirlwind. Want to see her? Oh! She should be out in the countryside guarding her grave at this time. Su Che's heart trembled. In the past, Su Yu would be taken away every now and then. When she came back, Su family members had asked about her. At first she didn't want to say it, but later, after being pressed more, she said it. An unnamed tomb. Even she herself didn't know who it was. Chapter 434 is really like him. Su Che could tell from Du-won's behavior that the person buried in the tomb was probably killed by Su Yu. Du-won's behavior was a clear indication of revenge. Su Che lowered his head and said, "It's fine if the person isn't dead. For the time being, she is not dead. But death is sooner or later. This sheriff master will not let her go." Du-won did not avoid her killing intent. "Do you want to avenge her?" Sheriff Lord is overly concerned. Her family will collect her body for her to complete the bloodline. It's good that you can think this way. Prime Minister Su has gone to great lengths to preserve you. Du-won's attitude towards the Su family was quite complicated. As the saying goes, if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. This truth is understood by many. Not everyone can do it. She will only give the Su family one chance. She only hopes that they don't have any dissenting thoughts before. When Su Che exited, Du-won lit what she had just written and threw it into the fire pit. That night, it was dark. Under the hazy night, a slender silhouette tumbled out of the princess mansion over the wall, and then tumbled over the wall into the Duke of Jin's mansion under the cover of the night. That person came to the Hearing Rain residence in a familiar way. In the bedroom, Pei Hao was sitting in front of a bookcase with a lamp lit and a robe on. On the table next to him, there were a few snacks and 2 discs of exquisite pastries, plus a large fruit plate with several kinds of fruits. When Du-won came in, it wasn't through the window. She bumped into Husan, who was guarding the door of the room, and then pushed the door in with a big wiggle. "Wan, do you count yourself as a denizen now?" Obviously an ordinary sentence, uttered in his voice, inexplicably makes the ears tingle. Du-won rubbed her ears as soon as she sat down. "Say, what is the reason for asking me to come?" "Just want to see you. Didn't I say so earlier?" Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes looked askance at her when he was revealing a few points of seduction, especially the hazy posture under the lamp. Du-won couldn't tell, but her heart was pounding, as if it would fall out at any time. In order to cover up her disorientation, she picked up a piece of pastry from the tabletop and stuffed it into her mouth, pretending to be very attentive to eating. But after a while, when she didn't hear him move, she tilted her little head a little bit to peer at him. Her cheeks were red. Her ears were red. A little while later, even her neck was tinted with a faint touch of pink. Pei Hao was in a pleasant mood. He had long ago discovered that the little girl really liked him. Really cute. Even looking at people quietly. Du-won didn't know what he was brainstorming about. Just that there was one sentence that was right. And there really wasn't much going on. Pei Hao just hadn't seen her for a few days, and wanted to see her. So he still found a name to talk about business, such as chatting about Yindan gossip, and the anecdote of choosing the emperor's son-in-law. Du-won talked about the crab leg incident, and Su Che's problem. He said he wasn't sure who made the appointment, and things were reported to my father. Find a time for me to meet him privately. Du-won grabs a bunch of grapes and eats them, staying for an hour. Du-won, who had returned to the princess mansion, froze just as she scaled the wall. The princess mansion was brightly lit, and the noise was not small. Du-won's heart tightened, and she hurriedly ran towards the main courtyard. Just as she slipped into the maternity ward, she heard a wow sound. The baby's cry. Du-chien, whose heart was tense, saw her sister at this time, secretly gave her a warning glance, and whispered, "I'll settle the score with you later. Brother, spare my life. I was wrong." Du-won folded her hands and doggedly begged for mercy. Knowing that her absence from Jade's spirit garden on a big night was exposed, Du Qian sent someone to notify her. Delayed to see her come over. He was afraid that something was wrong, so he went over there. Ning Qin and the others would not be able to cover it up. At this time, the child's crying stopped. A granny came out with a happy face and said, "Congratulations to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Congratulations to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Her Royal Highness the eldest princess has given birth to a brother for you." Du Emperor's son-in-law was delighted. "Reward?" Then he asked, "How is Her Highness?" "The mother and child are safe," the granny said joyfully. "Good. Reward again." Du Wan was equally happy. Example is Du Qian is a bit regretful. How come it's not a sister? At this time Du Wan could not help. Just watching from the side. At this moment she found that there were people in the side room. Besides the two eunuchs, there were also two eunuchs guarding. When the steady woman came out and said that the mother and child were safe, a eunuch went back to the palace to report the good news. It should be that the emperor is very concerned about the birth of the eldest princess. When it was almost busy, the two eunuchs went in to take elder princess's pulse in turn, and checked the baby's physical condition. And both said that the mother and child were physically fine. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side said to the siblings, "It's late at night. You two go back and rest first, and come back to see your brother in the morning." "Okay. Father also rest early," Du Qian responded back. Du Wan echoed, "Father should also take care of his health." Du Xian horse harnessed by the emperor's side reached out to point at her forehead. "I'll let you off this time. But there's not to be a next time." "Yes." Du Wan raised her right hand in assurance. Du Qian pulled his sister out. "Father said to let it go. He hasn't responded yet." Du Wan followed him sheepishly. Du Qian saw that no one was around. "Say, where did you run off to in the middle of the night?" "Outside. It's a nice night outside." "Go for a stroll?" Du Wan still wanted to hang on for dear life. A few days with surname Pei have learnt to lie. Du Qian is similar to all parents. Their own children are good. Bad are taught by others. So Du Wan lied, and Pei Hao came to take the blame. Du Wan again wheedled and whispered, "When you go out to shop, accidentally bump into Pei Shitzi?" Heh! Du Qian knew she wouldn't be honest. Going over the wall at night to go to the Jinguogong house. Saying it out is quite disgraceful. Du Wan hardened her head, and didn't say it. Successfully punished. Grounded. Is half a month. Prohibited from leaving the house. It is just the right time to accompany the princess in her month. This punishment is not painful to Du Wan. The princess's house has a new baby. The house has been full of joy. And the prince consort is so happy that he rewarded his subordinate with 3 months' salary. When the master's family had a happy event, the subordinates could not help but take advantage of it. And the food was better, with an extra meat dish for each meal. On the day of the baby's birth, many people came to the house. All of them were relatives and friends, such as the state uncle's house, the cousin's grandfather's family, the aunt's family, and the old matriarch and other highly respected people all came. All the families in the capital have sent baptismal gifts. The gate of the princess's residence was full of traffic. Before Du Wan was curious about what the baptism 3 rites were. When she paid attention she realized that it was the rite of passage for the first bath for a little kid. That is, the bathtub was a little more delicate, and the blessings were a little more numerous. Du Wan also looked at Pei Hao from the crowd. Pei Hao was smiling at her, and Du Wan raised her eyebrows. The two of them had a tacit understanding to leave the venue, and went to a corner where no one was. Du Wan said happily, "You came to watch the ceremony? It's to give a gift. And also to see you." Pei Hao gently pinched her cheeks. Du Wan smiled happily, and wilted again when she thought of something. "I was grounded for half a month. That day I went to see you, and was caught red-handed. This is all my fault. If I didn't want to see you, it's fine. It's fine. It has nothing to do with you." But, Chapter 435, What a Fool Has a Fool's Luck. Du Qian had been keeping an eye on the two of them, and overheard the dialogue between the two, and was speechless. Surname Pei is really sinister. It looks like he is eating his sister to death. Du Qian had to entertain guests today, and Du Wan assisted from the side, and also had a busy day. Pei Hao hid a piece of mung bean cake from somewhere, and stuffed it into Du Wan's mouth. "It's been a hard day. Are you hungry?" "Not hungry." Du Wan's heart is happy. "How about you? Are you hungry?" "Don't worry. I'm not hungry." At this exact moment, The big housekeeper hurriedly came over, walked behind Du Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and whispered something. The bystanders could not hear it, but Du-won heard it clearly and whispered in surprise. The Emperor's uncle is here. Is the Emperor coming alone? More than that, it's a family that came. Du-won was a bit surprised. Pei Hao tugged at her sleeve. Aren't you going to greet him? The big housekeeper secretly came to report, and specially declared that the Emperor doesn't want to labor. Du-won sees Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team stand up, and then calls out to Du Qian to join him. Du Qian walks a few steps, suddenly turns back and rushes out to the corner. Sister, come out. Hee hee. Big brother. Du-won turned out from the corner. Smiling, Du Qian beckoned towards her. Follow me. Okay, duh. Before Du-won left, she also waved her little hand behind her, as a farewell to Pei Hao. Pei Hao wanted to laugh. Little girls are always this heartless. The Emperor was led to the study room in the main courtyard by Du Extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side. Du Qian and Du-won greeted the Empress and Qin Yuyu, who came with them. When Qin Yuyu sees Du-won, she remembers the incident on the boat on the day of the Midyuan festival and doesn't look too good. In contrast, it was Du-won who was smiling like a flower, as if she had long forgotten the earlier incident. Du-won greeted politely and took the two of them to see the eldest princess. The eldest princess was still sitting in her bedroom. Du-won led the people inside, and then asked the subordinates to serve tea and fruits and snacks. The eldest princess, who had taken the qi-nourishing pill, was recovering well. The eldest princess and the Empress exchanged pleasantries, while Du-won and Qin Yuyu came together. The silk handkerchief in Qin Yuyu's hand dabbed the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, I heard that cousin was grounded for making a mistake. Is that true? Du-won's smile stiffens. There is no such thing. Qin Yuyu laughed. That's because I heard it wrong. Du-won saw that she only had half a bowl of tea left, and called for an underling to add to it. Cousin, did you go to the Moonwatch Tower to watch the action? It is said that beautiful men are like clouds, and a number of girls in the capital said that when they fall out of the race, they will choose one to marry. Did not go. Cousin Wanwan went to see? No time. Busy. Ouch. I also heard that the competition for the extra horse harness by the side of a team is fierce. It's nearing the end now, and only the top 10 will be left at the end. Du-won said this and looked at Qin Yuyu. Among these 10, one will become the Emperor's son-in-law. Hey, is cousin happy? Your extra horse harness by the side of a team was chosen by 1,000. Qin Yuyu's face darkened for a split second and quickly recovered. Du-won knew that she was not happy to bring up this matter, and preferred to bring it up to diaphragm her. Sister Wen went to bring the baby over and let the Empress look at it for a while, with a small child coming over. The two girls also subsided. Du-won went up to look at her younger brother, a tiny lump with yellowish skin. A little ugly. If the little one wanted to become Jade and Snow cute, it would still take some time to raise it. Sister Wen didn't take long and carried the child away again. The Emperor and Empress did not stay long before returning to the palace. But Qin Yuyu stayed. Du-won do not know what she wants to do. Later on, they didn't even care about Qin Yuyu, letting her go shopping. Du-won had people guard the nursery, and did not allow any accidents. She was guarding against Qin Yuyu, who knew if she would have a brain fart that would be detrimental to the child. She knew that some people's brain circuits in the world were hard to understand, and just some insignificant issues could lead to bloodshed. The next Du-won also did not have time, but also to greet the younger generation, is to show up. A host look. Until the day down, the guests are sent away. Du-won was finally relieved. Come, have a sip of tea. Pei Hao next to her handed over a bowl of tea. Du-won took it and drank it all in one gulp. Why didn't you leave? The guests have all left. Am I a guest? Pei Hao asked with a raised eyebrow. You? Du-won's face reddened and glared at him in shame. You are a guest now. No sophistry allowed. Okay. 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 You say yes. Pei Hao took the empty bowl in her hand. Still want to drink? Not drinking. Du-won thought of someone at this time. When did Qin Yuyu leave? She left early. She didn't stay long in the princess residence. Qin Yuyu did not return to the palace with the Emperor and Empress. Said she would stay in the princess mansion, but actually waited for a small, half an hour, and then said goodbye to the eldest princess and left. Pei Hao said. During this time, she secretly went to see someone. You definitely can't imagine who she went to see. Who? Du-won was curious. Su Che. Huh? They know each other? Du-Wan was surprised. Pei Hao nodded. It's not like a first acquaintance. Oh. Isn't Wan surprised? What's wrong with that? Before Qin Yuyu's identity was exposed, there were quite a few powerful and noble sons and daughters of the capital that she knew. Any more Su Che is nothing. Isn't your hairdresser Chen Lu always on good terms with her? Du-Wan didn't know until she thought about it. But once she thought about it, it was really true. In the original story, Qin Yuyu was the main female character. And even before her identity was revealed, she was able to get to know a lot of powerful and noble children. Su Che was once a popular scholar. And according to the law of the protagonist, Qin Yuyu, who was active in the capital at that time, accidentally befriending Su Che was not really an uncommon thing. If the family hadn't suffered a change of heart, it would have been normal for Su Che to become the male counterpart. Pei Hao was speechless when he heard her mention Chen Lu. But that fool is really a fool with a fool's fortune. Du-Wan thought of the key. Do you know what Qin Yuyu is looking for Su Che for? The people who were watching stood slightly far away and did not hear the conversation. The people Qin Yuyu brought with her stood guard. And the people who were secretly staring couldn't get close. Pei Hao said. Just in time. I'll go and talk to Su Che. Last time he had this idea, he hadn't implemented it yet, and ran into Qin Yuyu's problem again. Du-Wan shook her head. Forget it. It's better for me to do it. Good. Pei Hao sat for another half hour before getting up to leave. The guests had all left, and he was left standing out. He could justifiably say that he was not a guest to the little girl, but he didn't dare to say so to Du Xinma. After sending Pei Hao away, Du-Wan went to see Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Outside the study, he unexpectedly ran into Su Che. Su Che bowed towards Du-Wan. Greetings, County Princess. Do you know Qin Yuyu? Du-Wan asked directly. Su Che first froze. It wasn't that he was surprised by her question. It was that he didn't expect her to call the princess by her name. Su Che quickly returned to his senses and lowered his head to respond. Yes. Before the Su family was in trouble, there had been a few encounters with Her Highness the Princess. Helped her? It was all a few hands up. Oh. Du-Wan did not ask carefully. Qin Yuyu used to be targeted a lot and often met noble people. Chapter 436. Can only watch from a distance. Cannot play. Du-Wan looked at Su Che and did not open her mouth, as if waiting for him to continue. Qin Yuyu specially came over to seek him out just to catch up on old times. Why was she so unbelieving? Su Che truthfully said. This matter has just been reported by me to Prince son-in-law. Eh? Du-Wan raised her eyebrows. Another unexpected answer. Du-Wan signaled that he could leave. Su Che silently bent down and bowed, retreating to the side, waiting for Du-Wan to go inside the study. Su Che then turned around and left towards the outside in large strides. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team saw his daughter and was a little surprised. It's this hour. Why did you come over? Du-Wan looked towards the outside of the doorway. It was precisely evening. Has father eaten dinner yet? Simply ate some. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the Emperor's side replied with a smile. It's been hard on Wan today. I'm fine. Not hard. Du-Wan walked around the table and stood behind Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team, lightly but not heavily pounding his shoulders. Father, what are you busy with? The housekeeper sent today's gift list. I am looking through it. Today, Wash San did not have a banquet. The official banquet was for the child's full moon. And there would be a big banquet then. The person who sent today's gift list will have to send an invitation sticker when the full moon banquet is held. Du-Wan pokes her head out and looks towards the desktop. Recording densely. Just now I was at the door and ran into Su Che. You were asking about him? Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team thumped in his heart, thinking about Su Che's face, and then thinking about his excellence. Any girl would probably be moved. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team looked at his daughter with a bit of worry, and when he saw the clarification in her eyes, he inexplicably sighed in relief. Wan. A girl should not casually ask about other unmarried men. Where did father think? Du-Wan cries and laughs. It was someone who came to report that Qin Yuyu was looking for him privately, and the two were alone for about a quarter of an hour. As you know, Qin Yuyu and I have always been at odds. This is not. Worrying that she wants to think of some method to deal with our princess house. Not bad. Very vigilant. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the emperor's side was praising his daughter. Du One skimmed her small mouth. Speak seriously. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team laughed. Qin Yu sought him out to catch up on old times. And at the end of the day, she promised that she would find a way to get their family out of slavery. Du Wan listened from here, and did not hear anything unusual. It is very much like what Qin Yu would do. Outside, she is used to pretending to be kind and nice. Du Wan did not reject pretending to be a good person. If a person just wants to pretend to be a good person, want to get a good reputation, so as to help others, rather than to harm people, then there is really nothing. Even if it is pretending, it does not matter. However, will Qin Yu's practice be so simple? Du Wan was quiet for a while before asking, Father, why do you think she said that? Ever seen a donkey? In order for it to move forward obediently, there has to be a carrot dangling in front of it. The reasoning is the same. Du Xianju's officialdom wasn't for nothing. The Su family was a slave, but an official slave. And unless they performed great feats and were pardoned by the emperor himself, it was extremely difficult to change the household registration. If there were no accidents, it would be like this for the rest of their lives. However, when this promise is the princess, is the emperor's only daughter, for the Su family, can be said to be happy from heaven. After hearing Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team, Du Wan did not make a sound and listened to him continue. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team said, Su Che is very surprising. Not being stunned by the pie falling from the sky. What do you mean? The fact that he came to report to me means that he has the intention to serve. Hasn't he been working for our family? The deed of sale is still in my hands. Silly girl. It's not the same. Du harnessed by the side of the emperor's team did not go into details, leaving it up to her to savor it. The previous Su Che had no choice but to be loyal to the princess house. However, Qin Yu's promise was considered to have given Su Che another path. A path that was not necessarily good, but a path that would allow the Su family to turn around, and perhaps revive the Su family in the future. Getting rid of slavery was a very big temptation. A different person would have been moved. But Su Che reported this matter to his master. Du Wan left with a half-understanding. Returning to Jade's spirit garden, she was still pondering over the matter. If she couldn't figure it out, she chose to put it down. Anyway, during the period of confinement, she couldn't go out yet. When she has time, she will personally monitor Su Che. And if she doesn't find any abnormalities, she will forget about it. Currently the capital's biggest gossip, almost all with the selection of extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. On the 3rd day of August, Du Wan received a secret letter from Pei Hao. The letter says, the 5th will be the final stage of the selection of the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. It is fair and impartial. It will be held at the Moonrise Tower. Asking Du Wan to go and see. Du Wan has a headache. I'm grounded. How can I go? No. You can go secretly. Du Wan replied to Pei Hao, and also agreed on a meeting time. Early in the morning on the 5th day of the 1st lunar month, Du Wan went to the princess as usual to clock in, and then went to see the little kid. The baby is still small, too fragile, can only watch from afar, and cannot play. But the little one is growing quite a bit, looking better and better every day. After having breakfast in the main courtyard, he then turned back to Jade's spirit garden, closed the door to his room, and instructed with Ning Qin and the others that he was going to be in closed-door cultivation, and not to be disturbed without anything important. Then he changed into the costume of a rich boy, took a valuable jade fan, and went out through the window. Today, Du Emperor's son-in-law was not in the residence. Du Wan climbed over the wall and went out, and there was an inconspicuous carriage outside the alleyway. When she came out, she saw the curtain of the carriage lift to the corner, revealing Pei Hao's stunning face. Du Wan jumped onto the carriage without saying a word and got into the carriage. The coachman was Husan, who had disguised himself. Pei Hao in the carriage was also disguised, but he was too outstanding in person. No matter how disguised he was still dazzling. After Du Wan got into the carriage, she said to the outside, Husan, go. Okay. Eunuch Du. Husan replied naively. Du Wan sat next to Pei Hao, arm to arm. Pei Hao raised his slender jade-like hand, as if he was going to touch her face. And as a result, he just gently lifted a strand of green silk that fell on her cheek. Then, as if unintentionally, he touched her earlobe. Before Du Wan could glare at him, he slipped a peach into her hand. When she looks down, It's not peeled. It's okay to eat this kind with the skin on. Pei Hao suggested. Du-Wan asked again. Washed? Washed? He didn't know she had a cleanliness fetish. Du-Wan nibbled a bite. It was sweet and crunchy with a slight acidity. The carriage went out of the city and went straight to the Moonwatch Tower. The road in the city leading to the Moonwatch Tower. In addition to a section of the official road. The former boss also funded the repair of the road. In the past, everyone thought that the boss will do business. The road through the wealth. Now the emperor is cheap. Picking up the ready-made. Along the way, in addition to Du-Wan and Pei Hao's carriage, there are people who are also heading towards the Moonwatch Tower. At this time, the Moonwatch Tower. It was crowded with people. The more people there are, the more business it breeds. And there are even quite a few vendors setting up stalls. Chapter 437. This one of mine doesn't suit you. In the open space in front of the Moonwatch Tower, a high platform for the competition was erected. The position near the high platform was separated by the official soldiers. And there were several rows of seats. While it was hard to mix a seat without enough status. Before getting off the carriage, Pei Hao handed Du-Wan a mask. Du-Wan took it suspiciously. Wearing this to go. Won't it be more conspicuous? You won't be conspicuous if you don't wear it. I'm so outstanding. I'm definitely conspicuous. Then it won't be. Pei Hao put on a mask himself. The mask was half, revealing below the mouth, and was able to hide most of his appearance while not affecting his eating. As long as they wore it, it would be hard to recognize them when walking amongst the crowd if they weren't acquaintances. Du-Wan saw Pei Hao's appearance and looked over the mask again. The one he had was in the shape of a fox. The one she had was of a bunny. No. I want to change it. Du-Wan stared at the mask on his face. Pei Hao refused. The face size is different. This one of mine doesn't suit you. Don't fool me. I want to be a fox. Good boy. Be obedient. Pei Hao didn't obey her. Personally took out the rabbit mask and put it on her. It really doesn't fit. Next time I'll make you a fox one. Du-Wan has visually inspected the two masks. Actually, it is really a big one and a small one. The rabbit mask is slightly smaller. Listening to him say so, it is likely that these two masks are specially customized by him. The two appeared very low-key, walking in the middle of the crowd. Did not attract the attention of others. Du-Wan looked at the high platform and said, Hasn't it started yet? Well, the hour has not yet arrived. This is really lively. More people than the Mid-Yuan Festival. The royal list openly selects the side horse harness by the side of a team for this kind of event, which has not been seen once in 100 years. It's true. Du-Wan had just taken a few steps when her wrist was grabbed by Pei Hao. Pei Hao pulled her in a direction, passing a vendor selling sugar gourds and buying 2 bunches, shoving one bunch into her small hand. He then walked towards her in another direction, passed through the crowd, and came to a building. There were people stopping in front of the door, and Pei Hao took out a token. The person guarding the outside looked at the token and respectfully released the door. Du-Wan didn't say anything the whole time, biting a sugar gourd, following Pei Hao's back into the innermost box. It was only when she went in and saw that no one was in the box that Du-Wan spoke out. What's going on? Pulling me away. And buy what not good? Have to buy sugar gourd? This is for children. Do you know? Me eating this affects the image of your son. Then don't eat it. Pei Hao voiced out. Du-Wan choked. If I bought it, I can't throw it away. Then this son is happy to help you out. Pei Hao suddenly bit into the sugar gourd in her hand and ate her last one. Du-Wan instantly froze. She was just talking out of her mouth. Not that she really didn't want to eat it. Pei Hao smiled and sent the bunch in his hand to her mouth. I still have more here. Want to eat? What do you want to play? She squinted at him, suspecting a trap. He didn't move, however, and waited for her to eat. And for a long moment, she tentatively bit down on one. When she was about to eat it, he suddenly came over and snatched it from her mouth alive. Du-Wan was so angry. She really wanted to kick him to death. She huffed and went to the windowsill. Pei Hao stifled his laughter and ate with relish. So quick to give in. Want to do what? Du-Wan was so angry that she twisted her head to glare at him. Little fool. Come and grab it. Pei Hao leaned next to the windowsill and pointed to his mouth. It's very sweet. You really don't want to eat it? Don't. Du-Wan refused. Pei Hao ate one unhurriedly and bit down on another. Come and grab it, no. Like I did just now. Today's sugar gourd is really extra delicious. Nice try. Du-Wan doesn't fall for it. You don't come to switch to him. As soon as Pei Hao pulled the little girl over, he turned around and leaned against the wall, pulled her into his arms, and lowered his head and kissed her. Du-Wan is not too happy, oh, but he was happy to do it. And he hardened his mouth and sent the sugar plum to her mouth. At the end, he raised his hand and wiped her lips. Returned it to you. Happy? Du-Wan jumped a few steps away, a face of disgust. Just the sugar gourd that reached her mouth. She still chewed it slowly before swallowing it. Pei Hao carefully coaxed. All right. Don't be angry. Here. He handed her the remaining sugar gourd in his hand. Du-Wan hesitated to take it. Don't play tricks. Won't. Pei Hao elegantly straightened his long sleeves. The purpose was achieved. What tricks are there to play? Pei Hao moved 2 steps and brought her to the windowsill again. The sea of people below was spectacular. The high platform seemed to have been built far away. But standing upstairs one could see it clearly. Du-Wan looked back at the box. You're quite capable. You actually managed to book the box. How dare I ask you out if I'm not ready? Pei Hao had long ago chartered the building. The officials and soldiers guarding the outside, in fact, is the Imperial City Department. But these days there are always people who want to building box. Pei Hao began to not take care of. The result of the person who came to be a lobbyist is Chen Lu, that boy. Every day pestering, quite annoying. And then he left this small room. The big room is given to Chen Lu. However, this building seems to be a bit lively today. The next door box has acquaintances. Du-Wan did not pay attention to it. But Pei Hao heard it and approached the little girl and reminded her softly. Wan, there are acquaintances next door. Eh? As soon as Du-Wan heard this, she paid attention. At that exact moment, Qin Yu's slightly sad voice was heard. I didn't know it would be like this. I knew that I would have preferred to continue to be an orphan girl. And I didn't have to be difficult everywhere. Fish. It's all because I am incapable and can't help you. It was a teenager's voice. Du-Wan initially felt that it was quite unfamiliar. And after careful thought it was still unfamiliar. Only to hear Qin Yu added, Ah meow. You have to learn your skills well. I will. As long as you use me. Just say so. Thank you. You're so good to me. I'm not good at all. As Du-Wan listened, she remembered that this teenager was Qin Miao, the male counterpart in the original story. After not seeing this person for a long time, Du-Wan thought that he had long been abandoned by Qin Yu. But she remembered that she had ordered someone to break his legs, almost cutting off the possibility of him becoming a great general in the book. Now what other ability did he have that was worth Qin Yu's efforts to coax him like this? Pei Hao looked at her with burning eyes. Thinking about what? I'm thinking about what use is left in Qin Miao. He's ostensibly studying medicine with an old man. But he's actually learning to refine poisons. And he seems to have a bit of talent. And is quite valued by that old man. This old man was introduced to him by Xie Zhang? Exactly. The origin has yet to be ascertained. It can't be from divine Dr. Lu's lineage. We can check along this direction. Pei Hao hadn't really thought about this earlier. The Xie family has been searching around for talents for 10 years. Secretly cultivating quite a few capable people. And it seems that there is also a group of oddballs. Du-Wan felt surprised and reasonable. Chapter 438. Just hearing it isn't very enjoyable. Qin Miao is a hidden danger. Just like the original. Cultivated by Xie Zhang. Du-Wan looked out the window. Coldness flashed in her eyes. Do me a favor. You say. Let Qin Miao know that the granny he killed in Qian County was one of Xie Zhang's people. Du-Wan suddenly wanted to give Xie Zhang a big gift. The poisonous snake was lurking. And the bite was still unknown. Make it look like he found out accidentally. And it's best if he's convinced. Good. Pei Hao did not pursue the reason and promised to go back and arrange for someone to do it. He didn't feel that Qin Miao would become a hidden danger. So he didn't remind her of anything. The reason he had such confidence was that he had arranged for people to keep an eye on her earlier. And as long as Qin Miao had any breeze, it would reach him. Xingui Gongfu can stand so far has not collapsed. Is used to prevent the problem before it occurs. The matter next door, for Du-Wan and Pei Hao, is like an episode. Qin Miao did not stay long. From their dialogue, Du-Wan heard an interesting one. It was that Qin Miao was most likely aware that his current identity was a world away from Qin Yu. Du-Wan pinched her little finger. Surname Pei. I'll pinch my fingers and count. Count what? Pei Hao laughed. It's been a long time since I've seen this type of little action from a little girl. And I actually have a few moments of nostalgia. Only to hear Do-won say with gusto. According to the laws of this type of supporting character, Qin Miao will definitely have an inferiority complex inside at this time. Not daring to presume anything, but also deluding himself into thinking that he'll have to silently guard Qin Yuyu for the rest of his life, not asking for anything in return. And occasionally being able to look at her will be a success. Pei Hao lost his smile. The little girl's look of wanting to be touched, and like a mockery, was particularly interesting. As for the next door box, after Qin Miao left, it didn't take long for another person to come. It was actually Xie Zhang's siblings. Yes, Xie Ying has been through something. And now it's like she's been transformed. Qin Yuyu chatted with Xie Ying, as if the sad girl in front of Xie Miao was not her. Du-won was strange. Qin Yuyu is a bit strange. Yeah. Very good at grasping people's hearts. It's this kind of trick that easily fails in front of little girls. Pei Hao didn't mention to Du-won that Qin Yuyu would act like that in front of Qin Miao. It was after she recovered her identity. She didn't contact Qin Miao for a long time. On the contrary, Qin Miao didn't know where she went. Thought she was missing. Searched for her everywhere, and suffered a lot. Later it was Xie Zhang who learned about it, and had someone mention it to him. So, when Qin Yuyu faced Qin Miao, she inevitably felt weak, and could only exaggerate her difficulties in order to make Qin Miao continue to die for her. Pei Hao would know this because he had been arranging for someone to keep an eye on them. Clang! A gong sounded from the high platform. Du-won immediately looked towards the window. Is this going to start? It's a reminder that it's about to start. Pei Hao similarly looked towards the outside. At this time, some youths came out one after another from the Moonwatch Tower. Nearly 100 of them. All of them were straight and upright, with decent looks and a talented appearance. Exactly the aesthetic that was popular at the time. Du-won poked her head out. Very curious. The top 10 will be selected among them today? Yes. The 10 selected will go to the palace to face the saint. And then the emperor will decide who the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team will be. The one who doesn't come out on top will be the emperor's son-in-law? Seems like the empress cried. Afraid that the person who won the first won't be good character. And worried that Qin Yuyu will not like it. Said that they treated their daughter badly for too many years. It's not easy to find back cannot aggrieve her. Pei Hao repeated the news he got to Du-won. Du-won. This is a lot of drama from the empress. However, uncle also listened to. Du-won could only say. Parents worry about their daughters not marrying well. It's only human nature. Pei Hao laughed softly. Yes. It's common sense. And the emperor also convinced his ministers in this way. In fact, he came to her ear and added in a low voice. The emperor is equally worried that the person who won the first prize will not be as good as he wants. The first 10 are different. It's not easy to think of all of them. Don't look at the selection of the emperor's son-in-law. On the surface is very smooth. Behind the scenes of a whole lot of broken things. Such as in order to get rid of rivals. Poison assassination plays small action. Etc. Endless. Just did not go to the surface. Also did not reach the ears of Du-won. Du-won listened to what Pei Hao said. Then looked at the 100 people below. A little intolerant. Those 100 people all went to the high platform and sat down on the officially arranged seats. There were also some ministers present. Du-won swept past those heavily weighted bulls. And after seeing one, her head shrunk. Her whole body shortened by half. Crouching down in front of the window, only revealing half of her head. Looking quietly, Pei Hao found that the little girl who was standing side by side suddenly squatted down. Wan, what are you doing? That my father. Du-won pointed to the person sitting in a conspicuous position. I didn't think he would be there. Fortunately we are here. He can't see it. Ha. Pei Hao couldn't help himself. Forgot? You're wearing a mask. Du-won touched her face. And after touching the rabbit mask, her heart was certain. And then she laughed dryly. I really forgot about this. Huh? Mata. So embarrassing. Pei Hao went to move a reclining chair. After Du-won thought he was sitting for himself. He ended up sitting down first. Then pulling her down and sitting on his lap. While he instead circled her in his arms from behind. This action was extremely intimate. Du-won was a bit uncomfortable at first. Then gradually let go. And she is still a heartless. Moving around from time to time. Causing Pei Hao's heart to itch and catch fire. Her face is colored with redness. Fortunately wearing a mask and can't be seen. Pei Hao could only hold her whole person hard and tight. Good boy. Don't move around. He also took the melon seeds on the coffee table and stuffed them into her small hands. Have something to do. Don't be so abrasive. Pei Hao rested his head on her shoulder, his cheek still rubbing against her face from time to time. Wan. You say how time passes so slowly. No, it's a year in the blink of an eye. Duan clearly did not hear the meaning in his words. Pei Hao's arms tightened a little bit more. What a torture. Bang! There was a loud noise next door, and it seemed like a chair had fallen over, accompanied by the loud sound. There was also a cry of shock from Qin Yu. Ah! Are you alright? It was Xie Zhang's concerned greeting. I'm fine. Thanks, Qin Yu said, as if she was flustered. And there was still petulance in her words. Duan blinked. The fire of gossip in her heart flared up. All of a sudden she stood up and ran to the wall, wanting to look around to see if she could surround herself. The beauty suddenly left his arms. Pei Hao's heart of loss in the twinkling of an eye. He stood up, lightly wrapped his arm around her waist, and asked in a low voice. Want to watch with your own eyes? I want to. Duan liked to listen to the movement. Sitting next door can be, but some of the movement just listening is not too enjoyable. See it with your own eyes is more interesting. Pei Hao leads her out, avoiding the attention of bystanders. He went in a dark passage. Chapter 439 kissed her face. When the Moonwatch Tower was first constructed, Xie Zhang had gone through a lot of trouble. Usually the guests who came to the Moonwatch building to spend their money were either rich or noble, and it was the easiest place to spy on the news. Each building was said to be separate, but a secret passageway was also secretly constructed. Each floor had a small cubicle that only allowed one adult to move around, making it easy to eavesdrop on secrets. This kind of cubicle, constructed in a very hidden manner, it would be difficult for someone who wasn't good at construction to detect the trickery. Xie Zhang was afraid that he didn't expect that one day someone would use what he had built to listen to his gossip. Not long after, the two went inside the cubicle. Due to Duan's slenderness and petite size, the small cubicle can barely accommodate two people, at the cost of her entire body nestling into Pei Hao's arms. He then taught her to look at the situation in the compartment through a small hole. Xie Ying had gone somewhere. Xie Zhang and Qin Yu are left in the box. Their situation is ambiguous. Qin Yu's face is red. Her clothes are a bit messy. Her eyes are moist and shy. Duan heart is wow. When she came up, she saw such an explosive situation. The extra horse harness by the side of a team is still being selected. And Qin Yu has coupled with someone else? Xie Zhang stood up and bowed, apologetically saying, Your Highness, I'm sorry. I took offense just now. No, it's fine. It was this palace that accidentally fell, and I have to thank you for your timely assistance, Qin Yu said while panicking as if she was arranging her clothes. Xie Zhang turns around as if avoiding suspicion. Bright and clear. Very gentlemanly. Duan. Could it be that she's thinking the wrong way? Is it that Qin Yu fell into a double-eyed spring-like appearance? Duan turned back to Pei Hao and wordlessly opened her mouth and said, They are so strange. Pei Hao covered her little head, kissed her cheeks, opened his mouth and said wordlessly, They are not strange. Is all hanging each other. This kind of situation depends on who is smart and who falls in first. Duan suddenly understood. One could only say that Qin Yu was too self-righteous, obviously unable to play with Xie Zhang, and still didn't know it. Perhaps Xie Zhang's demeanor was too respectful and modest, causing Qin Yu's heart to swell, thinking that when she became a princess, the wind and water would turn and everyone would have to please her. However, she had forgotten that without enough benefits to lure her, who would go out of their way to please people? At that exact moment, the door of the box opened. It was Xie Ying who had returned, followed by some people. There were men and women. All of them were from a circle. Duan saw a few dudes from Chenlu. Ning Xianhe was also present, and Pei Huiyu and Mu Fangling were also seen among the several noblewomen. Pei Huiyin returned from a trip to Ping'an City. Mu Fangling is along with his parents to the capital. Mu's father to get the Ministry of Rights left minister post. Can be said to be in the Ministry of Rights after the minister. This time in the capital has a residence. Do not have to live in Jingguo Gongfu. Duan saw Qin Yu again like a no matter what. And Pei Huiyin affectionate. Like a long time have not seen the little sister. Have endless words. Pei Hao's face darkened. But it was Duan who looked at him obliquely. Watching the show, he lowered his head in anger and bit her cheek. She almost cried out in shock. But he sealed it with a kiss in time. When she left the compartment and came out from the secret passage, Du-won's face was as red as a ripe apple. Thinking back to her previous wisdom, Du-won remembered that she had once read on the internet that some netizens had spouted off that falling in love would make one less intelligent. Could it be that she had been demoted? Du-won looked at Pei Hao from time to time. Pei Hao didn't know what she was thinking. Anyway, with his skills, he would not be able to guess. Who let her learn about her wildly imaginative little head? He could only lead the person back to the box. Just up the stairs, still on the corridor, the next box suddenly opened its door. Huh? Ah, how? Chen-Lu said in surprise. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes flashed. Came so early? It's not early. The competition on the stage has started. Why did you just come? Chen-Lu looked at the masks on the two people's faces in amazement. You guys are really good at this. You still wear masks. This fox mask of yours suits you very well. My grandfather even said that your father was an old fox. You are a little fox. This naive batch. Pei Hao wanted to kick the person away. It was precisely because he wore a mask. And surprisingly, he was still seen by this person at a glance, that he felt his heart clogged. Du-won listened and laughed with joy. Chen-Lu was a good man. He could recognize Pei Hao at a glance. At this time, Chen-Lu's eyes looked towards Du-won. He put one hand on Pei Hao's shoulder. Like a good buddy. Ah, Hao? Who is this gentleman? Guess? Pei Hao hadn't said anything yet. Du-won was so playful that she deliberately imitated a male voice and asked. Chen-Lu didn't really recognize Du-won for a moment. He just stared at Du-won's exposed chin, then followed her earlobe. And when he wanted to take another look, he was elbowed by Pei Hao at his waist, which made him grin. I know who you are, but I can't say it. I'm afraid Ah Hao will not let me go. Pei Hao gave him a warning look. Count on your good sense. Du-won understood and smiled again, revealing her small white teeth. Suddenly, she heard a woman laugh and ask, Chen Shitzi, who are you running into outside? Oh, an acquaintance. You too. Chen-Lu was punched in the abdomen, bending over in pain and covering his stomach, accusing little eyes straight at Pei Hao. Pei Hao warned in a low voice. Don't reveal the identity of the two of us. Okay. Chen-Lu could only resign himself to his fate. At this time, a girl walked out of the box. The person who had just spoken was none other than Mu Fangling. And following her, there was also Pei Huyen. The two girls immediately sized up the masked Pei Hao and Du-won. Mu Fangling's sizing up was untraceable, with a light smile that would not make people uncomfortable. The example was Pei Huyen, who was probably really spoilt. Her eyes didn't even avoid anything. Pei Huyen said innocently, the masks you two are wearing are so pretty. Where did you buy them? Pei Hao's heart was stuffed. This sister was raised crooked and could not be broken back. Pei Hao didn't answer her. After all, it was his sister, and he might be recognized as long as he raised his voice. Now was the time for him and the little girl to go on a date, and he didn't want to be spoiled at all. So he pulled the little girl, and without a word, walked towards the innermost box, the one they stayed in earlier. Chen-Lu had an odd look in his eyes, and didn't say anything else. Pei Huyen asked a question, and the other party left without answering. Her heart was a bit uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but mutter. What kind of person? Asking a question without answering? How rude. This cousin is really a headache. Mu Fangling was no longer in a good position to say anything to her. It's just that Mu Fangling looked at the backs of those two people, and felt that the back of the man with the tallest figure was somewhat familiar. But for a moment she couldn't think of who he was, and turned to Chen-Lu. Chen Shitzi, are you alright? I'm fine. It's just that my stomach is a bit uncomfortable. I'll be fine in a while. Chen-Lu casually found an excuse to cover up. It's not good to say that he was beaten by Pei Hao. Chapter 440. It's really too much torture. Mu Fangling saw it and didn't ask again. As a result, Pei Huyen nervously said, uncomfortable stomach? Could it be that you ate something bad? The food at the Moonwatch Tower really isn't as good as it used to be. Chen-Lu, Fate's younger sister, raised to be too simple. Scary. He hurriedly found an excuse to avoid it. I'm fine. Excuse me for a moment beforehand. Turning around he darted downstairs, not giving the two girls a chance to speak again. Pei Huyen was puzzled. Running so fast. Could it be that you're in a hurry to find a doctor? Could be. Mu Fangling was a bit frustrated. Her father loved her and said that she would be the one to pick the husband. Pick it out and then let him look over it. And if he felt good about it, he would let his aunt come to his door to talk about it. Outside people think Chen Lu is a playboy. Not can be committed to life. But she thinks he is good. Now it is good. Before contact was cousin scared away. Duan entered the box and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ah, how? This sister of yours is quite interesting. Taking no eyes is interesting. Eh? Duan giggled again. Her eyebrows arched. Pei Hao was helpless. Pulling her to sit beside him and pouring her another cup of tea. Drink tea when you've laughed enough. Thanks. Duan took the tea and took a sip. Clang. A gong sounded outside. Duan hurriedly put the tea bowl down and ran to the window to look out. How many games is this? Watch on to find out. Pei Hao stood alongside her. He didn't dare to offer to sit down and let her sit on his lap again. That would really be too torturous. Not for her, but for himself. Duan saw the competition on the stage. First the literature test, then the martial arts test. Among the people who were the referees, there was Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side. Duan said, "This is even harder than the imperial examination." Well, the emperor said that we need to be good at both literature and martial arts. Pei Hao also found it unique. People who were good at literature were not necessarily good at martial arts. Those who are good at martial arts are not necessarily good at literature. Usually, those who are good at both literature and martial arts are not necessarily the most powerful people. The reason being that learning both is not something that can be done by ordinary people. The reason for this is that it is not possible for an ordinary person to learn both. However, the children who were raised this way from a young age were cultivated by the big families with great effort. Would they not go to the royal family? Unless there is ambition. Duan asked. Who do you think is most likely to be chosen? This depends on the emperor. Pei Hao cannot guess. Answering is also the same as not saying anything. Duan plopped down in front of the window and watched the action. Yes, it's just watching the hustle and bustle. In fact, the competition above at first looked interesting, and then repeated quite meaningless. Duck duck. There is a knock on the door of the private room. Pei Hao went to open the door. Suddenly a girl fell into the door, looking to fall into Pei Hao's arms. Pei Hao narrowly dodged to the left. The girl who fell into the door directly fell to the ground, lying on the ground to cry. What's going on? Who pushed me at the back? Pei Hao peach blossom eyes as cold as winter, looking towards the people outside the doorway. It was a few girls. The leader of them was Pei Huiyu. Pei Huiyin was ignored by the two men, and the more she thought about it, the more she suffocated. So she encouraged a few girls to come over and knock on the door. The highest status of the girls present was Pei Huiyu. In order to please her, they naturally followed over. Pei Huiyin accused. Why are you such a person? Can't you see that she fell? You actually didn't help her. Right. Not like a man at all. A girl chimed in. Another girl mocked. It's unlike. Masks are put on. Can't see anyone. It is suspicious. Oh. It can't be an assassin. Pei Hui spoke out of turn. Is it here to assassinate the princess? When these words came out, the few girls were instantly startled and looked at Pei Hao warily. When Pei Huiyin spoke just now, she said that the two people next door were suspicious. Duan watched happily from the side, and the girl who fell on the ground quietly climbed up and moved back. Not only did she not get angry, she also stood behind Pei Huiyin's few people. Pei Hao faintly voiced out. Pei Huiyu, what are you doing? Pei Huiyin, who was secretly happy, suddenly turned white. Wearing a mask obscured her face. However, her voice did not change. Pei Huiyu's feet were shaking in fear. Big brother? Assassins? Hee. The outside of this building is filled with officials and soldiers from the Imperial City Department. Can ordinary people get in? Thanks for coming up with such an excuse. It's not easy. Is it? Pei Hao removed his mask and revealed his true face. The few girls present were all bad at once. Just this? Just this? Is this suspicious? Duan held down her mouth. It was hard not to laugh out loud. This one play after another was quite interesting. Pei Huiyin has the potential to be a female dude. It's just that this potential is hidden under her appearance. Looking at a very innocent and cute girl, she just hasn't encountered the social poisonous beatings, and is very capable of attracting trouble. The girl who just fell down quietly went into the next package room. Not long. Out of the onlookers more and more people. Qin Yu was the first to come out. What happened? Pretending to see Pei Hao unintentionally, Qin Yu was surprised. It's Pei Z. What a coincidence. Not coincidental. The box you are in now is still the one that Shen Lu pestered this son every day and insisted me to let it out. Pei Hao was very nonchalant with this reply. Qin Yu's face heated up. Yes. I also have to thank Pei Z for his generosity. Actually, there is no need for this. With your status, you can totally sit at the front and watch. The position is certainly not bad. Pei Hao nonchalantly poked at this point. At that time, Chen Lu was so insistent on having this compartment of his. Pei Hao had sent someone to investigate, and it was Qin Yu who wanted it. Sure enough, after he gave up this box, Chen Lu gave it to Qin Yu. At that time, Pei Hao thought that this woman was sick. And after becoming a princess, she was even sicker. Duan leaned at the doorway, looking on with great interest. Princess, the extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side needs to be closed to see it clearly. It's you? Qin Yu snapped to look at the person behind Pei Hao. Just now, this teenager didn't make a sound and everyone ignored it. Even if Duan deliberately spoke in a rough voice, Qin Yu still recognized her. Qin Yu opened her mouth to say something, turned around and went back to the box without a word, leaving the person who just wanted to stand up for her baffled. Pei Huiying jumped out, pointing at Duan and cursing. What kind of person are you? How dare you disrespect the princess? Big brother, let the officials below arrest this person. The following words Pei Huiyu couldn't say. Pei Hao's gaze towards her was too cold and scary. Then he walked to the corridor and really recruited the officials and soldiers of the Imperial City Department. As soon as the official soldier saw Pei Hao, Sir, what are your orders? Transfer a few people out and escort her back to the Jinguigong mansion. The person Pei Hao pointed at was none other than Pei Huiyu. Pei Huiyu was about to speak when Mu Fanqing came out and covered her mouth. Cousin is still young and doesn't know any better. Sorry, gentlemen. I'll accompany my cousin back. After saying that, she looked at Pei Hao. Pei Hao nodded coldly. Mu Fangling sighed in relief and pulled Pei Huiying downstairs. She didn't want to care. But they were all relatives. One honor for all. Chapter 441. Your sister is quite capable. Pei Hao pulled Duan into the private room and closed the door at once, isolating the probing eyes outside. Duan didn't want to laugh, but she couldn't help it. Your sister is quite patient. Why is she suddenly having trouble with you? You don't know? Pei Hao raised his eyebrows. Duan shrugged her shoulders. You can't accuse me. I was watching the action on the stage, but I didn't always pay attention to the movement next door. The little girl looked at Pei Hao with eyes that said how innocent she was. In fact, she really knew. Occasionally listening to the movements next door, she happened to hear Pei Huiying egging on a few girls. It was because Pei Hao didn't answer her words at that time that made her hold a grudge. The original depicted Du Yunrong's narrow-mindedness. Now it seems that Pei Huiyu's is even worse. Du Yunrong wasn't considered good, but there was a bottom line. Pei Huiyu in the original is a small extreme. Did not make any great evil. Is a variety of tawdry operations a little disgusting. The book suffers from the Pei big villain family. Duan thought about it. In the future she will be in the same family with her? At this point, the way she looked at Pei Hao was a bit disgusting again. Pei Hao only felt a chill down his spine, not knowing why. And at this time, Qin Yu next door was a bit distracted. Xie Zhang, who was sitting on the chair next to her, paid attention to her abnormality, and he looked towards Xie Ying. Receiving his gaze, Xie Ying understood and came to Qin Yu's side, pouring Qin Yu a cup of hot tea. Princess, have some tea. Many thanks. Qin Yu took it as if she was in a good temper. Xie Ying asked with concern, Are you acquainted with that teenager just now? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu sighed slightly. If this palace is correct, that teenager is most likely cousin Wanwan in disguise. I'm familiar with her. Even if she deliberately covered it up, I could still hear it. Yeah, it's her. Xie Ying was surprised. Xie Zhang also furrowed his brows as he listened from the side. Pei Hao and the county princess had been next door. How long had it been? He was vaguely uneasy in his heart. Xie Ying received Xie Zhang's gesture and asked again, as if he had no intention. Then how long have they been here? This is unclear. Qin Yu shook her head. I've been in the box with you guys the whole time. None of us have gone out. At this time a girl next to her spoke up. It was the same girl who fell down just now. This I know. When Miss Pei came across them coming up. It was when Qin Shixi went out. Then they didn't come very long. It dawned on Qin Yu. Xie Zhang counted the time, and his heart was slightly at ease. As long as they didn't come over when he and Qin Yu were alone, it was fine. Although he thought he hadn't revealed any cracks, he still didn't want the matter of him and Qin Yu getting along privately to leak out, lest there be any complications. Xie Ying continued to talk to Qin Yu, picking out the words that Qin Yu liked. And in a short while, Qin Yu was happy. Du Wan was very surprised by this. Xie Ying has changed so much. Just after a failed relationship? It was as if she had grown up and matured overnight. Finally, there is a worldly noblewoman's appearance. Du Wan did not pay attention to the next door, and continued to pay attention to the competition on the stage. A competition that didn't end until afternoon, and the top 10 were selected. Upon hearing the minister presiding on the stage, he read out the list of the top 10 in public. The one who won the top spot was a man named Tang Xixing, aged 18, a native of Ningcheng. The stage was in an uproar. This was a cold snap. Earlier this person was silent, but exploded in the last game. Du Wan's spirit lifted when she heard the list. Woohoo! Xie Hong actually did lose. Pei Hao peeled a grape and stuffed it into Du Wan's little mouth. He found that feeding the little girl would be addictive. He hadn't seen her for a few days, and was thinking of her every day. Why did you bring him up? This person had a grudge against Qiao Qingju, and now Qiao Qingju wanted to get him killed every day. Du Wan raised her eyebrows. Didn't Marquis Dingbei tell him to make sure he was chosen? Where did you learn that? Pei Hao was surprised. Did I not tell you about this? No. Oh. Then maybe I've heard too much gossip. Du Wan thought she had mentioned it to him. So she said the dialogue she heard between Xie Zhang and Xie Hong when she was in the boat. I didn't think he really withdrew. He didn't even enter the top 10. It's not necessarily that he deliberately withdrew. He might have really been brushed down. He's been missing for many years. His martial arts are good, but his literary skills are lacking. Pei Hao saw that Du extra horse harness by the side of a team appear today, most likely with a secret order from the Emperor to eliminate the possibility of cheating. The Emperor attaches great importance to the selection of the extra horse harness by the side of a team this time. And it's not easy to cheat. The powerful nobles in the capital gradually tasted out the flavor from the Emperor's attitude of importance. The child born to Qin Yu would be surnamed Qin in the future, and the firstborn son could possibly be the future crown prince. It was not long ago that the Emperor gave the crown princess residence to Du Wan. The future crown prince is really hard to say. The person who has this idea is not only Pei Hao. Many people can't help but think this way. Du Wan added. The list just now. There aren't many who recognize it. Well, the previous big favorites were all brushed down. Deliberately brushed off. Or just a false reputation. Du Wan blinked meaningfully. Those who would be big favorites in the capital were likely to be the sons and daughters of powerful people. Pei Hao laughed. The Emperor won't fall on his sword. However, it seemed that the Emperor did not intend to recruit the sons of powerful nobles as his son-in-law. And this he did not say out loud, while outsiders might not be able to see it. He felt that the Emperor had made the right choice. Qin Yu had done quite a few things during those years of her disappearance. And if the word didn't spread outside, as long as someone wanted to investigate, they could still find out some. Let her pick a high door to marry over. Want to live as desired is difficult. It is better to pick a suitable marriage. At least the second half of the generation to live comfortably. It's a pity that the Emperor's compassionate father's heart. I'm afraid it will be in vain. Qin Yu's heart is higher than the sky. After watching the hilarity, Pei Hao left with Du Wan. Leaving earlier, he did not run into Qin Yu and the others next door. Instead, they were outside and ran into Chen Lu. Chen Lu excitedly waved at the two of them again. Hey! Hey! Here, here! Huh? He actually didn't call out your name this time. Du Wan was happy. Pei Hao pulled a strand of her hair, causing her to grin and glare at him in pain. You're mocking me. I can hear it. You're the one who recruited the odd one out. What's it got to do with me? Du Wan really felt that Chen Lu was a big oddball. That said, Chen Lu is quite an interesting person. Whenever I see him, he is always happy. After her reminder, it's true. Pei Hao saw Chen Lu, who was running over on his bum. Chen Lu smiled and invited. Going to eat roasted whole sheep? Going or not? With whom? Pei Hao asked. It's a group of people. Prepared in advance. You can eat it when you go. And you can also watch the sunset. Chen Lu pointed to the top of the mountain, where Du Wan used to go to watch the sunset. It's just up there. Pei Hao looked at Du Wan. Du Wan shook her head. How did I get out? You won't have forgotten. Forget it then. We have to rush back to the city. Pei Hao thought of the fact that she was still in the middle of her confinement. So it was not good to stay outside for too long. Chen Lu regretted for a moment and added, What about the Mid-Autumn Festival hunt? Do you want to go? Chapter 442 I believe in everything you say. Pei Hao looked at Du Wan again. Du Wan's eyes lit up and looked at Pei Hao again. Pei Hao didn't agree immediately. I'll think about it and tell you again if I go. Okay. It's a deal. Chen Lu patted Pei Hao's shoulder and went in to look for Qin Yu and the others. Pei Hao watched Chen Lu leave and then looked at Du Wan and asked, You want to go? There's no need to be grounded for the Mid-Autumn Festival. We'll talk about it then. Du Wan doesn't know what arrangements are made in the mansion and has to ask her family before deciding. I have to ask Big Brother. Okay. Pei Hao pulls her wrist and walks towards the place where the carriage is parked. Passing by some snack stalls, when he came across what she liked to eat, he paid out silver to buy some. And all she had to do was to follow behind and eat beautifully. Hussein stays by the car, dutifully acting as a coachman. Du Wan got into the carriage first. Pei Hao then got in. Once inside, he saw her take off her mask. He followed her to take down the mask, and also picked up the one she put down. Put the two masks together, and then carefully put them away and put them in the secret compartment. The carriage moved, not going very fast. When it gets on the official road, it speeds up. Du Wan rested her head on Pei Hao's leg and drifted off to sleep along the way. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front. Pei Hao is still in the state of recuperating. Occasionally showing his face is fine, but it's a bit too much if he goes out of his way. The carriage stopped. Du Wan immediately awake. What happened? Too many people. A little accident. Pei Hao gently touched her hair. Don't pay attention to it. Keep sleeping. Du Wan is trying to go back to sleep. Huh? Interesting. Don't sleep. Watch the show. Lifted the curtain of the car by a slit and quietly watched from the sidelines. Outside was Hussein. Turning around he saw half of Du Wan's exposed little head. When their eyes met, Du Wan smiled brightly. Hi. How are you? Hussein. County Princess good. Hussein responded a little flustered. Du Wan is attracted by the hustle and bustle in front of her. It seems like something happened to Ma Suqing. It was the carriage that suddenly overturned. And it just so happened that Xie Qi and his cousin passed by. And the two of them stepped in to save her. Hussein tells what he knows. Since he was just outside the carriage, he happened to see the scene where the accident happened. Du Wan was surprised to see Xie Zhang and Xie Hong. However, the two of them, with their escorts, were riding back to the city, and their speed was a lot faster than the carriage. It was just very surprising to catch up with the female counterpart in the text having an accident. Du Wan thought about the original text. In the original text, Ma Suqing was in an accident, and also disfigured. Could it be this time? Now the plot of the novel. A lot of changes have occurred. The value of reference is not high. In the book, Ma Suqing will have an accident. Is Qin Yu secretly let someone move? Ma Suqing was rescued from the carriage, covered in blood and already unconscious. It is said that a maid died on the spot. Xie Zhang said in a loud voice. Gentlemen, is there a doctor present? For a while, there was no movement. Xie Zhang repeated again in a loud voice. And there was still no one. There were quite a few people currently blocking the official road, so they could only look at Ma Suqing's luck. The subordinates, who accompanied Ma Suqing out of the house were terrified, constantly calling for help on their master's behalf. Xie Zhang made an instant decision. Stop the bleeding first, and immediately send it back to the city. As a guard, he more or less carried medicine to stop the bleeding. This was possible. Xie Zhang in command. Well organized. Ma Fu's subordinates hastily stopped Ma Suqing's bleeding, and then lifted to another carriage, and then hurriedly rushed back to the city. Xie Zhang two brothers with guards in the front to open the road, all the way to escort the carriage into the city. Du Wan followed behind, but dipped Xie Zhang and others to open the light of the road. Back to the city speed are much faster. In this matter, no matter what Xie Zhang has in mind, he still did a very good job in saving people. Du Wan sat next to Pei Hao. Pei Hao grabbed one of her hands and played with it in his palm. I'll count with my fingers, Du Wan said mysteriously. The real culprit is Qin Yu. That horse must have been tampered with. Pei Hao stifled a laugh. Is that so? Don't you dare not believe it. Du-Wan squinted at him. Pei Hao nodded. Believe. As long as you say it, I believe it. Speaking so insincerely. Ha. Pei Hao still can't help but laugh. A handful of people into his arms. Asked in a low voice, hear that? No. I counted it out. Du-Wan really didn't hear it this time. But just based on what was depicted in the book, she still suspected Qin Yuyu. Didn't you say that Qin Miao is learning poison from someone? Getting some medicine from him, and putting it on the horse shouldn't be too easy. Furthermore today, the Moonwatch Tower is crowded with people. There is no way to even check. Miss Ma has already been suppressed to the point where she can't raise her head. There's no need for Qin Yuyu to kill her again. Some people are narrow-minded beyond your imagination. Du-Wan knew that person Qin Yuyu. For someone who had humiliated her. But she would always hold a grudge. If Qin Yuyu's ability exceeded the princess mansion, Du-Wan was sure that Qin Yuyu would not let herself go. Back outside the princess mansion, Du-Wan quietly climbed back over the wall, and then climbed back over the window to the bedroom, changing out of the men's clothes outside. She washed her face, and stepped out of the bedroom brightly. Then she went to show her face at the eldest princess's side. Mother! Has father returned? Not yet. The eldest princess looked at her daughter with a smile. Du-Wan walked to the bed and couch and saw that there was a swaddling cloth in the bed. It was none other than the little one. The eldest princess had nothing to do, so she took care of her son with her own eyes. There are many people in the mansion who take care of the younger brother. There are 2 milkmaids, 7 or 8 big maids and small maids. There is no need for the eldest princess to personally look after him. Du-Wan teased the child. Where is big brother? I haven't seen him for a day. Went to ask the girl to go to the Moonwatch Tower to watch the fun. Huh? I didn't run into him. There were too many people at that time. Did not meet. Du-Wan was inexplicably relieved. Chen Lu could recognize Pei Hao wearing a mask at a glance. As long as Du Qian saw her, 9 times out of 10, he could recognize her as well. Thinking of this, she was so lucky in her heart. Luckily, she didn't run around. Du-Wan came to the side of the princess and whispered, Mother, I heard that the winner of today's competition may not necessarily become the emperor's son-in-law. Is that true? The eldest princess nodded. There is such a thing. It's written on the royal list. Can it still be changed? Isn't it said that the king has no jokes? Silly girl. I used to see you as quite shrewd. Why are you being silly today? If you say who knows the emperor's mind the most in this world, only the eldest princess belongs to it, taking the first prize, as long as there is no problem with his identity and character. The extra horse harness by the side of a team is a certainty. The emperor would say that, either to cope with the empress or to avoid someone doing something. Du-Wan. So it's all a setup. It's her who is too simple and doesn't understand the world of adults. Sure enough, it's still the eldest princess who understands the emperor better. And Pei Hao's understanding isn't wrong. But it's not as profound as the eldest princess. Chapter 443, Who is that person you are talking about? On that day, Xie Zhang escorted Ma Suqin to the medical center before having someone inform the Ma residents. Then, the 2 cousins went back to the Marquis mansion first. Marquis Dingbei waited at the mansion, already knowing that Xie Hong had lost the election. When Xie Hong saw him, he went forward to apologize. Uncle, I'm sorry. I lost the election. It's not your fault. Du Yongzheng would have temporarily changed the test questions. Something I didn't expect. Marquis Dingbei did not expect the emperor to play such a trick, brushing off most of the powerful sons and daughters. No matter how much the emperor tried to eliminate cheating, there would still be people leaking. There was no shortage of capable people in the world. No shortage of exchanging interests. For example, Marquis Dingbei got his hands on the test questions. The person who exchanged the test questions was explicitly Du Yongzheng. That is, Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team. But when you think of the person behind Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team, who else can there be besides the emperor? With the extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side, it was impossible to change the test questions just by saying so. Marquis Dingbei wanted to teach Xie Hong a lesson, and couldn't even find a reason to do so. In terms of literature, compared to the long years of study, Xie Hong really is not half a point worse. Marquis Dingbei let Xie Hong go down to rest. Xie Zhang sat on the sidelines, remaining silent, looking at his son's expression. Marquis Dingbei said grimly, more than 10 years of scheming is in its final stages. Looking to reap the rewards. But it has become completely different in this year. Not only that, our power is greatly reduced. Xie Zhang thought back and slowly stated. Every time this year's scheming has failed at the final stage. Once like this, twice like this, and 3 times like this. The losses involved are incalculable. Marquis Dingbei said. We are being watched? Uncertain. Xie Zhang spoke one word at a time. Marquis Dingbei's heart trembled. Then it's a possibility? Xie Zhang didn't know who else knew behind the scenes. But he thought of that person's warning at the beginning. She must know something. It was just that he didn't understand why she hadn't acted on it or told the bystanders. If she had told, it wouldn't have been calm outside until now. Perhaps the forbidden guards had come to the door in the morning. Xie Zhang couldn't figure out the key to this. Father, what we did in secret. Did it leak? Not quite. At least the Emperor doesn't know yet. Marquis Dingbei dared to say so, because noble consort Xie in the palace was as favored as ever. And in addition, no news had come from the eyes he had ambushed around the Emperor. Xie Zhang had pondered over this for a long time. And the only suspicious person was Du Wan. With her unfathomable strength. If she had the intention to kill him, he would not even have the ability to block her. As long as she was alive, he would not be able to control the whole situation. And would have to be afraid of her existence all the time. Just like he was afraid of the Duke of Jin. Father, can you give up? Are you willing? So what if you're not willing? Xie Zhang was confused for the first time. Father knows. My intuition has always been accurate. If this continues, the full Xie family may. Marquis Dingbei said. Zhang child, do we have a way back? There is. As long as we don't touch that person's bottom line. Who is that person you are talking about? Marquis Dingbei's fists clenched. Xie Zhang was silent for a long time before he lowered his head and slowly said, Princess Jiaoyang. Just hearing that name, Marquis Dingbei only felt his blood turn suddenly cold. Father and son looked at each other, both seeing the heaviness in the other's eyes. What the father and son knew about the situation of the Southwest pacification was more detailed than many of the forces in the capital. That rich young man who was rumored to have broken into the Southwest alone. The young man who killed the general amongst 10,000 people. Was none other than the prideful Sun County Lord. Only, they were not willing. They are not willing to suspend more than 10 years of planning. On the other hand, they are scrupulous. Without full certainty, they will not easily step out of that step. Even if the initial plan, the surface will not rebel, but also seek a name. The Xie family succeeded in the book. It's a pity that in reality, there is Du Wan. A change of heart. A seemingly insignificant little girl, but invisibly affects the entire Great Qin state. And no one other than herself knew about it. The next day, yesterday's top 10 entered the palace to face the saint. The emperor personally examined them once more at the palace. And finally decided on the emperor's son-in-law, which was Tang Jixing, who had already come out on top. Soon, the news of what happened at the palace spread. Almost all the tea houses and restaurants in the capital were full of rumors about Tang Jixing. Almost all of which were about him from childhood to adulthood. True or false? The more the rumors spread, the more mysterious. Some people said that he could read and write at the age of 3, and could write poetry at the age of 7, and also said that he was the descendant of the star of literature and music. Another person said that he was 5 years old. Martial arts. Extremely talented. Casually practiced to defeat many people. Do one heard his gossip. Always feel familiar. Lian Long. Crap. Isn't this one of the book's male counterparts? A deeply affectionate persona. And then it's the pressure from his family to join the marriage. Or he can't get enough of the female lead. This, standing in the female lead's point of view. He is the male match who is deeply in love, and makes the reader's heart ache. But in the original mate's point of view to consider. He is a scum. Is the rest of his life only married to one person. Respect each other. Still cannot hide the fact that his mental derailment. However, from Du Wan's point of view. Wow wow wow. What a big melon. Only, the original book Tang Jixing and Qin Yu acquaintance very early. Is her use of space to make money to do business. In Ningxing befriended the power elite. In the back and forth contact. Tang Jixing was Qin Yu attraction. Only to love roots deep. Now what? Tang Jixing has come to run for the election of a subsidiary horse. Without the initial beautiful encounter. Tang Jixing came for the position of the side horse from the very beginning. With a different initial intention. He's in it for the power or fame. Just not for the people. Perhaps the two will get along later and develop feelings. And then the feelings will hardly be as pure as they were in the book is all. Not to mention, Xie Zhang might even intervene. In the original book, Tang Jixing didn't marry his beloved, but just quietly paid, blessed her and Xie Zhang, and also dedicated to work for them, loyal to the whole life. This life will be so still really. Everything is possible. Duwan is very curious to know how the development will be, and specially asked people to inquire about the situation in the palace. But the result is that there is no movement whatsoever. Qin Yu was calm beyond Duwan's expectations. When Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team returned to the house, Duwan was excited to find him to ask about the situation in the Golden Palace. Father, what is it like? Tell me. What else? As rumored, said the Ning Chung Tang Jixing. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team came back to the water have not even had a sip. Duwan had a good eye and nimbly poured a cup of tea and served it. Well, Qin Yu agree? Parents' orders? Matchmaker's words. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side implied that the Emperor did not ask the Empress and Qin Yu. And after seeing the person, he directly made a decision. Tang Jixing is a talented person. Compared to a lot of the sons of the families in the capital are not bad. You have a good impression of him? A young man with real talent. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the Emperor's side thought that he would be a good match for Qin Yu. Duwan couldn't help but think of the book's description of Tang Jixing. Lang Lang Junzi. Searing. Yesterday, there were too many people, and a slight distance. She didn't even remember. Chapter 444. Suddenly coming to the door to do what? On the eve of the palace banquet on the 8th day of the 8th month of August. Duwan is still grounded. I don't know if I can participate in the palace banquet. Pei Hao came to the door to visit, with freshly baked glutinous rice dumplings from Wanji House. Duwan did not bother to eat. Asked with excitement, suddenly come to the door to do what? To see my daughter-in-law. Pei Hao said calmly. Duwan didn't take it seriously. We only met 2 days ago. It's been 2 days. Pei Hao said quietly. Duwan winced. Inexplicably a bit cold. What's wrong? Pei Hao fed one of the glutinous rice dumplings he brought to her mouth. Duwan instinctively took a bite. Then he naturally took a bite. The two of them quickly split the dumpling. Wan. There is something quite interesting in the morning court today. It is the top 10 people who were elected as extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Although only one person can be elected as extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The other 9 people even got special permission to be as extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. All can enter the court as an official. Pei Hao knew that the Emperor had personally received the 10 people, and even had an imperial meal together. When Duwan heard this, she was happy. Uncle's selection of talents is really unconventional. Well, it's quite interesting. The courtiers' faces are all green. The Emperor broke the norm. It was inevitable that some archaic ministers objected, touching the interests of certain people. I guess. Duwan took another bite of the glutinous rice dumplings he sent. Sesame stuffed. Pei Hao laughs wordlessly. I love them. Then, he stuffed half of the one in his hand into his own mouth. The two of them finished a serving of glutinous rice dumplings. Pei Hao brought her a bowl of tea and asked, Are you going to the palace banquet on the 8th day of the 8th month? I'm still grounded. Such a good buzz. You're not going to see it. To ask father. Duwan wanted to go. Pei Hao's sweet persona comes online. Wan. Why don't I go and ask father-in-law for mercy? Okay. You go and say it. Duwan smiled a bit like she was waiting for a good show. Pei Hao's heart thumped. And under the little girl's urging gaze, he went to see Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. I don't know how he told Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. But Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team agreed. Of course. He was not less scolded is. The little girl will be grounded this time. It is down to go to see him. This pot he does not carry also have to carry. Duwan, who was eavesdropping not far away, laughed his head off. As a result, she bumped into Du Qian who came from afar. And she immediately slipped away. She has promised not to eavesdrop on her family. And just now she seems to have made an exception? The first time I saw her, she was in the middle of the night. And she was in the middle of the night. I can't believe I made an exception for this. Slipped away. Duwan on. When you see me, you flash. What have you done? Du Qian's voice came from far behind her. Duwan scalp numb. On the basis that he does not know the truth. Colorful retort. What do you mean? What do you say? How can I do what is wrong? Big brother. You're a county king. Watch what you say. Really? Then you come over. I am busy. Duan kept body again to slip. Pei Hao suddenly spoke out. What happened? Oh, big brother. Wan is waiting for me. When Du Qian saw Pei Hao who walked out from the archway of the main courtyard, he finally understood a bit. It turns out that his sister's faint heart is for Pei Hao, thinking that he will laugh at her for waiting for her fiancé. Strange. When did Wan become this shy? Pei Hao. Duan. Goddamn shy. Crippled eyes since big brother fell in love. At the same time, in the main courtyard house, in addition to Du extra horse harness by the side of a team, it was the eldest princess. The eldest princess smiled warmly. You're taking advantage of the situation and scolding people when you catch a chance. He won't tighten up if he doesn't scold him. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team used to think that he was a very stable person. At least more stable than that boy and his family. I was looking away and thought that he was a stable one. The eldest princess lost her smile. He deserves to be scolded. That's right. My good daughter has learnt the hard way by hanging out with him for a while. The eldest princess pressed down her mouth again and laughed. That skin monkey is enough of a headache without learning from someone. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team walked over and half embraced the eldest princess and whispered. During the princess monthly period, Du extra horse harness by the side of a team would take leave if he could, and would try to return to the house as early as possible if he could not. After 20 years of wind and rain, the two people love each other as much as before. The next day, the palace hosted a banquet. Duan didn't wear the county princess dress this time, and changed into the bright colors that girls like. Bright and delicate. For this palace banquet, Duan was holding great enthusiasm. She hurriedly followed Du Qian to enter the palace early. One was to rush for the food. The second main reason was to rush to watch the female lead's relationship drama. The infatuated male match is online. Damn, want to see how Qin Yu will operate. After entering the palace, Duan separated from Du Qian. Finding Qin Yu's location, she nimbly went over. Right now Qin Yu is not staying alone and is with the Empress. As long as Qin Yu did not run into Pei Hao and Duan, her IQ was online. Today's palace banquet, she was considered one of the main characters. The other main character was Tang Jixing. The emperor had suddenly decreed that Tang Jixing would be recruited as the emperor's son-in-law. Qin Yu has never seen anyone. His heart like ashes. Very desperate. The empress said in a warm voice, I have seen the person. A talented person. Not daughter-like people. Qin Yu Phoenix's eyes seeped out teardrops. Empress sighed. Women marry best pick suitable. Not like. Mother and your father had a period of love. Like glue. But now you take a look. This day has become what? Mother doesn't want to be jealous. And doesn't want to let herself live like a shrew. But she lived into today's appearance. The emperor is not responsible. If you can't be consistent, don't promise to treat her well for the rest of your life? Not to mention a lifetime. Not a few years to change. The empress has been with Xie Guifei fight. Hard she actually do not hate Xie Guifei. Waiting to see Xie Guifei joke. Waiting to see Xie Guifei old age. The emperor turned his face. The empress added, your father investigated Tang Jixing. Is a clean. Married as long as you can live by heart. Will not be bad to wear. Mother. My son wants to forget him. But cannot forget. Qin Yu's eyes are full of despair. The empress knew that the word love was the most torturous. If you can forget with time is lucky. Or meet a new person. If you can't forget and can't get it, you will probably suffer for the rest of your life. And you won't be able to get out of it for the rest of your life. And as time goes by, the obsession will only get deeper and deeper. There was just nothing the empress could do. Child. It's fine. When mother learned that your father changed his heart back then, she also used to be in pain. And now she is still not. Halfway through, the empress couldn't say any more. And only a sigh remained in her heart. Duan heard this with a complicated mood. A little sympathy for Qin Yu. Like a person is very difficult to control. In the original story, Pei Hao is Qin Yu's hearts for Million San Mole. White Moonlight. The difference is that before she met Pei Hao in the text, she was already entangled with Xie Zhang. And her interests were deeply entangled. And in the end, she chose Xie Zhang. Now Qin Yu is still in love with Pei Hao. It seems to be deeper than what is depicted in the article. Chapter 445. The picture is too beautiful to look at. It is said that a woman should not make things difficult for a woman. But it is absolutely impossible for her to give Pei Hao to Qin Yuyu. The next step was the Empress hugging Qin Yuyu heartily and letting her cry. After crying, she still had to dress up and put on a beautiful makeup. Duan watched the Empress and Qin Yuyu and just stayed there for more than an hour. A palace maid came with broken steps. The palace maid walks up to the Empress and bends down to report softly. Your Highness, the people have arrived at the back garden. Got it. Stand down. The Empress waved her hand and signaled for the palace maid to retreat before stepping behind Qin Yuyu. At this time, Qin Yuyu was sitting in front of her dressing table. Lost in thought, the Empress pressed Qin Yuyu's shoulders. Cheer up and go meet Tang Jixing. He will be your emperor's son-in-law. This is already an unchangeable fact. If you want to live a comfortable life in the future, hide that bit of mind and never let him know. If you let that mind of yours, just like a thorn, stabbing into his heart. The Empress gently patted her shoulder and continued. That way, your life will really be ruined. Saying this, the Empress said no more, leaving Qin Yuyu to think alone. Qin Yuyu sat motionless for 2/4 of an hour. Only then did she leisurely stand up and head towards the back garden. Duan immediately followed and shifted her position. Suddenly, an aura came from behind her, and she was about to counterattack. A familiar voice came. It's me. Huh? Duan looked at Pei Hao in surprise. This is a dinner party. Why did you enter the palace so early? Didn't you also enter the palace early? Pei Hao raised his eyebrows and sized her up. Duan laughed. I came to see the gossip. Gossip? Duan glared at him. Can you talk? Pei Hao reasoned. It's me who said it wrong. You're not peeping. You're gossiping. Duan wanted to kick him off. So the peeping duo was formed and continued to tail Qin Yuyu to the back garden. Qin Yuyu was going to the back garden alone, deliberately not bringing along the palace maid. Beside the lotus pond, she saw a young man standing by the pool. His upright and handsome figure was like a scenic line. Duan looked wide-eyed. The male supporting actor is a beautiful man. Oh, it is true that he is not a showman. And he can't be a supporting actor. A big hand suddenly blocked her eyes and obscured her vision. Duan said in an evil voice. What are you doing? No looking. Pei Hao hugged her from behind, firmly blocking her eyes. Just now, the little girl looked at other men and her eyes actually sparkled. Pei Hao would not admit that he was sour. Don't look at me. Will you? That's your cousin's husband. F***ck. Just looked at the back. Duan had a black line on her face. So angry. Want to cripple him. How to break it. Pei Hao and Duan didn't follow very close. Just saw two people from afar, standing by the lotus pond and started talking. The distance was a bit far. Pei Hao couldn't hear, but the little girl didn't care that he covered her eyes and started to listen with great interest. Speaking of which, he knows more than her. The back garden at this time, there is no palace people. Is the emperor and the empress arranged? It is to let Tang Jixing and Qin Yuyu meet privately today. Pei Hao noticed. The little girl started to listen with gusto. And then her little face had an odd expression. Pei Hao whispered. What did you hear? Say it to your fiancé. Ordinary pleasantries. Nothing special. Duan, this is not false. The only magical is Qin Yuyu see Tang Jixing. Hard like ashes into a smile like a flower. Speak gently and softly. Mannerism showed gentle and generous. It's the kind of woman that men like in this world. It is not the same as what Duan imagined. Recall that not long ago, Qin Yuyu also sat in front of the dressing table lost soul. After all, or she Duan is too naive. Actually the moment before the sympathy for her. Mata. The clown is herself. Duan slapped away Pei Hao's big hand. Without his cover, she saw the two of them by the lotus pond, talking happily with each other. Pei Hao touched her face for a while, ruffled her hair for a while, and pinched her tiny earlobes for a while. Duan is thinking about things. Lazy to pay attention to him. Just let him toss. Pei Hao was convinced that the little girl was in her arms, and could still be distracted. He bit her earlobe hatefully. The pain brought her back to her senses immediately. What? What do you want? What are you thinking? Pei Hao has spent a lot of time with the little girl. Subtlety doesn't work. I'm such a big beautiful man beside you. Can't you see it? What's there to see? See it often. Duan said nonchalantly. Pei Hao saddened. Is the county princess getting tired of me so quickly? This look of her getting tired of the new too quickly. So much drama. Duan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Come on. Flash aside. The presence of men affects me reading gossip. Don't want it. Pei Hao. Heart clogged up. Angry with itchy teeth. Duwan is a heart that can't hide the gossip. Ignoring his playwright's present. This would have just scolded the person. Turned her head and got together with him again. Head-to-head chatting. Sharing freshly obtained gossip. You know. Before she came to the back garden. She also hugged the Empress and cried bitterly. Heartbroken. Then she also a finger not far away from the two. Eyes glowing said. You see? You see? That is like a sad person? Did Wan sympathize with her earlier? They are all women. It's rare to see her show her true feelings. It turned out that I was too simple. Alas. Pei Hao's head rests on her shoulders, smothering his laughter. He laughed so hard that his shoulders shrugged, which made Duwan dissatisfiedly tutate her small mouth. What's so funny about this? Isn't it just that I limped a little bit in my eyes? Yesterday, she was still laughing at cheap big brother's limp eye. Today it was her turn. The two people in front did not continue to stay by the lotus pond to talk. Is walking while chatting. Is starting to tour the back garden. Viewing the scenery. Qin Yu's gentle voice patiently acted as a tour guide for Tang Jixing. Tang Jixing was equally wonderful, making Qin Yu laugh out loud often. Duwan, who was following behind, could still hear Qin Yu's silvery laughter from time to time. On who could hear the pleasure in her laughter. Pei Hao looked at the cat in front of him, like a thief, and only found it extraordinarily interesting. What thoughts are written on the little face? However, he wanted to remind her that with such a distance, it was fine to walk with a straight little waist, and it wouldn't be known that she was spying. On the contrary, this little look she had now was more like a reminder that she was being a thief. Behavior reveals the mind. Pei Hao could not have imagined that the smart little girl would also have a day when she made a stupid mistake. Compared to watching Qin Yu and Tang Jixing's drama, Pei Hao preferred to watch the little girl and couldn't get enough of her. So there is such a unique scene right now. The princess and the future emperor's son-in-law touring the garden, followed by a dog, almost with a camera to take pictures. Behind the dog, there is also followed by the most beautiful man, walking leisurely and lightly. Chapter 446 spoiled beyond measure, with the emperor and empress stopping behind them. Qin Yu's and Tang Jixing's first meeting was perfect. No one disturbed it. It was that even the emperor and empress didn't know that someone would sneak into the back garden and spectate the whole thing. A different person wouldn't have done such a thing. But who is Duwan? She had been spoiled to the point of lawlessness. It was almost time for the banquet to start. Pei Hao dragged Duwan away. Today's palace banquet, mainly for the newly appointed emperor's son-in-law to do, will not have the solemnity of the New Year's Eve banquet, and even divided into male and female seats. The male seat is in the main hall. The female seat is located in the side hall. The eldest princess was not yet out of the month, so she did not come to the palace banquet. Duwan was brought to a seat by the palace people, very close to the main seat. The hour was almost up, and the noblewomen and noblewomen who had come to the banquet had all taken their seats. When some people saw Duwan, they came forward to respectfully greet her. Duwan did not remember all of them, but returned the greetings with a smile. Here Duwan saw the slightly slimmer Mrs. Pei, and Pei Huyen by her side. Since the two families had been going through the rituals since they were re-engaged, Duwan realized that she hadn't seen Madame Pei for a long time. On the contrary, Pei Huyen had bumped into each other not long ago. When Madame Pei saw Duwan, her expression was a little awkward. Greetings to County Princess. Duwan politely stood up and smiled. Mrs. Pei, how have you been recently? Very well. Very well. Lady Pei didn't know what to say for a moment. Pei Huyen came forward to greet Duwan, like acquaintances meeting and exchanging a few pleasantries. Duwan had no intention of making things difficult for them. When the mother and daughter were seated, Duwan sat back to her original seat. The people around them have actually been paying attention to them, and not wanting to give free access to the jokes. They won't make a scene in public. Mrs. Pei was not enthusiastic, but she was not rude either. Duwan likewise would not be rude, nor would she be warm. Pei Huyu was presumably a lot more sensible after having suffered in the past few days, and being detained by Lady Pei. She didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with her little sister, and behaved in a moderate manner. Sheriff Master, you've come early. Qin Jiu strides over with the hem of her skirt. Duwan instantly reveals a big smile. My elder brother had something to do to enter the palace early, so I followed him here. Only a fool would say that it was for the sake of reading gossip, and followed him in advance. Before the official opening of the table, Qingjiu did not return to her position, and came to Du Wan to whisper to her. The two people came close together, and spoke in a low voice. The neighboring seats could not hear what they said. In the seat below Du Wan, there was Du Yunrong. Du Yunrong looked at the two from time to time. Thumbs up. Aunt and sister-in-law. Before they are married, they are usually cordial. When they really become a family, it's impossible to say that conflicts will come out. Are there not many examples like this? Du Wan inadvertently caught Du Yunrong's disdainful look. What are you doing? Want to fight? Du Yunrong sat upright, and did not look away. Definitely not talking to her. She didn't hear. When Du Wan saw this wimpy look of hers, she lost her temper again. Knowing that she couldn't fight her, she had to try on the brink of death. And when she wanted to fight her, she was as timid as a mouse and immediately wimped out. Du Yunrong sat in a dignified posture, just like the picture of a scholar girl in a painting. She was once a model of a noble woman in Qin, and was highly sought after, so she wouldn't be without any skills. It was only when she met Du Wan, her nemesis, that she lost her temper. Qingjiu craned her head to look down. Sheriff, who are you talking to? With a goon. Du Wan hemmed and hawed. Qingjiu looked round again, and asked curiously, who is it? Whoever is close to us. Just say who. When Du Wan said this, Du Yunrong's eyelids jumped. There were many people coming to the banquet. She couldn't collapse her image. Just ignore that little jerk. Thus, Du Yunrong was steady as a batch. Du Wan saw that she ignored herself, and said that it was boring. So she ignored her and continued to chat with Qingjiu. Did you go to the Moonwatch Tower that day? When? Oh. With your big brother. Qingjiu replied shyly. Was it fun? Not bad. We went. Qingjiu spoke in a lower and lower voice. Du Yunrong wanted to hear but didn't. At this time, a group of eunuchs and palace maids came in a row, also carrying plates and plates of fruits. Du Wan realized that the empress and the others were coming, and tugged on Qingjiu's sleeve. Qingjiu raised his head and looked around, hurriedly standing up to return to the seat that belonged to him. The rest of the people who were exchanging pleasantries also stopped and returned to their positions. The empress has arrived. The voice of the eunuchs chanting was still so distinctive. 3 voices on one side. Then came the arrival of the noble consort, followed by Qin Yu and the others. For this palace banquet, as long as there was a consort position in the palace, all of them could come to participate. Du Wan looked at the palace concubines up close. Did not imagine the thousands of red. The most prominent appearance is still the empress and Xie Guifei. The other concubines, if not dressed up, nobility compelling. Appearance is just average. With the passerby as similar. Suddenly some understanding. How the emperor only favored the new love old love. The new love is Xie Guifei. The empress is the old love. Only the empress feels that the emperor does not love her. But discerning people can see that the empress is still very special in the emperor's heart. Or else the early abolition of the queen. But also often let her splash. The empress came in, followed by Qin Yu behind her. When the empress stood to the main seat, the following people performed the kneeling ceremony. Du Wan was considered to be a one-of-a-kind, standing firmly, her waist straight, with a smile on her face. She was not creeped out at all by the empress and Qin Yu's eyes. Want her to kneel down and bow? They are beautiful. The empress laughed and spoke out. There is no need to be polite. Everyone sit back down. Wan also sits. Thank you, Empress Mother. Everyone returns to their seats. Du Wan follows with a smile and says, Thank you, Empress. You girl. Calling the emperor uncle. Why don't you call this palace aunt? The empress said half-jokingly. Du Wan immediately smiles and picks up. That also wants you to be happy. Hee hee. The empress listened with what appeared to be pleasure. However, she did not pick up on the words, and let Du Wan really call out to her aunt. The empress was not happy to do the thing of lifting up Du Wan. So Du Wan didn't really call out to her aunt, and continued to call the empress. Du Wan also do not know why. For the queen, she is close to not up. Xie Guifei interesting. Has been sitting peacefully, occasionally exchanging a few pleasantries with others, and will not steal the queen's limelight. With Du Wan's impression to steal the limelight. Aggressive favorite consort is not the same. On the surface Xie Guifei is very scrupulous. Will not cross the empress a point. It is because she put out this attitude, so that the empress wants to find her trouble. Are always unable to find a reason. Are smart people. Who can fight over who? The stupid thing of bullying and arrogance. Only stupid people will go to Du. Du-Wan looked very happy. The banquet was harmonious on the surface. The women were smiling and laughing as they went back and forth, fighting with each other. Du-Wan's status is high enough that even the Empress has to be courteous, and the others can only retreat when they meet her. Chapter 447. Still can't hide it from my sister. Therefore, Du-Wan sat on the seats and ate and drank, either watching the show on the stage or listening to the gossip around. So leisurely, until the end of the banquet did not make a thing. Thinking about it is also right. The more important the occasion, the less likely to happen, because everyone will pay special attention to etiquette and image. After the banquet was over, Du-Wan went directly to the next door to find Du Qian. Du Qian had drunk a lot of wine and walked a little bit. It was Pei Hao who helped him out and also helped him into the carriage. Wan, I'll send you back. No need. Du-Wan thinks it's not necessary. There is no drink driving in this society. I didn't drink. What are you afraid of? And your mother and sister too? You still stay to send them? Don't let people say you have a daughter-in-law and forget your mother. Pei Hao just happened to see Mrs. Pei and Pei Huing walking out. Alright. Then you be careful. Mum. Bye. Du-Wan perfunctorily waved her small hand at him, lifted up her skirt and jumped onto the carriage. Got into the carriage, and then said to the driver, "Go back to the house." The coachman answered respectfully. The carriage took off and traveled forward. Du-Wan squatted in the carriage, looking at the drunken Du Qian. His handsome face was flushed. His ears and neck were red. Good guy. It's time to wake up. The originally sleeping Du Qian suddenly opened his eyes. The bottom of those eyes were clear as a bell. Where did the drunkenness come from? Du Qian rolled over and sat up, laughing. Still can't hide it from my sister. That's right. Du-Wan raised her chin proudly. Who am I? But your sister. Du Qian's laughter was low, lifting his large hand to rub her head. Du-Wan sat down next to him and touched him with her elbow. Tell me, how did you pretend to be drunk? Can't you see? Everyone is drunk. I'm not the only one. Nonsense. Pei Hao is not drunk. He is using the excuse that his body is inappropriate, and others are too embarrassed to toast to him. Du Qian is the county king. There are quite a few people who want to please him, and there are naturally many people who strike up a conversation with him and toast to him. If you're not drunk, you have to keep drinking. And if you're drunk, it's much less trouble. Du-Wan smiled happily. The socializing between men is different from women. What Du-Wan saw today was a variety of squeezing right, fighting wit, and war of words. Du-Wan lifted a corner of the curtain of the car window and happened to see Qin Jiao in front of the palace gate. At this time, Qin Jiao was standing with the Qin family members, next to the Qin family's carriage. Du-Wan asked, Big brother, should we call Qin Jiao up? No need. It's not good for her reputation. All engaged. Still worried about reputation? Think everyone is Pei Hao, that sinister guy. Du-Wan sympathized with Pei Hao, who was innocently lying down. Time was passing quietly. Day after day. The heat in the capital for the new extra horse harnessed by the side of a team was gradually coming down. The emperor has ordered the heavenly supervisor to choose a date for the wedding. Qin Tian's supervisor only used 3 days. The wedding date came out. Is the 6th day of December. From the wedding is more than 3 months. The wedding date seems to be a bit rushed. In fact, it is not. In the royal list down before, the Queen ordered the Ministry of Internal Affairs embroidered wedding dress. Royal recruiting extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. With ordinary people marrying a wife of different etiquette. Things are all the Internal Affairs Department to prepare. As long as waiting for Ning Cheng's Tang family to come to the capital, the wedding can almost be held. On top of this matter, Pei Hao was sour again. 1 by 2. The wedding date is faster than his. No wonder he is sour. Mu Xian's wedding date has also come out. Set on the 8th of February. Then his and Wan Wan's wedding date. But also 20 days in the morning. Du-Wan's grounding was lifted. But she still stayed at home. And her daily routine, apart from cultivation, was to guard the little brat. The newborn baby. Really a day by day. It makes the heart soft to look at it. The eldest princess has not yet left the month. She has rounded off and looks quite good. Wan, why don't you go out to play? Don't want to. Du-Wan stretched out a finger, hooked the little guy's little palm, and all of a sudden he grabbed it. Mother, look at your younger brother. He will grab my hand. The eldest princess laughed, not picking up her words. At this moment, Sister Wen came in. Sheriff Master. There are personal guards outside to deliver a message, saying that Pei Shitzi is here. Huh? He's here? As soon as Du Wan heard the visitor, her eyebrows raised. After saying a word to the eldest princess, Du Wan scurried away. Pei Hao was waiting for her in the quiet room of Jade's spirit garden. And while waiting for someone, he even picked up the book she had placed, pretending to turn the pages of the book with great seriousness. And while turning the pages of the book, he was lost in thought, and didn't realize that the book had been taken upside down in the slightest. Du Wan noticed his abnormality in a moment. She leaned over to the desktop and came close to him. What's wrong? What happened? Not a big deal. Pei Hao closed the book. Du Wan was surprised. Then there is something. What is it? Mental imbalance. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes were full of grudges. He was mentally broken and hadn't recovered yet. Du Wan was slightly nervous, recalling that during this period of time, she hadn't heard of anything happening outside, and tentatively asked in a low voice, Or, tell me about it. Forget it. You won't be able to help even if I tell you. What exactly is it? Under Du Wan's repeated questioning, Pei Hao tensed his serious face and held back a sentence in a very high and cold manner. People's wedding dates? Why are they all so fast? Du Wan. Why? Because they are all out of her favor. Du Wan slammed the book on him. I thought something had happened that made me nervous. But it turned out to be just this little shit. Such an important issue. How dare you say it's such a little thing? Pei Hao was staring straight at her. Du Wan knew that this guy is going to make a demon again. Then what do you want? Advance the wedding date? Pei Hao asked tentatively. Do you think it's possible? As long as you are willing. It should be possible to advance it. And then spread the rumor that I hate marriage? To hang on to the reputation of hating marriage for the rest of my life? Now there are rumors outside that I hate marriage. Am I not fine? Ma duh. Did you specially come here to argue with me today? This guy's brain circuits are not right. Presumably, he was irritated hard by someone else's wedding date. Pei Hao grabbed her hand and resolutely didn't let go. This attitude is neither quarrel nor apology. Du Wan felt it was meaningless to quarrel over this matter. He stopped mentioning it, and she didn't hold on to it. Why don't I buy you sesame glutinous rice dumplings tomorrow morning? Pei Hao got the benefit of the doubt, and readily compromised. The corner of Du Wan's mouth twitched. One serving of glutinous rice dumplings, and you've been bribed? Pei Hao asked again. Has Big Brother's wedding date been set? My mother is picking a date. Du Wan was not interfering in this matter at all. Pei Hao sat for a while, and got tired of Du Wan for a while. Du Wan came close to his face, and gave him a hard kiss, which made him leave satisfied. As for what Du Wan promised him, he would still remember. Immediately, she instructed her subordinate to order a sesame glutinous rice dumpling from Wanji House, and told him that she would personally pick it up in the morning. Du Wan mainly did not want to queue up. Chapter 448 Pei Shizhi kills with a borrowed knife. Early the next morning, Du Wan got up early, washed up, simply ate a breakfast, ran to the eldest princess and do extra horse harness by the side of a team to punch the clock, and then numbly left the house. For the operation of the county princess, the people around her were familiar with it. After arriving at the State Duke's mansion, he climbed over the wall and entered the Hearing Rain residence. Originally, Du Wan thought that she came early and there would be no outsiders. The fact surprised her. Pei Hao is a guest. It is Chen Lu. Chen Lu has a shadow over Du Wan. As soon as he saw her, he immediately stood up and said curtly, Sheriff, you came to see Ah Hao so early. Did you ask him to go out for a trek? No. I bought a serving of his favorite glutinous rice dumplings, just in time to bring them to him. When Du Wan came in, Pei Hao stepped out of the bedroom fully clothed. His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Du Wan, completely different from the dislike he felt when he saw Chen Lu. Chen Lu asked, Ah Hao, are you really not going to caracal hunting in 2 days? Asked the county princess if she's going. Pei Hao looked at Du Wan again. Du Wan then remembered Chen Lu's comment about going caracal hunting during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Who is in charge of it? Are there many people? Chen Lu replied. Ma Tao. He suggested it. Ma Tao? Du Wan hears an unfamiliar name. Pei Hao reminds. The horse gentleman he saw in the boat last time. He really has leisure time. How about Ma Suqin? Du Wan this period of time really asked this thing to forget. Last time she had an accident, but she was unconscious. Chen stayed by the side and listened. You saw her accident? Yes. I also saw Xie bringing people to save her. Duan chatted with Chen Lu about this matter. In the end, Chen Lu mentioned the matter of caracal hunting again. And Duan decided to go out and have some fun. Chen Lu got the permission and did not stay. Getting up to say goodbye, Pei Hao asked Hussein to send Chen Lu out of the mansion. And then Peach Blossom eyes looked at Duan very oddly. Wan, do you know that Ma Suqin is waking up and has no fear for her life? But her face may be scarred. I expected it. It is also true what is written in the book. However, Ma Suqin's reputation is a lot better than in the book. Pei Hao smiled and approached her. At that time, you said the murderer was Qin Yu? Is it really calculated? Duan nodded her head, her eyes shining brightly as she asked. You found out it was her? After Pei Hao had people investigate. It was indeed related to Qin Yu. It was Qin Miao who drugged the horse. The drug was given at the time of the Moonwatch house. Halfway back when the drug was in effect, the horse pulling the car went crazy. And it would be difficult for the people in the car to stay intact. Not to mention that Ma Suqin is just a girl. And she doesn't even have the ability to defend herself. The situation that day was extremely critical. If not for a big maid who sacrificed her life to save her, Ma Suqin would hardly have survived. Pei Hao told Duan about the investigation. Duan pondered for a moment and said, Qin Miao is a person with an incorrect outlook. He has only just learned the art of poison and has started to harm people. Is Xiezhong trying to cultivate him into a sword in his hands? This person cannot be kept. I took the results of the investigation and had someone quietly tell Ma Tao. Pei Hao said the matter in a cloudy manner. When Ma Tao learned about it, he couldn't do anything to help that person in the palace, but secretly ordered someone to beat Qin Miao to death and waste both his hands and feet. Kill with a borrowed knife. Duan violently gave him a thumbs up. Convinced. This wave of operation is 666. Not long ago, I was worried about Qin Miao as a hidden danger. I can't imagine that it was solved so quickly. And she didn't even have to dirty her own hands. It's just a pity that the line she buried in the first place is kinda scrapped. Shitsi. Someone is coming from the palace. Hussein sends Chen Lu out and happens to run into someone from the palace. It's the emperor summoning you to the palace to deliver it. Duan is strange. Aren't you in the middle of recuperation? Occasionally, I have to go to the yamen. Pei Hao wanted to resign from his post, but the emperor did not allow it. The emperor asked me to walk to the yamen and deal with some things when I am idle and bored while I am recuperating from my injuries. Being so comfortable as an official, Pei Hao had no reason to refuse. Duan stood up. Then I'll go back. You go into the palace first. Do you want me to send you? No need. I'm leaving. Before Duan's topic fell, the person was already out to the outside. That speed didn't even look like something a normal person could do. Pei Hao's eyes gradually deepened. The sense of oppression intensified. The little girl was getting more and more powerful. He was lagging too far behind. And in the future, he might lose his husband. Pei Hao changed into his official robes. The carriage in front of the palace gate was ready. He went up to the carriage and went straight to the palace. Duan returned to the princess' house. Accidentally learnt that Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The same was sent by the emperor to call back to the palace. Is this what happened? Not yet known. The eldest princess did not receive the news. Duan said, Mother, I'm going hunting for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Whose invitation is it? Grand Duke Ma Tao. But the one who asked us is Chen Lu. Oh. Go then. Riding with a costume? Yes. None of them have been worn yet. This will let them see the light of day. Duan said with a smile. In the past, the eldest princess had the embroiderer make a few sets of riding clothes, and she hadn't worn them yet. Going back to the Jade Spirit Garden, Duan spoke of the matter of going hunting in mid-autumn. The four of them, Ning Qin, began to prepare things. Seeing Duan sitting on the sidelines, Ning Qin asked, Sheriff Master, how many days are we going? Is the hunt going to go for many days? Duan froze. Ning Qin said, It usually takes 3 to 5 days. The so-called hunting. Is it similar to an outing? The fact is that when the sons of powerful nobles go out, they go hunting in name. But in reality, they are just going on a picnic. It was common to play outside for a few days. Usually, the girls who went out were with their elder or younger brothers, and would not follow a group of men out alone. Duan is going with Pei Hao this time, so she is not afraid of gossip. Ning Qin reminded. County Princess. You still have to come back before the full moon feast. This Duan knew. Play for 3 to 5 days, and come back just in time for the full moon feast. Brother's full moon banquet, according to the previous meaning of the eldest princess, is to want to make a big feast. Of course, these things have the eldest princess to sit down. And then, there will be subordinates will be arranged properly. Do not need her to worry about. In the evening, Do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side is still not back. Do want accompany the eldest princess for the evening meal. Du Qian returned to the clan yesterday afternoon. Mother, is there food at the yamen? Should I have someone send food to father? Do you still need to send food? The eldest princess looks at her own daughter magically. In the past, when Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side was busy, and would also return to the residence very late, the eldest princess had never thought of having someone bring him food. It was the culture here that was so. Usually when an official was too busy to return to the house. It was when a critical situation happened in the court. Eating alone in the office place would look less serious and dignified. Among fellow officers, the impact would also be bad. Duwan did not have this concern. Let the kitchen prepare the food box. But also a double portion. Compared to worrying so much, it is still more uncomfortable to be hungry. Not waiting for the eldest princess to stop, Duwan let her personal guards carry the food box and ride to the yamen in a slipshod manner. When they arrived at the court, they did not find Du Xianzhu. Inquiring about it, she learned that he had not left the palace yet. Duwan ordered someone to go to the Imperial City Department to ask, and learnt that Pei Hao is also still in the palace, and immediately carried the food box into the palace. Chapter 449 News of Locusts Coming. Imperial Palace. Deliberation Hall. The Emperor was sitting on the dragon chair, waiting for the ministers to discuss a countermeasure. After Duwan entered the palace, she gazed and listened for a while, and soon learned what was happening. It was really an urgent and incomparable problem. The drought in some places had not yet been completely resolved, and the locust plague was coming again. What was very headache-inducing was that the locusts were coming in the direction of the capital. Crap. This is really bad news. The first thing Duwan thought of was the farm she had established. It wasn't even harvest season yet, and if the locusts were to come, there would be heavy losses. Regarding how to cope with a locust plague, Duwan had no idea. The only thought that came to mind about locusts was that there were some edible locusts, and they were said to be fragrant when fried. Duwan fretted as she walked forward. The person then arrived in front of the council hall. The personal guards following her were carrying a large food box. The eunuch quickly reported her arrival to the emperor. Duwan stood outside the main door of the hall, poking her head inside, and met the emperor's gaze. The emperor beckoned to her. Duwan took the food box from the guards behind her, carried it, and stepped inside, walking straight to the emperor. Uncle, it's so late. Why aren't you resting? It's you. It's so late. How come you still enter the palace? I thought father was busy at the yamen, and came to deliver the food on purpose. I didn't expect to find out that father was still in the palace when I went to the yamen. I also had someone go to the Imperial City Department, and learned that Pei Shitzi was likewise in the palace. And having come all the way here, I came into the palace to see how things were going. Duwan spoke truthfully, but her eyes drifted downwards, seeing Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and Pei Hao. A group of ministers were discussing the management of the locust plague. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team was touched to hear that his daughter had specially come to bring him food. Just before he could say anything, he saw the emperor reaching out towards the food box and lifting it. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The emperor is getting more and more childish. It had to be said that the emperor's appetite was greatly increased when he saw the food in the food box. Under the gaze of Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, the emperor picked up a pair of clean chopsticks, clamped a piece of tofu, and put it in his mouth. Next to him, the Grand Chief Executive was trying to stop it. He hadn't even tried the poison yet. How could he eat it directly? Fortunately, the emperor did not continue to eat. All of you, you must come up with a governing plan tonight. For dinner, I will have the Imperial Catering Room prepare it. It will be delivered in a few moments. The emperor then asked the Grand Master to bring out the meal from the food box. It wasn't much exquisite food. It was all home-cooked food. Not as good-looking as what the Imperial Catering Room made, but it tasted like something else. Duwan looked at the food. Uncle, I prepared a double portion. Can I let my father eat it too? The emperor glanced at Du extra horse harness by the side of a team and allowed it. Du Wan is happy. Father, come and eat. Okay. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team stroked his long sleeves and sat aside. Du Wan brought 2 people bowls and chopsticks. The emperor and Du extra horse harness by the side of a team just used. She regretted to see Pei Hao. Had thought there was a share. Pei Hao met the eyes of the little girl looking over, and his heart warmed. Only to see the little girl quietly come over. Quickly stuffed a peach to him. And returned to the original seat. Scowling at him. Very funny. Pei Hao quietly put the peach into his sleeve pocket. Here the emperor could eat. And Du Xiongma was barely able to dabble in the light. But he is the youngest. In front of a bunch of veteran ministers. He cannot eat. Easy to commit public anger. Especially since everyone is hungry. Du Wan didn't think as much as he did. And when she saw that he wasn't eating, she assumed that he wasn't hungry for the time being. The imperial kitchen prepared food came very quickly. Big fish and meat did not. Clear vegetables and small porridge with steamed buns are simple to eat, only to do fast. Pei Hao ate with the crowd. Also took a meat bun and handed it to his little girl. Wan. Still hot. Eat one. Thanks. Oh. Du Wan is not hungry. But everyone is eating. It is not suitable for her to just watch from the side. Pei Hao took the action of handing the bun to the little girl and smoothly sat next to her, eating elegantly and quickly. 2 people are unmarried couples. Sitting together did not feel anything. Pei Hao casually asked. Wan. You count with your fingers. How should we prevent the locust plague? Don't know. But when it comes to this kind of situation, it's best to seize the crops that can be harvested in the ground before it's too late, so as to reduce losses. Du Wan really doesn't know anything about how to manage a locust plague. It's just that she's heard some sayings. I've heard that chickens and ducks that eat locusts can also be driven into the ground to eat the eggs. Du Wan did not say that locusts could be eaten. Not all locusts were edible. Some were poisonous. And locusts in the wild could also have parasites. Another important reason was that the people of the Great Qin Kingdom were superstitious and felt that locust plagues were mysterious and no one dared to eat them. Pei Hao listened and pondered. Du Wan waited for them to finish eating and didn't linger any longer. Putting the empty dishes into the food box and thoughtfully saying that she wouldn't disturb everyone doing their business. She carried the empty food box out. After going out, she gave the food box to her personal guards to carry. Fight your way back to the palace. Du Wan hurried out of the palace. Qin Yu, who heard that she had entered the palace and arranged for someone to spy on the news, couldn't guess what she wanted to do for a moment. Out of the palace? So fast? It is out of the palace. The slave girl personally saw it. The palace maid ambles and kneels on the ground. Reporting respectfully, Qin Yu asked again. Did she follow anyone around when she left? I heard that Pei Shitzi was in the palace. Would he leave the palace with her? Qin Yu couldn't even admit it if she didn't want to. This possibility was high. The palace maid answered truthfully. It was following someone and carrying a food box. Who is it? Qin Yu was so jealous that she was about to tear her handkerchief apart. The palace maid hesitantly says. Probably the personal guards? What? Not Pei Shitzi? No. All right. Stand down. Qin Yu learned that she had misunderstood. So there was nothing to be angry about. Then she asked about Tang Jixing. And after coming into contact with him, she had no ill feelings towards him. Not being married to her beloved, Qin Yu felt indifferent about who she would marry again. Before she returned to the palace, the best person she could get in touch with was Xie Zhang. But then she realized that someone like Xie Zhang, she couldn't grasp. Being an ally was fine. Being a husband and wife was forgettable. Don't look at how much she cried in front of the empress. After crying, life still has to be lived. Since she was a child, she knew what to do to make a better life for herself. Besides, Du Wan, who returned to the house, first went to see the eldest princess, said the situation of Du extra horse harness by the side of a team, so that she did not have to worry. Do not have to wait for him to come back. And go to bed first when it is late. Out of the main courtyard. It was already dark outside. Du Wan still offered to see Zhuang Song. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. And Zhuang Song happened to be in the city these days. Send someone to inform. Zhuang Song will soon come to see Du Wan. Zhuang Song bowed respectfully. My subordinate greets County Princess. No need to be courteous. I invited you here at this late hour because I have something important to discuss. Du Wan immediately speaks out the news that the locust plague is coming. and tells Zhuang Song to seize the time to collect the crops that can be harvested in the farm. Don't feel pity. The locusts are crossing the border, and not even a leaf will be left behind by then. Chapter 450 Du1 learns to hide. Zhuang Song was shocked by the news of the locust plague. The locust plague, he remembers, is very scary. Wherever it passes, nothing is left of the crops. Du1 mentions a few points that should be taken care of, especially the vegetables planted in the greenhouses. They must be protected and sealed properly, not leaving a single gap. If you can't do that, just collect them all. This is not difficult. Subordinates will keep an eye on it. Zhuang Song thought of poultry and livestock. It's the cowshed and sheep pen. These are nothing. Don't kill the chickens and ducks. When the locusts really come, drive them all into the ground. They eat bugs and eggs, including the locusts. The two discussed for a while longer, and Zhuang Song put the key repeatedly in his mind. Then he took Du1's token and left the city in the night, not even caring about the darkness to catch the night journey. Because of the matter of the locust plague, I am afraid that the mid-autumn hunt will not be able to go. It's hard to say when the locusts will arrive, but it's just a matter of a few days. Otherwise the situation wouldn't have been made so urgent. If you were camping in the countryside and encountered a locust plague, the picture of locusts covering the sky would be too scary to imagine. Just as Du1 thought. The next day, the news of the locust plague spread, and the price of grain soared. The government stepped in to suppress the traders of grain, arresting those who were too good at price gouging into the prison, and fining them large sums of silver. The court has no way to cure locusts. Only the first time to let the people in advance to eat the crops are harvested, and then do other preventive work to minimize losses. At the same time, the emperor issued a decree. The locust plague area is tax-free for a year. Tax-free policy. The local people of the emperor's goodwill rubbing upward have been grateful. Princess House of all the manor immediately followed to do all kinds of preventive work. Du1 personally went to a farm, found Zhuang Song do things properly after they did not say much. Instead, the manor raised a lot of chickens, ducks and geese. Let her surprise. And so after the locusts, these poultry may be fat on a circle. Then Du1 went back to the clan. Just went back to see a lot of people in the field are rushing to collect crops. Some people's crops are already half harvested. Some villagers were lucky, saying that the locust plague would not necessarily come. Maybe the locusts took a detour. Usually the path taken by locusts can only predict a general direction, and it is possible that they will suddenly change direction. As a result, the man was severely criticized by the old patriarch. He was so scolded that he didn't even dare to raise his head and went to work. Du1 happily watched the whole thing. After strolling around, Du1 accidentally learnt that the clan had learned about the locust plague in advance, and had been making preparations for 2 days earlier. Du Qian was called back to the clan as for this matter. Compared to the crops in the ground, the clan obviously pays more attention to personal safety. The houses were reinforced, and the windows sealed. Du Qian also had people go and inform the fiefdom to hurry up and take precautions in advance to grab the crops. From this matter alone, Du1 could see the difference in Du Qian's treatment. In the case of Du Qian's village, he kept an eye on the whole thing and went door to door to notify. But when he switched to someone else's village, he only sent one person to notify the village chief. Du1 asked, "Big brother, aren't you afraid that those villages will go against the grain? The life is their own. Personally, they don't care. I am even more indifferent." Du Qian did not care much about this. Letting someone go and give a notice had done his duty. Du1 easily accepted Du Qian's words and did not pay any more attention to the other villages. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the hunting was cancelled. Originally, the little one's full moon feast. The mansion was prepared to have a big feast, but now it should also be simplified. Some time ago, the drought has not yet fully recovered, and then encountered a locust plague, and even the capital is in a state of panic. It is indeed inappropriate to hold a large banquet. On that day, we will add a dish to add to the festivities, before the government said that the locust plague will come. However, a few days after the Mid-Autumn Festival did not come. Some people have a lucky break, and there are complaints. Scolding the court does not do anything. The good crops scourge. Unexpectedly, the last day of mid-August at noon, the locusts flying in the sky. First a small black spot in the sky, gradually become a big black spot, and then gradually the sun are blocked. Everyone outside the house panicked and hid in the house, closing doors and windows. Du1, on that day, was in the mansion. Most of the locusts were outside the city, and only a few had entered the city. Du-won first ran to the main courtyard, just in time to see the eldest princess holding her swaddled brother. The whole thing panicked a bit. Wan, you're here. Are you hurt? Mother. I'm fine. Du-won looked round. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team Shang went to the yamen in the morning. Du Qian is still in the clan. Hearing the commotion outside, the eldest princess panicked in her heart. Wan, quickly have someone go pick up your father. He will return to the house from the yamen every day at this point. At this time, he may be blocked halfway through her sentence. The eldest princess's voice was trembling. People are sitting in a carriage, suddenly encountering dense locusts. It's easy for something to happen. What the eldest princess thought of, Du-won also thought of. Mother, I'll go there personally. You close the doors and windows and don't go out. No. Let the guards go, the eldest princess denied without even thinking. Mother forgot. I'm very good. She did forget. Who let her daughter smile and be soft every day. The eldest princess would forget from time to time that her daughter was great and didn't need her as a mother to worry. Her daughter had that knack of being so obviously strong but often letting people forget about it. It could be reliable again when it mattered. So the eldest princess did not stop Du-won from going out again. Before Du-won went out, she pulled a cloak. With the cloak covering her, she could block most of the swooping locusts. The personal guards all hid in the room. Du-won went out and did not call out to them. It was more convenient for her to move alone than to bring them with her. Du-won draped herself in a large cloak, pulling the hood over her head, and then simply blocking her face with her long sleeves. In fact, she didn't need to do this. As long as she activated her gongfu, an aura shield would form on her body, and the swooping locusts would be blocked out of the aura shield. As long as she was willing, the locusts would be killed instantly. Du-won did not want to be too special. The more she cultivated on, the more she learnt to hide. Du-won executed her light power towards the direction of the government office, still hurrying while keeping an eye on the movements in front of her, looking for traces of Du's extra horse harness by the side of a team. There were pedestrians on the streets, and there were quite a few carriages before noon, when they encountered a sky full of locusts. They all rushed back to their homes, making a mess and blocking the road halfway. Imperial City Department of the officials and soldiers against the locusts' pounce are maintaining order. The effect is very little. The reason is still this section of the road. The people who can afford to sit in the carriage are either rich or noble. The carriage of Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side was blocked in the middle. When Du-won found it, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had already dismounted from the carriage. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team saw a person wearing a cloak and cape coming over. The guards were about to go forward to stop them, but it was Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team that stopped them and tentatively shouted, Wan, is that you? Father! It's me! Du-won voices out. Mother asked me to come and fetch you back to the house. Chapter 451, as if it were a high mountain. What nonsense! This is a locust plague outside. Everyone is hiding inside. How dare you come out? The more Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side thought about it, the angrier he got. That's how family members are. They always don't want her to risk her life. Du-won was in a good mood and did not refute, pulling off the cloak and draping it over Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, then pulling on the hood. This cloak originally belonged to Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of a team. Therefore, it would not be too small for him to wear. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team was constantly brushing away the locusts that were coming at him, and he was unable to stop Du-won's action in time. What is Wan doing giving me the cloak? You hurry up and put it on. Father, I don't need a cloak. Du-won stopped Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team from trying to return the cloak to her. Let's go. This is not the place to talk. Let's walk back. This place is not very far from the princess mansion. As long as we walk faster, we will be able to return home in less than half a quarter of an hour. Du-won pulled Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side and walked forward. The people accompanying them hurriedly followed. And besides the carriage driver and Du Lu and the other guards, there was also a Su Che. Su Che kept waving away the swooping locusts with both hands, not forgetting to follow behind Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. Looking at the young girl pulling Du extra horse harness by the side of a team, Her obviously slender back was as if she was like a high mountain. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team walked for a while, and soon sensed that something was wrong. It was the locusts flying towards him that would suddenly fall before touching him. He then looked at his daughter who was protecting him, and the locusts also suddenly dropped before swooping down on her. His daughter met his gaze, and suddenly smiled nervously at him. It was a bit silly. Du Xiangma's heart was so soft that he couldn't help it. Daughter's ability to get bigger and bigger. On the mind straight to death. Fortunately, there are family protection. The future and pay family that boy to watch. Not afraid of the second half of life without a place to live. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team walked faster, passing by the accident of the carriage. There are some people take off their outer robes and constantly flinging locusts to open the road. This is a locust pounced on the horse. The horse was stimulated. Do not listen to the carriage driver's command. Almost made a death. Fortunately, the guards of that family is strong. Did not cause casualties, but also temporarily blocked the road. A group of people returned to the mansion peacefully. The eldest princess is worried bad. See father and daughter peacefully. This is to put down the heart. Quickly, quickly, shoot off the locusts on the body. When the door was opened, some locusts flew in. The underlings hurriedly went up to catch the locusts, then killed them and put them away. Duan poured a cup of tea to drink and also brought a bowl to do extra horse harness by the side of a team. At this time, the eldest princess was worried again. I don't know how Qianer is doing. How old is he? Do you need to worry about him? Du extra horse harness by the side of a team is not worried about his son's safety. A man who is about to get married. If he can't even avoid a plague of locusts, how can he be expected to retire in the future? Hee. Duan smiled. Father, not afraid. Big brother does not raise me to raise. Have a heart. There is still your younger brother. The younger brother is still a little bit. You don't give him pressure. It hinders growth. Ha. Just you naughty. Rapunzel did not have the good sense to watch the father and daughter talking. This was her all becoming the villain. Thinking about it is also right. Her son's ability is not small. Locusts are not poisonous snakes and beasts. Duan is equally not worried about Du Qian. In her heart, cheap big brother's ability. Much more powerful than her. The locusts in the city didn't gradually decrease until the afternoon of the second day. As the locusts passed through, the mansion was in a mess, with locust corpses everywhere. And the greenery in the garden had been ho-hoed to the point that it needed to be cleaned up. The subordinates in the mansion were busy. Duan also commanded her subordinates to clean up the Yuling Yuan. The locust plague had not completely passed. The locusts inside the city were fewer, but there were still quite a few outside the city. After all, there were no crops inside the city, so it was not easy to find food. Duan held a branch and poked at the locusts on the ground. Sheriff Master, what are you doing? Ning Qin was busy and sweating profusely, and turned around to see Duan poking something on the ground. Duan said, I'm researching which locusts are edible. Locusts are still edible? Ning Qin was horrified. When Lot Chess heard this, they all turned their heads to look this way. Sheriff Master, this is a worm that can't be eaten. Then you guys don't understand and are less knowledgeable. Duan puts on an inscrutable little expression. I'm a person who has seen a lot of things. I know that some places eat locusts, and frying them up is still particularly crispy and tasty. It's just that I've heard that locusts are divided into various types, and only some of them can be eaten, and some of them are poisonous. Had she known that she would cross over, she should have gone to research it in the first place. Ning Qin and the others didn't take it seriously. It wasn't the first day that the county princess was strange. Duan waved the twig and slipped around the mansion. Patrol-like. Slipping round, she slipped to the eldest princess and teased the little kid for a while. Mother, where's father? Went to the yamen early in the morning. Rapunzel was helpless. The locust plague in the suburbs hasn't passed yet. It's hard for him to get loose these days. Do you want me to help? What can you help? I don't know. Duan was a rich and idle person. As a county princess, she didn't need to go to work. Didn't have to work. And didn't have to worry about food or clothes. The eldest princess knew that her daughter was so idle that she had long hair. Have you been to the county lord's mansion yet? You should go and take a look. I don't know what it's like now that it's been spoiled by locusts. Duan. It's still true. After the county lord's mansion was rewarded to her, she hasn't been there even once. It's said that it used to be the crown prince's mansion. Duan was about to go for a stroll, Duan looked for the big housekeeper and asked him to arrange for some people to clean the county lord's mansion. Then, Duan changed into her sharp riding clothes, with her ring-headed sword hanging from her waist, and rode her horse and started to skate around outside. Behind her were hundreds of personal guards, all in high spirits and with serious faces. When the ordinary people saw them, they would go around and walk away from a distance. Duan first slipped to the government office of Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team. Learnt that Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team was busy and did not bother him. And then slipped to the government office of the Imperial City Department. Learnt that Pei Hao had taken people out of the city to help with the disaster. Thinking of her farm, Duan turned towards the city gates. When she approached the city gate, she unexpectedly saw Mu Xian. Behind him was a group of officials and soldiers. The group was dusty. Some were injured, and others had locusts hanging from their bodies. Duan was surprised and asked, Mu Xian, did you guys just come back from outside the city? Sheriff Master, are you going out of the city? Mu Xian's eyes were surprised. But once he thought of her going out of the city, he advised, it's better not to go out of the city for the time being. The situation in the city is better. It's very bad outside. Duan said, I just want to take a look at the situation of the farm. It's better to look tomorrow. Mu Xian reminded, anyway, we've let the locusts ho-ho. It's not bad for a day or two. There was nothing to ho-ho about. The reason was that the crops that could be harvested had been cleaned up long ago. But it was her estate, and there was always something to go round. Thinking of the estate, Duan suddenly remembered the fiefdom, and a broken manor, and a large amount of horizontal wealth. The days are too smooth. She forgot about these. The fiefdom has been a year now. Right. How come there is no tax silver in sight? The silver has been fed to the dogs? Duan suddenly asked. Where is Pei Shitzi? He is in a bit of trouble. Chapter 452, Shitzi is in trouble. Mu Xian almost misses his words, but fortunately reacts quickly. He's in the countryside treating locusts. How is this one governed? Duan is quite curious. Mu Xian spoke what he knew. The ministers brainstormed and consulted ancient texts, and came up with a number of ways to capture and kill the locusts. The harm of the locust plague is too great. We don't allow to let them expand in size, and try to hunt and kill them as much as we can. Duan couldn't help but think of the origin of locusts, which were usually only found in droughts. She could not help but feel annoyed. Earlier she heard that there was a drought. Know that the emperor ordered people to go to the relief. The effect is not bad, did not think of this. I would have known to prevent it in advance or her farm will not suffer losses. Duan decided to say, I will go out to take a look. County Lord. Mu Xian scrambled forward to stop people. Don't. What are you doing? Duan was puzzled. Dangerous outside. Locusts are just locusts. How much more dangerous can it be? This. Mu Xian was short of words. The biggest danger of locusts was that everywhere they went, food was eaten up. It caused a lack of food everywhere, and starved countless people to death. Duan was curious about how to manage the locusts. Ordinary people could not stop them, and Mu Xian failed to stop them. Out of the city gates. Outside the city gates, locusts are still visible, but no longer densely packed, covering the sky. However, Duan rode her horse and stopped on the official road outside the city gates. The personal guards did not know why the county princess stopped, and they all followed and stopped. There were fewer locusts inside the city, but there were still many outside. Going alone was nothing, but she had brought 100 of her personal guards with her this time, letting them go back. And her going over alone? Duty calls? No need to ask to know, they won't agree. Duan paused for a long time and pointed in a direction. Go this way. Yes. The personal guards answered. Along the way, they saw people hunting locusts one after another. Among them were officials and soldiers, as well as the people. Duan also saw the forbidden guards participating. The forbidden guards are here? It was ordered by the emperor. Chai Wei replied in due course. Recently, Chai Wei has been thinking quite a lot. In the past, Zhuang Song followed the sheriff. Did not see how capable he was. The sheriff actually reused him, and even gave him a farm to take care of. Some people think that Zhuang Song has degenerated. Was sent by the sheriff to be the head of the manor. Chai Wei's idea is just the opposite. The sheriff is extremely concerned about the farm. Let Zhuang Song to manage is out of trust. As long as Zhuang Song can look at the Zhuangzi good, The future of the future is big. Chai Wei knows the sheriff dislikes him not well informed. And then he tried to pay attention to things outside. Know a lot of gossip. But the sheriff did not ask him. Aggrieved to death. The sheriff finally asked him again. Chai Wei now with the chicken blood. Sheriff. The government ordered to kill locusts. The Forbidden Army. The Imperial City Department. The suburbs of all kinds of military camps to participate. The people can also take the locusts they catch and exchange them for food at a fixed location. How to exchange? Du-Wan was interested. For example, 1 bucket can be exchanged for half a caddy of fine grain. And coarse grain can be exchanged for 1 caddy and 4 taels. Not bad. Du-Wan meant that this measure was good. With the drive of interest, the people can be mobilized. And the scale of the locusts can be effectively suppressed. As Du-Wan expected, in order to be able to get food, many of the people were involved in catching locusts. Going further ahead, Du-Wan saw a village. The locusts were still flying all over the sky. The only one in their group that was not affected was, I'm afraid, only Du-Wan. In order to avoid any confusion, the personal guards all dismounted and led their horses. While walking, they also used their arms to wave at the locusts that were swooping over. What Du-Wan saw was the grasshoppers all over the ground, densely packed. Fortunately, she did not have an intensive phobia. On the paddy fields outside this village, there are quite a number of officials and soldiers of the Imperial City Department, who are using various methods to catch and kill the locusts. And there are also some officials and soldiers who are pulling large nets, driving the locusts to a piece, burning it with fire and burying it with earth. There are also some people who drive the locusts into a pit and then pour water into it to drown the locusts. Du-Wan also saw an open field with traces of fire. There should have been a locust killing operation here last night. What she had seen in the past were all videos or written descriptions. There had never been a time when it was as intuitive as it was now. Seeing Du-Wan standing frozen in place, Chai Wei brought a few people and stood around her, blocking out the flying locusts. Du-Wan walked towards a brick house. Most of the houses in the village were thatched, and it was a rare thing to have a brick house among them. The one Du-Wan was walking towards was considered relatively large. Just came to the outside of this courtyard. Heard the woman inside the house crying. My poor daughter. How can your life be so bitter? How can you leave your mother behind and not, oh, it's my mother who is useless. Can't protect you. My mother is also not living. So I will accompany you to go, one piece. Shut up. A Han man shouted out violently. The woman was not shrewish. It was the kind of soft crying. Perhaps it could be said that it was a soft and weak gesture to do something shrewish. Can I just shut up and pretend that it didn't happen? Can I save my daughter's reputation by keeping my mouth shut? When the family, you don't make a decision for your daughter. How can you still? I don't live anymore. I don't live anymore. Then you go to die. A cold man's voice interrupted the woman's words. The woman or sound paused for a moment and continued to cry. Du-Wan outside the courtyard was surprised. If she heard correctly, the voice that told people to go to hell was Pei Hao. Pei Hao's indifference could be detected in his voice, as well as his ruthlessness, which was completely different from the way he usually coaxed her. It made Du-Wan shiver violently. Ma duh! Is this the big villain? Husan suddenly reminded. Master, the county princess is here. Pei Hao was being annoyed by this guy. Once he heard this, not only did he not lighten up, he was shocked. Who? She's here. Where is the person? Outside the courtyard. Husan wiped his cold sweat for his own master. Pei Hao walked out with big strides and really saw the little girl standing on her tiptoes outside, probing her head. He was a bit thankful that this family's courtyard was built with higher walls. Wan, what brings you here? Pei Hao came to her in big strides, and even raised his hand to point out a bunch of locusts that were swooping on her little face. Did you come to look for me on purpose? No. I just casually strolled around and wandered here. Du-Wan is an honest girl. Pei Hao was a bit stuffed up. The little girl couldn't even lie to him to make him happy. She couldn't even tell a lie. You should have said that you came to look for me on purpose to make me happy. But I'm not. Du-Wan smiled and looked at him obliquely, then glanced at the door of the house. Husan and the others followed him out and silently stood guard to the side. And at the gate, there was a slim woman, sneakily probing and looking at the situation outside. Du-Wan straightened her back and said with a straight face, You've encountered something troublesome. Do you need help from this county princess? No need. Pei Hao had a headache. The little girl is very smart, and must have already seen what happened. Chapter 453, Trying to force you to marry her. Pei Hao didn't want to let these bad things come in front of her. It would look like he was incompetent. It's a small thing. Even if I don't show up, I can solve it. Oh. Du Wan turned her head and left. Pei Hao turned his head to Husan. Husan. You solve it. Yes. Master. Husan answered. As soon as the woman saw Pei Hao leaving, she was anxious. Hey. Why are you leaving? My daughter was almost. Husan knife pointed at the woman's neck. Just now you said you want to die. I will fulfill you for my master. No. How can you guys be unreasonable? The woman jumped in fright. Reasonable? At noon, the village chief all proved that it was your girl who was shameless and tried to seduce my master. Husan blocked the doorway. One man at a time. There was no way he would let these people trouble Shitsi again. He then looked at the village chief who followed him out. Village chief. You speak? That village chief was also shocked to see Husan draw his sword. Sir, you are right. Then the village chief put on his old face and warned seriously. Shuiqing's family. Don't be unreasonable. There are some people that your family can't be trifled with. What kind of reasoning is this? Is there any justice in heaven? The woman cried again. My poor daughter. Why is your life so bitter? Oh, this is God not giving life to the two mothers. There were actually quite a few people in this family. There were 3 sons. A middle-aged man and an old man. One by one, they were just like wooden stumps. They were all stuffy. In a few rooms, there were some children and women poking their heads in. But they didn't come forward to help the woman speak. Perhaps even they knew that their own family was at a disadvantage. Husan was disgusted with the woman. Think that little trick can hide from my master's eyes? My master is only looking at you as a coarse and ignorant woman. Not to be bothered with you. But you are good? You really think that you can hold us? What are you? Or rather, what is your family? Husan slashed his sword, splitting the courtyard door in half. The frightened family didn't dare to speak. Husan pugnaciously swept his cold eyes over the crowd, and said with bandit-like majesty, How about, you guys don't pretend to be dead, and I'll just send your family on their way? No, officer. It's not. The old man of that family's face turned white with fear, and hurriedly came out to clarify. That middle-aged man was even more ferocious as he threw a slap onto that woman's face. Bitch. Have you fooled around enough? Hurry up and get back to the house. If you dare to slander that lord again, I'll take you off. You dare to hit me. Yin Shuiqing, you heartless. That woman was about to throw a fit, when she was glared at by her own man's vicious gaze. She suddenly shut up. That old man spoke out. Boss, daughter-in-law, hurry out and pull your mother back to her room. Yes. A young daughter-in-law came out cowering. The woman wanted to say something else, scared by her own man raising his slap. She followed that little daughter-in-law and went back to her room. In fact, they all knew what was going on. But in their hearts, they were just holding on to some fluke. The girl at home was so beautiful, just like a flower. It wasn't impossible for her to be spotted by a nobleman. By then, they will be able to get a man and a woman. But now they see that what they are inviting is not wealth and riches but misfortune. And their stance has changed. Du Wan, who appeared to be walking away, listened to a good show. Du Wan looked at Pei Hao. Up and down. Pei Hao subconsciously made himself stand straight and raised his eyebrows with a smile. How is it? Isn't it straight and handsome? Attracting bees and butterflies. Not a good thing. Du Wan snorted coldly. Pei Hao blinks innocently with a look of not understanding what she is saying. Du Wan boarded up her small face and feigned anger. Quickly give an account. Confess from leniency. Resist from severity. Pfft. Pei Hao loses his smile. Do you really want to say it? This is not a good place to talk. Locusts are flying everywhere. Hitting people's faces hurts. Just as he thought this, Pei Hao sensed that something was wrong. The locusts pounced on the little girl. Before they got close to her, they would suddenly fall and move twice on the ground without making a sound. Is this dead? Pei Hao looked at her in surprise. What kind of ability is this? So strong. Du Wan held her arms over her chest and waited for him to explain. Pei Hao didn't want to be found out about the little girl's abnormality and pulled her towards a grass hut. Have something to say inside. Pei Hao lifted the grass curtain and signaled Du Wan to go in. When Du Wan hesitantly went in, Pei Hao followed and dashed in, lowering the grass curtain without leaving a gap, because he did not want the locusts to fly in again. Du-Wan looked at the straw hut. It should be newly built not long ago. There was a bed board. Straw was laid on it, and a straw mat was placed on it. There was a fire on the ground. Someone should have spent the night here last night. Du-Wan continued with her small face. Say it. There's no one around now. Is it something related to people? Pei Hao smiled and pinched her little face. How can you be so cute when you slate your little face and pretend to be serious? Du-Wan slapped his big hand and her eyes glared. Move your hands. What are you doing? Uh-huh. Pei Hao doubled over in laughter before taking the opportunity to fall on the little girl. Du-Wan instinctively helped him a hand. Help and then chagrined. Hurry up and talk about it, or I'm not finished with you. I warn you, oh. This person has a very serious cleanliness. Other people move the man. I do not want. Well, it just so happens that I'm the same. Have a cleanliness fetish. Pei Hao didn't piss her off anymore, so he gave a rough account of things. Last night, Pei Hao led his soldiers out to hunt locusts, and the fire method was more effective at night. He hadn't slept all night and was a bit tired, so he wanted to find a place where there were no locusts to rest. The best house in the village is the one just now. Pei's guards let the family vacate a clean room. As a result, Pei Hao went into the room, just took off his official robe. Before lying down, a girl ventured in, and was kicked out by him. The girl is open-minded. Not only did not restrain, but also seeking death. Shouting, and he alone in a room. Lost his innocence. Then the girl's mother, followed by crying. That means to ask Pei Hao to be responsible. The village people were all invited to the scene. After making it clear, the villagers dispersed. Pei Hao naturally did not have to rest. Went out to change a straw hut. After an hour or so, it was rumored that the girl hanged herself. Pei Hao was invited by the village chief, and before she could say anything, the follow-up was known to her. What is it? Dare to count on me. Pei Hao originally didn't want to bother with stupid and ignorant people, but they repeatedly touched the limits of his patience. Hu-san should take care of it. If their family is still obsessed, it's okay to give that girl a ride. It's not good to take a life. Du-Wan replied before raising her eyebrows. That girl hanged herself and still didn't die. Pei Hao snorted. How could she die? Hanging is just a small tactic. It's to force you to marry her. Right. It's weirdly disgusting. It is quite disgusting. Chapter 454. The drama World Sun is online again. Du-Wan poked his face with her finger. It's all your fault. Why are you so good-looking? Attracting rabid bees and butterflies. Isn't it? Pei Hao bites her finger. Gently. Seeing her trying to shrink back, he grabbed her wrist again. Du-Wan felt incredulous. Quickly let go. Not loose. Pei Hao's eyes were filled with a loving smile. Then, he said joyfully, Wan said I'm good-looking. Very good. Successfully grasping the point. The point he wanted to listen to. Du-Wan took advantage of his words and drew her hand back. This locust plague is going to be outside all the time killing locusts? Well, until the locusts disperse. Then this is not an easy job. Are you going to stay with me? I'm coming out temporarily. I didn't tell my family. It's going to be dark before I have to go back. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes flashed with loss. But she pretended to be strong and said, Going back in the dark is fine. It's fine if you don't accompany me. Even if I haven't slept since yesterday. It's okay. Even if you don't care about me at all. I'm not sad. I'll try to get well. Du-Wan knew that this drama queen Shitsi was online again. She raised her small hand and slapped his head. I'll have my personal guards go back and report to my family and stay with you at night. Du-Wan remembered that it was because he wanted to take a break that he was almost set upon. You lie here for a while. I'll watch outside for you. And I'll make sure that the people working don't dare to be lazy. Good. Pei Hao laid down contentedly and closed his eyes. The next 2 days, Du-Wan accompanied Pei Hao to kill locusts in the countryside. Pei Hao knew that the little girl looked pampered. But in fact, she was not. The ability to adapt is even better than him. Living outside, the environment is simple and the food, housing and transport make him uncomfortable in all kinds of ways. Compared to the little girl, every day bright and energetic, jumping up and down, commanding here and there. With her presence, most of his work was taken over by her. Pei Hao was forced to lie down and win. Instead, It made the guards and soldiers who followed him look at him more and more strangely every day. Pei Hao naturally noticed. So he asked Hussein, "What's wrong with those people? Probably envious of Shitsi?" Hussein didn't tell the truth. Pei Hao actually agreed with this statement. Now that the locusts have become fewer, in addition to the ones that were killed, there is also nothing left to eat in this area. Right? In addition to the people who helped hunt and kill the locusts, some of the people who hid in their houses also came out. Killing some scattered locusts can be exchanged for food in a bucket. The family who wanted to count on Pei Hao earlier were like quails, hiding far away. Duan carried a long bamboo pole, swaying around the officers and soldiers. Which dares to be lazy? Then stabbed. Do what you do. Work well. The officers and soldiers dared to be angry. What else can you do? Keep on doing it. When Pei Hao came over, he saw the little girl who was foxy, and then saw the group of subordinates who were in love with nothing, and the 100 guards of the princess's house of Yellow Hussar. All of them had to work in the ground all the time, catching locusts and looking for eggs. Before Pei Hao could approach Duan, he saw that at the intersection of the village, a group of officials and soldiers came, and in front of them was Mu Xian. The soldiers were carrying cages of ducks. There were hundreds of cages. As soon as Duan saw Mu Xian, she enthusiastically raised her arms. "Hi, Mu Xian. What brings you here?" "Delivering the ducks over. And on the way, changing your fiancé's shift," Mu Xian said teasingly. Then seeing Duan's look at this moment. "Uh-huh. The county princess has become an overseer? Is it going to be an early husband and wife?" "Shut up," Pei Hao warns him. Mu Xian not only didn't shut up, but also laughed even more freely. Duan's smile was sunny, and she ran over to him nimbly. Pei Hao and the others had been out for 3 or 4 days. An Iron Man couldn't stand it. So Mu Xian came over to take over their work and let them return to the city to rest. The locust plague is past, and there are just as many things to follow. The most worrying thing is still the problem of resettlement of the victims. Don't think that if you let the people collect the grain in the ground in advance, there won't be any victims. This is impossible. At most it will just reduce some of the victims. Besides, there were quite a number of counties that had been affected earlier. The handover of work was simple, and was completed in no time. Pei Hao tidied up and headed back to the city. Duan naturally followed behind. And the guards were grateful. This job is not their job at all. But they have to work hard for 2 days. They are really too hard. There are also those officers and soldiers who are equally happy to cry, finally escaping from the magistrate's clutches. The process of going back had no surprises. It's just that the big trees that were gnawed bare were seen everywhere along the way. It was very depressing. Duan rode her horse and saw these. Her mood sank. After entering the city, the streets have been cleaned and the city has regained its vitality. Only most of the people are in a hurry. The shops on both sides of the street. Business is not so good. Only the rice and grain shops are doing a hot business. But a lot of them are closed, with a sign that the food is sold out. Pei Hao rode his horse and walked alongside Duan. At this moment, she is pursing her lips, frowning eyebrows, and the color of worry in her eyes. Pei Hao said, "What is Wanwan worried about?" "Nothing. It's that this world is afraid of chaos." Duan gazed ahead and said this, and then did not say it again. Pei Hao listened and pondered. To the intersection of the street, to the left is the Zhenguigong house. Forward is the princess house. Pei Hao wanted to send her back. Duan refused. "Come on. You hurry back to rest. I have personal guards to follow. Not afraid of what will happen. Besides, there are not many steps left." "All right. Then you be careful." Pei Hao agreed after a moment's hesitation. He watched her leave before he walked towards another road. The first thing Duan did when she went back was to bathe and change. Not having bathed for 2 days, or in a place like that in the countryside, how could this be easily bearable for someone who was used to bathing every day? Ning Qin and the other 4 big maids flew to prepare for her. Duan also asked the kitchen to fry a few dishes and send them to her, waiting for her to eat after her bath, while looking for the clothes she needs to change. Ning Qin nags, "Sheriff Master, you're a golden and noble person. Why did you run to the countryside to kill locusts? What if there's an accident? My big brother and Pei Shi, they all went." Duan knows that Du Qian has been organizing people to hunt and kill locusts in the fiefdom these days. If they can do it, of course I can too. That's all men's work. Ning Qin still disapproved. Duan was unimpressed. I even saw some women and girls all catching locusts. Those are ordinary people. Can they be compared to you? I'm just going to get a long view. When I talk to my juniors later, I'll say that I'm a person who has killed locusts. Hee. Is this one honorable? Is there anything worth bragging about? Ning Qin couldn't persuade her. Falling Chest told her to stop talking, and that the sheriff might get annoyed if she said it again. Ning Qin could only shut up and do her work quietly. Chapter 455. How do you think you'll get money? After a comfortable bath and a full meal, Duan did not go to rest as Ning Qin persuaded her to do, but instead slipped away to the main courtyard to see the eldest princess, and then teased the little brat on the way. The eldest princess sizes her up, only to see that she has a rosy complexion and clear eyes. Wan isn't tired. Not tired. I'm not doing any work. I'm just supervising from the sidelines. It was impossible to make her feel tired with just this amount of workload. Moreover, when she rests at night, while others need to sleep to recover from their fatigue, she only needs to meditate and cultivate for a while to look refreshed again. Duan looks around the house. Father is not here. He goes out early and comes back late, so busy that he has lost weight. The eldest princess's words are full of heartache. Then I'll bring food to father later? Duan had just returned from outside. Naturally, she knew the situation outside. Not only do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side, but all the government offices were in high operation. The eldest princess nodded. All right. You go keep an eye on him and tell him to take care of his body. He's quite old, so he can't stay up too late. I understand. What about big brother's side? Your elder brother is doing well in the clan. The eldest princess received news about her son every day and was not very worried. The eldest princess asked the kitchen to prepare some of what do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side loved to eat, and then put it into a food box. Duan asked the kitchen to prepare some more fruits and snacks, which she was going to give to her father's colleagues in the government office. This way, if father eats the food, others will not have a problem with father when they get the light. Maybe in the future. They also can't wait for me to often go to send food to father. Just you have a lot of hard eyes. The eldest princess laughed and scolded. But still, she told her subordinates to go and do as they were told. Thus, Duan packed a good amount of food and rode the carriage to the yamen. At this time, the personal guards changed to 100 people and quickly followed Duan. When the things were delivered to the yamen, the people in the yamen were all very busy. Duan let the people carry the food to follow her, and stepped into the room that belonged to Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of the emperor's team. Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team was surprised to see his daughter. Wan. Father, I haven't seen you for 2 days. I miss you so much. Duan cordially went up and gave Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team a shoulder rub. Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team was happy in his heart. Is that so? I thought you didn't want to miss your family, saying that you're going to kill locusts. You didn't even give us a heart to prepare. It's not that I wandered outside and happened to see everyone working hard, and improvised to go and help. Duan would not say that it was Pei Hao who made the request. Otherwise, Pei Hao would only get scolded again. Pei Hao, who is still in the mansion, doesn't know that he escaped his father-in-law, followed by the condensed Qin and drop chess. Has taken out the food in the food box, set to the side of the coffee table above. Another some of the guards outside to give to the people in the government office. Is to give Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team to brush a wave of good feelings. When his daughter came back without even resting, she came over to give him food. Do Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team was touched and happy. When he finished the food, he urged his daughter to be careful when she returned, to remember to rest and so on. Duan nodded her head one by one and was so well behaved. In order to avoid disturbing everyone's work, Duan did not stay long before leaving. Just as she was about to climb onto the carriage, she unexpectedly saw the chief eunuch hurrying over. Sheriff Master, please stay. Huh? Is the chief eunuch looking for me? Yes. His Majesty has an invitation. Duan was surprised. Why did he suddenly look for her? Duan did not get on the carriage again. Did uncle say what he was looking for me for? The emperor didn't say. The old slave doesn't know. All right. Let's go then. Duan followed the Grand Master into the palace and went directly to see the emperor, who is now in the imperial study room. Coming outside the room, He first stopped for a while. The Grand Master Chief went in to report. Then the Emperor declared Du Wan to go in. Du Wan straightened her lapel and sleeves, sort of finishing her appearance, before walking in with a proper attitude. The Emperor was writing something in front of the dragon case. Du Wan saluted him properly. The Emperor looked up and laughed. Why are you suddenly being polite again? What suddenly? I have always been very polite. Du Wan retorted in a serious manner. The Emperor is inexplicably amused. What are you doing standing so far away? Come over here and sit. Okay, duh. Du Wan runs over with small broken steps and comes to his side again, asking with concern. Uncle, it's been hard on you these past few days. How? The matter of the locust plague. You must be very worried. Isn't this hard work? Uh-huh. This girl of yours is quite good at talking. I'm not good at talking. I'm honest. Yes. You're right. It's truthfulness. The Emperor has been worried since he learned that the locust plague is coming. I heard that you have been hunting locusts in the countryside for the past 2 days. Yes, day and night. So hard. Du Wan sat down on her bum and started shouting that she was tired. Just as the eldest princess taught. The child that cries is the one that gets the sugar. You don't know. I've only slept for 2 hours in the past 2 days combined. Pei Shitzi and the others were even harder. They didn't even get much rest. Well, is that so? The Emperor surveyed her. Then your little face is quite rosy. Du Wan's heart thumped and immediately explained. I am gifted. Can I be the same as an ordinary person? When I returned to the mansion, I saw that my mother was worried about father, saying that father has recently lost a circle of weight. And I didn't even have a break. So I came over to give father food. What about uncles? The Emperor asked suddenly. Du Wan didn't prepare. The Emperor just wants to see what she does. Du Wan is thinking that he will ask like this. Can't pick up the question. Suddenly she stands up, stares at the palace people serving around, especially the Grand Master, looks at them with a displeased face. What's the matter with you people? How dare you let my uncle starve? You don't want to live, do you? Sheriff Lord, spare your life. The surrounding courtiers knelt down at once. Du Wan is stunned again. Can't you cooperate with a bit of acting? How come they all knelt down? The Emperor did not expect the little girl can still play such a show. But the palace people scared yo. Well. Has nothing to do with them. Is that I am teasing you? The original is to tease me. Du Wan vainly wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, and then smilingly slipped behind the Emperor, pleasingly pinching his shoulders for him. Uncle, next time you are hungry, remember to let the Imperial Cuisine Room give you to do the food. The Imperial Cuisine Room's master chef cooks much better than the princess house. The Emperor's laughter surprised the palace staff serving him, to know that they followed the Emperor around. They hadn't seen him laugh for days, let alone laugh so happily. Du Wan talked to the Emperor about what he had seen outside, without adding oil or covering up. What she thought of to say was the real situation. The Emperor signaled Du Wan to come closer. Du Wan put her little head close to him, only to hear him ask in a low voice, Wan, how do you think we're going to get money? The treasury is out of silver again? Du Wan was shocked. The Emperor slapped the back of her head. Keep your voice down. Chapter 456, Being a Happy Little Salted Fish. Du Wan smiles nervously and nods her little head, signaling him to continue. The Emperor whispers, there are some more, but they all have a place to go. Du Wan will believe it. The silver recovered from the corrupt officials in the first place made the treasury full. The Emperor was powerless. This year has been full of disasters everywhere. Snowstorms at the end of last year, spring floods this year, summer droughts, and now locusts. And I still don't know how many counties have suffered from the past of the locusts. Du Wan looks at the Emperor sympathetically. Uncle is so difficult. The Emperor nods. Think of an idea. Put together some silver to solve the pressing problem. The last salt production. The government didn't make any money? It's all some stupid people who haven't made any achievements yet. Then collect donations. Who's happy to shell out silver for no reason? This requires a variation. Du Wan gave a proposal. Officials come out to collect donations. At first there will definitely be a lot of people watching. This will need to have a trust. Let this trust come out. Say something vocal and emotional. Find a few people to echo. And then this person's deeds will be proclaimed. Not afraid of not having anyone to follow the trend. Find a person to fake donate? Real donation. You step forward to invite someone. The emperor's old face was going red. Make a fake donation? And let him come? Duan blinks, as if seeing her uncle embarrassed. How rare. Duan coughed, then whispered, this is not the point. The point is that when the official comes out, the folk are not afraid that no one will follow the trend for the sake of fame. This is true. The emperor agreed. Duan spoke again with a fluttering brow. At that time, the state scholarship, all the major academies, the male children in the capital, and even the playboys, the noble daughters of all the families, and all the coteries can get up. This is the time to test character has come. The emperor listened attentively. It was still true. Duan's eyes rolled. Uncle, doesn't the official government have a DD report? It couldn't be sold in the past. It was all in the middle of losing money. Right? You let people donate good deeds reported out. Remember to write how much silver donated. How much food. Add some more gossip that everyone likes to hear. Hee hee hee. No worries about making money. This way you can eat melon openly and honestly. The emperor gently patted the top of her head. This head is quite good. But she did not think that there are so many disasters. Outside are beginning to rumor that the national luck of Great Qin will end. It is he, the emperor, is mediocre and incompetent. And then go on like this are going to write a sinful edict. The emperor is unwilling. Very unwilling. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so desperate to get a cure. Duan didn't think as much as the emperor. But it didn't stop her from brushing the emperor's favor. I can donate my private property. And the things that uncle rewarded me with in the past can be put up for auction. They must be worth a lot of money. Wan. Uncle didn't love you for nothing. The emperor was touched. It's not that he caught her alone to wool gather. It's really that he's worried about money and food right now. Then the auction will be handed over to you. How about it? Not good. Why not? It's best to let cousin do it. Eh? The emperor was surprised. How so? Duan whispered. The people have been affected. Cousin as a princess stands out, representing the importance of the royal family to the victims. I stood out. What about cousin? The emperor's eyes swept over a different color. What should I do? I'm afraid that I'll be infuriated to death. The emperor had known that the two of them couldn't see eye to eye with each other. And the grudge wasn't small. It can be said that the emperor did not expect her to think for her cousin in this way. In contrast, Duan appeared to be extremely atmospheric. So his good feelings towards Duan, even more so, rubbed upwards. The emperor who managed to think crookedly didn't even know what Duan really thought. Fundraising is not an easy job. And she does not want to be in the limelight. Do not want to work hard to earn some fame. Fame is a good thing. But it is also a shackle. Some people can make use of good reputation to make their life better. Some people are more and more tired because of good reputation. Duan's dream was to be a happy little salted fish. Of course, the reason she dares to do so is that she can brush the emperor's goodwill. And secondly, she is sure that Qin Yu cannot threaten her. Duan leaves the palace. The person sent by the empress to stop Duan was another step slow. Duan did not want to deal with her. Nimbly slipped away. Went back to the princess' house and went to see the princess. Talked to the princess about the things in the palace. The eldest princess' eyes revealed the color of magic. The private house are donated. You a small fortune hunter shed it? What? How did I become a small fortune fan? Duan is furious. The eldest princess cackled with laughter. Duan pouted. Mother, it's quite meaningless to keep things that are bestowed by the emperor and can't be sold. I took it out to please uncle. It's kind of putting it to good use. Look at what you're saying. The eldest princess pointed a finger at her head. But trees attract wind. Do you really want to donate that much in public? Who said I want to donate in public? Duan was stupid to donate a large sum of money in public. Even if she donates all of her fortune, the onlookers will still think that if she can donate so much, there will definitely be more on her body. I am donating all of the imperial gifts. All in the name of uncle. How clever. Mother will put together some more for you. The eldest princess quickly understood the trick. When Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side returned to his house, the eldest princess told him about this matter again. And he was very agreeable. As long as the princess house donated in the name of the emperor. No matter how much was donated, no one would dare to say anything. And it would still sell well with the emperor. The locust plague was being managed outside the city. Officials in the city began to collect donations, calling on the people of the city to contribute. Have silver can donate silver. No silver can be home extra old clothes, old bedding, and so on to take out donations, to help more people in need of help. Doing good deeds. Good people, good karma. As Du-won thought. The emperor arranged for people to do this. Some people took the lead in donating money, and it was publicized. A few more people were arranged, and the effect was good. The scholars of the state prison, the major academies in the capital, all organized donations. In addition, Qin Yu stood out, united some powerful and noble children, ran a righteousness and goodness hall, held a daily auction. It is said that it will only be held for half a month. The things auctioned are all the valuable things donated. The proceeds will be used for disaster relief. Qin Yu auctions run a sound and colorful, so that her reputation are good on a lot. Empress is very satisfied with this. The most satisfied is Du-won. This stinky girl did not come out to steal the limelight. In order to support the daughter, will be some of the things in this palace treasury. Count some unused. Make a list out. Send to the righteousness and goodness hall. Many thanks, Empress Mother. My son has been worrying about not having anything to auction off lately. Qin Yu was recently pleased with herself, sweeping away the previous gloom. The Empress happily said, "There's more to the matter." Thus, the Empress made it a point to spread the news of the donation to the ears of the concubines. If she had done so, could others stay out of it? When the concubines learned of this, even if they cursed the Empress, they would still send something to the Hall of Righteousness. As soon as the housewives received the news, they followed suit. With their status and position, they could donate less in the current situation. But they could not donate. Otherwise, when you go to the banquet next time and people know that you didn't donate, the reputation of being stingy is unavoidable. The Rapunzel likewise sent someone to send something to the Hall of Righteousness and Goodness. Chapter 457. This careful eyes is offending again. Do watching point of their own private library. Will not be able to eat, cannot use the imperial gifts. Listed a long list. Along with the princess were encouraged by her. Like a personal private library. Will not be able to use the imperial gifts are letting people move up. This is enough to load down 5 big carriages. The things on the car. Every piece is a treasure. Worth a lot of money. Du-won is not sent to the righteousness of the church, but directly and leisurely sent into the palace. The emperor was reported. Went out outside to see. Really 5 big carriages of things. Before he is rewarded so much? The emperor asked, are all my reward things? Yes, including fathers and mothers. All were pulled over by me. Du-won's smile is clean and pure. Just like the landlord's foolish son. The emperor's eyes changed as he looked at her. If this was his own flesh and blood, would he pinch her to death? Only, now the one who benefits is himself. His heart is again greatly happy. Du-won joyfully said, Uncle, you take it despite the use. In your name sold. For silver just to enrich the treasury. The bottom of the family hollowed out yet? Not afraid of your father to beat you? With uncle, can we still lose our family? My father knows. But did not say anything. Du-won patted her small chest, full of righteousness. Besides, my mother has said that it is our duty to share uncle's worries. Good. 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 The emperor sighed 3 good words. Lived most of his life. The emperor's eyes are red for a long time. Has always wanted to benefit from him. Even if it is the pillow and daughter are no exception. Only the imperial sister's family are stupid. Never treated him extremely well. And now even the bottom of the family are sent to him. As long as he lives, he will definitely ensure that they will be rich and honorable for the rest of their lives. When Du-won saw this, she knew that this wave of goodwill was brushed right. Uncle, my father said that this matter is best not to be publicized. Why? The emperor's eyes deepened slightly. Du-won whispered. We privately know on it. Father said what 3 people become a tiger. Afraid of being intentional people pass on. The good intentions are misinterpreted to the taste. It would be better to not let outsiders know from the outset. But also said that you don't need to reward us for anything, as long as you can appreciate on it. Well, I know how it will be done. The emperor not making a big deal out of it was also a protection for the princess house. But the princess mansion did so. The forces in the capital that should know still knew. It was just a small spread, and did not spread on a large scale. For the princess house's practice, many powerful people could not understand. In order to make a donation, who would be so stupid as to even take out most of the family's wealth, but also not to try to make a name for themselves. Du-won beautifully to leave the palace. Before leaving the palace actually turned to the imperial cuisine. The chief master chef privately made Buddha jumped over the wall. Even the whole tile pots are carried away. Angry master chef straight jumping feet. This matter did not take long to reach the ears of the emperor. The emperor lost his smile. Command down. In the future the county princess into the palace want to eat what? All by her. Yes. Old slave, this will go to command. Du-Wan returned to the mansion in a flurry of excitement. There was also a tile jar of something in her arms. Du-Wan happily said, Mother. Good stuff. Sister. What good stuff? Du-Chien walked out from the main room of the main courtyard. What are you holding in your arms? Du-Wan is surprised. Huh. Big brother is back. You're really blessed. Next she went in holding the tiles, and saw the eldest princess. It was slightly regrettable that she did not see Du Xiongma present. If the family was all together, they could start eating. Du-Chien followed her in. Holding what? Buddha jumping wall. Du-Wan said excitedly. The rumored Buddha jumping wall. The authentic Buddha jumping wall. Was said to be extremely tasty. And extremely time-consuming and laborious to make. The eldest princess and Du-Chien, however, had a flat response. Instead, Du-Chien perfunctorily asked, Is it food? Where did it come from? Snatched from the hands of the master chef of the imperial catering room. Du-Wan was overwhelmed. The eldest princess and Du-Chien instantly fell silent. Bullying someone's master chef for the sake of a bite. Really growing up. Heh. Especially the eldest princess was in a complicated mood. The 5 carts of things that her daughter sent into the palace today. All of them could allow her to eat whatever she wanted, and still eat for the rest of her life. Du-Wan again craving. Or wait for the family to be all together. And then open the food in the tile jar. The aroma spread all of a sudden. And the smell was mouth-watering. In the end, Du-Wan managed to eat too much. Rubbing her stomach to go back to Yuling Yuan. When she went back, she happened to hear Shuxiang and Painting Yi chatting about gossip. Duke Xie donated a pair of hand-painted landscapes. And today it was auctioned for the highest price in the room. 11,000 taels. So powerful. I heard it was a girl surnamed Song who bought it. Doesn't seem to be from the capital. Du-Wan thought of Xie Zhang as the male lead and had many fangirls. Even if his paintings are average, there are still many girls who want to collect them. Not to mention the fact that Xie Zhang can be the male lead. His painting skills will definitely not be bad. Du-Wan stepped in. What's going on? Where is the auction? Back to Sheriff. It's the Yishan Tang. Shuxiang replied with a low brow. Yishan Tang ah. The auction has been going on for 3 or 4 days now. Du-Wan has been organizing things at home these days. And hasn't been there once. Nowadays the capital is a big hit is Qin Yuyu and Xiezhang. But the future Tang extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. That day the banquet chose to enter the dynasty as an official. This time out of the city locust plague relief to go. Has not yet come back. Du-Wan thought of Pei Hao again. There are no rumors about him. What has Pei Shitzi donated? Shuxiang added. Pei Shitzi is providing disaster relief outside the city. All donated by Mrs. Pei. The person who is outside the city to provide disaster relief. No one will say anything if they don't donate items. Shuxiang glanced at Du-Wan again quickly. Just, Sheriff. There is a rumor outside. After saying half, she didn't continue. Du-Wan turned back and frowned and asked. Have something to say. Why are you swallowing? It's you who didn't donate. Someone said it's not very nice. Shuxiang said stiffly. Du-Wan thought of this time before remembering. Light sorting private coffers. Really did not donate money to the Righteousness and Goodness Hall. But the eldest princess donated some things over. Du-Wan didn't care much. Shuxiang. Painting. You two notify the subordinates in the mansion. Who has old clothes at home that can't be worn. Patched ones or nothing. All take them out and donate them together. The 2 maids answered and were leaving. Du-Wan reminded again. Pay attention. Don't force it. It all has to be voluntary for everyone. Yes. Sheriff Master. With the 2 big maids beside Du-Wan stepping forward. The subordinates of the princess mansion all acted. Almost all of them packed out the old clothes that hadn't been worn for several years from the bottom of their boxes. In the mansion, 2 sets of clothes were issued for each season throughout the year. And the underlings did not worry about having no clothes to wear. So, when seeing a large pile of old clothes, Du-Wan was very surprised. Ordered people to move on the car. Enough to load several cars. In addition, Du-Wan also said to Ning Qin, Ning Chin. How much private property does this sheriff's lord have left? There are still 18,532 taels left. Ning Chin was usually in charge of Du Wan's accounts, and most of Du Wan's private wealth had been invested in the farm. Du Wan said, "Go and take out all the private money." Ning Chin did as she was told and quickly took out a stack of silver checks. Du Wan recruited Chai Wei and gave him the silver check. "Take it and donate it. In my name." Having boasted in front of the emperor, "She will not fool around on this." Chai Wei respectfully asked, "Sheriff, donate it to the Righteous Goodness Hall, or the donation point set up by the government? This batch of old clothes can only be sent to the official donation point. So let's do it with the silver." People outside say she is stingy. So far she hasn't gone to the Hall of Justice and Charity to donate anything. She just doesn't go. So what? Humph. This careful eye is guilty again. Chapter 458. The words that want to cover up the problem. The fact that Du Wan didn't get involved in the matter of the charity hall is equivalent to not going to add to Qin Yu's problems. The matter of fundraising is important. Du Wan does not want to make a mess. Who let the dynasty is wherever you want money. In the middle of the Du Wan went to a farm in the countryside. Now that the locusts are gone, Zhuang Song let people turn the ground again, and then drive a group of large ducks to the ground to forage for food. In fact, in order to let the ducks eat the eggs. "Sheriff Master, you are here." Zhuang Song is wearing a patched old coat with a piece of cloth around his waist. Du Wan sized him up with new curiosity. "You're in this? What are you doing?" Zhuang Song laughed. "My subordinate was busy over at warehouse number 5 just now." "Tough." Du Wan looked at the dirt on his clothes. "Give you another 30% increase in your monthly salary." "Thank you, Sheriff Lord." Zhuang Song shows a happy face. "Do you want to go over to the warehouse to take a look? Filling up to number 5? "Yes," Zhuang Song added. Warehouse number 5 is also about to fill up. Without having personally experienced the horrors of the locust plague, Zhuang Song hadn't been able to feel the importance of this rural area too clearly, and he was very impressed by the county lord's foresight. Du Wan followed Zhuang Song over to the warehouse. The size of the warehouse here is about the same as the official granary. Zhuang Song was able to save 5 warehouses in less than a year's time, which was really a lot of effort. Of course, the silver was also spent beautifully. Otherwise, Du Wan had previously made a few horizontal fortunes, and wouldn't be left with only 18,000 taels of silver. The workshop was busy. When Du Wan passed by, she strangely saw some women getting bamboo shoots. Du Wan was surprised. Where did this bamboo shoots come from? "Sheriff, there is a bamboo forest on the hill. I will have people dig it up every once in a while. You said as long as it's food that's edible. No matter if it's from the ground or the mountains. Collect it if you can." Zhuang Song was strictly carrying out Du Wan's will. Du Wan appreciated. Not bad. Not bad. Once she had starved in Qian County, she would not mind anything that could be imported, especially knowing the various natural disasters in the future. Going to the warehouse to look at it once more, she left satisfied. On the way, Du Wan also saw a few more fortifications. A city wall built by the fiefdom. The fortifications had come faster than she expected, and recently more and more people had come to look for work. More of them were nearby victims. Du Wan already knows that Du Qian is only in charge of the work in name. Behind the scenes, the matter has long been handed over to the Du clan to do. That endless money and food are the clan to be responsible for. The people who come to look for work, the wages are the same as before. Now is really a disaster period. There is no shortage of victims. The site can recruit cheap workers, as long as the responsibility for 3 meals a day. There are people willing to work. The Du clan did not do this. This practice falls in the eyes of the businessman, with the scattering of money children or fools almost. Du Wan was different, but rather quite admiring. The benefits were so great and still able to hold steady, worthy of being a great family with countless years of inheritance. "County Lord?" a middle-aged man said in surprise. Du Wan looked towards the voice. "Auntie." Aunt Du came up and bowed. Du Wan followed with a few pleasantries and asked how things were at home. "Aunt, you are here. I am the overseer of this piece." "Oh." Du Wan did not ask in detail. After following Auntie Du around the construction site for most of the hour, he was quite busy, and from time to time, people would come looking for him, asking about this and that. Du Wan simply let him go and get busy. There was no need to accompany her. She was just casually strolling around. She would go back when she was done looking around. Duwan looked at the people working in the construction site from a close distance. And her heart didn't feel very good. All of them are lean and strong laborers. And their clothes are not good. Instead, there is no imaginary evil slave with a whip. Perhaps these people do not need to urge. Work are very hard. Is this piece of work? There is no shortage of people looking for work. Especially the treatment is the same. Poor people are desperate to come here. As long as the work can eat and give money, who do not envy. Duwan went to speak to Aunt Du and left with her personal guards. Not far from the construction site, on the official road, I saw a line of people parked on the roadside. And a Loki luxury carriage. Riding a horse beside the car is Duwan, familiar with Hussein. Duwan's eyes lit up. Hussein! Greetings, County Princess. Hussein picks up the slack. Duwan steered her horse towards the carriage. At this time, the carriage lifted the curtain. Peihao stooped down and walked out from inside, standing with his back to the sunlight, more and more appearing to be his slender posture. Noble and extraordinary. Peihao peach blossom eyes coolly looked at Hussein. Hussein's spine went cold. What is the son going to do? Peihao would not admit that he was jealous. Just now, the first person the little girl saw them feed was actually Hussein. The joyful atmosphere of that little voice. It was hard for him to ignore even if he wanted to. Is the little girl this happy to see Hussein? The more he thought about it, the more heartbreaking it was. She had even sent a lucky bag to Hussein before. Duwan didn't know that the calm and bland Sheetsi in front of her. Her heart was flooded with sour water long ago. After steering his horse over and dismounting, he handed the horse rope to his personal guard. Duwan smiled and asked, Pei Sheetsi, waiting for this county princess? Well, I received the news that you came out. And this is the path you must take to return to the city. So I couldn't help but wait for a while. Peihao described waiting for a while as calm. Next to him, Hussein did not dare to spit. The a while in the son's mouth was half an hour. Duwan had doubts in her heart. He wouldn't have planted eyes around her. Right? Who is Peihao? Peihao is the most familiar with the little girl. He knows what she is thinking when she raises her tail. Peihao didn't want the little girl to think that he was spying on her, and immediately explained, some people went to the front construction site to look for work, and when they were on their way back, they said that they had the honor to see you from afar. So I ordered people to ask a few questions, and learnt that you are out of the city today, and not far from where I am. So that's how it is. Duwan Heart don't know whether to believe or not. On the surface is believed. Do you want to go back to the city now? Back. Peihao replied succinctly. Then it's exactly the same way. Riding back together? Peihao stretched out his big hand towards her under the carriage. Duwan's smile was suddenly like the first sunshine. She put her small hand into his palm, and with one more push, she went up to the carriage, and then was led into the carriage by Peihao. Peihao said to the driver outside, Start the journey. Yes. The driver picked up the horse and walked for a while, then sat on the carriage and drove the carriage. The official road is relatively flat. The driver's skill is also good. Duwan doesn't feel any bumps when she sits on it. Duwan came in and found Peihao's condition. The official robe on his body is feared to have been worn for several days again. All wrinkled. Are you outside the city these days? Well, occasionally I will go to the manor to rest. This kind of Peihao's words like to cover up. More people feel that he is working hard. If he straightly said that it is very hard, according to Duwan, thinking might think that he intentionally shouted tired. Chapter 459. Not afraid of my heartbreak. Duwan heard. Immediately heartbroken. Just occasionally rest. This is really too hard. When this is over, you must take more rest for a few days. Even if uncle lets people work, you have to push it. Good. The corners of Peihao's mouth couldn't suppress the upward movement. Don't want to work. Don't want to work at all. Recently, he was so busy that he couldn't even see the little girl. But duty calls. It's not his turn to be capricious. Peihao took the little girl's hand and gently looped over her shoulders, letting her half lean on his chest. Haven't seen you for a few days. Has Wanwan missed me? There is. Duwan did not lie. How much? This, so much. Duwan mischievously gestured a small finger. That is, as much as a fingernail? Peihao used his forehead to gently hit her head. Dare to say that? Not even afraid of me being sad? Not afraid. You are famous for your iron heart. Duwan took over the words very sloppily. Pei Hao's face darkened at the words. Say what? The rumors outside. Du-Wan heatedly laughed dryly. Mata. A momentary slip of the tongue. But this is not the first thing she said. There are people outside who have cursed this. Of course. There is more than just this one word. Just with Du Qian. They have called him sinister and cunning. The two of them were having a sweet fight. Hu San suddenly spoke out. Son, there is a fight in front. Eh? Both people in the carriage were surprised for a moment. Du-Wan listened for a moment. It was just the sound of a fight. Not knowing who the other party was. Pei Hao replaced the curtain of the carriage. Hu San, go over and take a look. I'll go and watch too. Du-Wan can't not watch if there is a lively scene? Before Pei Hao said anything, she quickly got out of the carriage and stood in the carriage looking forward. At this time, the carriage has not stopped yet. Scared, the driver's hand shook. There was only the sound of fighting in front. No one was seen. Hu San took some of his guards to ride to the head of the fight. Du-Wan came to her own horse and jumped on it with gusto to follow. Pei Hao was helpless when he saw the little girl in this state and instructed the carriage driver. Go after her. Don't let the county princess be left alone. Yes. Shitsi. The coachman answered and flung the whip in his hand. Heave. The horse pulling the cart. Speeds up. Besides, Du-Wan was about to catch up with Hu San. She saw Hu San involved in a battle. Probably rescuing people. It was a group of stragglers. Or disaster victims who suddenly appeared here. Attacking the new future prince son-in-law. Tang Jixing. When Du-Wan went over, the battle was already at the end. There were some stragglers who saw that the situation was not right and had already scattered their legs and fled. This is a wretched Tang Jixing. One arm was dripping blood. Should be injured. He saw Du-Wan coming over. He hurriedly went up. Greeting, Sheriff. Many thanks to Sheriff for saving my life. No need to be polite. The one who saved you is Hu San. Pei Sheets' man. I came to see the fun. Du-Wan's straightforward language made Tang Jixing a little uncomfortable. Tang Jixing still wanted to say something. Du-Wan preempted. You'd better stop the bleeding. What Sheriff Lord says is very true. I will thank Sheriff Lord after I heal my wounds. Tang Jixing turned around and walked to the side. His attendants hurriedly bandaged his wounds and poured medicinal powder to stop the bleeding. Hu San commanded the men to tie up the captured man. Du-Wan saw the scene. There were more than 30 people lying on the ground, which was quite a few dead. Most of them were disaster victims. And some of them were officials. Besides that, there were more injured people. These officials were most likely accompanying Tang Jixing to come out to provide disaster relief. And as a result, they encountered the assassination of the victims. Du-Wan would not be stupid enough to think that these people were really victims. The real victims are too hungry to walk. Can still pick up weapons and bravely kill the officials? There was something fishy just thinking about it. Of course, there are really some of them. Half of them are real and half of them are fake. Pei Hao also came over in his carriage. After getting off the carriage, he walked to Du-Wan's side. Seeing Du-Wan's movements, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. His head hurts. Du-Wan is using her toes to turn over the corpses of the victims. Some of them are martial arts practitioners, dressed as victims. See? Since he's here. Pei Hao squatted down and examined it carefully. The person with this corpse, who has been practicing martial arts for years, should not be weak in martial arts. But it can't kill Tang Jixing yet. Quite useless. Du-Wan whispered. Pei Hao's complexion lurched. The little girl really dares to say anything. Being heard by people, they might misunderstand that it was her who hired the assassin. Just as Pei Hao stood up and habitually went to pull her hand, Du-Wan flashed fast and said with a wary and disgusted face, I just turned over the corpse. I haven't washed my hands yet. Pei Hao. Yes, oh. Haven't washed my hands. His peach blossom eyes coolly looked at Hu San. Hu San immediately took out the water bag and respectfully said, Shitsi. Wash your hands. All right. Pei Hao stretched out his hands. Hu San poured water on the side. The master and servant stood among the pile of corpses and washed their hands as if no one else was there. At the end, Pei Hao even took out a handkerchief and wiped the water stains on his hands without hesitation. Du-Wan still pulled away a bit. At this time, Tang Jixing's stab wound on his arm has been bandaged properly. Tang Jixing came forward to thank Pei Hao. Pei Hao chatted with him, just like the case. Asked some routine questions. Then Pei Hao left some people to wrap up the case, and continued his journey back to the city. Tang Jixing followed him back. As for his own carriage, because the attack was no longer usable. Pei Hao was rare and generous, giving his carriage to Tang Jixing and some seriously injured people. Subsequently, Pei Hao had to share a ride with Du Wan in the eyes of others. Those who did not know the truth felt that Pei Hao was generous and a good one. Only the few who knew would suspect that Pei Shizi did this purely because he wanted to share a ride with the county princess. Pei Hao's arms vaguely encircled the little girl. In full view of the public, he had to restrain himself and act like a gentleman. Du Wan didn't think there was anything to it. It wasn't the first time and he rode the same horse anyway. Pei Shizi. Who do you think will want him dead? Who do you guess in your heart? It's hard to say. There's no evidence. Du Wan intuited that it was the male lead who was messing things up again. But she didn't think it was necessarily so. She had thought that her guess might be biased, and instinctively thought of the male lead as the bad guy. Just like when she saw which noblewoman was in trouble, the first thing she would think of would be Qin Yu. Pei Hao lowered his head and whispered, "Tell me, who did you guess? The Xie family?" Du Wan said wordlessly. Pei Hao gently shook his head and whispered, "It's not easy to say. Tang Jixing becoming the emperor's son-in-law is in the way of too many people's interests. Do you think that if he dies in an accident, won't others have a chance? That is too much of a chance. That's why many people have the motive to kill him. Well, if he hadn't run into us today, he would have died, and the news of him being killed by the stragglers tomorrow would have spread all over the capital." Chapter 460. Noticing her differences. Du Wan thought that the assassination of the future Tang extra horse harnessed by the side of a team was sensational enough, only to find out when she returned to the city that it was her pattern that was still small, and that there were even more sensational things in the city that were waiting for her to gossip about. Passing by a tea house, Du Wan overheard immediately shocked. Pei Hao noticed her difference. "What's wrong? Something big has happened." Du Wan exaggerated. "What is it?" "Just now someone at that tea house was talking about it, saying that the silver from the Righteous Goodness Hall is missing." Du Wan said what she heard just now. As to whether it is true or false remains to be examined. Pei Hao was surprised by this. Yishan Tang? Is it the one from Jinxiu Palace, who temporarily built the charity hall? He was outside the city, but he could still receive news from inside the city every other day. Earlier he had heard about the news of the Yishan Tang's auction, as well as quite a few rich merchants in the vicinity. After hearing the news of the auction, they kept rushing to the capital, just to buy and pick up the pieces. To know the capital nobleman out of the things, most of the rare objects, is unusual things in the name of the nobleman are not worried about selling. The disaster is very serious, but due to the court vigorously relief, coupled with the emperor's ironclad means, encountered corruption on the beheading of the family. A moment of time really not many people dared to take the wind out of the sails. At this moment, there are still people who dare to steal the relief money of Yishan Tang. Really don't want to die. Pei Hao first sent the injured to the medical center, then looked at Tang Jixing. "I'll send someone to escort you back to your house," Tang Jixing gratefully said. "Then thank you, Pei Shizi. I will definitely return the favor in the future. There's no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, we are also considered relatives." This was not considered nonsense. Two people's future wives are close cousins. They are not even relatives. Tang Jixing thought of this later, his heart slightly relieved. Pei Hao reminded, "When you go out in the future, bring a few more guards." Good. Tang Jixing knew that he was kindly reminding him. This time, he had 8 close guards. Only 2 survived and 1 was seriously injured. The 4 attendants who took care of his life and living also died too, without these people desperately protecting him. Tang Jixing knew that he could hardly escape death this time. He was grateful to Pei Hao and Du Wan. After saying goodbye to Pei Hao, Tang Jixing left someone to look after the medical center and left in a hurry. Pei Hao sent Du Wan back to the house, then rode back to the house, freshened up, and went to the government office. Du Wan came back to the eldest princess to listen to gossip. If you want to say that the house is well informed, the eldest princess is the most powerful. Not yet stepped into the main courtyard. Met the big housekeeper. The butler respectfully said, "Sheriff." Someone reported back. Said Suyu fell to his death. Asked how you want to deal with it. Fell to death? Du Wan looked over with a sideways glance. How did he fall to his death? The small wooden hut where the tomb guard lived was a little smaller, but it was also safe. However, when the locust plague came, Suyu was afraid and did not stay in the hut properly, but tried to run down the mountain. When she escaped, She fell down the mountain pit and died. Or the locust plague passed. The caretaker went to check and found. Duan no longer asked more questions. You go and inform Su Che. Let him go and collect the body. There is no need to hide how people died. Yes, Sheriff Master. Old slave will go and do it now. Well, go. This matter was small. So small that Duan turned around and forgot about it. When Duan went to the main courtyard, she heard the sound of a child crying. It hurt her brain a little to hear it. However, she still walked towards the sound of crying. Sure enough, she saw the little brat crying loudly, and saw that the reason was that the underlings were changing his nappy. Duan walked over to take a look. The little guy was now white and chubby, like a white donut, and wanted to be bitten. The subordinate saw Duan and was about to salute. Duan stopped it. I'll just take a look. You guys keep changing. Said to take a look. Several times want to reach out and pinch the little guy's face or held back. Can only carefully stretch out a finger. Hooked his little hand that clenched into a fist. Teasing him a moment to catch her finger again. After teasing like this for a few times, the little guy cried for a few times and actually stopped crying and giggled at him. Sister Wen laughed. The little young master is getting close to the county princess. Of course he is close. I am his elder sister. Duan is happy. She likes to hear people say that the most. Then she thinks of something. Sister Wen. Where is my mother? His Highness is resting. Not awake yet. Oh! Duan wanted to ask about Ishan Tang. But for the time being, she couldn't. Sister Wen knew something was wrong just by looking at her appearance. Does your Highness have something to find His Highness? Do you need a slave girl to go wake up His Highness? No need. I heard outside that the Hall of Righteousness and Goodness has lost its charity money. This matter slave girl heard something. Right. It's all over the place outside. Sister Wen. Is this true? It is true. The officials have sent people to track it down. Now Duan didn't know what to say. As depicted in the original book, when Qin Yu went to do something, it was hard to go smoothly. There always had to be a bit of a twist and turn in order to highlight her difference. Duan suddenly felt that something would happen in the middle of the journey, and it really wasn't a surprise. Shaking her head with a moment of emotion. It's not a surprise. It's not a surprise. But Uncle is going to be furious this time. Sister Wen. The Sheriff Master's reaction is unexpected. Duan stayed for a while longer, and when the little one fell asleep again, she got up and went back to Yuling Yuan, the emperor in the palace. He was indeed furious right now. Qin Yu is kneeling in front of the emperor to ask for forgiveness. Tearful eyes, but not shirking his responsibility. Father, this time it is the son's minister who is not supervising well. Please chastise and punish. Emperor, daughter. The empress asked for mercy on the side. The emperor angrily interrupted. The point is not who to punish, but to hurry up and get the lost charity money back. My son will do his best. Qin Yu cowed out. The emperor snapped. Not try your best. But you must. If you can't find it back, you'll find a way to replace the lost charity money yourself. Yes, father. Qin Yu ambled to the ground and cowed out 3 times. The empress was heartbroken. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be blamed on your daughter. No one has ever messed with this kind of thing before. What's wrong with a little mess in the middle of a busy day? Bang! The emperor smashed the tea bowl to the empress' feet. The empress was so frightened that she jumped and took several steps back. The emperor angrily said, I'll get out. The empress was stunned as she helped Qin Yu out. And after walking for quite a while, she still looked back towards the imperial study. Heavens! Scared the hell out of this palace. Your father hasn't been this angry in a long time. To be precise, it was rare to be this angry at the empress. Qin Yu was silent, and let the empress drag her away. The empress noticed that she was depressed and comforted her. It's fine. It's just a lost amount of silver. It's best if you can find it back. If you can't find it back, you can make up for it privately. And then you can also say to the public that you found it back. And find 1 or 2 more scapegoats. Mother Empress, how can you implicate the innocent? Qin Yu looked at the empress in shock. The empress' heart stuttered at the words. Chapter 461 Qin Yu lost the charity money. The empress took a deep breath. Then have you thought about how to end this? The officials are tracking it down. But I still want to ask for help. Qin Yu spoke with her head bowed. Invite who? Xie Zhang. 7th Prince Xie. Qin Yu knew Xie Zhang's ability. And by handing this matter over to him, There should be a good chance that the charity money could be recovered. The Empress gaze towards her changed. Why don't you look for Tang Jixing? He is not in the city right now. How to find? Qin Yu didn't say that Tang Jixing's ability and background strength were inferior to Xie Zhang. The Empress thought about it but didn't stop. Forget it. As you wish. Since her daughter's return, she was very tired and felt like she had aged quite a bit. Mother and daughter hadn't been gone for long when a palace maid hurried over. Seeing the Empress immediately reported and said about the attack on Tang Jixing. A moment before, the Emperor's side also received news. Immediately ordered to investigate. A wave is not yet calm. A wave rises again. This Emperor went quite meaningless. Asked the eunuch standing next to the big chief. Send people to pick up the proud Sun County princess into the palace to see me. Yes. The chief eunuch didn't ask. And immediately dispatched down. So Duwan was picked up by people from the palace before she even ate dinner. The eldest princess was surprised to hear about it. What does the emperor want to find Wanwan for? Probably being annoyed. He wanted to find Wanwan to relieve his boredom. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team put a piece of sweet and sour fish, which the eldest princess likes to eat, into her bowl. The eldest princess snapped. Look at what you're saying. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team laughed lightly, and whispered something into the eldest princess's ear, making her giggle and arch her eyebrows. It was not only the couple who meant it. Duwan herself was likewise wondering what the emperor was looking for her for, until she went to the hall of Jingda, and was led by the eunuch to see the emperor. The emperor was sitting at the dining table, and there was rice on the table, not as extravagant and wasteful as the one shown on TV. There were just a dozen or so plates of dishes, but the portion was very small. The two people ate with open stomachs, and still managed to barely finish it. Come! Sit down. The emperor gestured for her to sit beside him. Duwan smiles and sits up. Uncle, are you finally remembering me, and inviting me for a rub-down? Huh? Yes. Eat quickly. The emperor picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and moved one chopstick first. He knew that if he didn't move, she wouldn't move her chopsticks first. Sure enough, seeing him eat, the little girl nimbly picked up her chopsticks and ate, not even needing the palace maid beside her to lay out the food. Seeing her eat so well, the emperor ate 2 more bowls of rice. The eunuch Grand Master next to him was moved beyond belief. County princess often comes to dine with the emperor when she is free. I don't come here often. If I come more often, uncle will dislike me for being annoying. Just like my mother. Duwan said with a serious little face on a not-so-serious topic. The emperor was inexplicably amused. What did you do? I didn't do anything, I just often went to her room to sneak round and tease that little brat again. Duwan looked as if she was recalling the question. The emperor guessed it must be something she did. How did the little one grow up? Growing up can be good. White and tender. Chubby. Has a name been chosen? The big name hasn't been picked yet. The little name is Tuan Tuan. Duwan proudly raised her eyebrows. Showing off. I gave it to him. The younger brother is just like a little dumpling. Then I'll have to go and take a look sometime. Can I? The two chatted for a while, and turned to the main hall next door. The emperor had someone make a pot of tea, and also serve fruits and snacks, specially ordering someone to send another disc of sunflower melon seeds. Wan. Guess who will steal the good money? I'm out of town today. I'm not sure of the situation. What are you doing out of town? Went to see my farm. Came back and stayed in the construction site for a while. Ran into Pei Shirzi in the middle of the day, and went back to the city together. Uncle, guess what I bumped into when I came back? Duwan said mysteriously. The emperor already knew what she bumped into, but still cooperated and asked. See what? Seeing Tang extra horse harness by the side of a team being attacked. It was Pei Shizi's henchman, Hussein, who brought people to his rescue. Wanwan tell me about the situation at that time. Yes. Duwan told what she saw at the time. Word for word. Pei Shizi said that the murderer was not easy to find, saying that there were quite a few people who wanted Tang extra horse harness by the side of a team to take the side of a team, and that as long as he died, the position of the extra horse harness by the side of a team would be vacated. The emperor looked at the little girl with a complicated glance. What a child. Nothing bad in her heart. She dares to say anything. At least no one dared to say things like this to him. Everyone was careful and cautious in front of him. Reverence related to him and closeness was almost non-existent. Only this little girl was an exception. The emperor's mood improved a lot. Du1 came close to the emperor and asked in a low voice, "Uncle, how did the charity money get lost? How much was lost?" "It was the 170,000 taels that were prepared in the morning that were lost." "And what about before?" "Your cousin has taken precautions against this. All the auctions are over, and the accounts are promptly filed before being sent to the government. But today's donation disappeared in the middle of sending it. It was switched in the middle of the day. It's being checked." The emperor looks at Du1 again. One thinks who is most likely to steal the charity money. Du1 touched her chin and pretended to think for a long time. Could it be someone who deliberately wants to give cousin a hard time? This amount is not too much to say, but not too little to say. "Uncle, don't look at cousin's person in the deep palace. She has quite a few enemies." "This?" The emperor's eyes flashed with a fine light. "It makes sense." Du1 did not want to get involved in this matter. After staying for a while longer, it was getting late. The emperor again asked the commander of the Forbidden Guards to escort Du1 back to his house. Du1 knows that there is no need, with her ability will not be in danger. But let the commander of the Forbidden Guards escorted back to the house is very impressive. Be known will let people cannot help but envy and jealousy hate. When Qin Yuyu of the Jinshou Palace learned about it, she was so jealous that she was going crazy. On what grounds? Qin Yuyu's eyes reddened as she roared out these words. "I'm the father's own daughter. What does Du1 have to do with it?" Qin Yuyu was so angry that she swept the things on the dressing table. The palace maid who was close to her hastily ambled and knelt to the ground, not daring to move. Qin Yuyu didn't know that what she was angry about would reach Du Yunrong's ears, making her happy for a while. More so than learning that Qin Yuyu had botched the errand. Du Yunrong gloated. "I didn't think she would have today. Miss, isn't that one too small-minded? The county princess is just accompanying the emperor for a meal once in a while." The eldest maid spoke along with her master's mind. "Is that the point?" "The point is that she's not as favored as that smelly girl Du1. Anyway, today this young lady is very happy, and is going to have a small drink to celebrate." Du Yunrong was in an unprecedentedly good mood. To put it more aptly, she was relieved to learn that Qin Yuyu was not doing well, and even swept away the pent-up anger that had been building up in her heart for a long time. The maid's confusion crossed her eyes. No one knew what Du Yunrong was happy about. This is actually very simple. Du Yunrong is seeing herself in Qin Yuyu. The empress used to treat her very well, and was taken away by Qin Yuyu. However, the attention that should have belonged to Qin Yuyu with the emperor was snatched away by Du1. Chapter 462, Just Gossiping Without Getting Involved. "Sister, what have you done again?" Du Qian came back and bumped into the commander of the Forbidden Guard, sending his own sister back. Du1 smiles. "Didn't do anything. Just accompanied uncle for a meal. When I came back, uncle was worried that something would happen to me on the road, so he let someone send me back." Du Qian nodded her head. "Is it that simple?" Why didn't he believe it? However, he was not in a position to ask anything at the gate, and led his sister to meet the eldest princess and Du Xiongma. Previously, Du1 had not returned from the palace, and Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and the eldest princess were thinking about her. After meeting the two people, Du1 talked about the matter of going to the palace again. When nothing happened, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team sent the siblings back to rest. Before letting them go back, the eldest princess also said one thing. That is, Du Qian and Qinjiu's wedding date is set. The same day as her wedding. A marriage. A marriage. Double happiness. In Du1's opinion, the booking was quite childish, making it impossible to resist sympathizing with her cheap elder brother. Du1 stole a glance at him. Big brother, aren't you angry? What angry? Du Qian glanced sideways. Du1 hesitantly said, the wedding date is the same. The house is saved once? This is quite good. Saving things. Du Qian really has no opinion. His thoughts are actually consistent with his parents. Du1 saw that Du Qian had no opinion, so she did not bring up the matter again. Whether it was Tang Jixing who was attacked or Qin Yuyu who lost the charity money, it had nothing to do with the princess house. As the minister of the household, Du Xianma was in charge of the state treasury. But the donation was lost before it reached the government office, and the investigation of the case was not his responsibility, so it had little to do with him. The matter of Tang Jixing's attack came to fruition in 3 days due to the emperor's attention. It was found out that it was done by a man who lost the election, and this man also had some verbal argument with Tang Jixing. In order not to involve his family, the man wrote a suicide note before the officials came to arrest him, confessed the crime, and took poison to kill himself. The man died, and the case was closed. These are all Pei Hao's words. When Pei Hao went back last time, he cited his ill health as the reason, and left all the government affairs to Gu Li. After a period of time, Gu Li is now more and more stable, and can be on his own. That's why today, he was free to ask Du Wan to meet him at Gathering Edge House. When Du Wan heard the results of this investigation, she felt that there was a setup. So, she asked Pei Hao, "Is there no foul play in this investigation result?" The result of the investigation. Indeed, it's that person who did it. And those people dressed as hooligans are a group of bandits, who often do this kind of selling and buying. Last time we even caught the survivors. And according to the clues they gave up, it pointed to that person as well. Pei Hao secretly also had people pay attention, and didn't find out anything unusual. Pei Hao saw that the little girl was still half convinced. "You want to continue the investigation? Nonsense?" Du Wan looked at him with a gaze of a retard. Pei Hao was instantly angry and happy, pinching her face. "What kind of eyes? I just asked you casually. Who made you still look skeptical? I'm suspicious. It's not like I'm going to investigate." Du Wan is probing for the truth with the spirit of gossip. Besides, what does Tang Jixing's matter have to do with me? If I go to check it out, maybe Qin Yu thinks that I have a crush on him. Bah! Wrong thing to say. Sure enough, seeing the Shitzi master's face darken, Du Wan kind of wants to slip away. Pei Hao didn't allow it, and promptly picked up the back of her collar. "Sit properly." Du Wan immediately sat upright, just like a good baby. However, her big eyes were still turning round and round. Pei Hao's anger dissipated in a flash, leaving only amusement. "Tent!" There was a loud noise downstairs. It was the sound of someone lifting the table. Du Wan's spirit shook. Someone is causing trouble. This means there is gossip. The Imperial Court's Dai newspaper was average, and thought that after reminding the Emperor, the other party could do better. But it turned out to be just like that. Du Wan, who has seen the era of the entertainment explosion, can't read the gossip written in the resident's newspaper, especially when it is written in a crepuscular manner, which is very difficult to read. Pei Hao has already got used to Du Wan's hobby. He recruited the small chap and asked what was going on. The little fellow said, "Is Chen Lu sure they and the state prison a few students had a row? The cause is the loss of charity. A state prison student suspect that someone to supervise the theft. Chen Shurzi's a friend overheard. And that student argued a few words. The back is the argument escalated. Hands fight. The ones who hang out with Chen Lu are all famous playboys. And Qin Yu is responsible for the matter of righteousness and goodwill halt. Chen left in the middle of the errands. Is a lot of force. That student said that some people monitor the theft. Very a bit of innuendo. Is said to Chen Lu and other people listen. Is to doubt their character." Pei Hao asked, "What is the identity of that scholar?" "It's Wei Yuan, the second son of Lord Wei of the Ministry of Justice. And he's close friends with Chen Zhan, the eldest young master of Chen Guogong's house." The little chap knew quite a lot. Du Wan was surprised. "Is there a plate of dog's blood in here?" Pei Hao waved and signaled for the little chap to retire. Du Wan listened to the commotion downstairs. It was just noisy. You scolded me, and I scolded you. But there was no more action. It was stopped by the shopkeeper who stepped in to stop it. Du Wan gossiped. "Chen Lu and Chen Ro not deal with?" Chen Ro is the eldest son of the concubine. Chen Lu is the first, but the second in line, usually in the world. If the original wife has not produced any children, concubines are not allowed to have children. Pei Hao did not explicitly say but made a detour to say that Duke Chen's backyard is a bit messy. The aunt who gave birth to the concubine's eldest son seems to be Chen Lu's father's sweetheart. Du Wan sighed. It turns out that there really is a dog's blood waiting. Or not. Suggest that this gossip be written in the DD newspaper? Custody sales rise to heaven. It's a pity. If only the DD newspaper had put her in charge. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth twitched. The sales are good. But the Duke of Chen will be offended hard. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The matter of the donation was said to have been recovered. And it was Xie Zhang who helped to find it out. This matter makes Xie Sheng's reputation to a higher level. It is said to replace the car driver of the charity money. Is in charge of the person to send the charity money to the government. On the carriage of the moment, the car driver went to help people to change. Of course, there are the cohorts of the coachman. all of whom have already confessed. When Du-won heard this news, she was at Yuan. Is it true or false? This is not the same as what she imagined some evil female match did. Oh, the fact that it went through the hands of the male lead. Du-won always felt that there was something fishy. Except that it had nothing to do with her. She was still too lazy to investigate. Just like all the people who love gossip. Listen to it. No one will spend money and effort to confirm the truth or falsehood. It is not a matter of concern. The Ministry of War Shangshu's residence. Ma Shangshu, angry redneck thick, almost did not kill Ma Suqing on the spot. This own once loved daughter. Just for a man. Do not know when to become so stupid. Ma Suqing kneeling on the ground. Body thin. Dare not say much. Nursing a period of time. She is more and more thin. As if the wind will fall down. Chapter 463. Someone is manipulating behind the scenes. Duke Ma lowered his eyes and said, Father, this matter should not make a fuss. It would be troublesome for people to catch the handle. Sister is at fault. But she is justifiable. I didn't tell her not to take revenge. But look at what she has done. Can you kill your enemy with one blow or something? Just like this is not painless. Fall into people's handles. Ma Shangshu is the most angry. Not the daughter does not retaliate. Is to retaliate the means is too stupid. Now it's good. Was Xia Zhang found out. Now Shangshu House owes Dingbei Marquis a big favor. In disguise. Also sent the handle to the hands of others. Ma Shangshu said, fortunately, it was the Xia family that found out. We have been friends with the Xia family for generations. Otherwise, can you think of what will happen? At a time when the emperor is in dire need of silver for disaster relief. He did not continue. Duke Ma and Ma Suqing both blanched. What end? It was either a copy of the family or beheading. Ma Shangshu laughed coldly. The Su family is borrowed. Haven't you learned your lesson? What Qiner is doing now is no different from what Su Yu did at the time. Su Yu is still ruthless and decisive. But what about Qiner? Even if she loses a donation, what can she do about the one in the palace? What's the point of losing one's reputation? It doesn't hurt. The most worthless thing in this world is reputation. The Ma siblings were silenced. Then it was Ma Shangshu who warned them not to strike again. Qin Yu caused his daughter's disfigurement. It's not that Ma Shangshu doesn't have a lump in his heart. However, want to revenge is not in a hurry. The next is all about the resettlement of the victims. There is a wave of victims came to the capital. The government quickly came out with a policy to resettle the victims to various villages outside the city. And also gave the resettlement fee. Even so, the pressure is still very great. Silver is very not lack of. The problem is the lack of food. Silver cannot buy food is the biggest problem. At the same time also want to prevent the plague. The emperor called the doctor early. Outside the city to give free medical treatment. But also free to send preventive medicinal soup. Du-won was originally in the mansion, and heard the gossip without much fluctuation inside. Until she rode out of the city. Under the city wall built a lot of porridge hut. Are the rich and noble families in the capital porridge temporary use. Into the eye can see the ragged victims. All skinny bones. With the beggar almost. On her way to the farm. There are still a few starving corpses on the roadside. And the government has not had time to bury them. Du-won was moved with compassion, and went to Zhuang-song. Open the barn. Receive some victims. What does the group master mean? Is it free? Zhuang-song wanted to speak. What is your opinion directly say? My subordinate thinks it's better to exchange work for food than handouts. Do we still have work on the farm? Yes. There is quite a bit of wasteland around here. So we can invite people over to reclaim it, and raise it to grow groundnuts. The main thing is that here for the county king's fiefdom, the harvest is not good as nothing. We do not have to pay taxes. How much is our own? Zhuang-song, a pro-guard, is now more and more familiar with farming. Du-won looked around the circle. There are a few hills. Can do as you say. Not necessarily exchange grain. Pay silver also become. Zhuang-song's suggestion was adopted by Du-won, and was very happy. After Du-won left the farm, she did not return to the city. Taking 100 of her personal guards around the fiefdom. A majestic city wall could be seen from afar. These days more and more victims came to look for work to do. And those in charge took in anyone who could work. Causing the progress of the fortifications to be extremely fast. Of course, the daily consumption of money and grain is also extremely large. The government is happy about this. But the reason is that it still gives the government a lot of pressure. The next few days, the number of victims outside the city became less and less. Someone found a problem. The Emperor saw the secret message in front of the dragon case. This is the Du family strikes? It's also the county lord's kindness. The Grand Master General whispered back. That girl. The Emperor's face slightly showed a hint of smile. Say she is shrewd. And old to do a loss of money to sell and buy. Say she's stupid. Look at her. She doesn't have a penny to her name. And invites all the disaster victims to open up the land for her. This was labor. And it was still cheap. The Grand Master coughed softly. The Sheriff Lord only suffers losses with you. Your Majesty? Uh-huh. The Emperor laughed out loud. It's true when you think about it. County Lord is a filial child. Having good things and not forgetting to honor the Emperor. Can one say that one is not filial? By and large. Elders like well-behaved and filial juniors. And the Emperor could not be an exception. Immediately thinking of his own daughter, the Emperor's smile gradually converged. This locust plague is far from over. The victims who came to the capital, with the Emperor keeping an eye on them, quickly calmed down. And the rest of the disaster areas? The mountains were high and the Emperor was far away. And when it came to the inaction of the local authorities, the people only had to flee the disaster and wait for death, which would probably trigger chaos everywhere. Day by day passed. Even if Du could not leave her home, she noticed the changes around her. The most obvious is the food in the mansion. More and more economical. Not no silver. Is temporarily unable to buy food. More than 90% of the grain shops in the capital are closed. The remaining 1 or 2 of the rice and grain shop. Just like selling gold, the princess house still has stock of grain, but can't just sit and eat. Plus the princess house has a lot of people to feed, so it has to save up appropriately. On the contrary, about the Emperor cruelty and mediocrity. Anger the heavens will be plague and so on rumors. Gradually in the capital outside the place spread. The Emperor learnt that was very angry. Want to trace the source are unable to investigate. The capital remains calm is the rumor no one dares to say. In private, they are spreading. Du learned of these, or overheard the bystanders talking privately. It is a confirmation of the description of the book. However, the reality of the Emperor, much better than the book depicted. Flesh and blood. Even if some selfishness. So what? Who does not have some selfishness? Perhaps selfishness is not exclusive to others. Many people are selfish. They just don't know it. Du witnessed the Emperor trying very hard to govern the country. In order to fill the treasury. Relief and rescue. Our very effort. The people outside are still talking about him like this. It's quite unjust. Wan. What are you thinking about? Pei Hao stepped into Jade's spirit garden and thought that the little girl would immediately spot him. But as a result, she was still fidgeting even after he stood beside her. Du had a jolt and turned her head to see him. Why are you here? Every time you see me, you ask this. Can't I just come here for nothing? Pei Hao would arrive at the little girl's side, naturally lifting a strand of her hair that was hanging down her shoulder. The soft green silk, slipping between his fingers. This feeling was new. Du slapped his hand away. What are you doing? What can I do? Just want to ask what you are thinking. Pei Hao replied with a smile. Du pursed her small lips. Thinking about my uncle. Is it about the rumors? You suspect that someone is behind it. It's not obvious. It's spread so widely. Without someone doing something behind the scenes. I don't believe it. Chapter 464, Being an Eater. 2 people can think of someone behind the scenes manipulation. The Emperor will not have no thought. Early on, he had arranged for someone to investigate, but just didn't find out the source. Du doesn't have any evidence and won't make any wild guesses. But it doesn't stop her and Pei Hao from talking privately. Do you think it could be Xia's family? His family would have had this in mind. It shouldn't be, Pei Hao said softly. Du raised her eyebrows. Could it not be the Xia family? It's not only the Xia family that would have this mind. Who wouldn't covet that honorable position? Especially those who hold power in their hands. Du eyes widened. There were still people in the great Qin kingdom who coveted the throne? What Du knew was limited to only one book. This book was still portrayed from Qin Yu's perspective. And many people's affairs would not be written in. Pei Hao thought back to the situation in the dynasty. Wan. Rebellion is not that simple. It involves too many interests and connections. The Xia family is not yet able to do the power over the dynasty and respond to every call. If you hadn't said that they have ambitions, I almost wouldn't even think in that direction. Rebellion should at least control military power. Marquis Dingbei had 100,000 troops in his hands. But this was not an exception. The Duke of Jin has 200,000 in his hands. Uncle Nanyang has 150,000 in his hands. And the other 400,000 elite soldiers of the Northwestern Army are in control of the Wei family. The Emperor holds the Forbidden Guards and the Imperial City Division. Compared to Marquis Dingbei's hands control the least amount of troops. Not very eye-catching. Pei Hao doesn't know who Marquis Dingbei has brought together. At least Duke of Jin won't be towards the Xia family. How much of a difference can it make to the majority of the courtiers? Pei Hao has been concerned since he learned that the Xia family has been thinking. With the Xia family's father and son's intelligence, they should not be reluctant to start something. To say that there is this ability. Pei Hao's eyes fell to the little girl beside him. To say that the strongest strength in the dynasty is the princess house. What did you say? Our princess house is the weakest. Okay? Duwan instantly exploded. Pei Hao smoothed his hair and stroked the hair behind her. The Duke of Jin's house and the princess's house are joined in marriage. And they are also married to the Duke of Qin's house. Although the Duke of Qin's house is left as an empty shell. There are not many capable people. But the old Duke of Qin still has some connections. Most importantly, the princess house is you. The corner of Duwan's mouth curled up. And then hurriedly suppressed. This rumor was indeed not started by the Xia family. The Xia family is afraid of Duwan. Plus the original plan has changed step by step. Not only is Qin Yu out of the Xia family's control. Even the emperor's changes are different from what the Xia family expected. Since the death of Prime Minister Su, who had been holding the emperor in check, the emperor's style of behavior has changed, becoming more and more forceful. Now even if Qin Yu gave birth to the Xia family's child, the child wouldn't necessarily be able to ascend to the imperial throne. Knowing that the emperor had given the former crown prince's residence to Duwan, in the Xia family's view, there was a definite possibility that Duwan would become the crown prince. Father, this rumor. Xie Zhan looked to Marquis Dingbei. Marquis Dingbei shook his head. It wasn't me. Whose mind is up? It's not clear. It depends on who pops up next. Marquis Dingbei was unclear as to who it was. Xie Zhan had a vague guess in his heart. Only that the other party didn't come forward. So he didn't speak on the basis of his guess. If he hadn't suffered successive setbacks this year, and his power had shrunk again and again, this year would have been a good opportunity. In the dark, Xie Zhan always had a sense of suffocation. The feeling of being forcibly suppressed. Marquis Dingbei said, selling a big favor to the Ma family this time. You've done well. After all, it's a family friend. We can't just watch something happen to them. Xie Zhan was thinking based on his own family's power. The Ma family was something they had managed to pull together with great difficulty. And was a great help. If the Ma family capsized, the power they had operated over the years would shrink once again. The charity money lost by the righteous and benevolent Hall was recovered. However, the auction that was promised earlier to be held for half a month was interrupted due to the lost donation. It was only the things donated by others that still needed to be auctioned. Qin Yu stood up again and apologized in public at the charity hall. With a sincere and generous attitude, winning the goodwill of a group of people. If you have done something wrong unintentionally and dare to admit it and correct it, it is also an excellent virtue. And people usually do not resent such people. What's more, Qin Yu can't be blamed for the loss of the donation. But at most, it's because of her poor supervision. On the day Qin Yu admitted her mistake, Duwan wandered over to the front of the Hall of Righteousness and Goodness and saw it. Duwan would not admit that she did it on purpose. While watching, she got high on melon seeds. A proper melon eater. Qin Yu was originally speaking with great emotion. Unexpectedly, raised his head and bumped into Duwan's gossipy gaze. Forgetting the words in a flash, Tang Jixing secretly reminded Qin Yu. Princess? Heir. Qin Yu is full of apologies to the crowd. The last sale auction was interrupted. There is still a backlog of things donated by well-wishers in the treasury. It can't be put away like this. So, after a common deliberation, the last auction will be held in the Hall of Righteousness and Goodwill in 3 days' time. Qin Yu received another list from the side of the palace maid. The specific things to be auctioned will be displayed in the list and posted on top of the public display wall in the Hall of Righteousness and Goodness. And the proceeds will be given directly to the government. This time the money would not pass through their hands. It was the official government that was directly involved. The one responsible for maintaining order was the Imperial City Department. Qin Yu retired after she finished speaking, accompanied by Tang Jixing. Leaving the crowd's line of sight, Qin Yu's maintained smile suddenly span. Why did she come over? Hasn't she not been paying attention to the matters of the Benevolent Goodness Hall? Didn't even donate a single thing. Who is she referring to? Tang Jixing asked suspiciously. From Qin Yu's tone, this person had a grudge against her. Qin Yu's complexion stiffened. Confused by her anger, she actually forgot that Tang Jixing was still behind her. The two were married. But after all, they were not married yet. Qin Yu was still very careful about her image in front of him. But soon Qin Yu returned to normal. It's Duan. Has Princess Jiaoyang heard of it? No. She has always had misunderstandings about this palace. This time, she didn't donate anything to the Yishintang. Most likely because of this palace. Qin Yu spoke in a normal manner. Tang Jixing recalled the Duan who saved her life. A very straightforward and honest girl. County Lord is quite nice. Could you be overthinking it? I've heard that the county princess donated all her private money and was having it sent directly to the government. Hearing this, Qin Yu's heart stuttered. Are you blind? How is that woman any better? The matter of Duan donating away her private property was still easy to find out. Even if Qin Yu knew about it, she naturally ignored it and only remembered the bad things about Duan. Anyway, standing on the stage today to apologize, Duan was the one who was watching her laugh off the stage, being made fun of by her enemy. It would be strange for Qin Yu to be in a good mood. Tang Jixing saw that her mood was not right. Princess, how about going to the Pear Garden to listen to an opera in a while? No. Qin Yu was about to refuse. Tang Jixing laughed frankly. In a bad mood. Going for a stroll is just right. Okay. Qin Yu encountered his gentle and tolerant gaze and nodded furtively. Chapter 465 Prefecture Lord is very approachable. Outside the Hall of Righteousness, Duan, who had been keeping an eye on Qin Yu, blinked unexpectedly. Duan thought that she would be able to listen to Qin Yu's fury. And Qin Yu was indeed about to lose her temper. But she did not expect that as soon as Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's side came out, Qin Yu had curbed her temper, and had even made a date to go to the theater together. County Lord? It was a woman's voice. Duan turned around to see that it was the trio who had badmouthed her behind her back in the first place. Wei 12 Wei Qiong, who came from General Wei's house. Qi de Qi Sheng, from the bookish Qi family. Was she, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Yongping, who had once whipped Qin Yu with a horsewhip at the Protectorate Temple. Duan is surprised to see that Huishi is still alive and kicking. Is Qin Yu too busy to take revenge on Huishi yet? Hi. How are you guys? Are you here to see the fun too? Duan was happy to say hello to them. In the capital, she had befriended very few noble women. The only one she interacted with, Xinjiu, was also looking at her brother, and is now about to become her sister-in-law. In the past, she was quite fond of Wei Xiu, but she might have crossed paths with Qin Yu, and left the city in a hurry to go to the northwest after learning Qin Yu's identity. The three of you pushed me. I pushed you. Dawdling to Duan. Duan smiled. Are you guys scared of this county princess? No matter. Huishi panicked and denied. Wei Qiong chimed in. Not afraid. The county princess is very approachable. Qi Sheng was annoyed. That county lord just now was exactly what she shouted out of her mouth. When they encountered the county lord, this fatal star, it was only right for them to hurry up and run away. Duan smiled as she walked over and gave Wei Qiong a hand on the shoulder. Yes, you are very discerning. This county mistress is just a very easygoing person. Yes, very easygoing. Wei Qiong barely recognizes the easygoing look. Huishi and Qi Sheng sympathized with their little friend. Duan asks while getting high on melon seeds. Where are you guys going to play next? About to go to the Pear Garden to watch a theater. I heard that today. Everyone Xiao will be on stage. Wei Qiong spoke stiffly. Duan heard Pear Garden once again. Xiao Qingju is going to be on stage? It's been a while. Is his leg healed? Duan thought of Qin Yu and Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team going to the Pear Garden. Maybe there really is gossip to be seen today. It is important to know that where the heroine is present, there is usually a plot. The current plot in the book is all over the place. But once in a while, some plausible ones are still found. When they learnt that Duan was going to follow them to the theater, the three of them suffocated into bitter faces. Duan pretended not to see their reluctance. If being thick-skinned was a skill, it was a necessary skill for bulls. The four girls dawdled to the pear garden. Was she booked a tea seat? Yes. The pear garden was a lobby. A high platform was set up, and a tea table was placed below. Reservations were accepted for tea seats. And usually those who came were the rich and powerful. And then to the back is a row of seats, with the front of the tea table separated by a distance, and also separated by a railing. Does not allow the ordinary position of the audience. Casually towards the front of the position of the nobility. Is afraid of disturbing the nobility to listen to the theater. It was Du-won's first time at the pear garden. When you enter from the door, you will be charged 10 cents per person. Du-won smiled and spat. It's so expensive. 10 cents can buy 5 big steamed buns. Wei Qiong said offhandedly. County master. Now the price of steamed buns has gone up. It costs 5 cents apiece. Du-won looked slightly stagnant, looking at the girl beside her. The price has gone up? Is it so expensive? Yes. Last time Cheetah bought one. Wei Qiong looked at Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng wanted to pretend to be an invisible person. But as a result, he could only venture out when he was named. That was a few days ago. And yesterday it had risen to 6 when you won a piece. My family also suspended going outside the city to give kanji. I couldn't buy food. So is the price still going up today? Huishi follows the discussion. Du-won listens with interest. How about going to buy one? Qi Sheng shook his head. Today that small shop selling steamed buns is closed. The four people stepped into the lobby. A small chap came up to greet them, and then brought the few people to a tea table. The four girls were dressed in extraordinary clothes, and there was also a suspected Jiaoyang County lord. No one dared to offend them, and they even made way for them. Du-won glanced around before sitting down. This location was pre-booked by Huishi, but it was not the best viewing location. The best position is the table next to it. At this time, there were two acquaintances sitting there. It was Qin Yu and Tang Jixing. A tea table is surrounded by a screen in a circular shape. As long as the person sits down, it is not easy to see. There is a certain degree of privacy. Du-won pretended not to see Qin Yu. Qin Yu likewise pretended not to notice Du-won. The two had a particularly tacit understanding on the matter. Du-won looked at the stage. It was just a person singing something. It wasn't Xiao Dekai. Xiao Dekai hasn't come on stage yet. Right? Back to your honor. Everyone Xiao has not yet taken the stage. The reply was from the little chap. Du-won nodded, and did not ask again. Huishi and the others gestured. The little fellow left, and in a short while served quite a lot of food. Peanuts and melon seeds and so on. And a large plate of dried meat, which smelled quite fragrant. The three people's maids had already served up fresh water for the four masters to clean their hands. Du-won was sneaking out to watch the theater this time, and didn't bring any subordinates. But there were still people serving. After wiping her hands clean, she picked up a piece of dried meat. This meat smells really good. What kind of meat is it? Huishi's maid whispered. It's beef. Huh? Didn't they say that cows can't be killed at will? Du-won asked suspiciously. It's not a plowing cow. That maid knew quite a bit. The cattle that could not be slaughtered at will in the Great Qin Kingdom referred to plowing oxen, which as the name implied were the oxen used for plowing the land. Not all cows were suitable for plowing. Some people saw the business opportunity, and could still raise them to sell for meat. Zhuang Tsong then raised dozens of them on the farm. What happened in the lobby quickly spread to the backstage. Xiao Qinju was meticulously painting her theater makeup. Beside her sat a gentleman of outstanding elegance. His idle posture was very attractive. It was Pei Hao, who was supposed to be recuperating in the Jingguigong Fu. His hand was playing with a brush. A bit absent-minded. Xiao Qingju's hand stopped and laughed. What are you sitting here for? If you want to see someone, hurry up and go out. People are outside. Headache ah. Follow too closely for fear that she will be annoyed. Do not follow and want. Pei Hao smiled, saying it was very frank. Xiao Qingju only felt that his smile was too cheap. Heh. When who doesn't have a fiancé like that? You don't? Pei Hao hit the nail on the head. Sooner or later I will have one. You don't have one now. There was no way to chat. As long as he came across the matter of County Princess Jiaoyang, his best friend's brain never went normal. Xiao Qingju used to make fun of him with this. And when she found out that he didn't hear it at all, and wasn't even ashamed of it, Xiao Qingju didn't laugh at him anymore. Then Xiao Qingju continued to draw makeup. Pei Hao began to sit and stare again. But his heart flew to the lobby outside. If the little girl had come to see the play alone, he would have gone out long ago. The problem was that the little girl had brought a few noblewomen with her this time. Chapter 466. It's too hard to please someone. Duan didn't know that there was a fiancée in the background, and was happily watching the play by herself. On the contrary, the trio was very apprehensive. That is, a heart in 7 places, not knowing what the county princess wanted to do. And sometimes they couldn't help but conspire. Taking the stage, it's everyone Xiao. An audience member cheered, only to see a green dress going in broken steps from backstage. With a lithe and graceful body, Duan didn't know what was meant by singing and stage presence. But just looking at it with the eyes of an ordinary person, she felt that the green dress on stage was full of flavor with every move. Looking around at the audience, they were mesmerized. The only person on the scene who could still be distracted while Xia Qingzhu was on stage was probably Duan. She took a piece of beef jerky from the tabletop and slowly chewed on it, not knowing how it was made. The more she chewed, the more fragrant it became. Just as she ate it, thinking that there was still a disaster going on outside, there were a few more tasteless moments. When she put down the half-eaten jerky, Wei Qiong next to her heart thumped. County Lord, do you guys come to the theater often? Duan casually asked. Occasionally. Occasionally is how often? 2 or 3 times a decade. Heh. In that case, once every 3 days? You know how to enjoy yourself. Wei Qiong couldn't wait to bite off her tongue. The two people spoke with the intention of lowering their voices. But how could the people sitting at the table not hear them? Wuxi and Xiaosheng both heard it chilled down their spines. The sheriff master's voice was clearly calm as she spoke, but they heard their hearts tremble with a very bad feeling. A steamed bun outside sells for 6 won. How much silver do you think this meal costs? Duan pointed to the things on the table. How would Wei Qiong know how much silver? After eating, it's usually an underling who pays the bill. But it's better to die poor than dead. Today is Wuxi's treat. Wuxi only wants to curse in his heart. Duan looked at Wuxi. Wuxi said, I don't know. We usually spend 100 or so taels on a trip. So much? Duan is surprised. Wuxi adds, including the reward. I didn't see you guys rewarding today. Duan thinks of the fact that there were several people who sang just now. Wuxi said in a formal manner. In a moment, Joe will reward after everyone sings. Duan understood. These 3 people were Xiao Qingzhu's fangirls. When Xiao Qingzhu's song ended, and she gave her curtain call, the entire lobby boiled with uproar, applause and rewards. It was a bit like a modern-day stargazer. The 3 girls around me sat still, and did not go up to reward. The next door Qingyu gave the reward silver. Not a lot, but quite a lot. There are 10 taels. Duan is quite convinced of Qingyu. Not long ago, she apologized profusely, but now she can come to the Pear Garden to watch the opera. Isn't she afraid that people will think that her apology is false and her heart is not sincere? Wuxi's 3 people finally realized who was next door at this point. The one with the worst face among the 3 is Wuxi. Duan notices and touches Wuxi with her elbow. What's going on? Sheriff. Help. Wuxi's eyes light up when he looks at Duan. This is a golden thigh. I once offended the princess. The county princess will cover me. Get lost. It's true. Help us, Sheriff. Wuxi speaks in a low voice, and deliberately uses his hand to block his mouth, so that even Wei Qiong and Qisheng, who are sitting next to him, can't hear it if they don't listen carefully. Duan did not want to get involved in the feud between the two. It was a private grudge. So if she was an outsider getting involved, what was the point? Wuxi held on to Duan's arm without letting go. Since Ma Suqing's disfigurement, Wuxi has been anxious, almost bypassing Qingyu when she sees her, and never attending any banquet where she appears. Today accompanied 2 girlfriends out to see the theater. Passing by the Righteousness Hall, stayed for a while. The result is evolved into this. Duan looked sideways at Wuxi, who was glued to herself. What about the promised arrogant young lady? Duan mentions. As long as you don't make any mistakes and don't fall into trouble, you don't have to worry too much for the time being. What do you mean? She's not as scary as you think. Duan doesn't recognize that Qingyu would exclude dissidents without a handle. People who stand in high positions usually focus on being famous when they want to find trouble with anyone. Wuxi's face changed slightly. But what happened to Ma Suqing? It is precisely because something happened to her that you are safe. Duan meant it. Wuxi's brain was confused and didn't turn the corner. Du-won thought she had said the obvious and stopped paying attention to Hu Shi. Only, she did not expect that after Qin Yuyu and Tang Jixing left, and even after Wei Qiong and Qi Sheng found excuses to leave, Hu Shi was still clinging to her. After leaving the pear garden, she then turns around and looks at the follower beside her. Du-won is speechless. Are you finished? Sheriff, I just realized today that following you is the safest. Hu Shi speaks gravely. If you weren't present today, there's no telling what would have happened. You're overthinking it. Du-won said this with her mouth, but her heart was also strange. Is it strange that nothing actually happened today, different from what she expected? Could it really be as Hu Shi said? Because she was present? Did she suppress all the demons and ghosts? When Pei Hao learnt that Hu Shi was still following the little girl, he only wanted to curse. He thought that the little girl had finally fallen alone, above the first floor, standing in front of the window, looking at the people walking away on the street. Xiao Qingju teased. You can really hold steady and not show up? She's with a friend. Pei Hao can only regret not being able to go out. Xiao Qingju was curious. Don't you work hard like this? As willing as I am. It wasn't until Du-won's back disappeared around the corner that Pei Hao received his sight. Xiao Qingju poured him a cup of tea. Once did you ever think that you would fall into the hands of a woman? This question was not easy to answer. Pei Hao high and low pretended not to hear it. At the same time, Du-won, who was walking on the street, hastily paused. Hu Shi follows and stops. What's wrong? County princess? Nothing. Du-won actually heard Pei Hao's voice just now. Heh! It turns out that he is in the pear garden. Du-won pretends she didn't hear it and continues to walk forward. Hu Shi today is determined to hold on to the thighs, with a bit of Missy's arrogance, doing the things before and after. County wants to eat sugar, people? No. Du-won has eaten it, and it is not good. Hu Shi added. Why don't we invite you to have tea at Wanji House? I drank a bellyful just now at the pear garden. No. It's to invite you to eat dim sum. Wanji Lu's dim sum is very delicious. The capital is famous for its old style. Not eating. Du-won shakes her head. Hu Shi is rusty at pleasing people. Then do you want to go to the chess club for a stroll? I don't know how to play chess. Du-won does not know how to play Go. Then go to Jiuyuan Lu to watch the beautiful men. Cough. 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 Du-won was almost erased by her own saliva. What did you say? I said. I was wrong. Hu Shi only felt a brain ache. It's too hard to please someone. Shopping with the other two little sisters. There will be a lot of things to do. Shopping and buying things tired can also gather edge building to see the scholar. Some of the scholar looks good. Chapter 467 Don't want to let go of the little girl. Du-won naturally did not follow Hu Shi to see the scholar. The two of them passed by the Four Seasons building, one after the other. They stepped inside and opened a small box. When Du-won sat down, she was a bit hungover. All right, let's get straight to it. Sheriff, I have offended the princess before. Hu Shi told about her grudge with Qin Yuyu. I didn't know her identity at that time, and lashed her several times. Oh! Du-won's response is flat. Hu Shi's heart is clogged with panic. The princess is not a good person. Ma Suqin has planted herself. Will it be my turn next? Du-won looks at her obliquely. What she said just now. She obviously really didn't hear it. Du-won said. Your situation is different from Ma Suqin's. How is it different? It's not all grudges. Hu Shi was torn. Du-won added. Qin Yuyu and Ma Suqin's grudge has a long history. When Qin Yuyu was weak, Ma Suqin found many troubles with her, with the same vicious methods. Hu Shi is silent. So, Ma Suqin is not innocent. Du-won adds. You've only had one grudge with her. And there are plenty of noble women who've had one grudge with her. So as long as you don't keep hanging around her, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The real-life Qin Yuyu was ultimately different from the heroine in the book. Without enough ability, it wasn't like she could take revenge on whoever she wanted. The two ate another meal. This time, they were separated, and Du-won returned to her house. The auction 3 days later was considered an event in the capital. Many people rushed to Yishan that day. Du-won woke up and heard the maids gossiping outside. She changed into clothes and dresses that were easy to move in, then washed up and sat in front of the dressing table, where Ning Qin combed her hair in a beautiful bun. Ning Qin asked, Sheriff Master, are you going to watch the fun? Not going. It's not interesting. The slave girl heard that Pei Shitzi will go. What? Why hadn't she heard of this? Ning Qin explained. I heard that the Imperial City Department is in charge of security. Pei Hao would most likely show up at that time. Ever since he was injured, he rarely appeared in front of people and kept a low profile. If it wasn't for this locust plague, he stepped in to provide relief again. It would have made people forget about him. When it comes to the limelight, it's still Qin Yuyu. And the other is Tang Jixing. As the future emperor's son-in-law, his every move is watched. It was said that his family had already rushed to the capital and were preparing for the wedding matters. Duan sat at the dining table and had just picked up a bun when she heard drop chest from outside saying, Sheriff Master, the world's son is here. Why is he here? Duan was a bit surprised. Without her having to invite him, Pei Haoren had already stepped in, his peach blossom eyes burning as he looked at the little girl at the table. Hasn't Wan used breakfast yet? You came too early. I usually use breakfast at this time. Just in time. I came here by counting. Ha! You really dare to say that? Why wouldn't I dare? It's a real man who dares to do what he wants. Duan pretended to look at him in disgust. Pei Hao pretended to be blind and didn't see it. He sat next to her with a big grin. Ning Qin didn't need him to order and went to get a clean set of bowls and chopsticks for him. Duan's breakfast alone, plus Pei Hao, was naturally not enough to eat. She said to Ning Qin, Go to the kitchen and bring some more food. Something that Pei Shizi loves to eat. Hearing the last sentence, the corner of Pei Hao's mouth curled up. Duan took a bite of the bun with a mouthful of kanji. Isn't the Imperial City Department in charge of security for the auction? Why are you free to come over? Came to pick you up to watch the fun. Pei Hao explains his intention. Duan said, I haven't thought about whether I want to go or not. Don't want to go? Pei Hao was surprised. The little girl who has always loved to watch. The auction is such a big thing. Actually do not want to go and watch. Pei Hao's complexion corrected and looked her up and down. He didn't see anything in her. And then he was relieved. You really don't want to go and join in the fun? If you don't go, don't go. There's nothing to see. If I go, Qin Yuyu will probably play out of order. Last time she apologized on stage. She forgot her words when she saw me. You still care about her? When I'm on a day-to-day basis. Honestly, she's a cousin after all. Give the emperor's uncle some face. Pei Hao gave a sudden laugh. He thought he was going to give face to Qin Yuyu. But the little girl suddenly made a U-turn and turned to the emperor's head. Before the little girl looked over, Pei Hao promptly lowered his head to take a sip of porridge, covering the smile on his face. Duan got angry when she looked at him with this lustful look. After the two had their meal, Pei Hao had to go to Yishan Tang, both for business and personal reasons. Duan was not too keen to go, but was still pulled along by Pei Hao and stuffed into his carriage. Be good. When it's to accompany me as my fiancé. I always feel that your purpose is not pure. At these words, Pei Hao smiled. Duan was shocked. You actually didn't deny it? Pei Hao smiled without saying anything. When they went to the Hall of Righteousness and Goodness, Duan knew that there were quite a lot of people coming. As long as there was free time, all the powerful sons and daughters and ladies came over. And there were also quite a few rich merchants who got the post. Duan followed Pei Hao, and instead of going into the venue, she went in through the back door and came to the lounge that was exclusively for the head of the Imperial City Department, and also saw Gu Li and Mu Xian present. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. Xian greets County Princess. You are welcome, Duan replied with a smile. Gu Li rushes forward to greet her, and Pei Hao tells him to go and get busy, making sure not to make a mess today. Mu Xian looked at Gu Li, who was sent away, and looked at Pei Hao with an unspecified smile. Pei Hao was frank and open. Not false at all. Xian, aren't you going out to have a look outside? I heard that your fiancé will come today. Mu Xian wanted to say that this guy is inappropriate. He just came and wants to drive them away. I still want to talk to the county princess. This is not going to work. He. You can call clan sister Yunrong over Duan laughed thievishly. Pei Hao's heart is clogged. Can't the little girl see that he wants to be alone with her? Duan really didn't see it, blaming him for being too obscure. After Mu Xian had learned to walk out of the room, Duan was taken away by Pei Hao. Duan was then pressed against the wall by Pei Hao. Pei Hao gently used his lips and touched her forehead, causing her little heart to pound. Her earlobes were colored with a touch of pink. This isn't good. In a moment Mu Xian and Du Yunrong are going to come over. Then before they come back, It was only a half a moment ago. Footsteps came from outside the house. Listening to this footsteps, there was more than one person. Pei Hao finally let go of the little girl, looking at her moist red lips. Very much in love. What to do? Don't want to let go of you. Someone is coming. Stop fooling around. Du-Wan hurriedly pushed him away, slipped to the tea table and sat down, as if she had been sitting and drinking tea. But unfortunately the face that was as bright as a peach blossom, and the watery eyes that were flooded with spring. An experienced person could tell at a glance what had just happened. Pei Hao didn't want her current appearance to be seen by outsiders. So, he tidied up his grooming and took the lead in stepping out of the doorway. Chapter 468. Du-Wan is being star-crossed by all the stars. Pei Hao thought that the people who came were Mu Xian and Du Yunrong in them. He stepped out of the threshold, but saw Qin Yuyu and a few palace maids. Pei Hao frowned, but when he bumped into them, he couldn't avoid them, and still saluted according to the rules. My humble servant has met the princess, and greets her. Pei Shitzi doesn't need to be polite. Qin Yuyu dressed up, bright and beautiful. A pair of phoenix eyes, as if they could speak, fell to Pei Hao's side. Today, the safety of the righteousness of the Hall of Goodness. It will trouble Pei Shitzi to take care of it. This is my humble servant's part. Pei Hao stood with his eyes downcast. Neutral. Normally, Qin Yuyu should have left at this point. Yet she didn't, and just stood there, looking as if she wanted him to invite her into the house. Just for a long time. Her hints didn't achieve their purpose. Doesn't Shitzi invite this palace in for a cup of tea? There are still some things I need to talk to you about. Pei Hao was bored in his heart, but he couldn't avoid it. The little girl was still in the house. Now that he was leaving the little girl alone was impossible. Turning around and going inside the house, he couldn't stop Qin Yuyu outside the house. No matter how much Qin Yuyu is a princess, her status will be able to crush him to death. Qin Yuyu stole glances at Pei Hao from time to time, a shyness hidden in her eyes. It was the reaction that a young girl should have when she saw her beloved. It was a pity that Pei Hao was a rock and didn't even raise his eyes. Princess. Sorry. It's inconvenient. A girl in this palace doesn't care. What does a big man like you care about? Qin Yuyu's tone was full of unconcern. She was determined to enter the house. Suddenly, a clear voice came from inside the house. He cares because he wants to have a face. Qin Yuyu suddenly heard this voice. Like an electric shock. With a turn, she covered her face and fled. Pei Hao had the most profound knowledge of the killing power of little girls. Du-Wan had already slipped in front of the door at some point, holding onto the doorframe on one side, probing her head and looking out. Seeing Qin Yuyu fleeing, her little face smiled cheaply. She can't do it. I haven't even made a move yet. And she's escaped. Thought she had a really thick skin. Okay. Just you naughty. Pei Hao laughed and slapped her on the head. Responding to him was a quirky grimace from Du-Wan. Then the two silently smiled at each other. Mu Xian, who had brought Du-Yunrong over, happened to see the scene and got another toothache. Du-Yunrong knew that Du-Wan didn't even want to come over here, but she had to pretend to be gentle and atmospheric in front of her fiancé. If she refused to come over, what would the bystanders think? Du-Wan flashed a bright smile at her. Hi yo! Clan sister Yunrong. Greetings, County Princess. Du-Yunrong stylishly stepped forward and bowed. Du-Wan saw an inexplicable joy from her. No need to be polite. Are you here to participate in the auction? Do you have an eye on what you want to buy? Before walking towards Du-Wan, with her back to Mu Xian and Pei Hao, Du-Yunrong rolled her eyes at Du-Wan. Lady? Du-Wan exclaimed in exaggerated shock. Frightened, Du-Yunrong almost didn't stand still. Du-Wan raised another big smile. The onlookers looking on felt that the two girls were quite affectionate. They didn't even know who said they were arch rivals in the past. Before the auction started, the next few people sat in the room, drinking tea and chatting about gossip. Pei Hao didn't sit for long before an officer came looking for him, and temporarily had something to do, and walked away. Du-Wan looked at Mu Xian and Du-Yunrong obliquely. The two people's wedding date was coming up. Right. But they still abided by the rules. Even their seats were separated by a zhang. Du-Wan stood up and patted her sleeves. I'll go out for a stroll. Hey, Sheriff. Du-Yunrong wanted to stay, leaving her alone to face Mu Xian. How embarrassing. Mu Xian raised her eyebrows. Sheriff Master is quite on the ball. Although Mu Xian hadn't thought of marrying Du-Yunrong before the Emperor bestowed the marriage. However, after a period of time, After getting along with Du Yunrong, he found that she was still a good person, and inevitably, he was a little attached to her. After all, this girl is his fiancée in name only. The county princess is an idle one. Miss Yunrong drink tea. While he said that, he also picked up the teapot and filled Du Yunrong's tea bowl. Du Yunrong instantly became formal, smiled haughtily, picked up the tea bowl with graceful movements, and took a small sip. When Mu Xian put down the teapot, he sat down next to her. That is, the seat that Du Wan had just taken. Now, the two were separated by a tea table. With Mu Xian's social skills, if he wanted to, he wouldn't be cold. So he took the lead to open his mouth and chatted about some topics that the girl might be interested in. Du Yunrong at first will be reserved for a few points, along with his topic. Chatting. The more chatting, the more opportunistic. Outside, Du Wan, who had still been paying attention to the house, finally knew that Mu Xian's ability to tease a girl. These two people are still very faded. In the original, Du Yunrong died without marrying, and Mu Xian even died young. The two can be put together a pair. Cannot say that there is no relationship between Du Wan. Is her arrival to change the fate of the two? At least do not have to fall into a book like The Miserable End. Du Wan turned to the lobby, a built-high platform, below which a tea table and chairs were placed. There were also fruits and snacks on the table. There were some people who had come early and were already chatting. Du Wan saw most of the capital's dukes and great ladies here, more complete than a blind date or a palace banquet. One must know that during the palace banquet, most of those who are eligible to attend are the firstborn. Here it is not limited. Du Wan saw many of the commoners. At the same time, there were also some housewives. Greetings, County Princess. The person who came to greet her was Ning Xianhe. Du Wan is surprised. Long time no see. Ning Xianhe is surprised and asks, "Does County Princess still remember me?" "I remember. And my elder brother is a close friend." Du Wan again looked behind him. Is a few school children. A little face does not remember the name of the person. Can only smile and nod. As a greeting, several students are equally excited. Come up to greet. Ning Xianhe was concerned and asked, "Did the county princess come alone?" "Didn't see the county king. My elder brother is not available." Du Wan looked round and didn't see Pei Hao. "It's because I was bored at home and came over with Pei Shizi to get a better understanding." Immediately, Ning Xianhe wanted to invite her to join them at the table. But thinking that she said she came with Pei Hao, she could only swallow the words of invitation back into her stomach. At this time, another person came over to greet Du Wan. Du Wan nodded politely, smiled and lifted over. However, it was those who knew and those who didn't. As long as they knew her identity, they all came over to curtsy and greet her, just to get acquainted in front of her. Usually at this time there will be subordinates for the master to stop the people who come up to accost her. But now Du Wan is alone. In the eyes of outsiders, it is a good opportunity to get to know her. When Qin Yu came out, she saw Du Wan standing in the middle of the crowd. The stars were all over her. The light of her appearance was snatched away most of the light. At once, her heart was blocked. This person was born to restrain her. Chapter 469. County Lord is very generous this time. Qin Yu stood on the platform and looked at Du Wan with a knife in her eyes. Du Wan smiled politely and said, "All of you return to your seats first. The princess has appeared, and the auction is about to begin. County Princess, please take a seat as well," a rich merchant curtly said. The people next to him were not willing to lag behind. "Yes, the County Princess has an honorable status. Please take your seat first. I'll go and bring a cup of tea for the County Princess." There was a person who was even more willing to give up his face and stature. One fond and curried favor with Du Wan. Qin Yu's hand holding the list tightened a few points. Du Wan graciously sat down, enjoying the flattery of a group of people, sitting in a very leisurely posture, her feet stretched out in front of her, her ankles interlocked together, and her feet were still wiggling merrily. Shun Lu, who was helping beside her, noticed Qin Yu's loss of concentration, and hurriedly reminded without a trace, "Princess, the hour is up. You can start." Qin Yu returned to her senses. Her phoenix eyes swept over the people below, and she began to speak with a smile. "Thank you all present for coming to the last auction of the day. The proceeds of the charity will be handed over to the government on site, and the official government will post the accounts of the good money spent one by one to the bulletin board above. Du-Wan was surprised. This is to make the accounts transparent. It was not difficult to see such an operation in modern times. But it was rare in this dynasty. Next, Qin Yu said some beautiful words. Her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Her words and phrases not quoting scripture, but simple and sincere, inciting the heart. It was as if everyone present had the illusion that the princess was praising them for being a great benefactor. Qin Yu was the best at doing this kind of thing. It was just a great mouth. Dead ones could be made alive by her. Of course, this presupposed that she didn't run into Du-Wan. Du-Wan would not despise what Qin Yu did. On the contrary, she thinks that Qin Yu did a good job. Those who have not seen the disaster outside will not know how many people each sum of silver here may save. She hoped that Qin Yu could keep doing this. Hypocrisy doesn't matter. Just really save people. Thinking of this, Du-Wan thought of Xiezhong again. It's quite good for the male and female main characters to shine in a different place and a different way. For example, let them go to disaster relief. Maybe they have the protagonist's aura and can get twice the result with half the effort. You should know that according to the book's description, it was Xiezhong and Qin Yu who led Great Qin back to prosperity. And so? Well said. Du-Wan applauded enthusiastically, giving Qin Yu a high hat as if she was touched. The disaster outside is really too serious. His Majesty has been having a hard time sleeping day and night lately, thinking of how to get the people through the hard times. The princess' act of collecting donations is indeed a great kindness. We should learn more from the princess. Sheriff Lord is right. The princess is a beautiful person with a good heart. A blessing for the victims of the disaster. Ning Xinhe immediately agreed, followed closely by the people around them. They all kept blowing up Qin Yu, blowing Qin Yu to the heavens and the earth, piling all the magnificent words of praise onto her head anyway. Qin Yu on the stage was blown away a bit. For the first time, she felt that Du-Wan was a little bit smoother. When Du-Wan bragged about people, that little face was extraordinarily sincere. It was hard for people to think that she was bullshitting or had other plans. Pei Hao, who was watching from the shadows, didn't know what kind of mindset the little girl was going to play again. But he watched the whole process until the auction began. To the end of the near did not see the little girl mess. And even some people bidding. The fight almost fight. Or she stood out to maintain order. Do not need the Imperial City Department of the officials and soldiers to step in. Qin Yu stood on the stage and watched clearly. In the end time, she suspected Du-Wan to mess up. The auction ended successfully. The proceeds were nearly $1 million. On the spot, an official from the Ministry of Revenue came up to count the money before handing it over. This way, no one would have to suspect that anyone would have misappropriated this large sum of money. Du-Wan slowly followed the officials of the Ministry of Revenue out of the Hall of Benevolence. Pei Hao pulled her wrist. What is Wan doing? Escorting this silver back to the government office. Du-Wan replied as a matter of course. Pei Hao was slightly stunned. Oh, then I will accompany you. Okay. Du-Wan did not refuse. So Pei Hao took Husan and others, together with Du-Wan, tailed the officials back to the Ministry of Revenue until those donations were filed into the treasury. Pei Hao accompanied the little girl all the time. The little girl didn't do anything, but it seemed like she did something extraordinary. Du-Wan raised her head and looked at the blue sky. White clouds like cotton wool dotted the blue sky one by one. Today's weather is so nice. Du-Wan muttered unintentionally. But such good weather. Not everyone wants it. Many areas in the middle of drought. Looking forward to his reign. Pei Hao stretches out his fingers and crosses the long hair hanging down behind Du-Wan. Wan is very concerned about the disaster. Don't worry. Now that the treasury has silver, this disaster will soon pass. It won't pass, Du-Wan subconsciously replied. Pei Hao's heart shook. What was the meaning of this? The essence in his peach blossom eyes converged. The emperor is extremely concerned about the locust plague. The victims outside the city have been properly resettled. And for the rest of the area, the emperor has also sent competent officials from the dynasty to provide relief. So wait another month, and the results will come out. Du-Wan came back to her senses, twisted her head to look at him and muttered. When she said she couldn't get through it, she wasn't referring to the locust plague. This year's drought and locust plague was over. But there was still the snowstorm in the winter. Last year's heavy snowfall had frozen many people to death. And this year's snowstorm would be even worse. The plot of the original was different. But the natural disasters described in the book hadn't changed. Du-Wan thought about it, and decided to go into the palace and have another chat with the emperor's uncle. It was right in front of the Ministry of Household's office, and a short walk away to the palace gates. Pei Shitsi, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go into the palace. Into the palace? Pei Hao couldn't keep up with the little girl's brain circuit. He was sure the little girl hadn't thought about going into the palace before she came over. What Duan decided. Pei Hao couldn't stop, and could only watch as she went to the palace gates. The forbidden guards on guard just glanced at her. None of them intercepting her. Pei Hao. What order did the emperor give again? Duan herself was equally surprised and also looked back at the forbidden guards guarding the palace gates. Seeing that they were not abnormal, this is when she quickly slipped away to see the emperor. The emperor was still surprised when he saw the little girl. Of course, what she had said and done in the Hall of Benevolence had also reached the emperor's ears, which made the emperor feel that she had grown up and was very atmospheric. One must know that the one who presided over the Hall of Righteousness was Qin Yu. The emperor was aware of the grudge between the two cousins. It was the fact that they harbored a grudge, but didn't mess up, that made it seem rare. Uncle. Duan held the door frame with one hand and poked half her head inside. The emperor looks up from in front of the dragon case. Wan finally remembered, Uncle? What finally? I've always thought about it. It's just that I know you've been working hard, and I don't dare to venture in to disturb you. Chapter 470. Little girl wants to sell gossip. Who wouldn't say nice words? Duan poured out a basket of good words without money. I am thinking of ways to share your worries. The emperor's heart is happy. Towards her beckoned. Come over. Say what law came to mind. Duan lifted the hem of her skirt and slipped to the emperor with her feet and said curtly, I think of a way to make money, but also need to promise you. Uncle, it's not a big deal. Really? What is it? I want to cooperate with Uncle to run a private newsroom. The net profit earned? I only need 10%. 20% goes to you. 70% is used for disaster relief. How about it? Duan was thinking of not wanting silver. But not wanting any silver at all would seem too silly. And the onlookers might think too much and think that she has another purpose. The emperor said, Last time I told the newspaper room. The DD newspaper is still not sold. Do you dare to say that if you run it, someone will definitely buy it? Of course. Duan patted her chest and assured, I'll give out silver and I'll do the work. Uncle can pick up silver for nothing as long as he's the backer. What are you afraid of? Even if I lose money, it's also my loss. Uncle won't suffer. It's really like what she said. Around he will not suffer. The emperor has no reason not to allow. Granted. Duan is now happy. But also grinding, the emperor temporarily wrote a decree and then stamped on the big seal. The general meaning is that the emperor specially allowed Duan private issue of the residence newspaper. 70% of the profits to the state. The remaining 30% is divided equally between them. They do not write up, so as not to fall into the mouth. Yes. Duan said she wanted 10%. The emperor did not let her suffer too much. Said to share equally. Duan smiled and answered, then left with gusto. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and said with knitted brows, Uncle, autumn is coming and winter is not far away. Do you think there will still be snowstorms this year? Emperor. Dead girl. Is this to scare him to death? When he still wanted to say something, the little girl giggled and disappeared. If there is another snowstorm, just thinking about it makes one scalp numb. The princess's mansion. Duan, who had returned to her house, ran to the study of Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team of imperial concubines. All the newspapers stored in the study this year were carried back to Yuling Yuan. Duan began to read the report with patience. The eldest princess was surprised to receive the news for a while. What did Wan encounter outside? Sheriff Master went to attend the Yishan Tang's auction, then went into the palace again, and nothing happened. Sister Wen reported the newly obtained news to the eldest princess. The eldest princess laughed. Then why is she suddenly interested in the DD newspaper? Sister Wen smiled and said, with His Highness watching over her, the princess won't mess up. Besides, the county princess is a child with a sense of propriety. She loves to mess around. The eldest princess laughed to herself as she finished speaking. Yuling Yuan and Duan read one after another of the residence newspaper. To see the last are very official reports, such as praising the achievements of the emperor, how to worry about the people, etc., and on the disaster relief sent to the officials to make what achievements, or what reforms and policies in the dynasty. This month, there is an additional fundraising list. It is written who. donated how much silver and so on. Du-Wan also found her name in it. And the 18,000 taels donated last time were written on it. Ning Qin. How much is left in my private room? Du-Wan suddenly asked in a loud voice. Ning Qin was startled, and hurriedly replied, Back to County Lord. It's 50 taels. Just received the monthly silver. Du-Wan had a wooden little face, not wanting to speak. It's not that she doesn't have silver. There's still a large amount of horizontal wealth left untouched. Next year. The year after that. The year after that. Year after year. There are constant natural disasters. The future days will only become more and more difficult. The money will have to be saved for the critical time again. Du-Wan called 4 maids. I want to run a private newspaper room. Sheriff. This is against the law. Lucci reacted the fastest and spoke out in panic to stop it. It will invite trouble for the princess house. Don't worry. The emperor's uncle allowed it. Du-Wan pulls out the permission certificate stamped with the emperor's seal from her bosom, smilingly letting the 4 maids look at it. There is no money in the private room. So we have to get money first. Before we get the silver, we have to find ways to save costs. I can't afford to hire my workers for the time being, so I can only let you guys fill in first. The 4 great maids were confused. What they had learned from school was how to serve their masters. There was no learning to run a D1. Du-Wan knew what they were thinking when she saw their expressions. The DU newspaper I'm going to run is based on entertainment, with current affairs as a secondary focus. What is most lacking is attractive gossip. And what you guys are best at is gossip. Understand? Write your gossips out on the newspaper and sell them for money. Does anyone buy this? Of course there is. Du-Wan never underestimated the nature of human gossip. When this was on track, she could also openly accept submissions and specialize in searching for gossip from all over the world. There were too many things happening every day in the Great Qin Kingdom to be afraid of not having material to write about. The 4 maids began to bury their heads in writing gossip. Du-Wan also deliberately declared, Can't write about the princess house. If you want to write it about the people outside. You guys write the gossip that you know. Then sort it out and pick a few that can attract people out. Write a good reward. Write a bad, continue to write. Okay. Sheriff. Slave girl must write well. Du-Wan nods perfunctorily. Then looks to Xu Xiang in painting. You can write about Xie Qi. Have any gossips despite boldly writing. The 2 people's eyes suddenly light up. Head nodding repeatedly. Du-Wan knew that they were Xie Zhang's fangirls. But they grew up in the princess house and did not have any connection with Xie Zhang. Just like modern star chasing. Gossiping while not delaying their share of the work. It was still within tolerable limits. Therefore, Du-Wan has never replaced them. Du-Wan let them go to the quiet room to write. To be easy to understand. Do not bite the words. After such a flurry, it was nearing dusk. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side returned to the mansion just outside the main courtyard. Saw squatting in front of the door little girl. The little girl saw her father come back. Phoenix eyes bright. Father? You are waiting for your father? Du extra horse harness by the emperor's side mercifully touched her head. Du-Wan nodded repeatedly. There is a matter I want to ask you about. What is it? Du extra horse harness by the side of a team led the little girl inside. It's that I want to run a newspaper room. And I also have to prepare to hire someone to print and so on. Du-Wan spelled out her intentions as she walked. Du Xiongma laughs and asks. One is thinking of printing a few pieces of gossip to sell. Still father understands me. Du-Wan hems and haws and laughs. The business of the tea house and wine shop is much better because of the gossip. There is no reason why I can't do this. Gossip can be passed on by word of mouth. Why should people spend silver to buy? This you do not understand. Can print on the gossip. Of course. To the outside did not spread. Du-Wan comes from the era of the entertainment explosion. Not a professional. And knows some by ear. In this era, knowing some is enough for her to stand on the shoulders of giants. Chapter 471 Whether it's a horse or a donkey slipping a bit. It was about a tea time. Du-Wan came out from the main house with satisfaction. In her hand was the deed of a bookshop, under the name of Du Xianzhu. The following morning, Du-Wan had not yet gone out. She saw Ning Qin 4 people working with dark circles under their eyes. You are? County Lord. The 4 people immediately woke up. Last night light thinking about gossip. Overexcitement caused insomnia. Du-Wan laughed. Okay. A day without cleaning is nothing. I'll go down to rest. The gossip thing is not urgent. Write it in the next few days. Preferably some gossip that people outside don't know. Yes, Sheriff Lord. The 4 people were happy and retired with happy faces. Du-Wan is going out of the mansion. Chai Wei led people to follow. Halfway down the road, Du-Wan suddenly gave a start. Chai Wei. Do you know who writes the most exciting talking books in the capital? Chai Wei said. Back to the county princess. My subordinate has not paid attention to this matter. Do I need to go and inquire? Go to the bookshop first and ask the shopkeeper then. Du-Wan did not make things difficult for Chai Wei. There were specializations in the arts, and it was normal for the personal guards to be unclear. Only, Du-Wan didn't let hundreds of personal guards follow, and only let Chai Wei bring a few people with him. So, Chai Wei brought 8 of his own guards, and even he was considered 9 people. This bookstore is at the end of Rongchong Street. Not too conspicuous location. Business is average. Du-Wan stepped into the shop to see a few people sitting in the book. Sitting in front of the counter is a middle-aged man. Is carrying a pen, do not know what to write. There is also a small boy. Once the little chap saw a customer come to his door. He came up to greet him with a smile. Good day, customer. I don't know what I want to buy. I'll take a look first. Du-Wan felt that the little chap's attitude was quite good. At least it was comfortable, and would not look down on people. If the Chai Wei behind her knew what she was thinking, I'm afraid she would roll her eyes. With her clothes, anyone with a bit of eyesight wouldn't dare to be neglectful. At this time, the shopkeeper finally looked up. It was a very casual glance. When he saw that the person who came in was Du-Wan, he stood up all of a sudden, and hurriedly went round the counter. Junior Du.com greets the county princess. Du-Wan said. There is no need to be polite. This sheriff master has come to seek you for something. The counter respectfully led Du-Wan inside. Coming into a room, Du-Wan sat down, and the little chap went to serve the tea. The little chap went to serve the tea, also followed by the personal guards to keep an eye out. This is to avoid someone from drugging. But the sharp eyes of the pro guard scared the little chap to serve the tea bowl with trepidation. Du-Wan directly explained to the shopkeeper the purpose of the visit. The shopkeeper was cooperative to Du-Wan's orders, and even took her to the printing room in the backyard. The shop in front of this bookshop was not big, but the backyard was not small. Du-Wan had seen the way of printing, and surprisingly, it was movable type printing. She thought that the scarcity of books out there was a problem with the printing technique, but it turned out not to be. Then, it was most likely the high cost of paper. After Du-Wan learned about it, it was still true. Paper was expensive. For paper making, Du-Wan didn't know much about it, and it wasn't as good as people nowadays. In order to economize on costs, one could only make the characters smaller. The shopkeeper is working for Du Extra Horse Harness by the Emperor's side. As long as there is no problem with his character, Du-Wan does not intend to replace him. So she says her request. The shopkeeper says it can be done, and she lets go of him. Before Du-Wan left, she repeated again. Ask someone to write a book of words that must be easy to understand. As long as anyone who can read can understand it. Okay. The shopkeeper silently noted it down. After delivering her instructions, Du-Wan went back to the princess mansion, wanting to find someone to contribute. She couldn't get it for a while. Fortunately, the current affairs section can be extracted from the official residence newspaper. When she came back, the 4 great maids gave her a stack of manuscript paper with great anticipation. After Du-Wan read it, she was not too satisfied. These are all written about some parents. There is no explosion. No headlines. Keep it for later. And these are not much use. She picked out a few pieces of gossip written about Xiezhang. Look at this handwriting is written by Xu Xiang in painting. Gossip are all outside past. The old tune cannot be. Everyone knows the thing. Stupid to spend money to buy. Xu Xiang and Painting both lowered their heads. They had been writing with great interest before, only to realize now that it was useless. Du-Wan also discovered the problem at this time. The 4 maids had limitations, and the gossip, they knew, was all spread outside. Ning Qin asked in a low voice. Sheriff Master, do the slave maids still need to write? Not yet. I'll mull it over. Du-Wan realized that if she wanted explosive entertainment gossip, she still needed to personally inquire about it. Entertainment headlines were a guarantee of sales, and were indispensable. And a residence newspaper is more than just an entertainment section. In order to stabilize the readers, it is best to board 1 or 2 short stories or short poems, etc. If there is a wonderful long serial, there is no worry that no one will buy it. In order to avoid being in a mess later, Do-won decided to write a plan first. Just like the establishment of a farm. As long as there is a detailed plan, handing things over to the people below, she only needs to control the general direction and decide on the final draft. The person in charge of the newspaper room was still given to the shopkeeper Du Dakong first. He was a person who was a member of the team of the emperor's son-in-law, and his surname was also Du. This made Do-won's first impression of the shopkeeper good. Besides, whether it is a horse or a donkey, you will know if you pull it out for a walk. For several days in a row, Do-won could not leave her home. Every day closed to write alright. In order to this plan, is also dedicated. Until Pei Hao came, also carrying Wanji House snacks over. Do-won finally looked up from the plan, rewarded him with a glance, and continued to write and draw. Do-won wrote several copies, but she was not satisfied. Wan, do you want me to help you write? Pei Hao stood behind her and bent down to look at her. Do-won blinked. Really? Well, then, here you go. Do-won cheerfully stepped aside. Ma duh. Finally someone has taken over. Pei Hao sat down on the position she just took, before picking up the thick pile of manuscripts on the table and looking at them. The content isn't much. It's just that the words she wrote are bigger, and there aren't many words written on a piece of paper. One's writing. It hasn't improved much. That's not the point. Do-won wanted to say that she hadn't practiced her handwriting for a long time. It would be strange if there was any progress. Pei Hao asked while looking at it. Why did you suddenly want to run a D1? I wanted to do it, so I did it. Do-won answered carelessly. However, Pei Hao knew that she wouldn't mess around. And after reading what she wrote, he was shocked. At first, he thought she was only in the capital city to do the residents' newspaper. But look at her plan is to sell the residents' newspaper to the whole country, but also from all over the search gossip news, and then send back to the capital city, etc. Really buy her into the equivalent of an intelligence organization on the surface. Wan, this plan of yours is not feasible. Pei Hao put the plan down. Do-won froze. Why? It's just that the capital is fine. Trying to sell it to the outside world, the cost of transporting the diaries is too high. This skeleton is built up and requires a large amount of silver. Pei Hao looked at her with a smile. You donated all your private property last time. Do you still have silver? Chapter 472, just missing entertainment page headlines. Do-won realized that he was right. Immediately, she remembers something and smiles cheaply. This is not a problem. Where to get the money? Pei Hao wanted to say that he had some silver. Then he shut up again when he whirled around and thought about the issue of military funding for the coming year. People outside might not know that the usually glamorous-looking Pei Shizhi actually doesn't have as much silver in his private room as Do-won. The reason being that the Jingua Gongfu still has 200,000 generals to feed, which is a much heavier burden than the princess's house. Sometimes he would like to go to the Jingua and ask the emperor for silver. The reason is that this year, the treasury has silver. One by one, they all went to the memorial to cry poor, and did not see a few generals to get. Great Qin let the commander-in-chief to raise the army's hidden danger is very great. The emperor knows, but still cold-eyed. This wave of operation is very rogue. But there is no way. Each can only pinch the nose to raise. Not to raise the right to hand over the army. By the ability to raise. Pei Hao's mind slipped around and came back. Do you need my help? I don't have a lot of silver. A few thousand taels is still affordable. No need. Do-won pointed to the plan. I'm not trying to sell the DD newspaper to all parts of the country at once. I'm starting from the capital first, accumulating enough capital, and then spreading it outside the capital. I don't need to worry about transport. Just borrow the channels of the official DD newspaper. It's ready-made. No need for me to spend money. This is really possible. Do-won's big eyes flashed with shrewdness. This newspaper room of mine. Uncle is a part of it. Pei Hao laughed. How could he forget that behind the little girl stood the emperor? Every month's dying newspaper was sent from the capital to all the state capitals. The little girl's private report, using this channel to send it, really didn't have a big problem. As long as you place your own people in each state capital, you can be responsible for selling newspapers. With the addition of Pei Hao as a native, Do-won's plan is more and more perfect. The two chatted for half a day. Pei Hao then stopped by to stay and have a meal with the little girl. before he took his leave. It didn't take long for Du-Kong to come to the door to look for Du-Won. Du-Won met him in the side hall of the front yard. Du-Kong's preliminary work was almost ready. The expenses were all the original silver from the bookshop, and every sum was accounted for. Sheriff, a total of 4 scholars from the Colt family have been found, and they were asked to help with the writing of the talking books. These are the first 10,000 words. Please take a look. I'll take a look. Du-Won looked at one of the books and read it patiently. Didn't I say that it should be easy to understand? This one is the same as when she saw the talking book before. It was good to understand for a drop. But it didn't do the small white text she wanted. Du-Kong didn't react for a moment. Aren't all the talking books like this? Du-Won finished reading all 4, and was not too satisfied. Don't be literal. Talk like a normal person. Is this anyone buying it? The shopkeeper is very skeptical. The writing does not have the little words of this book. Can it be sold? Du-Won does not care. Read without brain words can be really fragrant. Selling the diaper is not just for the readers. Du-Won's customer orientation is all literate people, including the women of the Great Qin State. This is a potential consumer group. Not that women's money is the best to earn. Du-Won is to make money for both men and women. Du-Won then took out the plan and discussed it with Du-Kong, the shopkeeper. Du-Kong took the plan and left the house in a hurry. And the next day, there was a call for manuscripts notice posted outside the bookstore, which said that it was calling for funny short stories. Short stories under 10,000 words. And long stories. There was a manuscript fee for any manuscript that could be accepted. The fee is from 20 to 500 when for 1,000 words. And there is also a paper subsidy. So it depends on one's ability how much one can get. The announcement is valid for a long time. It also states that anyone can submit a manuscript, in order to let people know in the shortest possible time. Du-Kong also had the notice posted on several streets, in front of all the major colleges and private schools. The well-informed people in the capital had known what Du-Won was up to. However, the city's call for papers is still very much a talking point. And some people have joked about Du-Won's fee, which is only a little bit, whether it is a private house or donated, etc. Of course, the jokes are all not bad. Of course, those who laughed at it were all the ones who were not short of money. In fact, for the real lack of silver readers, this kind of remuneration is very good. Ningxin worried, County Master. You say someone to submit? There is. There are always people who are short of money. Du-Won casually responded. Ningxin thought about it and was right. Why do you have to specifically write that all people can submit articles? Learning is not divided into noble and lowly. It's everyone in the world who has this opportunity to contribute. Then, can the slave girl also? Of course you can. If you are afraid of others knowing your identity, you can come up with a pen name. Du-Won looks to the other 3 maids. You guys can also write when you have nothing to do. You might be able to mix a good income. Wow. The few maids were very happy. As if they were naive, as if they would be selected if they submitted an article. Du-Won didn't point out the key. There is one thing she is worried about. How do you guys say to spread the call for articles to the ladies of the boudoir? To stir up their interest in writing articles? You mean? Ningxin was surprised. But would the average girl bother to write a talking book? Du-Won thought the opposite of Ningxin. In her opinion, girls from rich and noble families were the most suitable for writing talking books. The reason being that they were the most idle. In addition to having the least channels to make money. Just how to advertise among these girls. Until the Huishi trio paid a visit to the door. Du-Won had a flash of inspiration. And no, the help came to her door. Thus, Du-Won gets excited. Ningxin, take out the apology written by Huishi trio last year. Yes, County Mistress. Ningxin doesn't know what Sheriff Lord's intentions are. However, with the County Mistress smiling so happily, someone might be out of luck. Du-Won took the 3 apologies and went to meet the visitors. The 4 girls were in the parlor, holding off the subordinates to mutter for a while. Outsiders didn't know what they were chatting about. Yet the 4 people who stepped out of the living room were all smiling and all happy. Du-Won was happy because there were 3 people working for her for free. Huishi's trio is happy that the hidden danger that fell into the hands of the Sheriff Master is finally back in their hands. And besides, what the Sheriff Master asked them to do is just a small matter. 3 days later, Du-Won Bookshop submitted a surge of manuscripts. Most of them were beautifully written. The lines were common and not cumbersome. And most importantly, They did not have the sour flavor of the articles and the imperial examinations. Just from the text alone, you can tell that it is likely that the manuscripts submitted by women have still read a lot of books. Du Dakong is overjoyed. Holding a pile of manuscripts, ran to the princess' house to see Du Wan. Du Wan read it, and found that it is really much better than before. Pick out the ones that can be used. Even if this issue cannot be boarded, the next issue can also be used. Hey. There are also 2 long articles that are not bad. So I'll take them. Let's first serialize them in the DD newspaper, and then print them as books to sell after writing them, so that we can make a profit again. Missing headlines in the entertainment section next. The first issue was important, and it must be a hit for the Great Cheen Entertainment newspaper. Chapter 473, Great Cheen Entertainment newspaper issue. There was a strange phenomenon in the capital. It was the prideful Sun County lord who rode her horse with a long sword wrapped around her waist for several days in a row, wandering around the capital. Behind her were hundreds of personal guards in a majestic manner. For a period of time, even the security and curfew on the streets were much less. After Pei Hao received the news and then thought about what the little girl was going to do, he instantly understood, saying that she was hanging around outside. She was most likely collecting gossip. Du Wan is indeed collecting gossip. These days are still a bit of a harvest. There are a few small gossips that can be used. For example, Nanyang Bo's great aunt kept a foreign room outside and gave birth to a son. She also remembers that she once met with this big girl, and at that time she was looking at a certain scholar to come. Married, not a man, nah. Can be when the gossip in the newspaper. But this news is not shocking enough to be the headline. Du Wan wandered over to the Gathering Edge building and saw the window on the 3rd floor, revealing Pei Shixi's earthly face, and waved at her, signaling for her to go up. Any food? Du Wan wordlessly opened her mouth. Pei Hao, however, understood and nodded. There is. Du Wan jumped off her horse and threw the reins to the guards at her side. You guys go wander around as you please. Just come back in an hour. If you don't find this county princess, will return to the house first. Yes. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. Chai Wei and the others responded. To say it's easy to follow Du Wan is to say it's easy. And to say it's a headache is to say it's a headache. Following her day after day, wandering around like a playboy. Returning home, they would still be asked what the county princess was doing. In fact, doing nothing. Saying it out loud, didn't even believe it. There are some forces that have speculated that the county princess's abnormality may have a purpose. Those who couldn't guess began to make all sorts of inquiries. For example, Xie Zhang had gone to a lot of trouble to have his men inquire, and learnt that Du Wan had recently been organizing a newspaper room, and had heard that it was almost ready to be printed at any time. Just what exactly was the county princess doing? Xie Zhang was not convinced that she was without any intentions. Many people had speculated that Du Wan had a purpose for hanging around the capital, but no one had ever found out. Even the emperor had heard the news and strangely asked Du Xiongma, brother-in-law, what do you think Wan wants to do? Having nothing to do, wandering around. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team, casually guessed. The emperor asked again, didn't you ever ask her? She said she was maintaining law and order. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team, said with a wooden old face. The emperor laughed. It's really possible. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team. What's so funny about this? He had a headache just thinking about it. Recently his peers have been seeing him in a strange light, all seemingly inquiring about this matter. Luckily, Pei Hao would be the one to worry about it later. So he, as a father, could finally lighten up a bit. Now Du Wan is chatting with Pei Hao, talking about the gossip of the capital. Pei Hao said several gossips in a row. Irrelevant. Du Wan are not too satisfied. I want to explode, not. I want sensational. Is once the word out, the whole capital will boil the kind. Such as before the Tang Jixing assassination. The righteousness of the Church of Goodwill of the loss of money. Can be? Not afraid of offending people? Don't worry. I have my measure. Thanks to the network that's set. Involving people's names are mostly replaced with so and so. Pei Hao suddenly said, I know an insider that concerns the loss of good money. What is it? Say it to me? But there is no evidence. What's wrong with that? I'm an entertainment gossip, not an official investigation. Du Wan is still a bit conscientious. As long as it is the fact that there is no evidence is not a big deal. Much better than the modern showbiz, by making up gossip. When the dog also need to have professional ethics. Pei Hao actually inexplicably agreed with what she said. September 21st. There was suddenly a scene on the street. A group of small children wearing uniform clothing. Someone recognized that these children were all small beggars in the city before. Holding a stack of dye newspaper to sell on the street. Sell newspaper law, sell newspaper law. Fresh out of the Great Sheen Entertainment newspaper. Selling newspapers? Freshly baked shocking news. Don't miss it. Extra. The truth behind the loss of last month's donation. It's completely different from what the government found out. Want to know the truth? Here's a copy of Sheen Entertainment News. Extra. A talented man named Joe has a son in his mistress's house. And his wife is still alone in the house. Is this a moral degeneration or a distortion of human nature? Extra. Extra. Great Sheen Entertainment News. The only one in the world. These kids run all over the streets. Especially where the rich people hang out. Some people look at them as a novelty. While others stop their carriages. Hey. Little kids, come over here. The What's His Name newspaper. The male son in the carriage lifted the curtain and waved towards a child selling newspapers in the distance. The kid immediately came over. It's the Great Sheen Entertainment newspaper. Would you like one? One? How much? Thank you for your patronage. 2 taels of silver per copy. So expensive? It can't be helped. My master says paper is expensive. The kid's attitude was funny. The eunuch didn't care about the 2 taels of silver. Took one and paid. When he opened the diaper, he saw 5 big bold letters of Sheen Entertainment newspaper. Plus a line of small letters indicating the date of issuance. Followed by a piece about the truth of the lost charity money from the Ishan Tang last week. With a bolded headline. It first stated the case of the lost charity money. And then how the officials closed the case. However, it says what went on behind the scenes. It was rumored that the driver and others were suspected to be scapegoats. And that the person behind it was probably a firstborn young lady from a certain official's family. Who had a personal grudge against someone in charge of the Hall of Righteousness and Goodwill. And was therefore intentionally framed for the crime. Then right to the key point. Is a certain investigation of people happened to be acquainted with both sides. Then left and right. Played a trick Lee instead of the peach stone. On the surface of the recovery of funds. In fact, let the mastermind secretly make up for the funds. The original funds have long been unknown. Etc. Describes the easy to understand. But also twists and turns to attract people. That is, the whole content involves the name of the person. All with so-and-so to replace. The gentleman took a look at the content of this. Motherfucker, ah. This 2 taels spent value. Xiaoyin. Turn around. Huh? The outer room? This beast. Gongzi? Not going to the academy? The boy outside respectfully asked. Not going. Immediately turn around and return to the house. Yes. The carriage immediately turned around. A man on the roadside asked. Whose carriage is that? Oh. It seems to be the family of the Nanyang burial house. A citizen followed. That's quite unlucky. His big girl seems to be married to someone else. The resident's newspaper did not name the name. But it says it is the eldest girl surnamed Wang of so-and-so's house. And there are several houses surnamed Wang in the whole capital. The locust plague passed here in the capital. Apart from the fact that food was still more expensive. The rest wasn't much. And gradually the prosperity of the past was restored. A rare thing that happened today was that the DD newspaper hosted by Jiaoyang County, instead of fixing a shop to sell it, had a group of children hawking it on the streets. With each child also in charge of a street. Chapter 474. The county lord is going to break the sky. One copy of the DD newspaper costs 2 taels of silver. Some of the people who bought it thought it was too expensive. But when they finished reading the diaper, they called out that it smelled really good. So they sold even faster. Some people heard the news and sent their subordinates out to buy it. Xie Zhang, of course, was the first to learn of this news. And when he saw the headline, he almost didn't spit blood in anger. Du Wan, you just won't let me go. Zhonger? Marquis Dingbei came over with an ironic expression on his face. Also holding a copy of the Great Sheen Entertainment newspaper in his hands. You saw it? This matter has affected you greatly. Of course it was great. Xie Zhang's hand shook a little as he reread the contents. There's no name of ours throughout. But people aren't stupid. They know what they need to know. Just with this we can't admit it. Xie Zhang pressed the Great Sheen Entertainment newspaper hard onto the desktop. To be calm. The more this time, the more calm one must be. Meanwhile, in the residence of Lord Ma, the Minister of War, it was just as cloudy. The first thing Lord Ma did when he got the residence newspaper was to look for his father. And when he found out that his father had gone to the government office, he turned to his grandfather. The Jiaoyang County princess let them hate their teeth. But the other side of the newspaper did not write out the name of the person. So they have no place to send anger. Venture to find the county princess questioning. Maybe just what the other person wants. Elder Ma saw the residence newspaper. His face sank. This matter should not be publicized. Just pretend that you don't know about this matter. Everything will be fine as usual. But no name. No surname. You guys jumped out in a hurry. Isn't it a weak heart? After all, Elder Ma is older and has a lot of experience. You go and tell Chiner now. Let her calm down and wait and see what happens. Don't make a mess again. Yes, grandfather. Grand Duke Ma came back to his senses, still really worried that the impulsive Ma Suqin would make a mess, and hurriedly excused himself from his grandfather to go find someone. This matter must be handled properly. Otherwise, he was afraid that the Ma family would be doomed. In the hands of many rich and noble families in the capital, it was almost a handful. Even the emperor's dragon case had a copy in front of it. The first time the emperor read the contents of the above, he immediately ordered someone to go and secretly investigate. Do extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team was called in, and likewise read the Great Qin Entertainment newspaper, and saw his eyelids jump. The emperor asked. Wanwan reported above. Authenticity geometry? Not sure. You see, the content above are suspected. Probably. May. Seems to be in other words. Not necessarily accurate. Wanwan loved to listen to gossip. I heard before. She is trying to sell gossip to come. This gossip can have how much accurate? Do extra horse harness by the side of a team will not admit that the newspaper written is the truth. The emperor looked at him for a long time. Suddenly smiled. Forget it. Do not check. The emperor and whispered to the big chief executive said 2 words. Let him go to investigate the person to withdraw back. This is a channel to make money. Are said to be gossip entertainment to come. He really go to investigate the truth or falsehood. Will not give Wanwan to invite trouble. The emperor asked in a low voice. Do you know how many copies Wanwan printed? Not quite sure. She didn't tell me as her father. Du Xiongma was really unaware of this. The entertainment newspaper thing is Duwan single-handedly to do. The final draft is through her review. The first printing how many copies? Do extra horse harness by the side of a team is not clear. Only know quite a lot. He only knows that his daughter has been out of sight for the last few days, and has not even gone to the main courtyard to sneak around. The emperor asked a few more questions. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team still shook his head, and said he was not sure. The emperor gave him a disgusted look. Quite useless. Not knowing a single question. Your Majesty, the Yamen is particularly busy, and I can't take care of my personal matters lately. Besides this matter, with you looking behind it, the Microchin is very relieved. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team dump the matter on the emperor without a trace. The emperor just wanted to LOL. What an old fox. This is for him to go and cover for Wanwan. However, with the emperor guarding him, there was indeed no fear of anything going wrong. Inside the bookshop, Duwan was personally sitting in today's, seeing the piles of entertaining versions of the DU newspaper, constantly decreasing. One knows that today is going to be a big profit. For today's release, Duwan's first printing is 5,000 copies. The shopkeeper Du Dakong at this time is full of red light. Excited? At first also feel that the sheriff printed too much. However, only now no less. Only 1 hour to sell 4,000 copies. Immediately let the backyard workers to increase the print. Sheriff, how many more copies to be printed? Keep printing. Not enough to sell. Duwan is not afraid of the rest. Not worried about the backlog, and can still sell them out of town when the time comes. The shopkeeper did as he was told, and personally went to the back to supervise. Chai Wei is surprised that running this can really make money, or profiteering. Duwan looks at Chai Wei. The safety of those newspapers selling children. You have to have someone keep an eye on them. Sheriff, subordinate has already let people keep an eye on it. Make money and buy you all a drink when the time comes. Thank you, Sheriff Lord. The Chai guards wore joyful colors. They were the county lord's personal guards, and knew that there was an emperor behind the scenes. So even if the county lord stabbed the sky, They were not afraid. Therefore, the personal guards, who came out with the county lord today, were all instructed to go out and work. The shop is understaffed, and Do-won is sitting at the counter collecting money. Some people will come to the bookstore to buy. Not to mention, today's bookstore business is better than any other day. Some of them heard the news and came here, knowing that the county princess was in the shop. They came here to have a look. And even the rest of the books were sold out. Some people didn't need these books. However, taking the books to the counter, it was the county lord herself who settled the bill. Crap. Is this a matter of buying books? Nah. It was a matter of taking the books from the sheriff's hand. The book bought today is something that can be kept as an heirloom. The reason is that it is a book bought from the hand of the county lord. A precious person that is rare to come across in 100 years. Do-won was quite strange at first. The business of the entertainment newspaper is good. She doesn't think there is anything. The problem is that the books in the bookstore, the big piles of books on the shelves, actually sold like hotcakes. 7 or 8. Did not leave a few books. There is a person is very strange. Even children's enlightenment books. Buy several books. But there is business on the doorstep. And there is money to be made. Do-won has no reason not to sell. The little chap is the hardest. The greeting was too much. And Chai-wei brought his own guards to help. Just close the account of one person. A full 200 tales of books. Do-won accepted the silver and let the little chap send the man away. This person is quite strange in buying books. Buying several copies of the same book. One book still needs 5 tales of silver. Sheriff. That person is coming for you. Chai-wei could see her confusion. What's going on? Coming at you for your identity. Chai-wei told the reason. Do-won came to a realization and immediately recruited the fellows. What other books are in the warehouse? Move them all out. All move? The little chap's reply was a bit stuttering. Do-won did not doubt it. Move them all out. We need to clear the warehouse today. Yes. Yes. Since the princess has orders. The little fellow immediately did as he was told. Even the books that were collecting dust were taken out. And there was also the goods in the corner that were in the bottom of the crate. Not a single one left. Including a pile of children's inappropriate words. Chapter 475. The little girl is floating. Oh. The bookshop is not far from the tea house. A guard hurriedly came in and whispered a few words to Husan. Then Husan stepped into the box and reported to Pei Hao. I do not know what he said. Pei Hao's tea hand momentarily unsteady. Tea bowl fell down. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth twitched. Really? Not even close. Husan laughed inwardly. But on the surface, he was still naive. Pei Hao gently patted the hem of his coat. Let our people hurry to buy those books back and seal them again. Yes. Husan hurriedly went out and ordered. Pei Hao rubbed his forehead with a headache. What is all this? The little girl was drifting. Oh. He stood up and decided to keep an eye on it personally. So, when Do-won was busy collecting money, she saw Pei Hao stepping in with a packet of snacks and sitting next to her in a dignified manner, collecting money instead of her without saying a word. Do-won silently gave her place to him. Was someone helping her with her work? She would not be pretentious enough to say no. She sits aside, opens the dim sum, takes a bite for herself, and then stuffs the rest into Pei Hao's mouth. Don't say I'm eating alone. I'm sharing with you. Pei Hao nodded his head in a high and cold manner, and continued to count and collect money. The people present were petrified. What kind of operation is this? Wow 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 wow. Not only is the county princess selling books, but Pei Shizi is also Do-won also put her half-eaten pastry and roughly stuffed it into Pei Shizi's mouth. Pei Shizi hasn't been angry and silently finished it. What kind of divine love is this? Too touching. Most of the ones who were touched were the girls who came to the bookstore. The men only felt unbelievable when they looked at it. And they still felt very unreal when they left the bookstore. Someone whispered, I've heard that Pei Shizi and the county princess are extremely affectionate. I didn't think it would be so good that they would eat the same piece of pastry. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Yes. If someone had told me before today, I wouldn't have believed it either. Do-won did not use her ability to listen to the movements around her. After being busy for so long, she was a bit hungry. And it just so happened that Pei Hao sent her favorite pastries, which was just what she wanted. Now, not to mention listening to the corners. Having silver to pick up won't stop her from eating the pastries. Concentrating on eating. She didn't notice that Pei Hao was selling books. He would also check what kind of books he was selling. And when he encountered that kind of indescribable books, he would take them out and throw them under the counter first. Whenever the customers wanted to stop, they would encounter Pei Hao's warning gaze, and finally could only silently swallow their saliva, not daring to remind them. Pei Shizi's gaze was so scary, they could only wimp out, rarely free. Pei Hao looked at the small chap who was busy greeting customers. That little chap only felt a chill down his spine. Hu-san immediately went up and dragged the little chap away, telling him to hurry up and take those books off the shelves. Not a single one left. Pei Hao swept a glance, which satisfied him. Duan did not know that Pei Hao had swept away a trouble for her in silence. Otherwise, the scandal that the titular county princess had degenerated to selling small yellow talking books could not be washed away. There were no more books on the shelves, and the bookshop still had a lot of customers. Duan looked around at the crowd of guests. If you want to buy something, hurry up and buy it. If you don't buy it, don't take up space. This will make the ones who really want to buy something not be able to get in. Someone immediately picked up a pen. Sheriff, how much is this pen? Wait a moment. Duan recruited the little chap to ask the price. 58 Yen. I'll buy it then. The man paid the bill and left. Then someone else came up and picked up an inkstone and a copy of Daqin Entertainment News. The books in the bookstore were sold out. But no, there were still brushes, ink, paper and inkstones, and more than 100 copies of the DD newspaper. Today, with Duan and Pei Hao standing in, it didn't take an hour for things to sell out. Duan patted her small hand and touched her waist that is not sore. Business is really good. Oh, sold out the shop in one day. It's mainly because the shop doesn't have many goods. Pei Hao is dialing the abacus, calculating the previous income, with style, and don't plan to come back tomorrow to sell things. Today this matter. When you return to the house, you will definitely be cut. The second half of the sentence, he did not say. Duan did not think. My family is supporting me. He didn't support you selling books indiscriminately. Aren't all the books in the shop for sale? Duan didn't notice his extra metaphysical voice. In fact, she was too busy and dizzy to notice the problem of talking books. Pei Hao picked up a random talking book from the pile of talking books under the counter and shoved it into the little girl's hand. It's nothing to sell books. But you're even selling this. Duan looked down at the title of the book. The Poor Scholar's Road to Hunting Sex? Duan's heart thumped. Small yellow book? All of a sudden, the atmosphere was awkward. Her face gradually heated up, like a peach blossom in full bloom. And it was amazingly beautiful. Pei Hao looked at her for an instant, until she came back to her senses. As if she had encountered something hot, she threw the talking book back under the counter. I didn't know before. It wasn't me who made the sale. Then how did these get moved to the bookshelf? I just do one wrong to death. This is really an unwarranted disaster. She just asked the maid to move the books in the warehouse. At that time, the little dude even consulted her and asked her if she wanted to move them all. At that time, the little dude reacted strangely. So this is what happened. The little chap was a boy and was too thin-skinned to mention the talking books in front of her. Duan, if she pays a little attention, can think of a few bookstores that don't sell that kind of talking books, are sold privately and secretly, and won't be put on the shelves. I was wrong. What do you say? Pei Hao deliberately boarded up his handsome face to tease her. Duan was frustrated. But there are some sold. Oh. It's over. This is properly black history. When Pei Hao saw her wilting appearance, he couldn't help but laugh, and originally wanted to tell her that he had already asked someone to go and buy it back. And seeing her like this was suddenly a bit of a bad heart, and he didn't want to say it. Who let her bold? Even this omission did not find Pei Hao comforted. Eat a lesson and learn a lesson. Remember it in the future. Duan nodded perfunctorily. In her heart, she was pondering what to do tomorrow when word of her matter spreads. Shame on her. Should she go back to the clan for a while? Just at this moment, the shopkeeper, Du Dakong, came out, holding a stack of newly released Debao. Putting down the newspaper, the shopkeeper respectfully bowed to Pei Hao and then reported to Duan, County Princess. Already printed 1,000 copies. Do you want to print more? Concerning the way of printing, Duan only changed some details, such as letting one worker be responsible for one part, and then divide it into several groups. One group is only responsible for printing a part of it, the same as the workshop assembly line production. The speed of printing has increased a lot. As long as the material is sufficient. Brushing a few thousand books in a morning is not a problem. Du-Won smiled. Printing with all your might. You will arrange for people to print additional copies overnight again at night. And then reward them at the end of the month. Yes. Thank you, Sheriff. The shopkeeper was overjoyed and rushed to the back to carry out the newly printed Du-Wons. Pei Hao half-jokingly asked. Aren't you afraid that they won't sell? It will be a big seller on the first day. And it will only sell more tomorrow. Chapter 476 Sheetsi was kissed to the point of stagnation. Du-Won knows that this gossip is about heat. Today is considered a preheat. Tomorrow will be a big hit. When the heat slowly drops, the sales will decrease. Today look at this momentum. At least can sell 10,000 copies. 2 taels of silver per copy. How much money is this going to make? When Pei Hao saw her eyes burning brightly, he knew she was happy. The loaded dean inside were moved to the lobby. Some of the children who sold out came back to take away the entertainment newspaper. All of them were very energetic, with smiles on their little faces. Du-Won knew that if this was modern times, it would be child labor exploitation. In this era, there is no such thing as child labor. If there is a way to live, everyone wants to fight for it. Du-Won gave them a guaranteed wage of 500 won a month, with food, accommodation and seasonal clothing. Don't underestimate the 500 won. In the restaurant as a shop assistant, the monthly salary is usually only 300 to 400 won. Moreover, Du-Won also gave them a commission. Each sold a copy of the commission of a penny. This salary was enough, and they could save quite a lot of money in a month. Any more money would be a curse rather than a blessing for them. Pei Hao saw that the little girl was gentle with these children. Her smile still clean and bright. The big ladies in the capital often go to give kanji, a posture of compassionate bodhisattva. In fact, Pei Hao knows that those girls want to help people's hearts or some, but not a lot. Inevitably, some of the high and mighty style. They do this in order to get a good reputation, in order to marry better in the future. However, the little girl is not. In her eyes, life does not distinguish between noble and lowly. She is really helping people without expecting anything in return. Hey, you're wandering off. What are you thinking about? Du-Won touched his arm with her elbow. Pei Hao looked down and smiled. Thinking about you. Thinking about me what? Hee. The little girl smiled with her eyebrows arched. Pei Hao followed and hooked his lips. Thinking about how my family Wanwan can be so kind and cute. That's right. The two sat in the book shop for a morning. The Great Sheen Entertainment newspaper was sold out in one morning. And the printing couldn't catch up with the selling speed. There was money to be made that couldn't be made, which made Du-Won itchy. I thought that 5,000 copies would take a day to sell. But now it's sold 8,000 copies. I still underestimated what I could do. Pei Hao skimmed his head and smothered a laugh. Du-Won is overwhelmed with joy. So happy that her 2 feet wiggle around. I'll treat you at noon. What do you want to eat? Where do you want to eat? Ouch. Let the restaurant send it over. Du-Won pondered that it's only half a day past now. She still needs her to sit in on the town. Wait for 2 days to organize a celebration banquet. Let everyone have a good meal. Where will it be held? The nearest to here into. Look at a lot of silver. In fact, I can get in the hands of not much. Du-Won didn't expect to go to a big restaurant. How much silver would that cost? She frowned her small brows and calculated. I can only take 1.5% of the profit. If I make 10,000 taels, I can only take 1,500. A table of ordinary dishes in a big restaurant will cost more than 100 taels. We have so many people. Less than a few tables. Calculated in his heart. Really needs several tables. No. There are hundreds of personal guards. She promised to buy them a drink. Du-Won's small face blackened. Crap. Is the silver earned this time enough to treat them? Du-Won didn't think of embezzling public funds to treat them, since she was the one who offered to treat them. She must be the one to pay for it after splitting it. Pei Hao watched the little girl's face change when it came to the matter of treating her, and guessed her mind. For the treat, go hunting in the countryside. Shoot 2 wild boars, and you won't have to worry about meat. I remember you used to go hunting when you went to the beach before. Right. So you can eat free meat. Du-Won excitedly hugged him, and even gave him a kiss on his face. Boo! A very loud bang. Pei Hao's entire body froze. Du-Won was still smiling like a big fool after the kiss. When she saw his expression, she suddenly came back to her senses, and her face was suddenly suffocated in red. She raised her head to look around and found that there were still people in the shop. Du-won glared at them with a stern look. What are you looking at? What's wrong with this princess kissing her fiancé? Haven't you seen it before? The reaction of the people in the shop was amazing. All of them immediately pretended to be blind, looking left and right, but not looking towards the counter. Peihao came back to his senses, his peach blossom eyes swirling with a brimming soft light. Not the first time to be close, but in front of so many people. Under the counter, one of his large hands held her small hand tightly, and then slowly to 10 fingers clasped. Du-won was embarrassed in her heart, and several times she wanted to secretly draw back her hand without success. And then she simply let him be. Dusk. Red haze filled the sky. The children who were selling newspapers outside returned one after another. When the last child came back, Du-won ordered to beat the ocean. Originally, they were all exhausted. But when they heard the door was closed, they all got excited and scrambled to close the door. Peihao gave a few instructions and led Du-won, who did not want to leave, back to the house. Du-won dawdled and said, I still want to eat with them. I'll help with the printing tonight. All right. Let the people below do it. They can't let go with you there. Peihao could only find a reason that seemed reliable. Du-won believed it. Okay. You'd better think about going back. How to deal with your family. Peihao kindly reminded. Du-won was surprised. My family doesn't oppose me. Peihao looked at her with a smile on his face. You really don't understand? Huh? Du-won smiled sarcastically, wanting to say she doesn't understand. But does she really not understand? She is very smart. As long as she is willing to use her brain, she understands everything. Under Peihao's flirtatious gaze, Du-won was defeated. Not afraid. I have uncle to cover my back. You should know that although this entertainment newspaper is run by me, I only take a small interest in the money I earn. Peihao was aware of this, so he didn't worry too much. It's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to guard against secret arrows. Don't let your guard down by relying on your ability. He didn't want anything to happen to her. If he heard that something happened to her one day, he was afraid that he would go crazy. Du-won nodded seriously. Won't get overexcited. Won't drop her guard. Peihao sends her back to the princess's mansion, but does not go in. It was nearing dark, so it was not appropriate to visit again. Du-won got off the carriage and waved her small hand to him in farewell. See you tomorrow. Dropping this sentence, she ran into the gate in a huff. Before she could step into the backyard, Du-won on. Shed come back? Du-qian's sorrowful voice rang out, making Du-won jump. Du-won turned back sheepishly and raised a big smile. Big brother, you came back from the clan? When did you come back? Are you tired? Have you eaten yet? Heh. Du-qian learned about his sister's good deed in the clan and rushed back without stopping. He came back and waited for her for half a day, but did not see her return to the house. Then he heard that Peihao sent her back. But it was getting dark. Du-qian gritted his teeth and said, It's true that if you don't care about it for a day, you can't do anything about it. What time is it now? Following the surname Pei. Have they learnt not to return home until dark? No. She did not. The little girl stood with her hands down, standing obediently receiving a lecture. Chapter 477, Little Girl to be Disciplined. Du-qian led his sister, ready to go back to the courtyard to be trained again. Halfway there, he ran into Du-lu. Two young masters. The master has an invitation. Okay. Got it. Tough luck, Uncle Six. Du-qian again leads his wilting sister towards his father's study. The siblings went in. They saw that Du-qian horse harnessed by the emperor's side was flipping through the Great Qin Entertainment newspaper. Du-won's face was slightly embarrassed. Then she hung down her little head and stood to the side very obediently, trying hard to reduce her presence. However, the study was just this big, and there were only 3 people in total. So how could they be ignored? When Du-qian returned to the city, he saw a child selling newspapers on the street. So he stopped and bought one. Father, you also bought one? Well, let the subordinate buy it. Earlier in the palace did not look carefully. Now I realized, vulgar is vulgar. Read it but not brain. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side said, while also scrolling down. Du-qian added, just now I have trained my sister. She admits her mistakes with a good attitude. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team then raised his head with a flourish and glanced at the siblings. She will admit her mistake? Heh. The guts are so fat. It's only strange that she would admit her mistake. Du Qian wanted to put in a good word for his sister. As a result, one sentence was recognized by his father. Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team, looked at his soft and lovely daughter. Daughter, how can you be so rowdy as a little person? Without saying a word, you have offended several forces in the capital, such as the Marquis of Dingbei, the Ministry of War, and the Nanyangfu. Well, there is also the one that was exposed as having a mistress. None of them are good with each other. Duan boarded up her small face and asked, will they find you trouble? That's not going to happen. The official positions were different. Hearing that Du Xianzheng said that they would not, Duan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Father, if anyone dares to give you a look, just tell me. I will definitely take it out on you. Yeehaw. You have a big mouth. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team said half flirtatiously. Duan hemmed and hawed and touched the tip of her nose. Without a hint of repentance, Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had a headache. He was afraid that neither he nor the emperor could protect. Duan stole glances at Du's son-in-law from time to time. Seeing her cheap father's serious and frowning face, her heart grew weaker and weaker. The fact of the matter is that running an entertainment newspaper is not a big deal in modern times. However, it is different here. The general environment in ancient times focused on reputation, and there were quite a few private dirty affairs of the great clans, which usually did not come out into the open. The gossip reported by Duan undoubtedly lifted that piece of their shaming cloth, which was to throw their reputation to the ground and step on it. Du Qian worriedly said, Father, so what now? I knew that my sister was going to set up a diwan and write some gossip to sell, but I didn't expect her to play so big. What else can be done? It's all a big deal. Du Xiongmao looked at his daughter. Duan thought differently from them. She was totally surprised that their reaction would be so big. No wonder Pei Hao asked her to come back first to deal with her family. She then thought of the talking books she had sold today, and her scalp tingled a bit. If Big Brother and Father learned that she had also sold small yellow talking books, would they be so angry that they would vomit blood? Cough. Duan coughed. Father and son looked at her in unison. Duan said stiffly, Father, Big Brother, the truth is really not as serious as you think. Then you say, how is it not serious? Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team was a bit blocked in his heart. My father knows that the emperor will protect you, but the emperor is not omnipotent. There are some things that even the emperor cannot do. Duan wanted to say that she can protect herself. However, when she thought about her cultivation, she had deliberately not even mentioned it to them afterwards. Duan's brain turned, and immediately changed her words. My entertainment newspaper this time is the first time it appeared. People haven't accepted it so quickly. When I put out a few more issues, and offended more people, people will get used to it after. The meaning of this is that one person is unlucky. That person will not be angry. When everyone is unlucky, the psyche will be balanced. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team's eyelids jumped straight up. Then he turned back, copied the ruler next to him, and was about to whip it towards her body. Duan was shocked, and without even thinking about it, she hid behind Du Qian. Father! Father! Calm down. Calm down. I can't calm down. Let me beat you up first. Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, chased after the little girl and beat her. The little girl was not a peaceful one, and hurriedly fled in all directions. For a moment, the normally quiet study was in an uproar. It reached the ears of the eldest princess, who hurried over to stop it and free the little girl. Husband, what are you doing? Are you going to beat her to death? Sister Shu, don't look at her poorly. She's leathery. Du extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side glared at Duan. Duan hides behind the eldest princess. Mother, I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm so hungry. Don't eat tonight. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team immediately said. Duan was pitiful. Don't punish starvation for anything. It's not good for the stomach. Then go to the shrine and kneel. Don't want it. There is still work to do tomorrow. It's useless to beat. It's useless to punish. And you've learnt to talk back. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side had a headache and told Du Qian to pull his sister away. Du Qian grabbed Duan's wrist. Go! Oh. Duan nimbly followed, waiting to escape from the study. Slipping a little further away, Duan yowled in pain. Big Brother, why didn't you help me? causing me to take a few hits. It hurts. Can't beat you. But also let father out of his anger. Du Qian said with a smile. Du-Wan said with a sly grudge. You will lose me like this, oh. Ha. What's the use of having a troublemaker like you? Don't. Long ago, the siblings were fighting while walking out. Du Qian knows very well that his sister didn't move her cultivation at all. So she followed an ordinary person, and was chased and beaten by his father. In fact, with his sister's strength, his father couldn't even get by her, let alone trying to catch up with her. Not to mention being beaten by a few feet. Du-Wan just wanted to be beaten a few times to let Du Xianzheng horse harness by the side of a team to take out his anger. Back to you, Ling Yuan. Du-Wan asked Ning Qin to ask the kitchen to prepare a few dishes. Du Qian is puzzled. You really didn't eat? Busy. Didn't even have time to eat. Du-Wan slightly pouted her cherry lips. Du Qian sat aside. And Lok Chi served tea. After Du-Wan drank a bowl of tea, she sighed. Finally survived. Father's energy is so good. Seeing that you have fled for so long. You haven't seen any tiredness. Yes. I'm not tired. But I'm hungry. She is really hungry. When the meal was brought to the table, Du Qian believed it because he saw her wolfing it down. Du Qian asked. Business is good today? Well, 12,000 copies were sold. Du-Wan replies happily. Taking another bite of rice. We'll print again tonight. We'll sell more tomorrow. And the day after that. The day after that. According to my budget, this issue will sell at least 50,000 copies. It's a pity that I didn't have much capital before. I pawned a piece of jade pendant to gather 5,000 first printings. Du Qian was surprised. So profitable? Yes. Du-Wan nodded repeatedly. This is a legitimate income. Du Qian did the maths. And earned genuinely quite a lot. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a windfall. Then, in light of this windfall profit, the subsequent troubles of the Emperor's uncle will definitely try his best to underwrite. Chapter 478. Knowing the sin of harboring a jadeite. In this world, there is not much friendship to speak of. In front of the interests of blood relatives can turn against each other. Do not talk about just those on the surface of the friendly. Du-Wan next gave Du Qian a lecture on business. Talking head to head. What about me now? I'm just making money out of money. When I expand the printing room again, and then hire a group of workers, then I can sell to the field. The income will only increase. By then gossip and whatnot. It doesn't always have to be from the capital. Scandals from all over the world could make it to the entertainment newspaper. Du Qian had nothing to say about this. But it can be predicted that in the future, his sister will be the existence of people who dislike dogs and hate them. Just Du-Wan doesn't care. To be a dog you have to be prepared to be spurned. Anyway, there are not many with a good reputation when it comes to being a dog. Big brother. How is your cultivation? Not bad. Du Jin never relaxed his cultivation in the clan. Du-Wan violently rushed at him, and Du Qian reacted quickly, dodging sideways, back and forth. Just sitting in front of the dining table, the siblings exchanged blows a dozen times. Looking at the side of the Ning Qin, and other people froze. All of them were scared. Du-Wan grabbed the lifeline of Du Qian's wrist, and instantly checked out his situation. Is there progress? Yet there is still no more condensation? Du-Wan asked. Has Big Brother not learnt the 9 styles yet? Learned, Du Qian said truthfully. Du-Wan wondered. Then why didn't you condense Dan? It's probably because I haven't accumulated enough cultivation. It was that the cultivation had not accumulated enough aura. He could not match his sister's cultivation speed. It was only when he was around his sister that the aura condensed fast. That being the case, Du Qian still found that his 5 senses were different and much higher than normal. It was a kind of breakthrough that he couldn't put into words. A gap between heaven and earth. After Du-Wan finished eating, she did not let Du Qian leave, but pulled him to the quiet room, commanding her elder brother to sharpen the ink again. She went to find the paper and pen herself. Du Qian asked, What are you going to do? I'll write out the subsequent feats for you. Du-Wan did not hide anything in front of her cheap big brother. Du Qian's movement of grinding the ink gave a start. Sister, do you really want to pass it on to me? You are my big brother. What's wrong with passing it on to you? Anyway, in the future, sister can't be like this again. Promise, big brother. Okay. This technique is not from the Du clan's direct bloodline. It's not necessarily possible to cultivate it. Du-Wan had a vague feeling. The inheritance of the Jade Tablet can only be obtained by the Du clan's bloodline. This kind of ghostly and mysterious means is very much like the cultivation text seen in modern times. It is possible that the ancestor who left behind the inheritance still has backstabbing tricks. For example, getting a clan member with an impure bloodline to not get the inheritance. Even the collateral lineage with an impure bloodline is not qualified to cultivate, let alone an outsider. There is such speculation as Do-won based on Chin Yu get a small space. But she can get the inheritance to guess. And the biggest difference between her and Chin Yu was that she came from a direct lineage, while Chin Yu's mother was a collateral lineage. Hearing this, Du Qian was slightly relieved. When he saw the gong method that Do-won had written out silently, he was even more worried. Du Qian solemnly confided, "Sister, this gong method must not be leaked out. Otherwise the consequences will be too great, and it may cause a calamity of extermination." Du-won froze. Du Qian continued to patiently remind, "You have to know that carrying a jade is a sin. Throughout the ages, I don't know how many families have been exterminated because of this. Even if we can protect our family now, what about when we are 100 years old? How are the descendants going to block the coveting from all directions?" Du-won's mind was shaken. Yes, how to hold back. This is almost a foreseeable future. Du Qian surveyed his sister. How is my sister's cultivation today? To a height that is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Du-won didn't say it explicitly, but only asked him to cultivate hard and condense the Dan as soon as possible, and then experience it firsthand. Not long after, Du-won left the quiet room, leaving Du Qian alone in it, picking the lamp to read at night. When he left without knowing, Du-won had long since turned out the lights and went to bed, leaving only a pile of burning paper ashes in the quiet room. The next day, Du-won woke up early and cultivated for an hour. Then she washed and dressed, ate hastily, changed into men's clothing, and exchanged a word with Chai Wei and the others, asking them to rush to the bookstore themselves later. She first went out over the wall. Du-won doesn't want to sneak out and be chased and beaten by her father with a ruler. How humiliating it would be. Early in the morning, there are a lot of pedestrians on the street. Du-won is still very eye-catching in the middle of the street, with her brocade clothes and excellent appearance. Even if she can't be recognized as a county princess, the rate of return is still very high. As she walked, she stopped in front of a bun stall. "Boss, how to sell?" As soon as the stall owner saw a customer coming to his door, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Vegetarian buns for 5 texts. Meat buns for 7 texts. And steamed buns for 5 texts. Ma, still so expensive." Du-won touched out her own money bag, and Ning Qin purposely put some copper plates inside. Feeling out 5 copper plates, only 1 vegetarian bun came. Du-won took a vegetarian bun from the steamer by herself. "Wow, it's quite hot. Do you want it wrapped in oil paper?" "No need." Du-won put the bun back and forth between her left and right hands. After a few times like this, it feels like it's not hot anymore. Du-won can't help but take a bite. The taste is better than expected. Yummy. Thank you. You come back to buy next time. Being praised for its deliciousness, the boss was happy. Du-won was about to leave. She heard a conspiratorial voice behind her. Hee hee. Did the princess house not give you anything to eat? Running to a roadside stall early in the morning to buy buns? Or this kind of thing that only the poor people eat? Du-won turned around and took a look. Yo, it's you. You can recognize me even when I'm dressed like this. So it shows that you are truly in love with this young master. Nonsense? Yunrong was so angry that she almost jumped to her feet when she saw the strange gazes of the crowd beside her. Du-won hemmed and hawed with a slutty smile. Without waiting for her to spout any more nonsense, Yunrong hurriedly slipped away with her people, followed by a few young girls from the state uncle's house, as well as some maids and grannies and so on. Du-won watched as they entered a tea house. It turned out to be out for morning tea. Yunrong since the engagement. Small life is quite nourishing. If she didn't have to go to the bookshop early, she would have wanted to follow them over for a meal. Before she got to the bookshop, she saw some small children selling newspapers. When Du-won passed by, she really saw that the door of the bookshop was open and business was particularly good. There were people coming in and out. Most of them were wearing the clothes of underlings. In the hands of these people when they left, they were all holding 1 or 2 copies of the Great Sheen Entertainment newspaper. Most likely a rich family heard yesterday's rumors and asked their underlings to come and buy it. Du-won was a bit unable to squeeze in. So, she turned to the back alley and climbed over the wall into the backyard. Seeing someone suddenly climb over the wall, the workers who were busy were startled. County Lord. Good morning. Don't mind me. Keep busy. Duwan greeted them, and let them each continue to be busy. Duwan saw that the manpower had increased. Where they were picked from? They have to ask the shopkeeper to find out. Chapter 479. A lifetime is a good word. With her hands behind her back, Duwan began to tour the temporarily converted newspaper room. The entertainment newspapers that were printed overnight in the newsroom last night had already been moved to the front of the shop for sale. With a new batch of workers this morning, more than 1,000 more copies were printed. Damn. This is all silver. One can imagine the days of rolling in money in the future. Duwan managed to suppress the excitement in her heart and went to the shop to inspect the shop. At first, there was a bit of a commotion. All yelling about coming for one, coming for two, etc. Chai Wei and the others came over just in time. Chai Wei and others happened to rush over. The first thing was to maintain order. Also let those who wanted to buy queue up. So there was a big long line. Duwan looked at it and said, only letting the shopkeeper sell alone is too slow. Not long after, one long queue turned into two. Two still couldn't sell. So it was replaced with three. By a few personal guards carried a bunch of Dachin entertainment newspaper to sell outside the shop. Until sold out of last night's all-night printing. And this morning's newly printed before giving up. The customers who came to buy were much less. And then, there were still some. These people are waiting. And did not immediately go. After all, the printing room was in the backyard. And just by waiting for a while, they could come out with dozens of copies. The little children who were selling newspapers outside also came back one after another to hand them over. All with smiles on their little faces. Do not need to walk the streets to sell. Duwan let them to the printing room to help. 3 days later, the matter of the entertainment newspaper gradually calmed down. Behind the scenes, many people are concerned about the newspaper referred to those families. Are waiting to see the joke. But these families are very calm. The only thing that is not hidden is that foreign room. Nan Yangqiu's eldest girl Wang Ruir married into the Luo family. A family of books. Full of readers. Boasts of noble. But the Luo family is the reputation of the family of books is louder. There is also the Luo old man in the state scholarship teaching. Is a great scholar. In terms of real power, it is completely inferior to the Nanyang burial house. Otherwise, Wang Ruir, a concubine daughter, could not marry the firstborn Luo Xian. This time it is the Luo family that is at a disadvantage. At noon, on the 3rd floor of the Jiuyuan building, Duwan, who just rubbed Pei Hao a meal, took a sip of tea and couldn't help but chat about the previous gossip. Are the Nanyang Burmese house and Luo family still pulling? Pei Hao said. Luo set away the outer room and the son was taken back to the Luo residence. Wang Ruir didn't make a fuss. Just like that. You have an extra cheap son to call mother. Or a concubine's eldest son. The son has already been born. It's useless to make a fuss. Pei Hao had expected this. The more prestigious the family, the more importance they place on the bloodline. And generally won't let the bloodline stray. If this matter did not explode, due to the pressure of the Nanyang burial mansion, they would not dare to bring it back to the mansion openly. In that case, I even helped this child once. Duwan could not help but hush. How would she handle it if she was Wang Ruir? Duwan could not help but look at Pei Hao sorrowfully. Pei Hao's heart flinched as he met her gaze and his desire to survive exploded. Wan. Luo Xuani's character is not good. And he also made a scene of a foreign room. I am extremely shameless about this. Duwan. Not bad. Very good. Then the little girl backs up her hands and goes downstairs with her back straight. Pei Hao hurriedly stood up and chased after her. Originally, he didn't really despise Luo Xianyuan. But now, he really had a few dislikes. All because of this person. Causing the little girl to have an opinion about him. Might be thinking that all men will keep a concubine as if. Wan. The men who keep a concubine in this world. Or a very few. You think about father-in-law. Is not always guarding the eldest princess? What are you trying to say? The little girl turned back to look at him with squinted eyes. Pei Hao made his position clear. In the future. I won't. Man's mouth. Lying ghost. This is to knock over a boat full of people? Pei Hao peach blossom eyes a pick. Very Buddy put his arm on her shoulder. Whether I have cheated you or not. With a mouth to say is useless. You need a lifetime to verify. Duwan. So reasonable. Pei Hao's smile swirls. A lifetime is a good word. The two people came down from the third floor. There were quite a few people on the first floor who saw it, and some who knew the two people. When the two people went down to the ground floor again, some people started whispering, "That's County Princess Jiao Yang and Pei Shizi? Those who can go up to the third floor of the Gathering Edge building are all powerful people. Yeah. How luxurious must the third floor be? I really want to go and take a look." Heh. You all don't know. The third floor isn't as good as the furnishings on the first floor. Bullshit. You've been up there? No. I heard about it. The regulars of Gathering Edge House were almost always curious about the third floor. Those who have actually been up there know, however, that the third floor is just a little quieter. There really isn't much. Someone couldn't help but ask the shopkeeper. And the shopkeeper truthfully said, "The third floor is just for your people to rest their feet temporarily. And those who are curious can go up and take a look at the door. Blocking is better than dredging. It's okay to satisfy their curiosity. Besides, the third floor really doesn't have any secrets." Du Wan, who went outside, heard about this matter, and when she got on the carriage, she told Pei Hao about it as a joke. Pei Hao said, "The shopkeeper did a good job." Du Wan agreed. "You have a good eye. Pick such a person. Boss Du is also good. Look at him. In the past few days, he has managed the bookshop and the newspaper room in a good way." The two subconsciously came to a commercial mutual admiration. The first issue of the Great Sheen Entertainment newspaper was released 5 days ago and sold over 70,000. Today, the printing had been stopped, and there were still about 30,000 copies in stock. And now it could still sell 2,000 to 3,000 copies a day. Pei Hao asked, "I heard that you are already preparing for the next issue?" "Of course. Strike while the iron is hot. But you haven't sold out this issue yet. When the second issue comes out, it will be distributed everywhere along with the DD newspaper." Du Wan hadn't had such an idea earlier, purely because the headline of the second issue was too important. The sooner it got out, the better. Pei Hao said, "Don't you have one issue a month?" The DD newspaper was printed once a month. But listening to the little girl's tone, this entertainment newspaper of hers was not. "Sure enough," Du Wan said. "One issue a decade. Pei Hao, isn't this rushed? To say the least, it's quite rushed. So let's make it irregular for the time being. 3 issues a month if there's content. 1 issue a month if there's no content." Well, it's happily decided. That's pretty hasty. Capricious. What could Pei Hao say? Couldn't. Du Wan thought of the content issue, narrowed her eyes, stroked her small chin. "This time, I'm going to write a follow-up to the Luo family gossip. Discuss what's right and wrong. And preferably discuss the issue of whether a man who cheats on his wife can repudiate her husband again." Cough. 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 Pei Hao was glad he didn't drink tea, or he would have choked to death. But he still coughed for a while before calming down. Du Wan surveyed him with a weird gaze. "What are you thinking about?" "Not thinking about anything," Pei Hao denied offhandedly, answering so quickly. More and more suspicious? Chapter 480 Shizi's Desire for Survival. Du Wan suspiciously asks, "This is quite a drastic reaction from you. Do you think there shouldn't be a repudiation?" "No. Don't try to wrong him." Pei Hao decides to support the little girl unconditionally and take a firm stance. "Whatever Wan wants to do, don't worry about it. No matter what you do, I will support you." That's more or less the same. Du Wan was satisfied. If he dared to directly use the male superiority and female inferiority set to convince her, she would definitely kick him off the carriage directly. She doesn't care how it is with others. But with her, she just can't. Pei Hao sent Du Wan to the bookshop. Now the newsroom is expanding and has added a lot of manpower. Not only have the printing tools been increased, but the workers are also able to work in 3 shifts. When Du Wan went there, the shopkeeper was sorting out the submissions, which are usually divided into 3 categories: selected, pending, and unsuccessful. Du Wan walked over. She picked up some of the manuscripts and looked at them. Some of the ones that showed off their writing. As long as they had something to say, they would still be left. If they were showing off gorgeous words and didn't know what they were talking about, they fell out of the election without any surprise. Du Dakong respectfully said, "Sheriff, the content of the next installment has been decided? The headline is there. There is just one piece of gossip left undecided. Most of the manuscripts are left over from last time, when a good manuscript is encountered. The first issue cannot be used can be scheduled for the next issue. This method was still proposed by Du-Wan, so that he didn't have to worry about the problem that there would be a lack of manuscripts in a certain issue. Du-Kong thought it was quite good and did not raise any objections. Du-Wan told the gossip she had heard about the Luo family before, and then asked Du-Kong to hire someone to write it out. Unfortunately, it was not easy to find readers who could keep up with Du-Wan's forward thinking. For example, she raised the issue of repudiation today. This kind of extremely hateful thing. Really not many readers dare to write. Du-Kong suddenly said, "Sheriff, do you want to?" Du-Wan looked at him in doubt. Du-Kong said, "Su family. Remember? All of them are readers." Du-Wan. How could I forget about this family? Su Che was following Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's side. Du-Wan couldn't go looking for them. But the Su family's first and second masters were still chopping wood in the mansion at this time. More than that, I heard that Su Che's mother was once a talented woman as well. Du-Wan thinks of whatever comes to mind. I'll go back to the mansion. County Princess. Take your time. Du-Kong respectfully escorted her out the door. Du-Wan rides back to the mansion in a hurry and goes directly to the courtyard where the subordinates live to look for the Su family. Now that it's broad daylight, both adults and children have work to do. After beckoning the big housekeeper and telling him that he wanted to see the Su family, the big housekeeper quickly ordered down and called the 3 adults of the Su family over. Du-Wan saw them. Saw their appearance. Life should be okay. Besides, if the Su family is even more down and out, they are ultimately different from the underlings. At least that temperament is different. Du-Wan directly stated her intention of calling them over. This sheriff won't force anyone. It's up to you to decide whether to do it or not. The Su family's first and second masters were directly frozen. The county hosted an entertainment newspaper. They knew about it. And even Su Che had bought a copy for them to read. Writing that thing didn't require writing skills at all. But letting them write it, could they write it? I want to give it a try. The first one to speak out was Su Mother. That is, Su Che's mother. Su Mother had raised her mother for half her life. And once she fell on hard times, she could only hold on strongly for the sake of her child, and not fall down. Now that she had this opportunity, she wanted to give it a try. Maybe it would allow her and her child to live a more decent life. The current her no longer expected her mother's family to come to her and her child's rescue. When the Su family was in power, those people rushed after them. After the loss of power, everyone is avoided like snakes and scorpions. The world is so cool. The Su family's first and second masters looked at each other and finally agreed. Du-Wan let the big housekeeper set aside a separate room for them to work with. In the future, Chin Entertainment newspaper review and write the matter will be temporarily handed over to them to do. And in the future to listen to the command of Du-Kong is considered to have become a newspaper room employees. The future salary will be paid from the side of the newspaper room. As for the Su family's several children, still in the princess house as an errand boy. This is for Du-Kong to find 3 helpers. Du-Wan treated her employees with respect for each other's ideas, and asked them if they would go to work in the bookshop, or stay in the mansion. With their special status, they all chose to stay in the princess mansion in the end. In the past, the Su family had offended a lot of people, and going out would inevitably attract some people's eyes. In the entire Su family, the only one who could step out of the princess residence was Su Che. This required a great deal of courage. At first, despite having the protection of the emperor's son-in-law, Su Che was still subjected to a lot of cold and sarcastic remarks. If it wasn't for Du-Wan, who saw him and stood up for him once, and then Du-Chien, who also defended him, his life would not have been so peaceful. As for a bookstore owner, when encountering powerful people, he would not necessarily be able to protect the 3 of them. Du-Wan did not force them to go to the bookstore. And to test it, she asked the 3 of them to write the Luo family's gossip at the same time, and then put her own thoughts into words. In the end, unsurprisingly, it was the one about Su's mother, which was most to her liking. Immediately, Du-Wan asked the head butler to reward her with 5 taels of silver. Taking the manuscript, she went to find Du-Kong, and the second issue was finally ready to be typeset and printed. Du-Wan's life was going by like a whirlwind. One afternoon when I returned home, I heard that a small box had been sent from the palace, saying that it was given to Du-Wan by name by the emperor. Du-Wan had someone move it back to Yu Ling Yuan and then opened it. A box full of Zhangji. This period of time on the court to participate in her book quite a lot. Were pressed by the emperor. I cannot imagine that he is quite good at playing. Actually all loaded up to send her here. Duan opened a few Zhangzhuo look at the eye. There are some reading cannot understand. But even with guessing, still can know a lot. Ning Qin angrily said, Sheriff, these people really deserve to die. You run a residence report how? And in the way of what they? Actually, don't be angry. You will make a list of these officials who dared to join me. Duan had an idea in her heart at once, and decided to focus on them when looking for gossip in the future. I don't believe these people are clean. Even if they are clean, the backyard is not necessarily clean. Ning Qin's eyes lit up. What the county princess said is very true. The slave girl will go and make a list. Go. Duan still has things to be busy with lately. When she's done, she'll clean up these fed up ones. The newspaper room side is constantly printing new entertainment newspapers day and night. And a storehouse is piled high with second issues. To Duan's surprise, the first issue was saved. And after these days, it was sold out. So there was no need to send it to the field. Only now with the capital. Duan even bought the yard next door and expanded the printing scale of the newspaper room. She never thought of not printing after the first issue was sold out, and was still ambitious to make another wave and print another batch to send to various places to test the water together with the second issue. And Xie Zhang, who received this news, had a huge headache. Xie Zhang secretly asked people to buy back the first issue of the entertainment newspaper and destroy it. So it can be said that as many as they can buy, but did not think that the county magistrate will continue to print, but also to send it to the field. In that case, he would have to arrange for people to go out of town to buy them. Xie Zhang absolutely did not want things to expand and affect the Xie family. He couldn't get tough with Duan, and could only use this roundabout way to minimize the impact. This amount of silver, the Xie family can still afford to take out. But today's situation is like a bottomless pit. It had thinned the Xie family and fattened the culprit. Duan. The anger in Xie Zhang's eyes was jumping, but with a deep sense of helplessness. Have someone go and inquire clearly. How much more does the county princess need to print for the first installment? As ordered, the Xie family secret guards quickly retreated.